Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is to be the one to hold the dawn in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, The Shadow of the Great Bridge. The seventh day of the harp-string moon, dawn. The morning sun began to rise above their camp. Edelgard beamed as she watched the day break next to her professor, who, alongside her peers, was having a deep and restful sleep. The words he spoke to her before she fell asleep had alleviated some of her burden. What he told her helped restore her absolute faith in her capacity to make things right with her classmates, and she expressed gratitude for the fact that they were a part of her life. After she had lost her family in the most vile of ways, it was a dream come true to have found a new one, even when her known family was currently at odds with her. While they were sleeping, Edelgard spent all of her energy watching over them and protecting them. Jerdiza was still missing, but Edelgard knew that he would cross paths with them soon, and any bandits in the area probably faced the worst night they ever had before greeting the afterlife. If such a concept were to even exist. With the rising dawn, Byleth's eyes gradually opened. "Professor." Edelgard mimicked the comforting gesture he used on her by gently touching his forehead. "You could go and sleep for another hour or two. I should say the same to you." He slowly got out of his lying position and handed her the nice, warm fur blanket, just like she had done the day before. "You only slept for 4 hours." In a soft but determined tone, Edelgard answered, "You also only slept for 4 hours." She was filled with the same fervor she'd felt when she'd persuaded Byleth to go to bed. Byleth, however, ignored her as he stared off in the direction of one of the hills in the far distance. "We are soon going to reach the Aramid River. 2 more large hills, and we should be able to see it." Byleth aimed his finger off into the far horizon. "After 3 hours on horseback, we will reach one of the many crossings. We could pass through the Great Bridge of Myrddin, but Geralt and I always preferred the minor crossings." "That makes sense. If you had used a major crossing, you would have run into the Knights of Syros eventually." "That we would have been." Geralt suddenly showed up next to them and yawned. "I hope you two have slept well." "My student should have slept more." Byleth referred to Edelgard, who was startled at how quickly Geralt had gotten up and by how stealthily a man of his size managed to sneak up on them. Her hands were once more at her dagger, but once she realized the lack of danger, she quickly switched back to her usual composure. Although Geralt was aware of that, he decided to take the conversation in another direction. He took a step closer to his child. "You know, I am surprised to see you care so much. Only a few weeks ago, I was the only person you cared about." "They are my students." Byleth stared intently into his parents' eyes as he spoke. "I have to care about them." "That's true, and you are doing a better job at it than I could have imagined. I thought you would give up after a week or so and join the Knights." Geralt had a mixed expression of pride and sadness over Byleth's success. "I miss our time outside of the monastery walls," he confessed. "The mercenary's life does suit us. Perhaps we can return to it." Byleth turned to face the gorgeous red morning sun and the distant horizon. "Perhaps you can work for me. As Emperor, I will have plenty of coins to spare." The way Edelgard capitalized on the moment caused Geralt to burst out laughing. "You never stop that, do you?" Edelgard shook her head firmly. "I will stop when the time comes to make your decision. It is not my intention to force this decision on you. I am not the Archbishop, yet just like her, I value your support." At the end, Edelgard bowed briefly and humbly. Geralt appeared slightly impressed as a result of this. "The day we met in Remire, I had a feeling you and my son were connected." I wasn't surprised by his decision, yet I would have enjoyed seeing him teach the class I went to. Edelgard's eyes widened in astonishment as she said, "Oh. May I ask, in which country or region were you born?" "If it's not Adrestia, then," the girl's fingers moved to her lips as she guessed. "That's my secret." Geralt cut her off, his eyes drifted toward the far horizon longingly. He was unable to turn his attention away from the Alliance-held territory. Byleth and his student were about to guess that this was his home when Geralt suddenly responded, "For my year at the Academy, I was part of the Blue Lion House," as he shifted his direction in the direction of the kingdom. "I gotta be honest, I was kind of hoping you would struggle more with choosing a house." After a short pause, Byleth quoted his father. "Never hesitate." I know I've taught you that, but some things in life deserve a little more thought. Geralt's face was adorned with a bright smile. Choosing a house was one of those choices. In the end, I followed another one of your teachings and trusted my instincts. I was fully aware of the individual strengths and weaknesses of each house when I spoke to the Archbishop. Byleth's eyes were on his sleeping students as he spoke. Geralt followed suit as he too watched the students. I guess I would have just enjoyed having Leonie tag along. She really was eager to fight you at the mock battle. I am honestly shocked they have not employed her. She would have messed up Claude's plans. The voices of Edelgard and Byleth blended into one. I guess that makes sense. She had too much zeal. Still, even though she is not part of your class, you should indulge her from time to time. A sparring match between you would most certainly be to her liking. I will keep that in mind. Byleth looked at his father with undivided attention. I'm not asking for anything more, Geralt responded softly, touching his son's shoulder. Speaking of sparring matches, when are we going to hold ours? Feljefon territory should be 10 miles in that direction. After we meet up with your student, we can easily find a nice spot and train. Byleth nodded at his father. That'd be a useful training exercise. Edelgard looked as if she was about to protest until Byleth added, my students need to be ready to fight a battle at any time. Edelgard's protest was silenced before it could begin as she pondered the wisdom in Byleth's words. Should the inspection take longer than necessary, then I'd like to spar tomorrow. I am not sure how much progress my retainer has made. Geralt and Byleth concurred, that is fair. Now then, I will go and wake up the kids. Can I count on you to cook for them? Geralt cast a brief glance toward the fireplace before he turned to the sleeping Eloise. Byleth nodded at his father. Are you going to join me? He turned to his student. Despite her best efforts to suppress it, she let out a yawn. I'd rather have it so you rest a little more. Byleth stated that he gave her his usual blank impression. Edelgard made an effort to look through it but was unsuccessful. I will rest a bit when we are on horseback. She unsheathed her dagger and went to gather supplies. My slicing skills in this department are lacking, I need to work on that. Byleth quickly went in to give her some advice. Soon Petra joined them. She was also an early riser and quick to give even more advice to Edelgard, which confused her a little. Please hold the blade like this. Petra demonstrated a swift motion. This is how the hunters in Brigid cut down the meat. It's very effective, she insisted. Thanks, Petra. Edelgard tried her absolute best not to reach for her axe as she followed Petra's and Byleth's instructions. It took them half an hour to finish the large salad and soup, but their efforts paid off when she witnessed the large smile her peers were carrying upon tasting breakfast. This is truly amazing, Professor. Casper was ecstatic about the food. Truthfully, he seemed to like almost everything that made its way onto his plate, but it still filled Edelgard with happiness to see him so excited. He loaded up his mouth with 2 spoons worth of food and questioned. So how long will we have to travel? Byleth cast a quick glance at his father. Geralt was still preoccupied talking with Eloise. Thus, he answered after a short pause. We are going to reach the border in 3 hours. We'll probably spend an hour setting things up at the border before heading into Phlegethon territory. After that, it's only 3 miles to their estate, where we are going to meet up with Hubert. Byleth explained to his students in a very slow manner so that everyone would listen to him. That's still so long. Hopefully we can take a rest in between. The last ride was, Dorothea stopped herself as she looked at Edelgard, and then she remained silent. Edelgard also remained silent as her peers talked. We should certainly take a break when it's necessary. Ferdinand proclaimed as his hand moved to his chest. I, Ferdinand von Aegir, have to make sure that my class is fully rested before we face 3 legends in combat. Where is? Petra was about to ask for Juritzaw's whereabouts, but Edelgard quickly responded. He went scouting ahead. It's a hobby of his. I am certain Instructor Jurtiza will reunite with us soon. That's interesting. Next time, I'd love to join Instructor Juritza on scouting. Petra's eyes were shining with excitement at the prospect. So he went scouting. We were wondering why we were 1 man short. Juritza sure is the silent type. Seems like no one silences him when he is already silent. Alois seemed proud of his last joke, but only Geralt was laughing. That was a good one. Well, it will depart soon. So all of you eat and pack your things. Wait, Professor, you haven't said anything about the breaks. I am still so sleepy from last night. Linhard yawned in Byleth's face. We are going to make a few more breaks. 10 miles are 10 miles, and we aren't in any kind of hurry, right? Linhard, we are in a hurry. I don't want to spend all day traveling, I am here to train and learn from legends. Caspar shot his best friend down, but he seemed to be the only one who was trying his best to be fast. We should travel with caution, Duke Girth told me that many bandits thrive within the Alliance. Petra turned to face her class, her eyes as ferocious as those of a predator. I heard some of them even killed the son of Duke Regan. While he was delivering those words, Ferdinand was unable to look at his students. His voice slightly trembled as the dishonorable death of a major noble within his own country seemed impossible to him. This occurred in Gloucester territory, Edelgard specified. Ideally we are not going to set foot in there, Byleth clarified. Professor, is it true that you were hired to find out more about the death of Claude's uncle? Rarely does Dorothea speak without some level of animosity toward Byleth, but this was one of those times. That is true. Geralt answered for him. However, by the time we made it, most traces were gone. We couldn't even find a body. Whoever tried to get rid of him was thorough. The entire class was shocked and mortified, which caused Geralt to add. That said, Godfrey von Regan had enemies. Most notably the Gloucesters. We have the opposite. We've got powerful friends, the Church of Ceros, on our side. Any kind of travel should be easy for us. Hearing this put all of them at ease. Well, I don't mind seeing more of the countryside on horseback. Bernadetta was carrying a large smile. Yesterday was surprisingly fun. Ah, I am glad to hear you enjoyed it. Maybe one day I will teach you how to ride. Teach me to ride. Bernadetta was confused. Everyone in her close proximity feared for her sudden screams, but those never came. Sure, why not Alois? The entire class went silent except for Caspar. My horse got a will of its own. That's because you like to give it the spoils every now and then. Linhard retorted. You should wait a bit and not consistently try to increase the speed. At any rate, we should finish up now. Edelgard was about to give her class an order, only for most of them to cast empty glances towards her. They knew she was correct. Geralt and Byleth were both about to say the same thing, but because she gave the command, it left a bitter taste in her peers' mouths. Thanks, Edie, I wouldn't have guessed. And with that, most of her peers marched off to collect their things. Don't take their words to heart. Petra stood next to Edelgard. We have been doing the right thing. Edelgard calmed her breathing as she responded, I sure hope so, Petra. Are you being worried about Hubert? He seems too crafty to fall victim to bandits. Edelgard was silent. And then she returned with a brief smile, which caused Petra to go and pack her things. I doubt that the assassin would strike when Hubert is surrounded by an entire caravan. Today, when Hubert enters the estate and he becomes unnoticed by the guards, it will be his first opportunity to strike. Byleth whispered into her ears. That's true. If we accept the theory that our mysterious intruder is a highly powerful mage, that means he could have ambushed Hubert and his forces before they even arrived at the estate. In that scenario, we should be looking for corpses by the wayside. Edelgard replied in a whisper. As much as she could, she hid the hurt expression on her face. No matter what happens, we are prepared. Byleth reassured her. I told my father a little bit. He assured me that he was ready for anything when I told him that I think someone is out to get Hubert. This isn't an army, but it'll do. No matter how skilled our foe may be, the odds are against him. Thank you, Professor. Edelgard's gloomy expression faded. Again, we could be completely wrong. In that case, we will simply enjoy a little bit of the Alliance lands and finish up the mandatory sparring session, which means that this weekend our class will be free. I suppose you don't mind meeting in the library a bit? You likely have questions regarding the more modern history. Edelgard now carried a smile on her face. Byleth nodded. That I do. All right, everything seems settled. Let's move out now. Geralt appeared from behind as he ordered them. Horse up, everybody. With an offer, Byleth spoke up. I could help you get better at riding horses. It's very kind of you to offer. However, I think you should definitely give some of the advice to others, particularly Caspar. Edelgard was watching as her classmate struggled to mount his horse. I think he may need a few more tricks. As soon as she was done speaking, she went to the horse she and Byleth had been riding. The fur was a gorgeous shade of brown. Edelgard respectfully stretched out her arm. I will do you no harm. On the other hand, she had a fresh carrot. You like this, right? Edelgard fed her the carrot, and the horse quickly finished it up. When she looked around, she saw how Byleth had helped Caspar and Linhard mount their steed. Interesting enough, Linhard has now been given control. If that is a good idea. Edelgard pondered. Nonetheless, her peers, who weren't in charge yesterday, now have the reins. So even Berndutta, who sat carefully beside Eloise, was now firmly grabbing them with both of her hands. Berndutta normally showed a lot of fear, but now that she was atop the horse and next to Eloise, she transformed into a confident, bold rider. This confidence suits you well, Bernadetta. Atop her own horse, Edelgard slowly rode next to her dear classmate. You think so? At first, Bernadetta didn't know what to make of the compliment, but eventually, she allowed herself a small smile. Thanks. Yes, I think you are doing great. Now we need to carefully move that way. Eloise advised her. And we are slowly going to follow them. Edelgard extended her arm towards Byleth and took it as he swiftly got into the saddle. As soon as he was seated next to her, Byleth began to give her advice. That's great. Now gently touch her. He guided Edelgard's hands to the fur as they comforted it. She enjoys this spot the most. Edelgard's hands reached out and rubbed behind the ears of the horse tenderly. She concluded by saying, "Good girl," which caused her horse to respond. The big mare stopped struggling, making the ride instantly more manageable. That's good. My father told me that you need to create a bond with your steed. He cried whenever his horses died. Byleth. Edelgard sounded worried as he explained a basic concept to her as if it were something new. Her professor was confused to hear her usher his name directly. Yes, Edelgard. Edelgard's conviction wavered when she peered into his eyes. Never mind. She made a pause and then continued. Did you have many friends when you were growing up? Byleth did not respond at first. There were the children at Remire, but we only briefly interacted. Yes, well, when something or someone dear to you dies, then most people shed tears. I used to shed them as well. That was the end of her contribution to their conversation until. I am familiar with the concept. Byleth stated. That's why, no matter what the danger, I'll make sure you're all safe. The words shook Edelgard to her core. Has this small amount of time at the academy changed you, or is this who you have always been? Byleth had no answer to this, as they held eye contact for almost an eternity. Blue, blue, blue. That was all Edelgard had before her. In front of her, a beautiful ocean awaited. It had dangerous waves that could have easily engulfed her. After what felt like an eternity, she was the first to avert her eyes. These blue eyes. A few hours later. Hey, Captain. Is that it? Ferdinand had ridden ahead of everyone, and now he stood atop the last mountain. From here, the Alliance lands came into view. Among these lands was a single bridge as large as Fortress City. The reason Gloucester was a household name in the Alliance, the Great Bridge of Myrddin. Upon arriving at Ferdinand's lookout spot, Edelgard and Byleth were astounded by the scene. The countless reports from Hubert about it weren't doing it justice. The only structure within the empire that rivaled it was the stubborn old general. This is breathtaking. Suthies was floating next to Byleth, who was wary of Edelgard's incredible hearing, so he avoided direct conversation with her. Since he needed a moment to speak, Suthies would occasionally halt the flow of time. So are you willing to speak now? With a snap of her fingers, she stopped the flow of time again. Byleth remained silent until he lightly teased her. How come you are so wasteful with your own power? Testing the limits of our power is hardly wasteful, she protested. Afterward, she turned to face the enormous fortress in front of her. Would you kindly indulge me with something exciting every now and again? The last 2.5 hours were so boring. How about we go check out the massive fortress? Byleth studied the aggravated youngster with green hair. His eyes conveyed either indifference or pity, making it difficult to determine which emotion was present. After all, he carried the same expression everywhere. When time began to move again, he nodded and began whispering to his student. Hold firm. Having let her guard down, Edelgard was taken aback. What were you saying, Professor? Suddenly, the horse picked up considerable speed, and off they rode into the sunset. Edelgard tried her best, but she would have nearly been thrown off the saddle if it weren't for the teacher holding her there. Professor! Edelgard was terrified as she attempted to steer at such high velocity. Wow! The rest of the students watched as they left, a mixture of awe and fear on their faces. Wait for us. Caspar imitated them as he gave his horse the spurs, and together with Linhard, he too rushed forward. Yes, this is the excitement I was talking about. Suthies smiled as she took in the expressions of those around her. All Byleth could hear from her was endless laughter. They were getting closer and closer to the enormous bridge at a breakneck pace. This building wasn't just a bridge, it was almost a whole city, and as they got closer, it got bigger and bigger. Edelgard was holding her breath as she carried a small grin on her face. She, too, was enjoying this. This is how we are going to be a lot faster. Byleth gave her comforting words of assurance. I know. She turned her head around briefly while handing the reins. You increased the speed, so now I insist that you ride the rest of the way. Byleth complied with orders, while Edelgard checked on her companions. Only Ferdinand and Geralt could keep up, and the others lagged behind. Should we? Byleth had briefly peeked behind. Edelgard paused to think about it, and then she paraphrased her professor. It's good practice. In response, Byleth's lips moved slightly, which was a sight his student treasured. It would seem I am not the only one who enjoys this, she commented. It took them only 20 minutes to reach the first watchtower, and as they got closer, a breeze began to blow in their direction. The local guards were motioning for them to stop and join the massive queue of traders across all of Fodlan, no, across the entire world. Edelgard and Byleth both examined the people in front of them while the officers yelled at them. Get in line. Another officer yelled. Amat yours, is this your first time at the bridge? Suddenly, a senior officer appeared. Wait a moment, you look like, hastily, he bowed to them. Please forgive the impoliteness of our fellow soldiers. Yesterday, a massive escort came along, and some of the paperwork was not in order. There was a longer delay than expected in getting past this point. This must have been Hubert. The size of his escort seems to fit the description. Edelgard whispered to Byleth. What's gotten into you, kid? Making the final 2 miles into a sprint. Some of your students still need time to catch up. Geralt took a long breath after he finished speaking. He seemed clearly displeased that his flesh and blood had done something so reckless. It was a test to see their skills, Byleth responded. Again, he had emotionless, empty eyes. That's correct, as our professor, he needs to test us. Edelgard spoke a bit louder and carried herself with the grace befitting a princess. The guards, who were rude before, now looked terrified to the extent that they nearly dropped their weapons and equipment. Our deepest apology. We had not expected visitors from the officers' academy. One of them, with more courage than the other, still protested. That said, we still have regulations around this place. It's good to see you recruits not frightened at the sight of royalty. A tall, imposing gentleman greeted them. He wore a beautiful set of purple armor. His family crest and their sigil were embroidered on it. He had just galloped up on horseback, and accompanying him on the journey was a sizable security detail. So my son was correct. I am glad to meet you all in person. My name is Erwin Fritz Gloucester, and you three are the famous blade breaker, his son, the mysterious professor, who unfortunately bested my son at the mock battle of the Great Tree Moon, and the crown princess of Adrestia. Instead of the customary bow, he simply stared each of them in the eye. When Byleth and his eyes clashed, he felt reminded of Lawrence. Although Manuela was the one who instructed Lawrence, Byleth did cross paths with him on a few occasions. The similarities between him and his father were striking. It reminded him of when he first met Caspar and Linhard after briefly seeing their dads. In a flash, Edelgard made the most of the situation. "The pleasure is all mine, Count." In person, the illustrious Count Gloucester is a name to behold. "I take it you are here on a sudden inspection of your lands." There was a nod of agreement from the Count. "After yesterday's debacle, I decided to personally take a visit. To summarize the situation briefly, the seal on the caravan's paper wasn't up to date, which is why some of my employees found it wise to halt all progress. This in turn led to a series of delays, which, if I may say so, prolonged the trade. Fortunately, Regan has not capitalized on this minor blunder. From what I can tell, everyone wants to pass through the Great Bridge unless they belong to, oh so famous Geralt's mercenaries." As he finished, his gaze was fixed on Geralt and Byleth. "It's weird to see each other again. Last time, you accused me of murdering dear old Godfrey. Suffice it to say, the rumors that sprouted have harmed the Gloucester name." Geralt gently touched his son's shoulder while he turned to face the Lord. The mercenary showed no signs of nervousness. Not a single drop of sweat appeared as he stood right before one of the most powerful nobles within the alliance. The entire escort raised their weapons against Geralt, but he was unfazed. Byleth observed how his student's lips curled into a smile at the display while he seemed itching to unsheath his sword. "Those rumors likely have a grain of truth to them. I am sure the old Duke Regan told you everything we could find, which is nothing except that someone or something was extremely thorough. Whoever murdered the young lordling and his escort was good at covering their trail. It's almost as if they had help. Easy going with your tongue as always, I see. You haven't changed since my time at the Officers' Academy." There was a palpable air of tension in the room until the Count snapped his fingers. "You did a good job back then and now. I wish I could have been of better assistance in this matter. These rumors have hurt my reputation, but somehow they are not the most interesting ones in the Alliance. I am stunned to say this, but House Phlegethon has grabbed most of the attention away. Most are in shock about the recent accusations, and some still remain cautious about the verdict. In spite of this, the majority of participants are relieved to learn that their accomplice was spared serious consequences." "Accomplices? So he has many partners in crime." Suddenly, Ferdinand joined the conversation. "You were aware of Akiran's shady dealings?" The young noble couldn't fathom the news. Gloucester redirected his focus to inspecting him. "Ah, yes, you must be the Prime Minister's son. Lawrence told me that you have become quick friends." Erwin made a small bow, which he refused to perform for the other three. Ferdinand ignored it, as he was upset about what he heard. "To answer your question, all Alliance lords are well informed about the countless transgressions he made, which is why we wish to see them end in an effective manner. Although you may know how easy it is for some to be fooled by the enticing offering of riches. I, for one, condemn slavery." As he spoke, he not only addressed Ferdinand but also the entire crowd, which was waiting to be let inside the Great Bridge. He made a gestural wave with his hands. "You may allow them to go through." He ordered his guards to let them through. As agreed per the Divine Accords, students of the Officers' Academy and Knights of Syros are to be granted safe passage. As for the rest, I'd suggest you hurry. We are behind schedule, and we need to make up for lost time." He motioned for his staff to get to work and hurry their pace. Following an uncertain glance from Ferdinand at the Count, there was silence. Edelgard was the first to break the silence. "We are grateful for your help. Assuming all goes well, we won't bother you for at least another day. That is to say, if we again decide to cross the river here." Upon finishing speaking, Edelgard's eyes slightly shifted into the direction of the enormous river. The view from atop the mountain wasn't doing it any justice. From behind, she could feel the eyes of everyone. The Count, who was studying the mannerisms of a future leader, the glances of her peers, who were just now arriving. "What's gotten into all of you?" She was startled when she recognized a familiar voice screaming in anger. "Did we really have to gallop through?" Dorothea halted when she saw the situation. She paused her muttering for the time being. "I'm glad to see so many well-known people enrolled this year. The Count quickly recognized Dorothea and the rest who were behind her. It's an honor to welcome the sons of House Hevering, Burgleys, the daughter of House Varley, the Princess of Brigid and lastly the mystical songstress herself. I apologize for my complaints. You must be Lorenz's father. Dorothea's voice trembled as she gazed at the enormous escort. That I am indeed. I could give you all a proper tour of my vast lands, yet by the looks of it, you are all busy with your schedule. So I won't halt your progress any longer. With that, Count Gloucester was about to go back to his own routine. Edelgard felt Byleth's eyes on her as he was silently asking her for approval. She gave him a subtle nod, and with that, her professor spoke. We can take a small tour. We had calculated that we would be stuck here for an hour. This time is now available for us to inspect the bridge. In that event, you may follow me. The Duke gestured for his attendant, a man wearing fine clothing with a few pieces of parchment and a quill, to take over, and the man obeyed. Yes, my lord. I will count on your arrival in an hour. By then I should have properly inspected 5 of the 6 main towers leading up to the bridge. It's good to know that I can count on you, pilgrim. And with that, Count Gloucester led the way. There were 5 additional towers on their way before they could enter the bridge. Each tower had its own queue, filled with massive numbers of people. The next tower features people from Adrestia. These people are from Inber. Edelgard interrupted him. An Aegir territory. Ferdinand's eyes widened once he saw the sigil of House Aegir on the papers belonging to a large, 6-headed family. But our territory isn't suffering from poverty. While the family was on the edge of their seats awaiting the alliance's approval, Ferdinand protested in silence. Yes, refugees from Adrestia. When they arrived at the next tower, they could see that only people from those regions and Arundel territory were standing in line to be let through. Approximately 8 years ago, the number of people in those regions who wanted to become Alliance citizens spiked. So we dedicated one of our towers to them. People with talent are always welcome within my territory. And what if they lack talent? Ferdinand carefully posed the question. Then they can try their best in their own nation or knock on the church's door. We are not a charity option. That's how life is. I am sure the Empire also adores being picky in that regard. The Counts disregarded Ferdinand as his gaze pierced into Edelgard's soul. Edelgard's voice turned as cold as the Fargen winter. It's true that we know how important talent is, but the fact that citizens of Brigid and Adrestians are treated the same shows that there are clear differences in how we do things. Our policies are not the same. Hearing this restored Ferdinand's confidence. That's right. Our forefathers have always placed value on each and every individual becoming the best they can be. No one has ever obtained nobility by resting on their laurels. The hatred our people feel towards the Amirans is too deeply rooted to give such barbarians a fair chance. Were they to overcome the Locket, they would conquer and pillage our lands. The people of Brigid, meanwhile, were at first reluctant to join the war against the Empire, and after their defeat, they have shown great care for their crown princess. Count Gloucester countered, his gaze fixed on Petra. Our policies are not the same, because they can never be the same. Petra watched the Count intently, like a predator watching its prey, and eventually they changed the subject when they departed for the next tower, which featured citizens who, judging by their clothing, belonged to the kingdom. These people hail from the kingdom. The Count explained. Many of them like to claim that they bear a crest, have relatives with a crest, or are descendants of a long bloodline, which happens to be a long-lost distant branch of one of the 10 Elites. The paperwork here is the most taxing. There are 2 towers dedicated just for them. The class stayed here for a few moments, and during this time, a large family stepped forward. Suddenly, a device activated, similar to what Edelgard had seen in Professor Hanneman's office. When she realized that this device detects crests, her heart began to freeze. She had to move aside but without causing any suspicion, or else all of them present would learn her secret. This caused her to sneak behind her peers. It took her considerable strength to maintain her composure. Just the slightest change in her expression, and the Count would have noticed it. If anyone is curious whether they have a crest or not, now is your chance. Gloucester smiled at them. He was brimming with pride at owning such a large device. Of course, the monastery has checked you all already. At any rate, whoever claims to possess a crest and wants to be left through on that basis alone needs to prove it, and this machine is the way to. Erwin stopped once he saw a faint red glow emanating from the crowd. The glow came from a young girl. Her oldest age was probably 5. Upon hearing the news, her family's faces lit up with joy. Her parents were so relieved to see the Gautier family crest that they prayed aloud, "The goddess has heard our prayers." Dorothea remarked in utter astonishment, "Sylvain's family has always possessed this crest. Let me see your papers." Lorenz's father quickly turned to face the family whose daughter bore the crest. "I wish to examine this family myself." He grabbed their papers and checked them. The husband and the mother appeared rather poor. They were hungry, and their pockets contained only a handful of coins. "We hail from a village near the Srang border." The mother spoke. "Despite this, we lived a happy life until bandits attacked us." The husband gently touched his wife's arm, urging her to stop speaking. "It was a horrifying day for all of us. I was the local smith, and I am happy to work as one for the Alliance." He bowed his head deeply in front of the Count. Gloucester motioned for him to rise with a wave of his hand. "We have plenty of smiths within the Alliance, and I am currently not looking for more. What interests me is how your daughter comes to bear a crest." All eyes were on the child. Edelgard remembered Sylvain's features. Eyes of a brownish-brown hue, and hair as red as a flame. The girl's hair was mostly blonde like her mother's, but whereas her mother's eyes were blue, the girl's were brown, and the outlines of her hair betrayed the fiery red that Sylvain was known for. It was honestly quite attractive, which probably contributed to how so many girls fell for his charms. The Count double-checked the machine by standing in front. His own crest of Gloucester manifested alongside the crest of Gautier. Next, he took a tiny strand of the girl's hair and examined it closer. "No, this is not dyed in any kind of form, and the machine is brand new. This leaves only one thing to do." Edelgard realized where this was going and stepped closer to the girl. She gently directed the girl, "Don't worry about anything but your mama and papa. Tell them that you love them." Following this exchange, the Count held a blade against her parents' throats. Ferdinand and the rest of the Black Eagles readied themselves to fight against the Count. Many of them had their weapons drawn and spells prepared. Even Byleth seemed uncomfortable with what was going on. Geralt, however, gestured for all of them to stand back. "All of you, stay out of this," he shouted while placing himself in between the two clashing forces. "Focus." Edelgard touched the girl as she started to think about her own memories. Many of them were a blur, but she still remembered the fond feeling of when her father was there for her. "Tell them what you feel." "Mommy, Daddy, I love you." The girl uttered those words with tears streaming down her face. And then they saw it. The girl was crying in shock, and as she did, a magical red glow appeared, along with the crest of Gautier. With the family on the verge of panic, the Count demanded to know in an implacable tone. "How come you possess this crest?" The husband's composure was completely broken. He rushed to speak first. "We lived in Gautier territory for centuries, my lord. An ancestor of ours was close with." The Count's blade moved closer to his wife's throat when she screamed. It was Miquelon. The Count swiftly put his weapon down. After that, he praised the family. "You have shown strength of character. You must have suffered terrible losses at the hands of those vile bandits." Miquelon. The Adrestians were mostly clueless about what she was talking about, but the crowd repeated the name in fear. Their knees started to shake. They then started offering up prayers to the goddess. All the Adrestians could hear was how the crowd pleaded for salvation. Count Gloucester's face showed grave concern as he started to elaborate. "He is the most feared bandit within Faerghus at the moment. The first son of Margrave Gautier, who somehow united all the scattered bandits of the kingdom under his flag. Wherever he goes, he plunders his way through the regions. I am surprised the kingdom lets a vile man like that do as he pleases. Just another reason why the Alliance is superior. I would have cut down such a maniac already." Despite Petra and Edelgard's best efforts to comfort her, the girl continued to cry. This poor child is the daughter of a disgraced nobleman who had been cast out of his family because he did not have a crest. Although she is technically Slyvan's nephew and a Gautier, her biological father is Miquelon, and since Miquelon is disowned, so too is she disowned by her biological father's family. So, you had to go find refuge somewhere else, Edelgard explained plainly so that her classmates would grasp her meaning. I imagine that Miklón's bandits have been running amok. And at the root of that problem is his family's obsession with crests. House Gautier and House Goneril have been too obsessed with crests. On that, I agree with you. If Lorenz had been born without a crest, I would have still loved him with all my heart, as I do his mother. A person is worth more than their ability to wield a crest. Yet as a lord, it's true that hero relics are priceless artifacts in the right hand. Our own staff, Thyrsus, is powerful enough to turn around lost battles. And the same goes for the rest of them. I believe that Margrave was right to reward his second with more privileges, but only under the condition that he's earned it. But given how much this young man only seems to invite gossip and more problems, I think it's evident where his mistakes lie. Lorenz's father spoke with compassion for all those who had gathered. I cannot promise all of you passage into our realm, but those who seek asylum shall be granted that at the gates of the monastery. Thank you, my lord. Our homes were ruined and plundered. We can't go back. The man fell on his knees, and for him, the count looked like a god. Another one from the crowd spoke up. From what I heard, there is a place at the monastery that is filled with criminals. Sire, we don't want to go there. Please take us in. Gloucester made his stance clear. We are not a charity. This is the Alliance, and our own resources are limited. The right to enter our lands must be earned. You are referring to the Abyss? It's not a great place, but it's not without its protectors. Edelgard admitted as she recalled her recent time with Yuri and his rat-tag band of colorful individuals. Alternatively, Hevering and Burgleys lands lie south of here. Both lords are probably more than welcome to receive new workforces. We all know how hard it is to gain citizenship within the Empire. The crowd was doubtful, especially after one member openly mocked Edelgard's proposal. Many of them seemed to agree with the one person who openly spoke against her. The lords of the Empire are cruel and self-serving. The statements made by the man appeared to have upset not only Ferdinand and Caspar but also Linhard. For once, the sleepy noble was ready to start arguing. The only reason we left our homes is because our regent is too incompetent to deal with Miklón. We don't want to live in a realm anymore where incompetent kings or emperors get to decide our fate. After hearing the individual, the count's grin spread across his entire face. He clapped his hands together. Until he started speaking, nobody in the crowd dared breathe easily. When they saw how easily he seemed to threaten a family that couldn't defend itself, they didn't know what to think of him. The Alliance doesn't answer to a king or emperor. You may pass into your new home. Without a whimper, he let the man, who disrespected the count's guests, inside. Astute observers would have realized he was trying to embarrass the Adrestians on purpose. It caused Alois of all people to speak up. Are you doing this out of spite? No, but I can't ignore those that embody the Alliance core principles. That man showed spine speaking against the Adrestian princess. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness? He turned to face Edelgard. And she agreed with a nod. He showed bravery. Originally, the Alliance was founded out of a desire to be free from the old hierarchy, although if I am honest, given that your only desire is to surpass Duke Regan, I'd say the Alliance's dream leaves still a lot to be desired. Her words were cold as ice. The entire class, minus Caspar, caught her display of power when she openly ridiculed him. Mighty words from a crown princess. The count waved towards the family to which Sylvain's niece belonged. Now would you kindly come along with us? He turned to face the girl. Do you have a name, little one? The girl was still afraid and angry at him. She shook her head. Her name is Sophia, her mother answered. We are only commoners, so we lack a surname, sir. Sophia. That's a gorgeous name. From now on, you live under my protection. We will later discuss all the details. Have fun in your new place of residence. For the time being, the count took the girl's hand and allowed her to ride on his horse. Is that better? The first time on a horse was a magical moment for me and for my son. They embarked on their journey towards the Great Bridge together. 10 minutes later. When they got to the bridge, they saw a bustling metropolis full of people. People from all over the world came to do business, and there were countless opportunities to do so. This is the only place that rivals the aquatic capital. Everything your heart desires should be on offer here. The Count's chest hung open with pride, especially once he saw Edelgard and Ferdinand's jaws drop. The children of two nobles who were much higher in rank than he was were left unable to speak as their eyes got lost in all the activities around them. New weapons. The purest steel, or perhaps a long-lost silver weapon if you are well prepared with coins. A large woman shouted across the streets. Together with her partner, a strong woman of equal size, they seemed to be running one of the countless blacksmiths. Caspar, Ferdinand, and Geralt, along with her professor, had shown interest in there among the many other blacksmith shops. There were anywhere from 5 to 6 of them standing right next to one another. From what little time Edelgard could spend outside the palace, she understood that Inver had perhaps 1 or 2 good smiths. But here, they were almost countless. Some of them even had Dadas, Srangs, and Brigid's sigils before their shops. "Professor, may we look around?" Dorothea requested what everyone wanted to do as everyone displayed great eagerness to just rush off. "Yes, Professor, this place is truly an eye-opener." Ferdinand supported her. However, her professor waited a moment as he pierced deep into his house leader's eyes. Without speaking a word, he was again asking for her approval, to which Edelgard gave Byleth a nod that caused him to usher in the order. "We meet again at the center plaza in an hour." "This is a great decision, Professor." Petra performed a grateful bow. "Arg, so many people." The only one of them having a hard time was Bernadetta. She was on the verge of breaking down, and even Alois and Geralt's presence was not enough for her to calm the frightened mouse down. "How about we find a nice spot?" Alois quickly picked her up, and the two rode off to a much less populated area. Byleth and Edelgard let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes clashed before they drifted to different places. The way Byleth was fixed on the weapons shop indicated that he wanted to go there first, while Edelgard was far less sure until she felt a hand grab her. "You are coming with us, Petra." Edelgard felt startled to feel the princess arm drag her around. "We are going to go shopping together." "Petra insisted that you join us, Edie." Dorothea let out a slightly annoyed sigh. She wouldn't go otherwise. "Thank you too for having me." Edelgard bowed her head slightly before her friends. "You are being welcome," and with that, Petra held both their hands as they stormed off to the local hunter's shop. Eventually they reached one called the Legendary Hunt. Its sigil displayed a breathtaking creature. Edelgard is believed to have been seen it in a fairytale. 3 minutes later. The shop had everything. Furs from the latest animals, fresh meat, and a large collection of hunting equipment. When Petra stepped inside, she carefully inspected the entire shop. In the meantime, Dorothea and Edelgard seemed lost and clueless. "This bowstring is not well done," Petra commented after some observation. "It needs improvement." An old hunter appeared at the counter. "You got a fine eye, young miss." This bow brought down a large wild beast, but not before it was severely damaged. "I have tried to fix it ever since, but to no avail. Nowadays, it serves as my good luck charm and a reminder of the many wonderful adventures I had in my youth. Trust me, you don't want to get old like me." He carried a sad smile. "Well, I'd like to grow old, but only with the right partner by my side," Dorothea answered firmly. "It is my only desire. I am sure someone with your beauty can make this dream a reality." The old man reassured her. "I just miss my old friends. I did not leave on good terms with all of them and now they are gone, because of the ruthless life of adventure that we used to live. This bow is a reminder as to how close I came to death and I decided to cherish life." "Those adventurers probably thought the same thing," Edelgard interjected. "Going on an adventure was probably their way to live as will be mine to make this world a better place." The man's eyes shot wide when he took a closer look at them. His old eyes began to see their uniforms. "You are students from the Officers' Academy if I am not mistaken? Judging by your red color, does that mean you are?" "Yes, we belong to the Black Eagles," Edelgard confirmed. "Well, let's see if I can give you a secret discount." The man looked around for anything he could offer them until his gaze fixated on the hunting knives Petra carried with her. "These are fine knives, Miss. May I take a look? Petra handed them over without any protest. In one swift motion, she unequipped them. You must be from Brigid. The way you move and that motion just now. It was just like hers. The man let out a deep sigh as he washed away a tear. I wish that damn war never happened. For a long while the people here and in Faerghus were on the edge of starting a damn witch trail. Not everyone from Brigid actually fought in the war, but that didn't stop people from putting a bounty on her head. Petra saw the man's sadness, to which she responded. Beofadagus wrath. Petra. Dorothea and Edelgard were curious about what she had said to the man, whose eyes were now shining with happiness upon hearing them. It's a Brigid saying. Whenever a pair of hunters go on a hunt together, they wish each other good luck with that. In Fodlanes it means, Petra was searching for the right words. Live long and prosper. The man responded with tears streaming down his face. It is a beautiful tradition. Those who call you barbarians simply failed to understand you. With that the old man gestured for them to follow him while he pushed a switch, and a new wall started to appear. Here you deserve them. He handed Petra a magnificent pair of knives. Even Edelgard and Dorothea, who were clueless about this topic, could recognize how valuable they were. Petra's jaw dropped. My apologies, I can't take these. She vehemently shook her head. It would mean a lot to this old man to see these fine weapons in the hands of someone who values them as much as I do. The creature from which bones the blade are made from is only found in Brigid. Although some say it also found a home in southern Adrestia. My mentor and I never managed to kill one of them, but we did wound it in from its arm. She managed to forge this. Sebhak Priamite. That was your adversary. Petra removed a large feather from her uniform and showed it to the shopkeeper. It is the duty of the royal family to hunt this creature, yet none managed to actually kill it. The trial to become king or queen is about surviving it. Whoever can do that is fit to be ruling. My mentor was eager to surpass the royal family and kill one of those. Yet when we are about to go on our last hunt, the man stopped, as he had clearly reopened a deep old wound. You don't have to share your tales with us when they bring you pain. Dorothea comforted him, while Edelgard was still processing all the information. When she inspected the torn clothes that were also on the hidden display, she knew how the story ended. The mercenaries or assassins you mentioned attacked and killed her, Edelgard guessed. She had spoken her theory out aloud and a part of her instantly regretted that as it fully reopened the shopkeeper's wounds. The only response from the man was a solemn nod. You don't need to say anything more. I am sure your mentor cared about you a lot. Dorothea comforted the shopkeeper and former hunter. While this was happening, Edelgard felt grateful to witness her friend's compassionate side again. She had missed seeing this part of her. It took him a few minutes, but his tears stopped, and he was able to repeat what he wanted. Please, it would mean a lot to me. He again handed Petra the knives and she accepted. I would like to buy the bow. Next to the quiver and torn clothes was a bow that was clearly broken. A weak "why" escaped the man's lips. So that I can repair it, Petra answered. I will be coming back to this place, and when I do, this bow will be as good as new. The way Petra handed herself was befitting of the future Queen Brigid. I never asked your name. The old hunter seemed desperate to know her name. It's Petra MacNieri. I am the granddaughter of the King of Brigid, and one day I will be queen. Upon hearing that name, the man's eyes widened. To more closely examine the princess, he drew nearer. May I see your left arm? Just as she was asked, Petra displayed her left arm, which had a lovely purple mark in the form of a circle. You are royalty. The man was filled with happiness. He was at a loss for words. I look forward to returning here again. Petra finished for him as she picked up the bow and left her left arm exposed. Edelgard and Dorothea cracked a smile when they saw how well their classmate had handled the situation. You truly are something special, Petra. I would crumble under the weight of an entire nation, Dorothea acknowledged. It's difficult, but I think you can handle it, Petra encouraged her classmate. Anyone born in Brigid can become king or queen. As long as they are talented enough and face a massive, scary monster. Dorothea interjected. Petra cracked a smile. Yes, that's the gist of it. But there is more behind it. You need to study the way of the Lokra, Sealgare, and Skolair. Edelgard finished by revealing what she read about Brigid, while she was forced to stay at the Imperial Palace. The what, and what, and what? Dorothea was utterly perplexed. The way of the warrior, hunter, and scholar. You see, Brigid's people pride themselves on being self-reliant and in complete harmony with nature. This standard is especially for their monarch. The way the old hunter explained this revealed how much he valued Brigid and her costumes. His voice was full of admiration, which made Edelgard and Dorothea want to join him and Petra in their happiness. The Adrestians, Petra got to know, cared about her, but this conversation was different. Edelgard felt this feeling that she radiated. It reminded her of when she had this pleasant dream during the snowstorm. This felt like truly returning home. 10 minutes later, outside the hunter's shop, Petra exited the room with many priceless weapons. But for the majority of the Fodlanes this was not worth a look, as the countless people on the streets simply walked past them. No one seemed to notice or even care about them. A part of Edelgard made her feel happy about this, as despite being students, there was nothing special about them. On the other hand, she wished the people there could share a little bit of their happiness, as they had just excited a shop and had a truly great time. Eventually, her eyes were scanning the whole area for any signs of the rest of her peers. But due to the countless hordes of people, she found nothing. Petra, did you see anyone? No, not yet. She responded while she began to move to a better location where she would have a better view. Yet before she arrived, Petra was grabbed by Dorothea. Hold your horses, girls. I am not done shopping, and we still got a lot of minutes. Enough to at least scratch the edge of my curiosity. And with that Dorothea began to drag her two peers into a wide array of shops. 20 minutes earlier, at the blacksmith quarter. It's a shame Eloise has to watch over that Varley girl of yours, but hey, this gives us more time together alone. Gerald began to inspect the weapons that were on offer. Yet unfortunately, the quality of all those weapons is quite lacking. Gerald picked up one of the swords and waved it around, clearly dissatisfied on every conceivable level. Lacking, you say? The blacksmith's lady heard him. She was 6 feet tall, the same height as Gerald, and she had clearly taken offense at the former merc's words. Who do you think you are? I am telling the truth. Your silver sword is absurdly overpriced. Especially for a cheap replica. Once more, Byleth's father showed no fear. That was just the person he was. This sword is some of the finest craftsmanship your coins can buy you. Shall I knock some sense into you? The tall lady tried to impose on Gerald, but he remained steadfast. Wow, your father sure knows how to get into a fight. Are the swords really that bad? Byleth listened to Suthies, who was having a fantastic day ever since he made the decision to race ahead of everyone else. Yes, they are that bad, Byleth whispered as his fingers indicated several weak spots. Then you should back up your father. Why must I tell you everything? Suthies punched through Byleth again. Thus, he did as he was ordered and came to his father's aid. Why don't you settle this with a bet? I bet my father can break your weapon with a single strike against my sword. Only a single strike, who do you think you guys are? And this brat is your son. The lady examined Byleth closely. Well, go ahead, how much are we betting? 1,000 gold. Gerald showed her his large coin purchase. Impressive, so you are not some lowlife after all. Gerald smiled as he prepared himself to end her career. Kids, do you want to see something cool? He directly addressed the students, who came with them. This effortlessly won Ferdinand, Casper, and Linhard's full attention, as their jaws dropped when Gerald swung the blade and it clashed with Byleth's steel sword. Fire began to sparkle, and the blacksmith's sword shattered into 2 pieces that smashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Byleth's weapon had nothing but a tiny dent. They don't call me the Blade Breaker for nothing. I'd like my 1,000 coins now. He stretched his fingers out. The lady couldn't fathom what just happened. How, you must have cheated. Even the best blades have weak spots where they are easier to break. A seasoned combatant will easily identify and exploit these weaknesses. Byleth explained. Gerald picked up another sword and directly showed her the mistakes. You work with good materials, but you miss the mark right at the end. When you steady the swords, you're focusing too much on this one spot. His hands went over it. This one flaw is very easy to spot for a seasoned swordsman, and with one precise strike. The woman was still in disbelief. She picked up one of her weapons. I will show you quality, she said, pressing her sword against Geralt. But he seemed unimpressed as his son quickly shattered her sword in the exact same way he had described it to her. The blacksmith's expressions emptied, and her body language showed how defeated she felt. How? She screamed. Tell you what, we give you this hint to improve your weapons, and the first 6 weapons are for free, Geralt grinned. The woman was enticed by the offer. Agreed, under one condition. I will not forge any silver weapons for you. That's fair. Geralt extended his hand to her, and she shook it firmly. He picked up the broken swords, and Geralt gave her advice on how to fix them. In the meantime, Byleth broke 4 additional swords and handed them to her while they fixed them together. Wow, this is so cool. Caspar and Ferdinand were astonished by everything that had transpired. Indeed, are you sure you are not nobles? I overheard Edelgard and Hubert mention that you possess crests. Ferdinand was curious. Supposedly, you bear the crest of Ceros. Are you, by any chance, a very distant relative of the imperial family? Geralt vehemently shook his head. No. This caused Ferdinand to accuse Edelgard. He averted his eyes in anger. I should have figured this is just another lie. But you share the same crest. Byleth protested. This didn't seem to bother Geralt. Since when are you so knowledgeable about the subject? He brushed off his son. Seeing their dispute, Ferdinand proposed a solution. We could go back to the device and figure it out. We've got a schedule, and I don't want to waste our time with this nonsense. Geralt responded harshly. Nonsense? This is important. You could have ties to the nobility. These answers are part of our identity. Ferdinand was clearly offended by his words. We all end the same way. Sword through the stomach, arrow in the chest, or dying side by side with your lover. One's family doesn't determine who you are. Geralt yawned as he picked up a hammer and began to gently mend the broken spots. Caspar and Linhard paid close attention to his words. They all wanted to say more, but the blacksmith lady was getting tired of how they took Geralt's attention away from the reforging process. Hey, watch it, kids. You can always talk more about this stuff later. Yeah, I guess. Sorry to bother you. Caspar's head and shoulders hung low. It's all right. You kids are the future, after all. Geralt gave them a smile before he turned his full attention to teaching the smith. Byleth and Suthies had observed the sadness in his student's voice. I am finished here. Can my students and I look around somewhere else? He asked. Suthies shot a proud glare Byleth's way. Yet shortly after, his invisible partner mocked him by saying, Finally you are acting. When he began to act. You kids are free to go. I will finish up here. Geralt then motioned for them to leave after saying that. Where should we go next? As Caspar watched Linhard, he posed this question to him. Well, I, for one, would like to get some more materials for my research. Linhard's gaze became fixated at the center of the town as he desperately wanted to check out the market there. But Caspar and Ferdinand stopped him from walking off. Linhard, has your research helped anyone so far? Ferdinand stood next to them when he posed that question. The noble shook his head. I am doing that for myself and my own drive for knowledge. Linhard, how unbecoming of a noble from you. Ferdinand was about to force him to do some training. But instead he quickly reminded himself of where they were. After a few moments of silence during which the group strolled aimlessly through the city, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Let me take a quick look at your clothes. Ferdinand halted their progress as they stood close to a large building that had a large wooden sigil on it. The sigil displayed a well-dressed man dancing alongside an even more gorgeous woman. Glan's End Gwander was the name of the shop. And by the looks of it, everything there was hand-tailored, which quickly caught Ferdinand's attention. Professor, I never properly thanked you for leading us to victory. How about we search for something? Your mantle appears to have gone through quite a lot, and Caspar, your mantle is filled with gaps. This is a fine opportunity for us. Caspar turned to look at Byleth, while Linhard let out a long yawn. Byleth, meanwhile, was counting the remaining time in his head. "We have already lost 25 minutes, he stated. "Which means we still have 35 more, Ferdinand retorted back in response. His professor saw that there was no arguing with him, so he gave in with "Lead the way." "Great, you'll not regret this, Professor." Ferdinand von Byleth blocked his mouth. "Unnecessary attention slows us down." Ferdinand nodded, his expression was one of slight disappointment. When they got closer, they heard a voice. "Petra, you look great." "How do I look?" Ferdinand was the first to open the door and he stood there utterly speechless. 10 minutes earlier, at the marketplace. "Dorothea, please stop." Edelgard vehemently protested against being dragged around. "Yes, this is what I wanted to shop with you." Dorothea hummed a happy melody when they arrived at a large street filled with different dresses and other clothing. "There is going to be a fancy ball this year. So why don't we look around?" The monastery town had barely anything good to offer. She sighed. Edelgard wanted to protest, but even she was enticed by the prospect. "I just hope we don't have to change clothes. We don't exactly have the time for that." "Oh, Edie. Thanks to dear Petra we have plenty of time," Dorothea concluded as she took hold of Petra's arm and dragged her inside one of the large shops. Petra meanwhile seemed worried about her things. "Please use caution. I don't want to lose these." Petra was holding the broken bow and the knives firmly. "I can hold on to them for you." Edelgard gently took them. "You two can take your time. I will just." Edelgard was about to leave for a later return. "Oh no, Edie, after what you caused, you deserve a little bit of punishment. So you are staying with us?" Dorothea demanded as she grabbed her hand as well. "The least you can do for us to restore our friendship would be to model for me a little. I don't have enough time to try all those dresses out myself." Edelgard glanced at them. "Under one condition, I get to choose the ones I want to try on," she protested. "That depends on our progress," Dorothea answered while she grabbed a beautiful black dress. It was rather simple. Petra was still far more concerned about her things. Now that Edelgard wouldn't be able to watch over them, she refused to let them leave her sight. She took her bow and daggers with her even when she changed into a beautiful brown dress. It was far more traditional than what had caught Dorothea and Edelgard's attention. "You've got excellent taste, miss. This dress is made from our finest materials. They are perfect for any ball and sturdy enough to survive even the tallest mountains." "Petra." They heard Dorothea from behind the change room. "Please try it on." "I will." Petra carefully followed her example and took another small room. "So what can I do for you?" the tailor asked as he turned to Edelgard. He wore beautiful, fine clothing. "Students from the Officers' Academy are always welcome. That is especially true for the Imperial Princess." As he casually revealed her identity, he wore a large smile. "Please allow me to show you the best that we have to offer, Your Highness." Edelgard was not surprised at how easily the man had recognized them, since they had made little attempts to conceal who they were. Yet she had something she needed to ask the tailor. "You have many noble customers, I presume?" There was a nod from the man. "That is correct. I am very sought after. Now what can I do for you?" Without a warning, he stepped closer to her. His eyes were on her figure. "I may have the perfect dress for you." They went upstairs to an even more luxurious part of the workshop. There he revealed a large curtain, and a lovely red and silver dress appeared. "You are a bit early for the ball, but I believe this dress will bring out your inner beauty." When Edelgard first saw the dress, her breath caught in her throat, and her heart stopped beating. It was one of the most breathtaking sights she'd ever witnessed. A silver flower was embodied on the red. Yet there was one core flaw that stopped her from trying it on. The dress exposed her arms. "I cannot try this on." Edelgard was about to leave the room. Yet the owner stopped her. "What kind of changes do I need to make to the dress? Or should we go see another one? Do you have something to cover the exposed arms?" "Oh, that can be arranged." He quickly went over to his wardrobe and checked. What color would work best here? Black, red, or silver? He paused for a moment to dwell on it. Ah, yes, red is the answer. He handed Edelgard a long pair of arm clothing, in addition to the dress. There is a room you can change into right here. Edelgard carefully inspected the room. She had zero reason to trust the shopkeeper and tailor, which she made known with the way she looked at him. I have a reputation to lose, Your Highness. You have nothing to fear. The man began to sweat. Please, Your Highness. Edelgard was able to observe that he was obviously anxious. What are you hiding? The man's knees began to shake. If someone of your standing were to speak against me, it could ruin me. I am known for being the best, but when I am no longer that, I am worthless. Edelgard was quick to offer him solace. You are still a master of your craft. And if you wish, after the school year has ended, Inber will welcome you with open arms. The sweat from the man's forehead disappeared. I am grateful, Your Highness. Since everyone longed to see her in that dress, and she even counted herself among those, she hastily changed into the dress. It took her only 2 minutes when she heard voices from downstairs. The shopkeeper went to look at what happened. What are you doing here, Ferdy? Dorothea yelled so loud that the glass could have been shattered. Even when she saw the rest of the group, she was still furious. This is our private girl's getaway. Out with you, all of you. She moved in to shove them out the store. Ferdinand allowed this as he stood there motionless. So Byleth took over. He gently took hold of Dorothea's arms and stopped her. He wanted to buy a present. This diffused Dorothea's anger somewhat. Wait, so you haven't been stalking us? I would never, Ferdinand responded in a monotone tone. He was still beside himself. Caspar, meanwhile, was just waiting for his chance to storm into the shop and look at it while Linhard marveled at the fabric of her clothing. Ah, yes, the black color really does suit you. He commented. And it's so soft, he touched it and was taken aback. This is even finer clothing than what my mother wears. Dorothea felt touched by his comments. Thanks, Lin. It's nice to see that at least one of you has an eye for quality. Ferdinand's face suddenly became red when she spoke. Why are you still staring at me like that, Ferdy? Her green eyes pierced into him. He was still blushing as he answered. You are too beautiful to avert my eyes, his tone was honest. Dorothea was now also blushing a little. Yet it didn't take long for it to fade. I wish you were someone who actually cared about me more than my looks. Dorothea, you are, Ferdinand wanted to say something, but she interrupted him. I will gather the others. I'd rather spend these precious minutes somewhere else. Just do us the courtesy of waiting outside until we are done. While she was speaking, Caspar and Linhard were admiring Petra's new dress. Even someone unfamiliar with fashion like Byleth could see that it was clearly drawing inspiration from many different cultures. Wow, this looks quite stunning, Petra. This is not like a normal dress. I wonder if you can train with it. It looks flexible enough. Caspar complimented her. Petra smiled as she turned around and performed a few dance-like moves. You've got fine eyes, Caspar. I could indeed use this for training, and thank you for noticing its beauty. What are you all doing here? They heard a familiar voice somewhere in the shop. Oh, Suthi's green spirit manifested next to him. After going from crowd to crowd, she willingly disappeared for a few minutes. Since it was impossible for Byleth to listen to her, it took the fun out of things. Suddenly, they saw the voice approaching from upstairs. At first, all they could see were a pair of dark blue shoes and a stunning red dress with a silver flower encircling it. Her arms were completely covered in red fabric. The entire class was speechless except for Byleth. He offered her his hand. Are you satisfied with the time off? He asked in his usual tone. Edelgard tightened her lips as she asked. How do I look? The entire room was still silent. After a minute of no one speaking, she turned around, ready to leave. This was silly of me. Yet to everyone's surprise, it was Dorothea who stopped her. Your appearance is fantastic. Just look at their faces. Her classmate was suppressing a grin. Sometimes, I wish I had your hair. It's so magical, especially with those eyes. Well, everyone can tell you look like royalty. Isn't that right, Ferdy? Dorothea went over to him and teased them. "What is the verdict of a big-shot noble?" "You look terrific," Ferdinand confessed. His answer was simple, but he didn't seem pleased with himself for giving it. He muttered something. But Byleth couldn't hear what it was, and by her expressions neither could Edelgard nor Dorothea. "Petra says she can fight in hers, how about yours, Edelgard?" Caspar gave Petra a pleading look to perform some acrobatic moves, and she did. After she was done, he hung back and admitted, "These colors look great." In the meantime, Linhard was absorbed in her dress. "I am not entirely sure. There is something off here, but I can't put my finger on it. May I take a closer look?" Linhard moved forward to further inspect the clothing. "This must be really comfortable to wear. I wonder if they have any pajamas." "Linhard." Edelgard gave him a worried look. "You sleep too much." "Oh, on the contrary, one can never have enough rest, especially in this class," Linhard finished with a tired expression. After a minute, he stopped his investigation and began searching for a quiet corner to rest in. "Please do not sleep there, dear customer." The shop owner appeared from upstairs. "Are these to your satisfaction? I can still make changes if you desire." The man's hands indicated a large room behind the counter. "My workshop is both upstairs and right behind the counter. Since our professor is here, I am sure we will have to depart soon. Sorry to bother you." Dorothea was about to rush inside the small room to change back into her regular clothes. But the tailor revealed his astonishment. "Oh, so this is your professor? It's a pleasure to meet you." Something about the way he spoke reminded Byleth and Edelgard of the venomous way her uncle used to express himself. "I am surprised a common mercenary like you would care about being properly dressed." This is the first time Edelgard has seen her professor react upset. "What is wrong with my clothes?" Byleth asked. His blue eyes seemed sharp where they would otherwise be lifeless. "They are old, dirty, and smell awful. The fabric is everything but practical. It's a waste of a..." He paused to reflect. "I don't even know what this is supposed to be." "It's a mantle," Edelgard replied. Her eyes had also changed. They were equally precise as Byleth and just as offended. "Do you see her anger?" Sothis was smiling once she saw the silent fury. "It would seem your student likes you, or more likely, your clothes." Her expression was one of innocent delight. The man ignored Edelgard's response. "At any rate, we got far better stuff on offer. I am sure any keen eye will agree," the man arrogantly stated. "It would seem not every tailor is blessed with a keen eye," Edelgard refuted. The shopkeeper's reaction to her revolution was one of astonishment. "How could you defend this piece of cloth, your highness?" Seeing Edelgard's distaste for his actions, he broke down into childish sobs. "It's simple, effective, and important to me," Byleth responded in her stead. "My father is a talented craftsman." Byleth didn't know why he felt the sudden urge to put his dagger to the man's throat, but the way the man had insulted Geralt awoke that desire. "Who would have guessed? You are a human. I was starting to worry that I was wrong about my assumption and you are a ghost," Sothis commented. She had watched the entire scene with bated breath. "It is exactly as he stated. I like his clothes, and I wouldn't want anyone to insult them." Edelgard's voice carried the dignity and authority one would expect from a future monarch. The tailor mumbled something to himself before he accepted defeat. "Fine, apologies for my earlier rudeness." He was about to say something harsh before he caught himself. "I could make a few enhancements to the attire if the customer is willing." Byleth completely disregarded him as he turned to Ferdinand. "My student wanted to buy something else." "That's right, Professor." Ferdinand hastily took charge. He had seemingly missed a fair bit of the exchange as his focus was still on Dorothea and on what she had said. "Do you have something with an eagle?" "Ideally, one that resembles our class." "I do," the man responded. "What kind of clothing are you searching for?" "Professor, is it true that Faerghus winter is unbearable?" He repositioned himself so that he was facing Byleth. The young nobleman's countenance became gloomy as he contemplated the freezing climate of the location in question. Byleth showed his indifference with a shrug of the shoulders. "It's colder than in Adrestia and Leicester." That's all. Ferdinand seemed unsure what to make of this statement. What about the seemingly never-ending snowstorms? And the countless tales of people freezing to death? Byleth explained it like this. You will always have to wear warm clothing in the winter, Ferdinand. The experience rendered the student unable to continue. It took him a few moments before he was able to gather his composure. With a heavy breath, he continued. Allow me to buy you something that will keep you warm. Do you have something on offer? The shopkeeper looked around. Not currently on offer, but this is extremely well made. It's one of my best, particularly in light of the fact that your professor doesn't appear to be taking reasonable precautions to protect himself from anything. He revealed to them a voluminous scarlet shawl that was embroidered with a black eagle. The owner smiled upon seeing their astonished faces. The expression on Byleth's face remained unintelligible to him, but the reactions of everyone else gave him the sense of accomplishment he sought. It looks great, Ferdinand was about to grab for his coin purchase. But then he realized that it was missing. He frantically looked around in complete and utter shame. You are not used to thieves. They are naturals in buzzing hubs of activity like this one, the tailor couldn't suppress a loud laugh. But of course they are, Ferdinand mumbled, he sounded bitter and defeated. Until he felt Byleth's hand rest on his shoulder. For that reason, Geralt, and I made sure that you would only take a portion of your money with you. The professor stated this calmly. We went over your belongings and separated them before the departure. Each of you only has a portion of your total coins. So you only lost a portion, Ferdinand. Everyone was both amazed and upset. You touched our belongings, Professor. Dorothea pressed him against the wall like a holy inquisitor. That's unbecoming of a teacher. We are not primarily here to shop. Byleth slowly freed himself from her strong grip. Petra and Edelgard had an understanding of Byleth's actions, and they agreed with him. He is correct. We must watch our finances. Professor, I will quickly change out of these, but before that, allow me to hand you this. It should be enough. Edelgard offered the man all the coins she had. But the tailor counted them with one look and shook his head. I am afraid it's not. This scarf cost 1,500 coins. Your 1,000 coins are not enough. Dorothea stared at the man in disbelief. Who do you think you are? Your prices are horrifying. These wares are only for the finest. Please feel free to harass someone else if you have no intention of making a purchase. He countered in a rude manner. Edelgard quickly protected her classmate. If I were in your place, I'd watch how I speak to my customers. He was also subjected to Ferdinand's verbal assault. What gives you the right to act in such a way? I apologize for my carelessness. The tailor performed a long, humble bow. I would simply appreciate it if you could buy it now. He managed a feeble smile for both of them, and while he apologized, his eyes were focused much more intently on the two nobles than they were on the person he was supposed to apologize to. Dorothea still felt disgusted. We will take our leave. Right, you are Dorothea. Edelgard, Dorothea, and Petra went to their rooms to get changed, while Ferdinand approached Byleth. When could someone have stolen my coin purchase? The red-haired student was obsessed with this thought. Well, if you are not here to buy anything, then I would kindly ask you to leave. The tailor waved for them to go. The normally warm and welcoming tone of Ferdinand's, "We are waiting for our peers," had shifted. He now seemed furious at the man who had openly treated them with disdain and hostility once he realized that failed to have enough money for him to care. Ferdinand went closer to Byleth and whispered. I have an uncomfortable feeling about this store. Byleth gave a nod. The two of them took a little stroll around the shop, while they were waiting. Suthies, can you check this place out? The former mercenary was asking his friend who could step through walls for help. I doubt this man hides anything dubious. He's probably just, after hearing a noise, Suthies froze. Byleth had heard a voice from downstairs, and she had too. Wait here, I will take a look. Suthies disappeared into the ground. There was a long pause until. Byleth, Suthies screamed. Edelgard heard a very faint scream. Someone was shouting her teacher's name. She was nearly done and about to step out when suddenly a pair of hands started to grab her. She quickly reached for her dagger, only to realize that it was gone. A scream echoed from her lips. "Professor Ferdinand!" But there was nothing. The young princess fought against the pair of hands. She soon realized that they belonged to a colossus of a man who towered 5 heads above her. His face and clothing were those of a bandit. Without any weapons, it was a losing battle until she decided to use her crest to tip the scales in her favor. Each punch she landed was accompanied by her Ciro's crest as the thoughts of how much her family suffered filled them with energy. Eventually, the man crashed to the ground and through the wooden wall. To Edelgard's shock, they were no longer upstairs but in some kind of hidden cellar. "Welcome, Princess. House Feleghan sends its regards." From behind, she felt someone stab her. The dagger cut its way into her flesh and scratched at her bones. Pulling it out would have caused the princess to bleed out within minutes without any kind of potion or magical help. She continued to scream as her vision became more blurry. When Edelgard inspected the dagger, she saw that it was hers. "How dare you make our lord into your puppet?" The person who stabbed her has now followed up with a powerful kick. With her remaining strength, she blocked the kick, only to fall to the ground, vomiting blood. "The poison I used is lethal. But don't worry, I won't make your end this quick. Once you pass out, I will give you the antidote." The man laughed in her face. Like his comrade, he wore a mysterious black mask. After a final cry of agony, Edelgard summoned all her strength to reach the antidote and save her life. Each step she took was comparable to the torture she endured while watching her siblings get experimented on. It was pure pain. She slowly but surely approached the man. He was armed with large silver gauntlets and ready to knock her out himself. But she refused to give him the gratification he wanted by showing him what he wanted: fear. They exchanged blow after blow. When she was on the verge of losing, she used her trump card and allowed the dark power of her crest of flames to tip the tides in her favor. With a strike that contained her last ounces of strength, she punched the man into the ground and broke his precious gauntlets. "How?" the man screamed. Edelgard's entire vision was beginning to fade away. Her hands frantically searched for the cure. Seconds became minutes, and heart began slowly to stop as she couldn't suppress the blood that left her body. The dagger was still deep inside her, and its poison had begun to reach vital organs. Her heart was pounding like a machine. "Linhard!" She heard a familiar voice call out to her peer. But she heard a lack of footsteps. Right before her eyes closed, she found the small phylactery filled with the cure. She hastily opened it, only for her vision to go dark before her lips could taste it. 5 minutes earlier. Byleth felt nervous because Suthies had not yet returned. Instead, she had just shouted his name once and was gone. Something was not right with this shop, he felt it in his bones. The tailor, however, maintained a chilly demeanor. "Dorothea, Petra." Byleth made his way over there to see how they were doing. "Edelgard." "Professor, they are getting changed." Ferdinand placed his hand on his shoulder. "We shouldn't." As Byleth approached the room in which Dorothea was getting changed, the tailor came in and asked, "What are you doing?" Before Byleth even realized what was happening, the other man stabbed him in the chest with a large dagger. Before the blood could splash on the floor, time stopped. Byleth cried out for his friend, Suthies. But she was still nowhere to be found. There was a long, empty void where his companion used to be. Under these circumstances, it was up to him to rewind time. Byleth told himself, "Focus," as he slowly calmed down his senses and began to test his limits. He saw the room and saw himself and the world move backwards, but without Suthi's guidance, he failed to maintain his focus, and rewinding time beyond a minute caused him unbearable pain. As a result, he reversed the hands of time as far as he could, which was around 60 seconds. Without explanations, Byleth disarmed the tailor and placed his sword at the man's throat. "Where are they?" "Professor." "Stop." While Ferdinand was trying to talk some sense into Byleth, the man was temporarily released by the professor and taken to the room where Dorothea was supposed to be. "What?" The young noble searched every corner in utter disbelief. The room was empty, and Dorothea was gone. There was no trace of her. Caspar and Linhard entered the room. "Petra is gone, too," they exclaimed. Once they were all gathered, the tailor looked at them with utter disdain. You are not the ones our Lord wants. But if you wish to die too, so be it. He pressed a switch, and the entire room began to move. The room silently sank into the lower levels. This must have been what Suthies had seen. Byleth's eyes widened in disgust as he gazed upon a large underground workshop with around 50 workers. They all wore dirty clothing and they were trying their best to produce products. Most of them had darker skin color. They instantly reminded the mercenary of the Brigadiers and the Amirans he's battled against at the fangs and the throat. This place is disgusting. Ferdinand commented. The student nearly vomited in disgust. What could be the enemy's aim? Byleth wondered aloud. Professor. Ferdinand's posture revealed that he desperately wanted to know more. Byleth looked around, and since it was not safe, he promised. Once we reach a secure location, I will explain. You think someone has set us up? Linhard asked. He looked clearly terrified at the countless workers, who all seemed even more afraid than he was. Are those? Caspar quickly made the connection. Amirans. Byleth answered. I never imagined that a noble could do such a thing. Ferdinand took a large piece and grabbed it firmly like a spear. We are in enemy territory now, Byleth explained. There are no reinforcements for us, while the enemies probably have plenty. Professor, Linhard mustered his entire courage. We might have reinforcements. He went over to the slaves, and with his wind magic, he cut their chains to bits. The metal was cut, but their torturers had left their mark. The fighting spirit they once possessed was gone. The people looked undead, like nightmare creatures described in stories to frighten children. Instead of happiness, fear was written all over their faces as they mumbled something in a language only Byleth partly understood. Teslim ol Uras, Lutfen Bizarre Vermayan. They screamed. We surrender, please don't hurt us. Another man stepped forward, he stretched out his hands. Any Isterson Yaperas. We do what you want. Professor. Ferdinand, Caspar, and Linhard were at a loss for words. Byleth, meanwhile, was trying to remember the proper Almiran grammar. Yet before he spoke to them, he gave himself a little more time. Linhard, heal their wounds. Astonished by the sheer number of people, the mage appeared confused. Professor, I am not Mercedes. I can't heal so many at once. Linhard, these people need you. Caspar gently slapped his childhood friend on the shoulder. You can do it. Show them the badass mage that you are. No, I can't. I have never tested it before. He still shook his head. As panic spread, Byleth's plan almost backfired. Instead of gaining precious seconds, he was about to lose them. Yet he wasn't there yet. The sentences he needed were almost finished, but he needed a few more seconds of time. The incantation is called Fortify, and Mercedes nearly lost consciousness after she tried it. Ferdinand whispered. At first he looked regretful, but then his eyes began to shine. Focus all that you have on your family. You must have fond memories of your father, your mother, or even your favorite pet. Remember them and call forth the power of your crest. I am trying, I am really trying. Linhard did as he was asked under enormous pressure. With the weight of the world on his shoulders, he called forward his crest, and then he cast the spell. Fortify, he yelled with all his conviction. The Almiran slaves were about to panic when Linhard's magic made its way to their skin. Their wounds gradually closed, and while that was happening, Byleth addressed them. Siziaz Gur Byrak Mak Isen Buradayas. Sizi Easier Alan Lara Karsai Savasmamiza Yardim Eden. We are here to free you. Help us fight against your captors. There was silence until one of them began picking up their former tools, and they started to march in the direction where his captors probably were. He screamed with all his heart. Osgurluk Yada Olam Dot. Freedom or death. And it motivated the others to follow him. Professor, what are we going to do? Caspar was holding Linhard, who seemed extremely exhausted. We follow them, Byleth responded. Professor, you can go ahead. I need a second to catch my breath. Linhard rested on his friend's shoulders. He was doing his best to stay awake and help. Ferdinand and Byleth smiled at Linhard. The former complimented him. What you did was worthy of a noble. You did great, and with that, Byleth and Ferdinand supported the Elimrians, who seemed outnumbered by their captors. It was 52 against nearly 100. Byleth pressed forward and effectively targeted the strongest. He brutalized them in such a way that not only his foes feared him but also his friends. No, Professor. This is not the way we should be. Suddenly, an arrow hit Ferdinand in the chest. Byleth used his energy to wind back, and once he did, he rushed towards him, and they got into cover. As soon as the criminals saw that they were losing, they started to rain down arrows from an elevated position. Byleth shouted for the Amirans to retreat, but they refused to hear him. It was a bloodbath. The underground halls became filled with more and more corpses. What do we do? Ferdinand, who, along with Edelgard, was the bravest of the students, was about to cry at the violence he was a part of. We find another way, Byleth stated while he threw his dagger at one of the archers and rushed to collect his bow. Ferdinand, meanwhile, stayed behind the cover. After taking out the archer, Byleth saw what would be needed to turn the tides. There was a mechanism that allowed water to flow in. With enough water, the entire base would be flooded. Yet it was impossible for the former mercenary to get the mechanism alone. Since there was no one who would help, Byleth risked everything. If his foolish plan were to be a failure, he could still go back and undo his mistake. So he rushed forward and quickly dispensed with the archers who were protecting it. 1 or 2 arrows did hit him, but they missed vital organs, and Byleth pushed through the pain. You need help. He was addressed by a monotone voice. The person in question had hair that reminded him of Mercedes. It was Instructor Juritsa, and his white mask was red with the blood of his enemies. We are disappointed in you, Professor. Another voice spoke. It belonged to someone who held him in very low esteem. You nearly got your peers killed and fell for an obvious trap. Byleth's eyes were a little blurry, but they still managed to see the dark clothes, dark hair, and sinister eyes of Edelgard's loyal retainer. Ferdinand shouted. Are you in league with them? No, you fool. I am here to rescue you. The Great Bridge just happens to be one of Akiran's main centers of operations. As soon as I learned that and that you fools somehow thought that shopping here was a bright idea, I came to rescue you. But it would seem the only one who did not need any kind of rescue was Petra. Next to him stood Petra. She used the knives the hunter gave her, and she had taken a bow from the thieves and started to rain death upon them. We must hurry. Hubert rushed to Byleth's side. I wouldn't use the mechanism. We need this place to be intact. After all, we are going to take it over. However, Byleth was not convinced, and he was about to activate it. Should you destroy this place now, then Her Highness and the students are in grave danger. Byleth instantly withdrew from it. Where are they? We haven't yet found Dorothea. As for Her Highness, we believe she is with their leader. He spoke with a bitter voice. You can be happy that I saved you. As an ally, you did more harm to her than some of her enemies. And with that, they rushed off into a new hall. This one was somehow even larger than the one before, and the last few Amirians were fighting a lost battle. They were down to the last 10, and their will to fight was almost gone. While the thieves were still filthy, they were armed and ready. Retreat! Byleth yelled, and this time, the Amirans listened to him. They rushed back to the previous hall. We could have used a few shields. You don't need them when you've got Caspar. With a very tired Linhard and a wounded Ferdinand next to him, Caspar appeared, and he was ready for battle. Hubert turned to him and handed him a pair of gauntlets from under his cloak. You are going to need these. Ferdinand shot a hopeful glance at Hubert. Don't look at me like that, you worthless idiot. I see your tongue is awful as ever, Hubert. Byleth felt something approaching. A silver spear landed next to Ferdinand, and a thief was impaled on it. Take it. Juritsa commanded while he drew his sword. I will. The violence he saw his professors engage in clearly disturbed Ferdinand. Still, he did his best and thought beside Caspar, Hubert, Gerida, and Byleth to get to Dorothea and Edelgard. How come we are losing to a bunch of whiny teens and slaves? They heard someone who seemed to be their leader shout in anger. Where is Morrow when you need him? The man who wore fine clothes knocked on a large wooden door. But the door was locked. "Where is the key?" "I think the boss just wants to have fun," another henchman said. He wore a large, sinister grin. "The other one is already prepared for her time. She is in that room." His fingers showed in a room to the left of them. "You buffoon. Don't show the enemy her location." He quickly rushed to the door. Ferdinand and Hubert both rushed after him. Hubert used a variety of spells to attempt to strike him, but he was too quick. Ferdinand uncharacteristically threw his spear at him, yet he did manage to hit him. A small wound at the leg slowed him down. But not enough, as he still managed to close and seal the door behind him. Hubert used his magic to melt the iron door, but it took time. During which hell broke loose as the last 50 foes fought to their last breaths. Byleth became more and more tired and exhausted with each hit and each life he took. "What about Geralt and Eloise?" he asked Hubert after he removed his sword from another foe's stomach. "They were with you." Hubert was surprised. "I thought Jeritza told you that," Ferdinand stated. "He left that part out." Hubert suppressed a scream as the heat of the door became unbearable. "I am almost through." A scream escaped his lips. Ferdinand quickly rushed through the door. But that left Byleth and the others with more enemies to fight. Geralt had taught Byleth to win under any circumstances. That loss meant death, and that death will take everything away from you. Now was a moment when Byleth greeted death with open arms. He knew that he had little in him. He could turn back the hands of time once, and after that, it would be all over. From behind, they heard iron footsteps. "More bandits! Come at me!" Caspar was still full of enthusiasm despite suffering a few wounds. Hubert had a grin on his face. "No," and with that, he rushed after Ferdinand. After blocking a heavy strike from one of the tougher bandits, Byleth's sword broke, and he was fighting with a broken weapon. In the last moments, Petra threw one of her knives at the foe, but it was not enough as his club was about to crush down on Byleth. The mercenary was clueless about how to win. His sword was broken, and 2 vital allies left him. Everything flashed before his eyes. He could just accept defeat now. It would be so easy. "We won't give up." The sound of metal against metal was in Byleth's ears. "We've got a contract to fulfill, son." His father was next to him, and next to him appeared the lady from the blacksmith shop. "Well, I said no silver weapons, but it turns out your dad is a really alright guy, so we made this for you." Byleth stared at the silver sword. His half-dead reflection was on there, but the eyes that reflected onto him burned with passion. "Also, you should drink this." She handed him a mixture. "You will quickly feel better." Together with his father, the blacksmith lady, and the rest of his companions, Byleth rushed forward. "Hubert and Ferdinand are in the room next to us." Geralt gestured for some of the guards to help them. Petra joined them after she retrieved both of her daggers. The large man with his imposing steel armor and iron club stood no chance against them. He and his man were gradually slaughtered. The Ashen Demon held nothing back against him, and as soon as he got the chance, Byleth decapitated him. In one clean motion the foe's head fell from his shoulders. "Last chance to surrender." Byleth waved the man's head around. "Where are the keys?" Caspar shouted as he stepped closer to the iron door. "We don't have them. The door is locked." "Step back." Geralt picked up the large club and readied himself. With a strike strong enough to make history, he tore apart the door. During this, his Ciro's crest manifested. It was larger and brighter than Edelgard's. Good that the redhead hasn't seen that. Together with Geralt, Byleth was the first to set foot inside. The entire room was dark. They stepped on something. It was blood. Byleth quickly cast a fire spell to make some light, and there he saw it. 2 colossal foes lay dead on the floor, and next to them was a broken glass, and next to that broken glass was even more blood, until finally he saw his student. Geralt held Byleth's shoulder. "You don't have to." Byleth disregarded him. He turned her body around to face him. Her heart had stopped beating long ago, and she had faced a brutal, undeserving end. Her eyes that brimmed with light, and happiness, and determination, were now empty, lifeless. The dagger she used to defend herself was stuck inside her. A green substance emanated from the wound she received. Poison. Those cowards. Gerald clenched his fists in anger. She must have taken out her captors before she. How many minutes ago was that? This was the only question ringing in Byleth's mind. Gerald sniffed at the poison. If we had been here 10 minutes ago, we could have done something. But I am no poison expert, maybe not. Kid, we need to find a way to break this to the rest of the class, and to Lady Rhea. Byleth ignored his father. Something in the room had caught his attention. There was a book that looked slightly off. Byleth removed the book and there was a switch. Upon pressing it, a hidden corridor appeared. Kid. Gerald sounded truly worried. But Byleth followed that corridor. He soon realized that the way led him straight to the tailor shop counter, right at the entrance. This was it. All he needed to know. The flow of time stopped moving. Byleth felt the impact of his body being moved back in time. He had to endure the gut punch he felt at seeing his student's empty, dead body. He felt knives, swords, spears, and arrows graze his body again. He saw how countless Amirayan slaves lost their lives again. It nearly made him insane. Everything became a blur before him. He was about to vomit blood. But it was nothing in comparison to what his student must have experienced in her last moments. She too had been vomiting blood, while there was nobody in the world there to save her. Everyone had failed her. Byleth did not want to fail her. He refused to live without her. In a school where everyone blamed him, she was there. When he was clueless, she offered an answer. He liked to talk to her and to teach her. Eventually Byleth filled his mind with memories of her and of the fond memories he had with his class and eventually with Suthies. He remembered listening to Bernadetta's story, sparring with Ferdinand, the snowball duel he had with Edelgard, and Hubert's pride once Byleth presented him with a good plan. It had been only a few weeks, but for Byleth, it felt like the majority of his life. He had never been so fulfilled. As Byleth's mind began to scramble, a single thing held him together. I am their professor. A green cloud materialized, and time began to rewind. The girl on the throne appeared next to him, and she greeted him with a loud yawn while she checked her tired eyes. Wait, you managed to summon the throne of knowledge all by yourself. Suthies looked at Byleth with astonishment. I need to apologize to you for falling asleep. I was just tired. Suthies, Byleth called her name while he was in great pain. She quickly took a look at how far Byleth was about to turn back time by himself. It was precisely an hour ago. They stood at the bar counter, and the tailor was urging Byleth, Ferdinand, and the others to leave. So you found it? The slave operations. How did it go? Suthies rewinded time forward to see how it went. Byleth expected his mind to fall apart, but he felt no pain anymore. You did great for a mortal. But I don't think I am human. Her tone became softer and softer the more suffering she saw. You tried your best. I will help you avert this fate as best I can. This is our last chance. You are too tired. Once you fall asleep, even I won't be able to change these events anymore. Arg, I wish you had managed to summon the throne earlier and wake me. This is your one chance. Do you understand? Well, there is another alternative, in that we accept what happened. Never, Byleth's voice was resolute as he spoke. Then it's decided. She clapped her hands together. Now that I've warned you of the consequences, are you ready? I am ready. The flow of time rewinded. Well, if you are not here to buy anything, then I would kindly ask you to leave. The tailor waved for them to go. Byleth needed a second to adjust. The tailor was still motioning for them to go, which prompted Ferdinand to intervene. We are waiting for our peers. In shock, he added Professor. The mercenary quickly disarmed the tailor and pressed his face against the wall. Where is the hidden switch? I don't know what you're talking about. You are crazy. A deranged psycho. Dirt like you belong on the street. I can believe the Archbishop hired you. Drop the act. Byleth smashed his face against the wall again. Then he barked at his students. He carried this dagger with him. It's the weapon of a thief. Professor, a dagger alone does not Byleth opened the door to Dorothea's room, and it was empty, yet unlike before, Byleth drew his sword and severed one of the man's legs. He would not trap them again. "Arg, I can explain," the man shouted, but Ferdinand, Linhard, and Caspar were done listening to him. "Where are they?" they screamed. To speed things along, Byleth placed his sword near his other leg. A part of him was thrilled to let the Ashen Demon loose and cut off the other leg like it was nothing. Yet Byleth held himself back. "What are doing?" Sothis protested. She was still visibly tired but determined to help. "You shouldn't treat your worst enemies like that." "I don't have the time." "You have time." Sothis refuted. Linhard was in shock at all the blood, so he began healing the leg Byleth had severed. This unlocked the tailor's tongue. "If you keep this up, I will tell you where the switch is." Meanwhile, Ferdinand and Caspar did some exploring. They trashed the entire shop, frantically searching every corner. "It's a deal." Linhard agreed without Byleth's approval. "I can feel my leg again. You see this wardrobe? It's inside there." The way he spoke caused Byleth's alarm bells to ring. "Don't." He stopped Linhard before he could activate the switch. This was likely to sound the alarm. He mocked them with his laughter. "Go to hell. All of you." With one strike, Byleth decapitated him. And then he began to find the spot where the hidden entrance was and attack it. Linhard was confused. "What are you doing?" "Help me," his professor commanded. Both Caspar and Ferdinand came back with disheartened expressions on their faces. When Ferdinand said, "Professor, we haven't found anything," he did so with a defeated expression. "I am sorry to have let you down." Caspar was on the verge of experiencing the same despair before he noticed something. "I think this is it." Unexpectedly, the secret passageway opened when the young Berglis flipped a lever. Sothis was filled with astonishment as she found the spot where Caspar found the switch. It was on the sculpture of a woman. More precisely hidden under her chest. So they hide the lever behind a hidden entrance at a woman's breast. These people are vulgar scum. I am surprised your student found it so easily. He is too dense to look away. Byleth had completely ignored her as he rushed down the corridor. It was pitch black, but the darkness didn't bother him. He refused to let his student die in a dark place like this. Suddenly, Byleth stopped in his tracks. He had no idea where the room was. Linhard, Caspar, and Ferdinand were right behind him. Linhard used his white magic to create a light. "Professor." Ferdinand was a little confused to see him stop. "What are we supposed to do?" Byleth needed silence. "Caspar, you must return to find Geralt. Say it's urgent. Do everything you must to get him here." The young aristocrat nodded and quickly left the scene. "What do we?" Byleth placed his fingers above Linhard's mouth. Once there was complete silence, he heard a plethora of sounds. The moaning of the slaves who had to work constantly. Their Almiran language as they wished for freedom, and he heard something else. "The poison I used is lethal. But don't worry, I won't make your end this quick. Once you pass out, I will give you the antidote." This was the beginning of Edelgard's end. Byleth knew it. He desperately searched for the entrance. It was not concealed extremely well, and he had to retrace his steps from a previous timeline. However, he was not alone. "It's here." Sothis flew through the wall and showed him the spot. She looked overjoyed to be of use. But the wall was made of concrete stone. Byleth remembered that he possessed a crest, but it was unknown what it did or the true extent of its power. Only Edelgard found it special. She talked about some strange apostates, which Byleth only briefly read about. Ferdinand looked in disbelief. "Professor, here is nothing." "Use your crest." Byleth handed him his sword. "You must use all of your energy to break through. Hit the weak spot." He pointed his finger at a spot on the stone that seemed the most decrepit. "Strike there." "Professor." Ferdinand was still confused. "Edelgard is behind that door, fighting for her life." Seeing the fire in Byleth's eyes frightened the student a little. "Fine, you may count on me." Ferdinand began to shout his name with all he had. He put everything into this attack, but it wasn't enough. The stone had seen a few cracks, and Ferdinand's crest did help in creating those cracks, but they were not enough. Linhard meanwhile, tried his wind magic on the stone, but it was still sturdy. "Professor, I know this is a long shot, but your crest might be able to." He stopped as he carried a truly defeated expression upon handing Byleth his sword back. "It's my fault your sword is broken. This could not be the end." Byleth refused to accept it as the end. He took the broken sword and aimed at the spot. His emotions run wild around him. He had an urge to murder everyone who would dare harm his precious students. His mind surrendered to that urge, and an ominous purple sigil appeared. Ferdinand seemed to almost recognize it. "No, this must be a mistake. My eyes are wrong. I am seeing it, too, but it still seems lacking," Linhard commented. Byleth attacked the weak spot, and the wall began to crumble. His sword after that was completely unusable, but this did not bother him in the slightest. He would destroy anyone with his bare fists if he had to. When he arrived at the end, he saw her. Her eyes were almost completely lifeless, and the phylactery that contained the antidote was about to be smashed as soon as her hands lost their strength. "Linhard!" Byleth ordered his student to quickly heal her. The phylactery was about to hit to the ground. It was all over. Until Byleth caught it. The bottle found its way to his hands millimeters above the ground. In the meantime, Edelgard's heart was pumping like crazy, and before she could drink the antidote, she vomited a lot of blood directly at him. After he was covered in her blood, Byleth made sure that she would drink the antidote. He gently opened her mouth and gave her the cure. After that was done, Byleth carried her outside, where two familiar faces awaited him. Professor Hubert and Juritsah, alongside a sizable guard force, were there. "Is Her Highness safe?" Hubert's first and only concern was Edelgard. The way he looked at Byleth was with complete disdain, and he showed little care for Linhard and Ferdinand next to him. "She was poisoned, I gave her the antidote. She should survive, but she needs some place to rest. She lost a lot of blood." Hubert looked at Juritsah. "Can I trust you with this?" Juritsah shook his head. "No, I wish to make the scum pay. Then I will take Her Highness herself." "No," Byleth responded. "We need you on the battlefield." "You were saying?" Byleth was overjoyed to hear his father's voice. "Father? Is that?" Geralt was shocked to see Byleth and the princess like that. "It's her blood," Byleth clarified. "You, green-haired boy, Smith lady, can you take them to your home?" The lady nodded. "Call me, Valentina, old man," she shouted. "Call me, Geralt, lady," his father retorted with a smile that was meant to reassure his son. "Before I go, give me a sec with your boy. Kid, here is a little present." Byleth already knew what it was. What surprised him was how quickly she finished the silver sword. Because of this, he was still taken aback upon seeing the sword with which he had defeated a formidable foe in mortal combat. "You, two guards, follow them." Hubert gave the order for two guardsmen to follow the pair. "Of course, Lord Hubert." They bowed deeply before him and followed the order. "So let us destroy these vermin." Hubert wore a malicious grin. "They have Petra and Dorothea," Ferdinand stated. "We can't just barge in. Additionally, many slaves are downstairs," Byleth added. "And when they are about to lose, they are going to retreat to higher ground and use archers to fire at us. We must counteract this." "I see. How did you manage to figure this out?" "Experience." Hubert checked Byleth through from eye to eye. He has extremely good hearing. He managed to hear Edelgard through several thick walls when he began to focus. I trust him. Only because a simpleton like you trust him doesn't mean that I do trust him." "You go too far, Hubert," Caspar defended Byleth. "I am usually the idiot in our class, but even I can see how much effort he puts into everything concerning us." "Enough, we can debate later, but Dorothea and Petra need us," Ferdinand shouted. Upon his shouting, the doors to the rooms where Petra and Dorothea had gotten changed opened, and a bunch of people armed to the teeth began to attack them. They did their best, and even though they had the element of surprise, they were slaughtered. Hubert, Byleth, and Juritsah were tearing through them. Geralt and Ferdinand watched with disgust. After the entrance force was dispatched, Byleth was pushed against the wall by his father. "We never brutalize our enemies like this." He forced Byleth to look at the countless severed heads. "You haven't seen what I have seen," Byleth responded. "I have seen my fair share of bloodshed, child. Rein in your brutality. My students are in danger, spreading fear will save them quicker. Is this the teacher you want to be for them?" Geralt was wearing a look of utter revulsion. "I should have told you this far sooner, but you don't have to be the Ashen Demon anymore. It will push those who might open up to you away." There was wisdom in his father's words, but Byleth did not want to listen. Not yet. The pain from all of his wounds was fresh and intense. Holding his student's dead body filled him with feelings that others knew as pain and anger. "Your father is right. Kill these people if you must, but you don't have to go overboard. Should you do so, I will force you to sleep." Suthies took Geralt's side. With two people he respected more than anything siding against him, or rather the path he wanted to take, Byleth stopped. "I am sorry, father. Now these two lunatics are a different story." His gaze was focused on Hubert and Geralt saw. "But we will rein them in later and have a serious discussion. I'm most concerned about you, son." Geralt released Byleth. Before he could go, Byleth found himself in a firm embrace by his father. "I am proud of you, my son." Byleth wanted to shake him off. So proud. His anger gradually subsided, and Byleth's emotions cooled down. He had never experienced such a flow of them. They nearly overtook him. Failing over and over again, fighting against impossible odds. All of that had made him weak. 10 minutes later, the underground. They had reached the slaves. But this time Byleth refused to recruit the slaves. Without Linhard, they had no way to heal them. But more importantly, he refused to see these innocent people die. He did not care one bit about what these Amirans did in the past. But no one deserved to be in chains. Despite how precious a silver sword is, Byleth used to cut each and every chain by himself, liberating those for whom freedom had become a distant dream. Furthermore, he yelled, "Osgursun, you are free." The people slowly began to mumble, "Osgurus. We are free." But Byleth only nodded at them. "Yes, you are free. Caspar, show them the way outside." Caspar smiled. "I will, Professor." He gave them a worried look. "Please, don't defeat all the enemies with me. Don't worry, we will leave you some." Ferdinand returned his smile, and even Byleth's lips slightly moved. "See you." Caspar and a small handful of guards guided the slaves outside. Soon they heard the sounds of arrows in the wind. Petra, Hubert, and Byleth spoke with one voice. "She needs help." Hubert gestured for his forces to storm through the hall, but Byleth remembered the ambush all too well. This was the room with the mechanism, and it was guarded like a fortress. With his usual lack of expression, Byleth asked Ferdinand, "Who are you?" This offended the noble. "I am Ferdinand von Aegir. Remember my name as it will." Hubert placed his hand in front of Ferdinand's mouth. "Have you lost your mind?" The room ahead was an obvious trap. Byleth stated, "Now they are coming to us, and Petra should face less foes on her way to reunite with us." And they did as Byleth predicted. "Aegir? That means money. Money, money." The bandits were overjoyed with happiness. Unfortunately, this joy was only temporary, as the goddess had many more souls to greet on the other side. The bandits who mercilessly shot down the Amirans just an hour earlier in Byleth's history now died almost effortlessly by walking into a trap themselves. It made the nearly defeated mercenary feel better. This was his last chance, and he had made the most of it thus far. 2 of his students were still in danger, but he would soon be there for them. Without any resistance, they entered the hall where so many Amirans had perished. The mechanism Byleth desperately tried to reach was left completely defenseless. "Professor, are you smiling?" "No, this is still not one." Byleth's eyes were fixated on Petra, who emerged from the upper stairs, completely unharmed. She had a minor scratch, but outside of that she seemed in great shape. "You look good, Hubert. And it's nice to see you, Ferdinand. Where is the rest being?" "Edelgard was poisoned, but we helped her," Bernadetta is still with Eloise, and Casper is evacuating the freed slaves. Dorothea is in the enemy's hands. Then we will free her. Petra remarked, dead set on getting her friend of here. That we will, and we will make those vermin pay for what they did to Lady Edelgard, to Dorothea, and to you. Do not forget the people down here. They deserve to know that we will be serving justice for them. Petra equipped herself with 2 daggers. She worked well as a team with both Hubert and Ferdinand. She linked these 2 rivals together in a way no other person could. There was another person, but due to what these people did to her she was unable to hear. They reached the room where they had split up last time. Now that Edelgard was already rescued, there was no reason to use the central room, so they focused their main attention on getting to Dorothea by going to the room from the right side. The last thieves had their backs against the wall, and so they pulled out their trump card. The songstress had countless bruises and they held their weapons against her throat. You can have this bitch if you allow us to leave in one piece. They stepped closer with her in the hope that Byleth and the group would budge and give them space, but no. They remained steadfast. Geralt, who was great at negotiating, stepped forward. It's a deal. You may leave her now. We are no fools, you are just going to slaughter us the moment we leave her. Hubert's malicious grin faded. No. You have our word. The robbers' self-proclaimed leader made the following claim. Why should we trust you? He was still unsure. You may kill her, you might even fail at it. But one thing is certain, if you don't do what we tell you then you are food for the pigs. Hubert's words broke the bandits. Fine, we do it your way. The leader took Dorothea and went forward. His knife was still placed on her throat. I wish you good luck escaping the authorities. He whispered something to Juritzau, but this time Byleth heard what he was whispering. Follow them quietly. Juritzau disappeared as soon as they all gave their attention to Dorothea. Dorothea! Her classmates hugged her. Even Hubert was among the ones who hugged her. Drink this. Hubert handed her a potion. Something he had refused to do to Byleth last time, even when he was on the verge of certain death. As soon as they removed the mouth gag, her first question was, where is Edie? We saved her, thanks to Professor Eisner. Ferdinand stated. He was proud of his teacher. Without him, you would never be here. Now that the fighting was over, Hubert pushed him against the wall. Speak. Geralt had seen enough. He was ready to strike Hubert at any moment, but Byleth gestured for him not to do that. There was an intruder in Edelgard's room. We believe it was a powerful assassin that caused an old wound of hers to reopen and then enjoyed her suffering. Everyone was at a loss for words. Was that why she testified for Acheron? Someone threatened her life. Byleth lied, yes. Everyone present felt humbled. Except Ferdinand. Something is not adding up. It wasn't just Edelgard who testified for Acheron. A single assassin couldn't have impossibly threatened so many. I did not think you would lie so bluntly to our professors' faces. Hubert let out a sigh, but you did it to restore Her Highness's relationships. In that case, allow me to take over for you. Hubert began to explain. Lady Edelgard and I listened to a proposal made by Lysithea of House Ordelia. Her idea was to make Acheron a puppet lord and shut down his operations from within. For that, he had to keep his power publicly displayed, hence the fake trial. But Lord Arundel somehow took wind of our plans and forced you all to be present for something you never would have been part of. As much as it pains me to admit it, Professor, the fact that you opposed him helped Lady Edelgard remain credible throughout Fodlan, while hurting her uncle's reputation. But what about the assassin? That whole thing was a complete lie. Dorothea had listened to everything intently. The assassin is why we went to the Alliance lands, Byleth confessed. He threatened Edelgard the night after the trial. The rest is all true. When I arrived at Acheron's villa, I found many documents. Once I saw that a major center of his operations was here and Juritzau reached me, I knew where to go. Had this ploy been successful, Acheron would have returned to power. Dorothea and Ferdinand were still hurt. This is a lot to take in, Hubie. Everything had to be real, or else Acheron's friends would have seen through our scheme. It was all he said as an apology. As they went outside, They saw the bandits they had allowed to pass lay unconscious on the floor while a victorious Casper was still shouting with excitement. "That's what you bad guys get. This was not what I expected." "Well done," Juritzau said, emerging from the shadows and smiling. He snapped with his fingers. "Drag their leader outside the city and let him go." The guards followed his orders. "Instructor Juritzau, would you kindly follow him to their base of operations?" "Of course." Juritzau followed the guards, who were dragging the leader along. "That's smart." Ferdinand was positively surprised. "Of course it is." Hubert took the compliment and nearly dashed out another insult, but he stopped himself at the last second. "Who are you?" Edelgard felt someone close to her. It was a woman. Just like Rhea, she was one of those creatures, a Nabatean, but she wasn't Rhea. "Who are you?" Edelgard followed her, and together they reached a familiar location. It was the Imperial Garden. She witnessed two people interact. The boy had white hair, and he looked strong, while the girl had light brown hair and the exact same eyes as her. La 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 la, the girl was humming a melody that burned itself into Edelgard's memory. Her father used to sing her such a melody when she couldn't sleep or felt lonely. "The only thing that is more beautiful than all of this is you, Anselma. I feel the same way. I don't need all this as long as I am by your side, Ionius." This exchange between her parents invoked a tiny tear. Edelgard took a few close looks at her mother. She was even more beautiful and kind than she had imagined. And her father looked so happy and fulfilled. What could have been? The Nabatean woman asked. What could have been? It was deep in the night, and Edelgard felt warm. Someone or something was resting against her. She double-checked, and almost her entire class was leaning against her. All of them were exhausted and asleep. She went closer and kissed each and every one of them. "I love you all," she whispered. And after that, she went back to sleep. Chapter 22, A New Beginning. The moon shone brightly in the night as 10 guards patrolled up and down a corridor. Their marching was in an ascending and descending pattern. Nothing would distract them from their post as guards at the mansion of a wealthy nobleman. "Ugh, how long do we have to protect this?" One of the more energetic guards had enough. He kicked his feet against the wall out of protest. "You should speak like that," his cloak reminded him. "It's the truth, and you know it." Suddenly, they heard sounds. "Did you hear that?" The knight who had scolded his friend now drew his sword. The other 9 guardsmen quickly followed his example. It sounded like bump. They were nervous as they heard something scratching against a window or a wall. But then it was gone, replaced by the shrieking sound of iron. Bump. "Someone here?" the rasher of the two asked. "Show yourself." His friend backed him up. Silence. Nothing but dead silence. The corridor was full of candlelight, so the guards stood there and waited with their blades drawn. Whoever it was, he would soon reveal himself. And if it were a foe, it'd be 10 against 1. Queek. The ominous intruder was revealed as a huge shadow emerged from the shadows. "It can't be that this is just a mouse." The guards were laughing at each other. "Drinks are on me after the shift." "Yes, I hope with our standing as Knights of Ceros that the Alliance ladies will stand in line for us." After the last guard had finished, they could feel the wind blowing so hard that it broke one of the windows and extinguished candle after candle. The corridor was pitch black, and red eyes emerged from the corner. "Stay back." One of the guards was trying to light one of the candles. "Hurry. I'm doing my best." Almost immediately after that, a fireball materialized in one of the knight's outstretched palm. "Sir." He began to stutter. "Whole hot air. His comrade had never seen this before. It wasn't human. The creature took a step forward. "I'm Death, and I have come for your master." His voice sounded like the Grim Reaper himself. "We are the Knights of Ceros. You are weaklings." The beast made a few more steps forward. Alongside him, a large sickle began to carve its way through the wall as though it were a cake. It looked so effortless all the while his ominous red eyes pierced through into their souls. "Alois taught us how to fight for the goddess. I will not disappoint him. Comrades, this is not the time to despair. The remaining 9 knights were paralyzed by their fear. "Whole hot do you wouldn't. Get out of my way. We will do that." The other 9 knights ran into one of the many rooms in that corridor, and they were about to lock the door. "Come, you imbecile. This piece of garbage is not worth dying for. I'm a knight of Syros. You won't get a Kirin, even if he's a scumbag." "Alois, no, the Archbishop trusted us with keeping him under house arrest." "So be it." The flames that the brave knight had cast vanished in an instant, and his cowardly companions shut the door and locked it as soon as they heard a scream and the shattering of bones. "You vile villain!" The guard was bleeding, and his sword arm hung low. He could no longer fight. "I have no interest in you." The man stayed stubborn. "I don't fear you." "Good." Metal clashed against the man's bones, and with another strike, he began seeing the goddess. "I did what you wanted me to do. What is all this commotion about?" "Guards. No one can save you." Juritzah waltzed through the door. The candles that used to give the sizable noble corridor its light were now extinguished by the shockwave his entrance left behind. "Your death." The Grim Reaper grabbed the noble with one hand and began to choke the life out of him. A Kirin cowered in fear. "Stay away from me. My fun has just started." The 8th day of the harp-string moon, an hour before dawn, some unknown medical room. Edelgard's eyes shot wide open. The room was just as dim and full of her classmates as it had been before. A few of them, like Casper, were snoring in a very calm and relaxed manner. Nonetheless, Edelgard's unease was exacerbated by the intolerable noise. Still, she couldn't help but grin a little at how unperturbed her friends appeared to be by the noises. While everyone else around her enjoyed an excellent deep sleep, her mind was racing with 1,000 different thoughts. "We just escaped another hell. Where are?" With her newfound alertness, her mind quickly began to wander to her professor, Hubert, and the knights. The last time she awoke, she had seen neither Byleth nor Juritzah. The same holds true now, as she still couldn't see them. It was just her peers, and they should have been given separate rooms if their host was reasonable. The fact that they were with her and not in their own quarters didn't bode well on multiple levels. She had to get out and speak to Juritzah. They were awfully late on the schedule to begin with. Whatever assassins her uncle sent now had free rein to strike whenever and however they wanted. "I can't waste another second idling around in this room." Yesterday's pain was mostly gone, and with her fingers, the crown princess slowly moved toward the spot where the thieves' leader had thrusted her own dagger deeply inside of her. By touching the spot, Edelgard experienced excruciating pain to the point where she was about to slam her head on her pillow. She was a split second away from doing that. It took her nearly everything to regain control of her body. 1 second less and she would have let out a painful cry that would have awakened the entire class. She took several seconds to breathe. During this time her mind vexed with anger. The bandits' leader had the audacity to use her own dagger, the weapon that occasionally saved her life, against her, and with it, he had effortlessly pierced through the flesh until he reached the white of her bones. At the bare minimum, it would take at least half a week until she was fully recovered. The only thing that lifted Edelgard's spirits was realizing that the green, poisonous fluid that had infected her was no longer seeping out of her bandages. Capable healers must have managed to completely suck the poison out of her body. Because of this, she was able to breathe a deep sigh of relief. As her fingers moved around, she felt that the rest of her body was in decent shape. Otherwise, she was in good health, and a quick walk sounded wonderful to her tired feet. Ever since she was a child, she had always loved going for walks, even if it meant sneaking away from time to time and having to avoid an entire palace full of guards searching for her. Hubert was the only one who could reliably catch her and prevent her from doing so, and as a young adult, this was still true. The young princess, therefore, quietly climbed out of bed. She was as stealthy as a phantom through the night, making sure not to touch her classmates and avoiding making any noises that weren't absolutely necessary. Fortunately, they were all far too exhausted to notice, and soon she came to a stop at a large wooden door. The door had the grandeur that one would expect from a royal residence. Edelgard's hands went to its carved grip, and the Gloucester crest was engraved in the wood. This provided her with everything she wanted to know, as she was likely taken in by the Lord himself, and now she was in his mansion on the Alliance side of the Aramid River. Reaching Akiran's land would only take a matter of 2 or 3 hours, depending on how careful she was supposed to ride. Erwin Fritz Gloucester, on the other hand, was most likely in a state of panic, so he definitely stationed more than a handful of guards to keep her safe. In his mind, her death would have probably caused her uncle to do something very stupid. Granted, that was one possibility, but the other, far more likely one, was that he might not have responded at all. He was far more calculating than to react rashly at the destruction of one of his toys. Either one of these unappealing scenarios went through Edelgard's head, and she had to shake her head to rid herself of these thoughts. The first thing she did was press her head against the door. Bump. Bump. The sound of footsteps could be heard. They belonged to guards patrolling the various corridors. Her experiences sneaking around in Bear Palace now came in handy, as in her mind, she managed to create a rough layout of the estate. 3 corridors to the right, 1 to the left, Edelgard whispered. Then she gazed through the keyhole. And she saw nothing, which meant another guard was directly leaning against her only escape path. But this would not be the end as her eyes darted around for a distraction, and she soon found something usable. A brick. Now she could use it in many ways, but given that Gloucester prides itself on its outstanding border police force, it would stand to reason that the guard before her wore a metal helmet. This would line up with the guards she saw yesterday. Thus, a single precise strike from the stone brick wouldn't kill him, merely knock him unconscious and allow Edelgard to escape. With one large breath, Edelgard readied herself. She gripped the handle, and the door slowly began to move. When the antique entrance was opened and closed, it produced a nearly unbearable kee-eek, but fortunately it was not loud enough to wake anyone who was in the room. Despite this, Edelgard's heart came dangerously close to stopping with each movement the door made. Suddenly, a gloomy void blocked the corridor. Even though she could not see anything, she could feel the guard turning towards her. In total darkness, she still managed to hit her target. There was a brutal sound as bones crashed against the brick. And then there was so much blood. Edelgard could feel the red fluid soaking into her skin and the guardsmen's uniforms around her. I didn't mean to, that was all her lips escaped, as all she felt was blood. A healer, please. Edelgard screamed, but no one heard her. Desperate, she quickly summoned her crest to illuminate the dark end. The person she struck was Dash. Byleth. Honestly, you idiot. Edelgard desperately tried to stop the bleeding when she heard a familiar voice speak. At first, she thought it belonged to one of the kids who hang out at the monastery, but since they are not there, that has become impossible. At the very least, this voice did not belong to a monastery child. Fine, I will do it myself. A hand appeared out of the shadows and stopped Edelgard just as she was about to attack. Please release my hand at once. The Adrestian princess demanded. There is no need. The voice assured her as she felt a hand grab the brick and carefully place it down. With a single listen, Edelgard could identify the voice's owner. Professor. She was overjoyed to see him and nearly hugged him. The only reason she stopped was that she knew that if Byleth hadn't been careful, the subsequent bleeding from her blow could have been fatal. She felt so much guilt at facing her teacher. There was so much she needed to fix, and she had so little time. Professor. With a gesture, Edelgard was pleading for him to let her outside. Byleth followed her request. Follow me. Edelgard acknowledged him with a nod, and the two of them moved stealthily past the guards. After some time, they arrived at a stunning terrace. The night sky illuminated their surroundings, and they shared the fresh air under the stars. Byleth checked the surroundings once more, and soon he gave her the signal that everything was clear. Professor, there was a quiver in Edelgard's lips. You don't need to, Byleth silenced her. I need to. Edelgard reaffirmed with all her conviction. I am sorry for. Suddenly she felt Byleth's hands on her arms, and she was pulled closer to him. While the moonlight shone above, she noticed her teacher's lips getting closer and closer to her own. There were thousands of thoughts racing through her mind until she heard a voice. Casper, you idiot. Let Edie sleep. Sorry. A stunned what, was all Edelgard could muster before she closed her eyes. Instead of the kiss she had anticipated, she opened her eyes to find that everything had altered around her. "Good morning, Lady Edelgard." Edelgard knew that voice. It belonged to the person she wished to see the most, her aide and confidant. The only one who walked her path beside her was Hubert. He was seated beside her, his lips curving into a thin grin. His hands tenderly touched her forehead, like a doctor, he was checking if she had a feather. "I bear good news, Your Highness. If the rest of the class would allow us a brief moment alone, I'd gladly share them." "More secrets, Hubie? I thought we were over that." Dorothea cast him a critical glance. She was about to give him a thunderous treatment, but Hubert's response came just in time. One can never be too careful. When he saw how the entire class backed up Dorothea, he added, "The contents I have to discuss will be revealed to you. Just not right now." Edelgard used all of her power and pulled Hubert closer to her. All the while, her hands went to his fingers. "Where is the missing finger? And what about Acheron? Lady Edelgard? Are you feeling all right?" Hubert was about to pull away from her, like a rebellious son from his overprotective mother. Edelgard reassured him with a nod. Her eyes were pleading with Dorothea to give them space. "Fine, I guess we can give you a few minutes." With that, the former songstress went on her way. "I don't get it, but okay." Caspar swiftly dashed outside. He carried the sleeping and exhausted Linhard with him. Ferdinand indicated that he wanted to protest, but he kept silent for now. And Petra was carrying a smile while she led Bernadetta outside. "We will be seeing each other later," she reiterated, and with that, she was gone. Hubert and Edelgard were alone in the room. Her retainer headed towards the window, through which morning light streamed in. Uncomfortable with the distraction, he quickly closed the curtains. "Hubert." Edelgard was unsure where to start. So she began with a single order. "Report." "I do have a few more questions of my own, but that's fine," her loyal aide commented sharply. "Thanks to our professor's misjudgment, you were nearly killed." "The doctors?" The annoyance on Edelgard's face was obvious. "Professor Eisner was the one who was there for me when you were not. And I am already aware of the status of my wounds." Hubert's eyes were examining her closely. "Then let us be blunt. What possessed you to come here and, worse, drop your guard like that?" Their eyes clashed fiercely. Edelgard, on the other hand, was the first to give in after she disclosed the truth to him. "The night you left, there was an intruder." A sigh of exasperation escaped Hubert's mouth. What a coincidence that this story matches up with what our dear professor told the entire class. He did. Edelgard was at a brief loss for words. She never expected her professor to reveal a major secret without her consent. There was more to the story, so she quickly pressed her retainer for more information. "Hubert, what else did he say?" "Our class now knows why we wanted Acheron as our puppet and how Lord Arundel messed with our plans. While I would have preferred it if we kept the charade going for much longer, I had to intervene. Our professor, or should I say former professor, felt it was appropriate to lie about the trial to our class, claiming that you testified due to the danger to your life, and even a simpleton like Ferdinand saw through it. It was a foolish fraud that would have decimated every chance for you to recover as house leader. So I disclosed the truth. I hope the results of my service were to your liking." After making fun of Byleth and Ferdinand, he bowed before her while maintaining a wicked grin on his face. Hubert Edelgard's expression carried the worry she felt. She lowered her voice. "Trust me when I speak of this, but the night you left, my uncle visited me. And what he showed me was another Dusker, another takeover of the Imperial Palace. I witnessed how you lay in a pool of your own blood and alongside the death of some of history's most renowned knights. We procured an army to safeguard Acheron, yet they were slaughtered all the same. Your Highness." Hubert touched Edelgard to check her pulse, and her entire body was shaking as she vividly recalled the event. At first it seemed as if he was about to dismiss everything she was saying as pure fantasy, but as she spoke, the more he began to change. "Hundreds of soldiers, the entire escort. A part of me came looking for corpses. Even a man as scrupulous as Lord Arundel knows I am useful." Hubert reassured. "You were alive just barely, and your ring finger was gone." Edelgard interrupted him. The expression she gave her retainer told him that she knew how ridiculous everything sounded, but that it had gotten to her. "Hubert, I know what nightmares are like. And this was not one of them. It was real." Hubert was deep in thought. "Assuming you're correct, it can only be some form of advanced black magic we haven't encountered before. But do you have any proof for this?" Edelgard gave him a weak smile. "You probably already know that, since you never could help yourself with seeing through my belongings. A bloody nightgown is not reason enough to believe in a fantasy." Edelgard carefully removed part of her clothes to show him the scar from which she had bled. Hubert's eyes widened as he remained speechless. He was the only person in the world who knew her scars and how well they had healed. He knew because he got her treatment when her uncle neglected to take care of his toy. The scar reopened. He saw how all the doctor's work and medicine were undone in a matter of days. "If we wear the nightgown, this exact spot will match the blood stain." Hubert was getting buried deeper in his thoughts. The reopened scar could have created a horrible fever dream and made you hallucinate these events. However, there was a decisive nod from Edelgard. "Should this scar have reopened, I would have bled out without medical care. Whoever did this to me intended to torture me, not kill me. And we know only one person with both the means and motive for such an action. Given that he was willing to go to such lengths to punish me, I thought it necessary to check on you. I told our professor that I am not sure if this dream was the truth, but he was the one who insisted we go. At the very least, our first training assignments with the knights is now over." Hubert was deeply deliberating. How petty can one man be? If we were describing anyone else, this tale might be nothing but absurd fantasies, but since it's him, I am no longer certain. "Have such dreams recurred, Your Highness?" "Nightmares that felt more than that." She shook her head. "Usually, I have been able to tell the difference and have even learned to control them somewhat. Certain aspects of what he did were unconventional." "Hubert, do you think he might have used my blood for his magic?" A worried sigh escaped his lips. "I wish I could answer that. The only thing that is certain is that their magic is beyond anything Fodlan has ever seen. This, I believe, was a clear attempt to frighten us. Thus, the matter warrants extreme concern. I will have to arrange appropriate countermeasures in the future, and you must promise me to keep a calm head should something like this happen again. Lady Edelgard, you nearly fell victim to one of Akiran's traps. Doubtless, this trap was meant for me, but you were the ones who nearly fell into the abyss. It is Professor Eisner's responsibility to bear the consequences of his decision to bring you here without providing adequate supervision." Edelgard pondered his past words. "You mentioned a former professor? What did you do?" Hubert avoided direct eye contact with her. "Nothing. This was his own decision. And it is to our benefit. Juritsai is a superior replacement, and with him we can discuss the possibilities that have opened up for us." It was as if a knife had been stabbed straight through Edelgard's heart. Before meeting Byleth, she would have relished the chance for Juritsai to take over her class. After all, Emil von Bartels was the closest thing she had to an older brother, but now she felt upset. "It was I who turned to him, and I also take blame for this. The Archbishop won't see this like that. She doesn't need any more scandals right now, but what happened is scandalous enough to warrant at least a couple of them. Additionally, Professor Eisner has expressed his desire to serve as a convenient scapegoat, and this outcome is the best. It is not." Edelgard, who was becoming increasingly irate, yelled at him. Her hand was about to strike out at him when she suddenly refrained from doing so at the last second. Hubert maintained his composure throughout this ordeal and didn't seem bothered in the least by her outburst. "Professor Eisner has been nothing but a bothersome nuisance, while with Juritsai we might be able to do something about the trapped young Miss Oakes. Our responsibility is to all Fodlan. We cannot allow our emotions to cloud our judgments. I need to speak to our professor," Edelgard demanded, rising from her lying position. As she advanced, she felt a sharp pain in the area of the bandages, but with a slight grimace, she powered through it. "You may try, but he has ridden off to be in seclusion. Not even I know where he is currently. And given your condition, you won't be able to ride anywhere, at least for a few days." Hubert placed himself between her and the massive door. You must rest, Your Highness. Please be assured that everything will be in order. Edelgard turned to face her bed. She dropped her resistance and went back under her bed sheets. Thank you, Hubert. I will get some rest. Her voice was calm as she forced herself to smile at him. Hubert was taken aback by how easily she caved into his demands. Are you all right? What? I am no longer a child. I can wait until I am fully recovered. Hubert was still not trusting her. I see. Just in case, I will double the guards and tell them to stop you. Do what you must. Edelgard sank into her pillow, her thoughts already straying toward a brilliant escape plan. After a minute, they heard someone call for Hubert. And he quickly bid her farewell. Duty calls. Hubert finished his sentence and walked away. Behind him, he closed the massive door and locked it. Next, she heard 2 pairs of iron boots walk closer to it. Her retainer obviously made a promise with his words. For a moment, Edelgard considered staying in bed, but then it occurred to her what strings Hubert might pull just to get rid of someone he simply couldn't stand. As much as she disliked to disappoint her retainer, she hated it more to stand idly by while Byleth's life would undoubtedly be ruined. She patiently waited for half an hour, the time Hubert needed to be fully distracted by his work. During this her eyes were wide awake. After the 30 minutes had passed, she quickly got out of bed. And slowly walked towards the door. The brick from her dream was there where she had expected it to be. What are you doing here? Edelgard pondered it aloud. This served a dual purpose since as soon as the guard heard that Edelgard wasn't alone, he opened the door. Who is Thierry? He screamed when the brute force of the stone greeted his metal helmet. His colleague quickly followed him. What was Thayat? The sound of metal against stone was brutal. But outside of a few bruises and a healthy dose of sleep, they would be all right. Your lord must deeply care about you, Edelgard stated while she took a deeper look at their impressive armor. You don't mind if I borrow that? The next few minutes, Edelgard spent changing from her hospital attire into the guard's armor. Their size was too large for her, and the dent in one of their helmets was clear to see, but it was still preferable to being instantly spotted. Edelgard stood in front of the only mirror in the room. I am a noble knight of House Gloucester. In a very childish manner, Edelgard mimicked Lorenz's tone and voice. But shortly after she finished her declaration, she bursted into a small laugh. She did look great in the armor, and like she predicted, it wasn't slowing her down one bit. Somehow she always had a thing for heavy armor. Following her skit, she discreetly tucked the 2 sleeping guards into one of the roomy closets and continued on. With the door key she had obtained from the sleeping guards, she had locked the door. A part of her felt bad for the guards who were simply doing their duty, but on the other hand, she had to act against Hubert's constant machinations behind her back. Were Professor Eisner to lose his station and join the knights and become one of the goddess's servants, she would never forgive herself. Her retainer was doing nothing but turning 2 powerful people into enemies when having them on their side could alter the course of history. Learning her way around the castle took little time. In terms of size, the Gloucester estate was substantial. However, it paled in comparison to the imperial palace. Yet for a single family, this was an impressive castle. The lord had a large number of servants working for him. But since she wore their armor, the guards looked past her. Lorenz and his father were clearly raised in comfort and luxury. Edelgard thought to herself when she laid her eyes on multiple sets of statues from some of the previous lords of the castle. Each statue was a unique and beautiful creation in its own right. However, they all shared the same depiction of the Gloucesters as divine figures. It caused Edelgard to giggle. A massive ego must run in the family. What's so funny? One of the guards had overheard her giggling, and he approached her. Edelgard had been getting ready to change the inflection of her voice when all of a sudden, another person laughed. Why does this not surprise me? Dorothea bursted into laughter. Ah, here you are, Dorothea. Ferdinand rushed after her. I got bored, Ferdy. Now that we can't visit Edie, I needed a change of pace. Say, do you have statues like these at home? Ferdinand inspected the statues with awe. As a matter of fact, we do. Ours are even more glorious than these. One day a statue of myself will join them. The only response he received from Dorothea was a look of disgust. "Well, you big-shot nobles aren't so different from the rest." The guard caught Dorothea's open mockery and approached. "A commoner girl like you should know her place. How dare you speak such filth?" The guard was about to grab Dorothea's arms when Ferdinand intervened. "What do you think you are doing?" His tone was clearly upset. "My lord." The guard was at a loss for words. He was so certain that Ferdinand would have sided with him that seeing this kind of pushback made his knees tremble. "She openly insulted you and all the previous Gloucester and Aegir lords? This deserves punishment." The guard's fingers shifted toward his long sword. "Since when do we punish our subjects for stating their minds?" The veterans gave Ferdinand a puzzled glance. "Since forever." Ferdinand vehemently shook his head. "Expressing one's opinion is not a crime, but punishing someone for it is. Count Gloucester will hear of this." The guard fell silent. In the meantime, Edelgard had moved out of sight, but she was still observing the scene with awe. The guard would soon pass by, but he was too stunned to pay attention to her. "Should I now feel grateful?" Dorothea subtly mocked Ferdinand. "No, not for something as trifling as that." Ferdinand appeared as if something was eating away at him. "Dorothea," he wanted to say something but she took over. "Here is a riddle for you, Ferdinand. You are like a bee." That was a big unexpected discovery for him, so he inquired, "A bee?" "Yes," she reaffirmed, "a bee," and subsequently, she left the room. "Is it because I am such a hard worker?" Ferdinand pondered all this before also leaving the room. After a short while, Edelgard emerged from a labyrinth of hallways and large rooms into a spacious courtyard. The stables were conveniently located near her, so it would not be difficult for her to borrow a horse. Riders suddenly galloped up to the villa. They were all clad in the Gloucester armor, and the vast retinue of guards were answering orders from the individual who was in charge of them. "You there, girl," their leader commanded. When Count Gloucester spoke to Edelgard directly, her heart stopped beating for a moment. Even though she wore a helmet and was completely covered in armor, he just casually saw through her when no one else could. However, Edelgard calmly handled the situation and ignored him. Do the nobles in Adrestia hide behind armor when someone speaks with them? The count approached her, but before he could pull off the helmet, Edelgard did it herself. "May I ask what gave it away?" The guards who were riding with the count were in complete disbelief. "Sire." One of them was trying to find the correct words. The count dismounted from his horse and showed them. "The way you walk, your height, your posture, and this," he took the helmet and pointed out the dent in it to his fellow soldiers. "The last person to do something like this was my sister and me. To tell you the truth, back in our day, we were such troublemakers. Finding out that my son never engaged in any of these antics fills me with a mixture of deep honor and astonishment." Edelgard stood there deep in thought. She began to ponder about the bad rumors she heard about Lawrence, but when she met him, he turned out to be rather decent. A smile adorned her lips as she confirmed. "When your son heard that Akiran became a teacher, he warned me. You have raised him well. And yet he occasionally writes to me that he has trouble finding a worthy suitor." Count Gloucester towered over Edelgard like a concerned parent. "As a kindness for my hospitality, may I request that you humor him with a date?" Edelgard's first instinct was to outright refuse, but given how rude this would have been, she waited for a moment. "Now," the count smiled at her. "Pardon my ill-advised humor, but my son needs to win his own wars, and those of the heart are the most exciting ones. Regarding that prospect, does the Regan boy enjoy as much loyalty as you do?" Edelgard's eyes widened once she heard the word loyalty leave the count's lips. Ever since the trial, this was the last word she would have expected to hear describing her relationship with her peers. Erwin elaborated. "When your retainer carried you here, your class vehemently refused to depart from your side. I have heard from the doctors that it was an effort to remove them during the operation. She also told me that much of my praise should go to Hevering boy as he did a great job stabilizing you. Without the lad's aid, you would have been by the goddess' side. The only one the doctors couldn't remove was your retainer. He stubbornly insisted on being present until the end. I could even see their knees tremble in fear." Erwin laughed at this as it did not surprise him in the slightest. Edelgard was touched to hear that, but her mind was still focused on finding and speaking with her professor. "Thank you, Count, for your recollection, but I need to find Professor Eisner." Her examination by Lorenz's father was thorough. Their eyes clashed. Like a predator sizing up its prey, Edelgard met his ferocious stare and melted it with the ferocity of her ambitions. "I can see this matter is of great importance to you. The last time we saw him was right here, and then he disappeared after some heated words from the young Vestra. If I had been in his place, I would have punished the boy for his insolence, but instead your self-proclaimed former professor vanished and asked to be alone. Where would you have gone in his stead?" Edelgard was dead set on finding him. "In the near proximity of the estate there is only one location that comes to mind, and I was about to depart for it anyhow. You may come along, princess." The count offered her his hand. "Lady Edelgard." Hubert emerged from the castle walls. "You must rest." "Does she?" the count inquired. "To me, she seems more than fit enough." He winked at Edelgard before ordering one of his men to lend her his horse. Hubert was far from done with his protests when Edelgard and the count completely ignored him. He attempted to prevent Edelgard's departure by stopping her horse, but she galloped off. After they had gained a little bit of distance, Erwin commented, "You have a troublesome retainer. If one of my servants had acted so disobediently, I would have disciplined him a long time ago. Hubert is more than just a servant to me, and he often means well. It's just that he can be very..." Edelgard was searching for the right words. "Ruthless." The count finished for her. Edelgard subtly nodded before she asked, "How do you know that?" "This cold-blooded ruthlessness runs within the Vestra family. For the life of me, I can't figure out how any of them got married. I suggest you rein in your follower sooner or later, else he disobeys you until his dying day. That is the order of things." The way he spoke piqued Edelgard's curiosity. "Previously you mentioned sneaking out of the castle yourself and breaking the rules, how come?" Count Gloucester interrupted her. "You will learn soon enough." They rode past a large garden. Edelgard's eyes were scanning every corner for her professor. They eventually arrived at a large hill that was barred by a large iron gate. The gate was open, and the count quickly dismounted his steed and proceeded on foot. Edelgard had a hunch as to what kind of place this was. She quickly dismounted as well. Somehow after her ride she felt far more exhausted than she should have been, but despite that she pushed forward. Soon, she and the count walked past a series of graves. Some were simple, others were larger, but in the end these were all just a few foot-deep holes. "We all end the same way." Count Gloucester addressed her. "That's what my father used to tell me." He took a deep breath until he stopped at one of the simpler graves. The name on the tombstone, Franz Glue, had faded from the passage of time. "After my sister's death, I understood the lessons my father gave me. Family and responsibilities come first. A lord must lead effectively if he is to procure for his family." Edelgard was on the verge of asking why he was telling her all of that. The count saw her question, toned down his voice, and spoke the answer out loud. "House Gloucester stands little to gain from incompetent tyrants like the Agirs staying in power. To win against them, you must be ruthless and effective." "I can be ruthless," Edelgard reassured him. With a sporadic voice, the lord told her. "I pray that you don't end like my sister. I must admit that I never heard what became of her. She split ties with the family and fell in love with a commoner. Her husband was a merchant, and one day they were robbed and killed by bandits. Her blood started to boil with rage at the news. How does this prove that your father's ancient lectures are correct? It is simple, she died alone, serving her self-centered interests, and now she's gone. If it weren't for your classmates' efforts, you would have followed in her footsteps. Resisting against traditions is a sure way to get you and your subjects killed. I thought King Lambert or even your father were good enough examples for that." Erwin sighed upon seeing the fire burning even more passionately in Edelgard's eyes. "I'm telling you all of this because seeing those you care about rendered into a simple gravestone hurts. Your wings are magnificent, young eagle, just don't let the fires of your ambitions render them asunder." Edelgard remained silent for a moment. The last encounter with the Grim Reaper demonstrated how much strength she still required to break free from the shackles that bound all of Fodlan. hum, 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 hum. The two of them heard someone humming a melody. The Count initially ignored it until he examined the grave in front of him more closely. He drew his sword without warning and took a cautious step towards the noise. Edelgard quickly followed his lead by unsheathing the short sword she had taken from the guards she knocked out. They slowly stepped closer towards the center of the whistling. It came from a large breathtaking garden. All sorts of different flowers were cultivated there. This reminds me of home. She and the Count got ready to go up against the enigmatic stranger. In contrast to Edelgard, who acted more subtly, the Count took direct control of the situation. When Edelgard attempted to follow him more closely, her legs stubbornly refused to move. It took her a moment to get things under control when she heard steel clash against a far more refined metal. "It's just you, young man," the Count quickly sheathed his sword back into its scabbard. When Edelgard looked at her professor, her pulse quickened slightly. He looked like he had barely gotten any rest and stayed awake for far longer than he should have. His clothing was dirty, and there were still blood stains all over it despite his efforts to clean it in himself. Byleth's mouth hung open for a split second when he saw her in that armor. "It's a complicated story." When the Count saw Byleth's expression, he explained, "She broke out of the infirmary, breaking into full laughter." Yet Edelgard felt that his concern was deep beneath the stoic facade. "You should get back and rest," Byleth instructed. "I will get some rest, but first I need to know why you so easily back down from teaching us." Byleth ducked her gaze and turned away. "What happened wasn't your fault." Edelgard stepped closer to him and told him the truth he needed to hear, not the attacks Hubert had made against him. The Count shook his head at her sentiment. "As your professor, he should have kept a closer eye on all of you. A leader is ultimately responsible for the results his followers achieve. Any and all student casualties are on the teachers. It's why hiring new teachers for the Officers' Academy is a nightmare. Many talented individuals turned this role down, because of the responsibilities this profession can carry. Lose Adrescha's last princess and the church will likely offer your head up to." "Enough." Byleth gave the Count a nod. "I had to swear an oath to protect my students at any cost. I will await my punishment once we get back." "But we are all fine," Edelgard protested. "What matters is that we are alive because of you." "This is also true," the Count supported her. "Together with a small force, you took out an entire underground hideout and freed the Olimrians with minimal casualties. That's the mark of a brilliant commander, or someone who could one day become one." Erwin paused for a moment. "The Olimrians even went so to call you Al-Munkid." "Savior," Byleth mumbled. He still looked hollow inside, but he now looked directly at them. "These people will never forget the good the Black Eagles have done for them, which is why I won't be including some of the more unfortunate details in my report for the Archbishop." Erwin placed his hand on Byleth's shoulder like a son would to a father. "Were you to tell the full truth, it would only reflect badly on you as a host. We were under the protection of your hospitality." Erwin's attempt to appear more honorable did not succeed in fooling Edelgard. "You are serving your interests best if we were to ignore this. It is only natural that I seek to avoid war. This whole affair could have been the perfect pretext for another senseless war between the Empire and the Alliance. The Gloucester name won't be tarnished because filth like Akiran took it upon himself to ruin it. You can be assured that House Gloucester's official report will leave out a few minor details and place blame entirely on some unaffiliated bandits." Edelgard blinked. "Let me guess, in your story, we will have been attacked before we reached the Great Bridge," he said. After a moment, the Count nodded. "Were people to find out that you were attacked right under my nose, it would bode well. So you were attacked by bandits, and my troops aided you. The young Vestra can write what he wants, but this is the report I have worked out with your old man. You spoke with my father." Byleth now gave them his full attention. "We've got a long history. My father insisted that Geralt was a higher-ranking knight when he attended, and that he was captain of the knights during my time there." The Count's tone was solemn as he spoke of his own father. "How well he has aged continues to astound me. But I suppose everyone has their secrets. Let me tell you that getting old is the worst thing that can happen. Seeing the adventures of your youth as a distant memory and being bound to boring duties can be very monotonous. It's your fault for following proper costumes and traditions, Edelgard countered. To which, Erwin burst out laughing. I never would have guessed spending time with the princess of a once hostile nation would be so much fun. The Leicester Rebellion was 4 centuries ago. Byleth and Edelgard spoke with one voice. Adrestia has not been hostile towards the Alliance for 4 centuries, Byleth added. And for the sake of all our futures, let us hope it stays that way. We in the Alliance are not a safe haven for everyone, as much as I wish we would be. For a moment, the Count reminded Edelgard of her own father. His shoulder hung low, and the wrinkles under his eyes showed how exhausted and tired he was. A final question, he turned to Byleth. Have you placed the flowers under? Byleth nodded. I have. Well, done. The Count placed his hand on Byleth's shoulder while also letting out a tiny yawn. I am a little sleep-deprived as I had to work overtime again. You pluck a flower of your choosing as a reward. The Count marched back to his horse. I have a personal business to attend to. We will meet each other in a few minutes outside should you wish to accompany me back to my estate. Byleth and Edelgard saw how the Count removed himself from the side and turned to face the grave of his sister and stayed there. His hands faltered into a prayer. Edelgard's eyes lingered on him for a moment longer than she intended. She could already hear Byleth's footsteps becoming more distant. The young eagle wanted to listen in on the words of one of the most powerful Alliance lords, but her conscience would not allow it. Suddenly, there was something in her hands. I have made my choice. Edelgard looked to find a crimson carnation in her hands. They don't have any of those at the greenhouse, Byleth explained. Edelgard's expression had turned slightly crimson. The significance of giving such a flower to another person flashed before her eyes, and her heart rate accelerated. For Adrestians such as myself, carnations mean love, and they are often associated with romantic love, Professor. It would behoove you to remember this should you plan on gifting them to someone else. Byleth lowered his head a little. Thank you for explaining its meaning to me. They can also mean platonic love, like the love of a friend, or familial love. In my family, we used to have a full garden of them. That sounded lovely. It was. Edelgard avoided eye contact. Now then, let us depart. Her nose began sniffing around the garden but Byleth's stench was too much for her. You should take a bath before we depart back to the monastery. A through one, while I will also get some rest. I am sure Geralt and Eloise can handle most things. Hubert will come with us this time. What about Acheron? He is the one responsible for all of this. I won't ignore him, but for now, he cannot run away from us anymore. So he is no longer our pressing concern. He will be monitored from this day until his final days. The two of them reached the gate. Are we ready to depart? Erwin yawned at them. Byleth and Edelgard were sharing a single horse again. Yes, we can leave. They rode back to the estate, and this time, Edelgard and Byleth shared the burden and control over their steed. It was far easier, and it allowed her to occasionally admire the scenery. The Alliance looked incredible, wide open spaces, big hills, lovely fields, a clear sky, and large, dense forests. The temperatures weren't as welcoming as in her home, especially since warm winds had already started blowing from the sea to the south of Adrestia. In Bear, at this time, was pleasant to walk through if one could ignore the shadow beneath the lovely facade. Minutes passed, and the clouds that had been open and inviting shifted. Small raindrops began to pour down from the sky. Now Edelgard began to regret that she had lost the helmet that belonged to the armor she had forcefully borrowed until she felt a piece of cloth sheltering her hair. Byleth used his mantle as a makeshift umbrella for them. Clever, the Count commented. Due to how fatherly he sounded, he briefly made them think of Geralt. As the downpour intensified, they sped back to the estate together. Even in its soggy state, seeing the land was a pleasure. The Gloucester estate, the hill, and the Great Bridge were just a few kilometers away from each other, and the distance was so inviting that Edelgard wouldn't have minded strolling through these lands by foot if she had the chance. From what she knew about her professor's many mercenary jobs, she thought he had done it many times. How was it traveling through all this land by foot? To this, Byleth simply shrugged. Edelgard grabbed his arm and pressed a little to get an answer out of him. It's safer than the kingdom or empire. There are fewer possibilities for ambushing someone. But it's also more expensive to travel through these lands, as every lord wants to collect some sort of tax. Overall, it's less worth sticking around here than in the other two nations. Unless there is a large attack at the locket, Leicester is not worth seeing. Byleth's tone was one of boredom and dissatisfaction. The Count had ridden closer to him to hear Byleth's judgment. And he burst out laughing. I take this as a compliment, young man. It was more of a curiosity for me to hear how difficult this land is to travel through on foot, Edelgard admitted. You move one foot before the other, Byleth responded plainly. There was a clear look of annoyance on Edelgard's face while the Count couldn't suppress his laughter. After a few seconds, Byleth began to take notice. Did I say something wrong? Let us forget this and move on. Edelgard insisted. Your professor already answered your question. It is the most expensive but also the easiest country to travel through, given you stay on the right trail. Right, Edelgard had a few questions she wanted to ask, but she knew that she probably wouldn't get a satisfactory answer. Still, she was curious nonetheless. Is there merit to the rumors that competing lords usually attack merchants? I don't know what you are referring to. There are strict laws that forbid such horrid acts. The Count scrutinized them with a firm expression and left it at that. Edelgard could catch that he was lying, but she decided not to press the topic further. At that moment, she glimpsed a few similarities between them. The Count seemed done being left behind in Regan's shadow, and for that, he did play an underhanded game. 1. She will make use of when the time comes to remove the most powerful family in the alliance in place of one that would be loyal to her dream. We are there. The Count effortlessly dismounted his horse and stormed inside. His servants took his horse and guided it to the stables. I will rest now. As long as this rain is pouring down from the heavens, I suggest you do the same. Edelgard held Byleth's cape over her head until they had gotten inside the stable, while guiding their horse through it. The farmers there were busy taking care of the Count's mare, so Byleth found his own way around the place. It did not take long for them to find an empty barn to store the horse there. Take my hand, Byleth offered Edelgard a hand in getting out of the saddle. She gave him a tiny smile in response. How can I more easily slip out on my own? Your advice would be greatly appreciated. Byleth carefully touched her feet and Edelgard felt how much easier it now was for her to get out of the spores. She applied the trick on the other shoe and jumped down from the large horse and landed right next to her teacher. Usually this would not have pained her at all, but she felt a wound reopen again. Are you all right? Edelgard shook her head. She made a grimace indicating the pain she was in. Together, they worked quickly to take off the armor. Only to discover that her dagger wound was now soaking her hospital gown with blood. Time stopped moving as Byleth looked around to see his friend. Fine, I will rewind time for around half a minute. That should be before the wound opens again. But please take her to a doctor and make sure that she stays there. Babysitting you two has become rather dull. Byleth gave her a nod and time moved back to when Byleth carefully loosened her right foot. Edelgard loosened left foot and was about to jump down from the horse only to be stopped. Her professor seized her legs and carefully took her in arms only to place her down. Edelgard vehemently protested against this. What are you doing? But once she was safely on the ground she stopped her protesting. Your wound could have reopened. This was all that was necessary to silence her. I suppose you are right. Professor, I'd like for us to depart as soon as possible back to the monastery. But I will leave this choice to you. We will stay here for a few more days until you are fully recovered. While this is going on, Hubert, the knights and I are going to search for another one of Akiran's bandits' hideouts, while the rest of you stay at the estate. This sounds fair. Edelgard removed her heavy chest plate and as she did so she breathed a lot easier and far more steadily. This was not made with my measurements in mind. Byleth, meanwhile, was fixated on her. Specifically, he noticed that her white clothing hadn't been stained with any of her blood, which made him incredibly happy. When Edelgard heard another horse approaching, she instinctively twisted around to face it. Hey, Professor! Have you been out for a little training expedition? Alois and I just got back from one. They looked up to see Alois and Caspar sharing a single horse. We have not. Edelgard tried to hide the crimson carnation that was in her hand. She is still too weak for that. Byleth clarified. All she did was find me. We should soon eat supper together. Yeah, Casper looked gloomy. I forgot about that. Those bandits at the bridge must have been crazy strong to do something like that to you. They were not strong, Casper. Byleth and Edelgard spoke with one voice. They were cowardly. Geralt told me everything. They utilized lethal poison. But wouldn't it make more sense for them to capture us alive? Casper asked. That's what their leader was intending, only that he underestimated me. And Byleth grabbed her hand. What matters is that we are careful and that each and every one learns their techniques to resist the effects on poisons. Potent enough white magic can suck it out. All we need to do now is prepare. So you are staying with us, Professor? Edelgard pressed Byleth for an answer while their two hands, intertwined, held the carnation. I am not following. Casper touched his head. I'd like to. That was all that left Byleth's lips, and it was an answer Edelgard was happy with. So that is what you left us. Eloise finally managed to put the missing pieces together. Your old man and I already took care of the paperwork. What happened won't endanger you. We will brief you on what's in the report, which will be the official story. But isn't making a bunch of stuff up bad? Casper was puzzled when he heard this. Telling the full truth about what happened would only increase the tensions between Lester and Adrestia. The Count, Archbishop, and even your uncle don't need more political headaches. Casper took a heavy breath. I guess that makes sense. I feel you, Casper. When I was your age, I just wanted to storm off on the next adventure. But there are plenty of opponents that play on a different battlefield. I don't think I will get it. As though the boy was his son, Eloise embraced him tightly. I hope you never will. Byleth's and Edelgard's hands was still intertwined on the carnation. They waited for Eloise and Casper to leave before they dealt with that. Here, Professor, it's yours. Edelgard gave him the flower. Byleth took it and placed it on his mantle. Let's get you back to the medical facility. Edelgard took a heavy breath. Fine. The 10th day of the harp-string moon, evening, the medical room. Edie. Dorothea was sitting next to her. Careful, the doctors told me that your wound opened again. For today, you are supposed to lie in bed. Edelgard tried to take a peek. Only to find that there was a fresh set of bandages applied and that set was slightly red. I am supposed to call them, should your condition worsen. Dorothea turned to a bowl of soup. You must be hungry. Where are the others? Let's see. Dorothea twirled with her fingers. Casper, Eloise, Geralt, Hubert, Juritsa, and our professor have gone several miles north. They told me that they wanted to train, while Ferdy indicated he would not go without you. And Linhard also wanted to stay. He was not done with his research. Petra and I wanted to return to town and go to the old huntsman. You remember how she spent the entire yesterday hunting? And burn is burn. Today I saw Lorenz's dad take her around a little. Thank you, Dorothea. Edelgard sunk back into her pillow. She still felt a little bit of pain, but it was far more bearable. So they have found another one of Akiran's hiding spots. That is good. I knew it. Dorothea jumped a little bit with delight. So they are ruining this bastard's life even more. That's fine by me. They should be able to handle that just fine. Edelgard assured her. Dorothea looked at her with curiosity. Is making us experience real battles part of the goddess's teachings? Because if so, then I never heard of this. The core principle upon which the officers' academy was built was that only the finest should command. It's a sentiment I strongly agree with, but everything else is kinda spoiled and rotten. Dorothea's eyes wandered around. Say, Edie, who brought you these flowers? Her gaze fixated on a water vase that had a singular carnation inside. Edelgard's face flushed with crimson once she recognized the flower. So who's trying to win your hand? Edelgard tried to give an answer. I know it. Petra, you sly little thing. How did you know that? Edelgard forced herself to smile. Dorothea stopped her game. Edie, Don't you think you are playing too many dangerous games at once? I don't know what you are referring to. She vehemently shook her head. So you were sleeping when our professor left these carnations here? Dorothea gave Edelgard a pleading look, which caused the princess to contemplate. Dorothea, yes, I have seen these before. Count Gloucester showed me their garden and the resting place of his family members. Byleth was allowed to pick up a flower of his choosing because he tended to the graves. So you are on a first-name basis. Dorothea's teasing got to Edelgard. Focus. She commanded. Fine, fine, he picked one of those and decided to later gift them to you. Which means he has a crush on you. Please invite me to the wedding. Dorothea winked at her. You are impossible. Then a large sigh came from Dorothea's lips as her fingers tenderly touched the flower. I know. These flowers also represent platonic love. The love of a teacher to a student. It just confirms that you're his favorite. At least until he starts to gift us some of those well. I also want one in beautiful bright red. Edelgard began to ignore her friend until she began to ponder. Dorothea, what's your opinion on white magic? Where does this topic come from? Edelgard finger pointed at the bandages. Ah, yes. Well, when Manuela was still at the company then she would patch us all up. She's still quite good at it. It's just that when I tried my hands at her magic I couldn't even get the easiest of spells to work. Manuela told me that it requires faith. You don't believe in a goddess that allows rich fat bastards to thrive and treat us like we are their toys? No, I don't, and I probably never will. Some of my siblings could cast white magic. I remember being jealous of Eric since he impressed father with it when I could not. You never talk about them. I mean your family. There's not much that I remember. My memories as a child are a bit hazy. And I don't want to bore you with tales about the pompous noble life. You are right, it would probably bore me. But since you are bedridden, how about I get something to eat from the kitchen and you prepare a story from your childhood for me? It's a bargain. Dorothea stormed off to the kitchen while Edelgard tried to recall a distant memory. The 10th day of the harp-string moon, evening, another one of Akron's hideouts. That was way too simple. While the others were panting for air, Gerald barely broke a sweat. Wow, that was a lot of fun. Caspar, who had stormed forward about 3 times without warning, was smiling at them. Byleth was right behind him, and he was annoyed with the reckless behavior his student showed. Next time, we will take Petra on these sorts of missions. Your war cries blew our cover at almost every opportunity. I just got fired up. Caspar shook his shoulders. Besides, our mission was to kill or capture all of them. Is this all of them? Hubert's expression conveyed his worry. Who knows how many escaped? Jurat saw, please survey the area. In the meantime, I shall take a look at their documents and see if we can learn anything useful. You put up a good fight, Caspar. Alois complimented him. There are a few tricks that you still need to learn, but you could make it into the knights in no time if you keep at it. Thanks. The young Berlitz smiled from ear to ear. Don't encourage him, Byleth and Gerald shut Alois' praise down. Gerald further criticized, he still needs to learn how to follow orders. Sorry for running ahead. Caspar lowered his head. Just keep at it, kid. Don't roll your eyes at dull instructions from above. Sometimes it's better to wait for a few moments, or else you risk rushing into an ambush you could have avoided if you cared to listen. From the corner, Hubert wore a grin as he heard Gerald scold Caspar. Like an evil sorcerer, he had his head buried in a thick tome. Some of its pages looked a bit dusty. This looks like one of those tomes Akiran had with him. You mean he had such a thing with him? Caspar looked surprised. This thing. How did something like this pass the church regulations? Gerald was in complete shock. Coin rules the world. One of the many pieces of gold that were scattered across the floor was flipped in Hubert's hands. It made a metallic sound as it rolled around the ground and came to stop at the multiple bags full of money. Among the vast riches were a few more books. While Byleth and Gerald were fixated on the magical tome, he checked some of these books, and after making a brief discovery, he allowed some of the records to vanish into the darkness of his mantle. That would be all? Hubert exclaimed. He indicated that he was ready to leave. But Geralt and the rest were still not done. I still can't believe such a scripture was allowed to pass through church controls. Their procedures are thorough. Geralt maintained strict eye contact with Eloise. But he only displayed shock and confusion. This means. My words are true. Acheron had such a book with him the whole time. Considering how many coins he had to part with, they must be extremely scarce. We can only assume this was supposed to be his replacement. Smart, albeit a few weeks too late. This ancient book, Byleth was holding the book in his hands. He opened his mouth to try to decipher some words and say them out loud, but Geralt cut off his attempt. Those books are forbidden by the church. I will take that, son, and put it where it can no longer harm anyone. Why is this tome? Both Caspar and Byleth were wondering the same thing. Because they allow you to cast magic that is forbidden, and depending on the quality of such a tome, these spells can even come without any costs. They are powerful, so it would only make sense for the church to seal them. Hubert explained. Geralt was upset by the last sentence. Would you say that again? Those things are dangerous and should not be used at all. Unless it's convenient for some of the higher-ups to use them against non-believers. Hubert mumbled. His tone was so low that no one present except Byleth and Geralt heard it. Geralt was biting his tongue as he clearly seemed unhappy. And just as Hubert was about to leave, he looked closer at Byleth. Would you care for a conversation without these prying eyes? With that, Hubert faced his teacher. Byleth gave him a nod. What could this scarecrow want from you? Sothis had her guard up. It's shocking to me how he enjoys blaming you for everything. Byleth was guided by Hubert into a distant corner of the underground hideout. Ah, we should be able to speak freely here. He shut the door behind them tightly. I will cut to the chase. I have an offer. Her Highness will never tolerate you losing your position as a result of one of my schemes, so you must decide to leave. The Archbishop appears to have taken a liking to you, and unless you actually kill Her Highness, she will back you. As her aide, you can guess why this presents a problem for me. A sigh escaped Hubert's lips. So I decided to make you an offer. From his mantle, Hubert took forth a document. This is a certificate issued by the imperial government, and it lists a few investments. With investments I mean a large estate. Doubtless Acheron has operations there. Should you clean it up, leave the academy and swear loyalty to Her Highness, then it's yours. Should you be worried about finances, unless you are demanding unreasonable sums, we will support you. Byleth wanted to give him his answer right that instant. But Sothis stopped him. You may want to think this through. There is nothing to think through. Byleth stated as he peered at the in-time frozen Hubert. You are not fired, yet, and Scarecrow admitted it, the Archbishop. I wanted to refuse. Byleth answered. Oh right. Sothis took a deliberate step back. So we are on the same page then. With my powers, you just make sure not lose to your job by accidentally letting one of your charges die. Given that you are a simpleton, it won't be easy, but you can rely on me to carry you. I know. Byleth said. A part of him felt the urge to move his hand towards her forehead and gently pat it. But given that she had stopped time, he too was frozen. So it would have to wait. Right, I will allow time to move again. Sothis clapped her hands together. Byleth looked at Hubert for a moment before saying. I refuse your offer. Hubert examined Byleth more closely. Not the type to accept briberies, he mumbled to himself. Do you mind a word of caution? Byleth stared at him. Always watch out for what's lurking in the shadows. Right after saying that, Hubert opened the door and Byleth and him returned to the others. The 10th day of the Harpstring moon, an hour later, the medical room. He didn't. One of the tales Edelgard made up about her siblings had Dorothea giggling. Edelgard exaggerated, he did jump into the cake. The poor bakers. I can't believe your sibling would do such a thing. Dorothea's eyes sharpened, and after a long pause, she asked. You don't remember any stories about your siblings, do you? Edelgard paused. Edie, it's all right if you don't want to talk about them. As an orphan, I've heard some wild tales about how your siblings met their untimely deaths. Whatever the truth is, it can't have been pleasant. Dorothea gently touched Edelgard's arm. You are right. It wasn't pleasant. The many scars she had beneath her clothing were enough to turn anyone's stomach. The only reaction the Adrestian princess managed to muster was curling her hand into a fist. I figured as much. Sorry to bother you. Dorothea's eyes looked at the floor and her legs faced the exit. Perhaps one day, we can speak about it. Edelgard stopped her friend from going. You can stay a little longer if you'd like. I value your company, Dorothea. Dorothea slowly turned around to look at her friend and she was carrying a smile. Well, perhaps I can indulge you now with a few of Manuela's stories. You must promise not to tell her that I told you. These are highly confidential Middle Frank opera secrets. Dorothea placed her index finger before her mouth to further dramatize the importance of the secrets she was ready to share. Edelgard looked confused. She was not sure to feel greatly honored or to question her friend's motives. If these are important to Manuela, would it not be of best interest if I... Nonsense. Sharing these stories between us won't do her any harm. Unless she finds out. In that case I blame everything on Hubie. Edelgard broke into a small laughter. All right, I do have a question. What was she like in her prime? I have only seen her once. You have? When was that? This must have been almost a decade ago. Dorothea's eyes were shining. It was on the day my uncle took me to the kingdom. Edelgard avoided eye contact for a brief moment. Right, I remember how Manuela worked her butt off for one of her final performances. The entire imperial family was supposed to be there but they all cancelled. How come you were there, Edie? My uncle, Edelgard paused for a moment. He must have been on the run from those people. That's the only explanation as to why we did not leave the city immediately. He needed to shake off his pursuers. That's why he left me in the opera house for half of the performance. And after that... Edie. Dorothea waved her hands around Edelgard's face. My apologies, my uncle left me there to observe the performance. I never did see the end. Oh, what opera was it? One of the perks of having a former diva by your side is that I could perform it for you. Dorothea was readying her voice and sang a small melody. It was an incredible display. The Rose and the Dawn. Edelgard answered with a flushed face. Edie, I am shocked. Even Dorothea's expression changed as she became embarrassed. To think you Hresvelgs are descendants of such a dirty bloodline. Dorothea imitated the pompous tone of speech of one of the many nobles they had heard over the years. She teased Edelgard right where it hurt. It's not the only opera that features a forbidden romance. The young princess protested. I know. But it must be your favorite when you even force our poor professor to read it. Edelgard shook her head, while desperately trying to suppress the burn around her cheeks. He showed interest in the time period since it's right before the War of the Eagle and Lion, or as those in the kingdom call it, Lug's Rebellion. And since the only historian heavily dislikes Katerina, I took it upon myself to broaden our teacher's horizons. Dorothea had ignored Edelgard's answer and was instead recalling the text she learned in the opera. The young princess's feet were trembling. The burden of the entire world was too much to bear. An entire realm needed her, but in this moment all she wanted. Dorothea, stop. Edelgard waved with her hands to get her to stop. And she did until her lips moved closer, and she kissed Edelgard on the cheek. Ah, you are just too precious to tease. Dorothea giggled. Edelgard was still flush with crimson, but it wasn't as bad anymore. Ugh, you are impossible. That's just a little bit of payback for all the stuff you and Hubie do behind our backs. Next time you think it's a great idea to allow a corrupt noble bastard to escape, I'd like to be warned in advance, or better yet, have a voice in the decision-making. Or else I am going to tease you so much people will not be able to tell the difference between you and the crimson flower next to you. Dorothea pointed with her index finger at the carnation. The 10th day of the harp-string moon, nighttime, the medical room. Edelgard heard someone carefully approach the door. The guards were about to refuse her when Edelgard ordered, "Let them inside." "Should we?" Another guard asked. "It's just a small girl. Let her inside." The door opened. And Sophia entered. "My apologies. This is the wrong room. I was looking for my daddy. He is still working." Can one of you find her father and bring him here? Her father is a blacksmith. With a wave of her hand Edelgard ordered one of her guards to go. The guards looked at her confused. Our duty is to protect you. Yes, and for that reason, this brave soul will take your place. You will keep me safe. Right, Sophia. Edelgard indicated for Sophia to rest here. I will. Sophia climbed into Edelgard's bed and she laid her head in the princess's lap. One of the guards suddenly had a realization. Wait, isn't that the special girl his lordship has been talking about? The Gautier girl? The other guard paused. I think you are right. Kindly close the door. Edelgard commanded with a fierce voice once she saw that upon being called Gautier, Sophia buried her head deeper into her lap. This world is harsh and unfair, isn't it? Edelgard was gently stroking her hair. It is. Sophia only managed to utter those two words. It is unfair. The people have forgotten that our blood is not what's special about us. Edelgard's hands moved to the girl's heart. It has always been this. My heart. Edelgard kissed that spot. Yes, your heart. The girl looked into Edelgard's eyes. I love the color of your eyes. They are so shiny. Thank you. Now get some rest. Your father will pick you up later. Edelgard continued to gently stroke her hair until Sophia finally let out a few peaceful sounds. She soon closed her eyes and began to sleep. A single candle was providing the room with light, but the curtains were open and through them moonlight managed to find its way inside. Edelgard also closed her eyes for a brief moment. She could feel Sophia's heartbeat and feel the wind from outside clash against the window. One of the worst things for her was having to spend her days being confined to a bed, but at least she wasn't lonely. Suddenly the door to her room opened and Hubert went inside. Any resistance the guards would normally have put up did not apply to him. We have finally returned, Your Highness. Yes, and I am sure you have plenty you wish to tell me, but for now that will have to wait. Edelgard was initiating at her guest, who carefully slept in her lap. Is this part of some plan I am unaware of? Hubert seemed shocked as to why his liege would spend time with the Gautier girl. Edelgard vehemently shook her head. In any case, we will talk more tomorrow. Hubert performed a small bow and was about to leave. Could you do me a favor? Edelgard stopped him right as he was about to leave. Anything as long as it is within my power. Can you search for her father and bring him here? I believe the guard I sent probably has no idea where to search for him. A chuckle escaped Hubert. You may count on me. Knock. 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 Come in. As she had done previously, Edelgard ordered the guards to open the door. But instead of Hubert, or Sophia's father, someone else entered. By the time Byleth entered the room, it was completely dark with only the light of the moon providing any illumination at all. I wanted to check on you. Despite the darkness, Byleth seemed to see clearly as he met Edelgard's gaze. I am slowly recovering. That's good. Byleth looked as if he was ready to leave, but Edelgard stopped him. Why did you gift me the flowers? It's customary for the receiver to be awake. They looked as though they belonged with you. Byleth elaborated. I wanted to leave them with someone who understood their value. As for why I did not wake you, it's because you were still exhausted. The doctors told me that your wound opened again. That is all true. Professor, when we returned to the stables, you must have had a feeling my wound could have reopened then and there if I wasn't careful enough. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Make sure to recover. Everything else can wait until you are back on your feet. What about the training? Edelgard gazed at Byleth. We still have to beat the Iron King bandits at the end of the month. We will handle them, Byleth declared with confidence. Such confidence, Edelgard commented. I will look forward to seeing the fruits of our efforts. As do I. Byleth had the door opened when the father stood there. Is Sophia here? The man looked clearly distressed. There was a small incident, which is why I worked a little overtime. Shhh. Edelgard placed her finger above her mouth to indicate for the father to lower his voice a little. Sophia still slept in Edelgard's lap. Thank you, Your Highness, for taking care of her. You are welcome. Just be a good father to her. I promise I will be the best father she can have. Edelgard and the blacksmith smiled at each other. Soon, the worried father carried his daughter. When they left, Byleth stopped to ask a final question. Did your father carry you like that? Edelgard nodded. Any good parent would do this for their child. Has Geralt not done so? For Byleth, the scene he had witnessed seemed entirely new. No. Interesting. How did you learn to carry someone? My father carried a fallen comrade. Ugh. Edelgard seemed frustrated. Did something upset you? You confirmed to me that you've been a swordsman from a young age. Did you ever regret becoming a mercenary? Byleth instantly shook his head. Never. I see, your character is stronger than most. Edelgard clapped her hands together. This is where we depart. I wish you a pleasant night, Professor. See you, Edelgard. Byleth left the door. The princess he left behind gave him a slight smile while she turned to Carnation. It is a beautiful flower. The 12th day of the harp-string moon, dawn, Count Gloucester's study room. Sire, our guests are ready and willing to depart. I am sure the Archbishop misses her charges deeply. Only he was laughing as if he had made a joke. But his guards were unfazed. His personal attendant joined in the laughter. I guess my humor still needs work. At any rate, we are going to see our guest off. The guards formed a protective circle around their lord and together they made for the exit. The 12th day of the harp-string moon, dawn, courtyard. This was our great alliance trip. First, I got kidnapped. Second, Edie nearly died of poisoning. Third, Petra nearly got kidnapped. Fourth, half of our class would nearly have perished fighting an entire bandit hideout. And lastly, only Byrne had a great time from beginning to end. While Dorothea summarized the journey, she counted each and every event with her fingers. Upon hearing that only she had a great time, Bernie began to give her a confused time. Wait, your time was worse than mine. Byrne, how was your time bad? Arg. The girl fell to the ground. I made you angry. Dorothea saw the damage she had done and quickly assured her. I could never be angry at you. That's a relief. Anyway, I miss my room. Linhard, who had overheard every word, was laughing. I guess that's why you did not enjoy this trip. But honestly, you definitely had the best time out of all of us. I don't want to know the headaches the adults are in for. Geralt and Eloise both carried massive bags under their eyes. You don't want to know. They both let out a large yawn. It's that bad. Linhard was shocked. Remind me to never work for the church, then. At least now that you are back, Captain, that means I don't have to finish the report alone. We are not supposed to plagiarize each other's works. Geralt scolded. That's why we change the words here and there. Trust me, they won't look alike. Said every plagiarist ever. You have a point there. Eloise was laughing. Has anyone seen where Hubert or Edelgard are? Ferdinand was interrupting them ask his question. Now that you are mentioning it, our professor is also missing. Petra and Ferdinand were contemplating looking for them. They are probably a little late, being today is the day they allowed Edelgard to travel again, Linhard explained. And they were great at pestering me. This is how you apply new bandages. Ugh, those doctors are worse than my parents. That's what you get for being the only one who knows white magic, Linear. Dorothea gave him a small bump on the shoulder. Yeez, thank you. Stop mopping, Linhard. I am just excited for the action we got. When Professor and Jaritza really got into it, I felt how unstoppable they were, and you know what? I am going to train even harder from now on. I will beat them, mark my words. Caspar was using his fists and jabbed in the air like a boxer. Geralt stopped his punches. That's the spirit. Now attack from another angle. More speed. Caspar did all these things with vigor. I guess I signed up for a different performance. Count Gloucester and his entourage were there. I can see that not everyone is here yet. I can wait for a few more minutes. The Count was looking to his left and right until. That won't be necessary. We are about to finish. Atop their respective steeds, Edelgard, Byleth, Hubert, and Jaritza were all astride. Is Her Highness certain about riding alone after such an injury? The Count questioned. I am. Edelgard rode up to Dorothea and offered her hand. Would you like to join me? And then she whispered something the others could not hear, which caused them to smile. I will humor you, Edie. Hubert, meanwhile, offered Petra a place. And she took the reins. I will be taking these. That's fine by me. Hubert was sporting a sly grin. Bernadetta quickly joined Eloise again, and Caspar and Linhard had to split up. Linhard took Byleth's ride while Caspar joined Ferdinand. Yet unlike Petra, he was not allowed control. It seems you are ready to depart. I hope you had an impeccable time outside the small incident. Edelgard looked around the castle. It was beautiful, and just by glancing at it, she knew that Lorenz had a pleasant upbringing. Yes, that incident will one day become a distant memory. But for now, it will serve as a reminder that we got much work ahead of us. Byleth finished for her. I wish you the best of luck. May you be appropriate rivals for my son. Your coming defeat at the Battle of the Eagle and Lion will be painful, but I know you will give us all a good show. You are going to watch the battle? Dorothea asked. If there is not another assassination attempt that I should be aware of, then yes. I will be there, Erwin confirmed. Then we look forward to your reaction to our inevitable victory. Haha, Lorenz's father burst into laughter. I highly doubt that, but you may try. So far, I think these kids got what it takes. But again, they do face tough competition, Gerald commented. Most knights have placed their bets on the Blue Lions. Have they? Erwin seemed intrigued. I don't think they will win. Their Prince Ealing doesn't strike me as the kind of who can win. A thing we can agree on, Edelgard nodded. If we think like that, Dmitri has already won. Byleth defended him. Never underestimate your opponent. That's true. Edelgard gave him a weak smile. She approached the Count and made a slight bow with her head. It was a pleasure to see the prosperous Gloucester lands with our own eyes, and I hope the next time we visit will be without incident. I hope so, too. Erwin and her exchanged a brief handshake, and with that, the Black Eagles departed for the monastery. The 12th day of the harp-string moon, evening, the monastery entrance. Seath and Flane were the only ones who greeted them. The Archbishop is currently holding a small event at the cathedral. Seath greeted them. Eloise, Geralt, Juritsa, I'd like to speak with each of you under four eyes. Don't be so harsh, brother, Flane scolded him. When it was just us, he told me that he is worried sick about you. Apparently Hubert sent a report to the Archbishop and it caused them quite a lot of worry. We are all in one piece. Geralt stated. And we will explain everything, Eloise backed his friend up. For now, my students just need to rest. Byleth stated. Ah, yes. Seath snapped with his fingers and the knights by his side quickly took the eagle's belongings. You can trust the knights with this, while you get something to eat. You must quite hungry, I presume. Flane looked at them. There is one more thing you should be aware of. Tomorrow is still school, so you should go to bed early. It is. Linhard and Caspar were shocked to hear that. Yes, it is, a slight yawn escaped Dorothea's lips. But you won't go overboard on lectures? Right. Byleth remained silent. His eyes were fixated on a pair of students that were watching them. Hi, Teach. So how glorious was your trip? We heard all kinds of rumors. Claude was approaching the eagles with a smile that did not reach their eyes. Next to him was Dmitri, and he seemed more concerned than him. Were the rumors true? He asked. That depends on what exactly you have heard. Edelgard responded. Dmitri was examining her from head to toe. Is it true you were poisoned and nearly died? It's all right if you don't wish to speak about this. Edelgard ignored his statement. But some of the eagles were perplexed and shocked to hear Dmitri state this rumor so openly. Look at this, His Princeliness is worried for the princess. Claude was making fun of Dmitri, but his smile was still as fake as the one before. It is true that we had a run-in with a few bandits, but the rest of the rumors are greatly exaggerated. As you can see, we are fine. Now if you'd please make room for us at the dining hall. My peers and I would like to dine. Of course, Dmitri performed a humble bow and allowed the tired and hungry eagles through. Claude went on his way alongside him. "See you soon." He waved them off. "That we will." Byleth responded as he made a straight line for the kitchen. His next 2 hours would probably be spent cooking, but he looked forward to it. The 13th day of the harp-string moon, dawn, the Black Eagle's classroom. "This looks incredible. Did you make that, Professor?" Casper was shouting out of excitement. "What is it, Casper?" Dorothea asked. She and the rest of the class still needed to enter. "Oh, that's really big. How long did that take you?" Bernadetta now shared Casper's enthusiasm as she took a step forward to his desk. 3 hours, Byleth answered. There were massive bags under his eyes. "Professor," Edelgard criticized him. "I told you to sleep. Not stay in the kitchen all night. After what happened, I thought it would be nice if we all shared a cake together. Proper courses will start tomorrow. Today, you are free to unwind." "Thank the goddess," Dorothea left out a sigh of relief. "For a second there, I was afraid we'd have to bust our chops on the training grounds after we spent the entire yesterday on horseback. My leg pain hasn't gone away yet." Here, Byleth had sliced Dorothea a piece and was now offering it to her. "Maybe you're not as bad as everyone says you are, Professor." Dorothea offered him a feeble smile. "Bad things like butcher, family destroyer, and cold-hearted monster have been said about you, but sometimes when I look at you, I get the impression that you're just lonely." Byleth simply shrugged with his shoulders. "I don't feel lonely. That is what I would say if I was lonely, too." Dorothea winked at him. After that, she tasted the cake. "This is not bad. I might make use of your services for a date or two." Edelgard was paying close attention, but she was also getting irritated with her friend. In her irradiation, she accidentally sliced down a far larger piece than she had intended. But before anyone noticed, Hubert cut down his piece from her piece so everything looked normal. "I am not one for sweets," her retainer commented. "But this is a passable result." Edelgard consumed her portion. "I share this sentiment. It has a pleasant flavor overall, but I find it to be a little too sweet for my taste." "Aren't the treats in Inbear famous for their sweetness?" Linhard appeared intrigued. "They are, and they eventually have a tendency to get on my teeth or anyone else's, for that matter." "I see, I always found the sweets from my part of the country to be way too bitter. Perhaps I will try some." Petra also took a single piece and ate it. "Professor, if we are being finished for today, can we leave? I'd like to go hunting." Edelgard was grateful. Petra asked this question. She wanted to talk with Manuela during a break. "Professor, we can end earlier today." Edelgard backed Petra up. Byleth stroked his chin. "Fine, you are all free to leave." After he finished, Byleth took out one of his many books and began reading. Hubert touched Edelgard's hand. "There is something we should talk about." Edelgard whispered in his ear. "How urgent is it?" "More urgent than your private lessons," Hubert insisted. A sigh escaped Edelgard's lips. "Fine," she followed him outside, and they found themselves in a quiet corner where no one was watching. "So what do you want to talk with me about?" "It's about Juritsah. He attacked Akiran." Edelgard's eyes widened. "Are you sure it was him?" "He confessed the deed to me," Hubert insisted. "Is Akiran alive?" "Barely. But the bigger problem is the commotion he caused. The other classes are now tasked with investigating this mess. It means the Death Knight will have to lay low for a while. This is frustrating. We don't need the other classes sniffing around in Akiran's former business." Edelgard was thinking. "Are there any eyewitnesses?" "They are and will be soon arriving at the monastery to testify. We could still make them disappear. Do what you think is best. As long as it decreases the attention on Akiran." "Has Juritsah told you why he disobeyed and ran off there?" Hubert mimicked Juritsah's monotone voice. "For you. Interesting. I never thought of Juritsah as the type of person who would enact vengeance for my sake." Hubert looked at her with deep concern. "Are you sure we can afford to stay at school for the entirety of the month?" Whatever those who slither in the dark are planning to do with Miss Oaks, they will strike soon. Our time is running out. Which is why the bandits are going to change locations. Now that I am fit enough, I can speak with Costas again. He will never agree to abandon his position to waltz in the opposite direction of the continent. Hubert quickly shot her plan down. You are correct. The Great Canyon is too easy to be fortified, and he probably has his remaining forces on high alert. We do need a justification though as to why. I may have found a way to kill two birds with one stone. You have. Edelgard was curious to hear his solution. Please indulge me in your plan. It does come at a small downside, but it would work nonetheless. Hubert looked left and right. We should discuss this however in my room. Lead the way. A few minutes later. Jertaza is going to kidnap most of the knights as the Death Knight, and he is going to demand the Black Eagles chase him. Why our class? If not, he will slaughter the hostages. His location is going to put him north of the monastery. From there, he lures us to the northern fortress, where we will clean it alongside Instructor Juritsa. Under the pretext of a rescue mission from an unknown knight, who works for the Iron King, we are allowed to act in that area. And now it's up to you to use your charm on our professor and get him to order us to wear masks for this assignment. That way, those who slither in the dark won't be entirely sure if it's us. Edelgard carried a smile on her face. Given how much Byleth trusts me, this part will be effortless. The smile Edelgard carried faded. I am more worried if the Archbishop will actually send us. Should she not, this will all be for naught. So far, the professor has been a fine pawn. If it comes to that, you can convince him to ignore the Archbishop's order. He is not our pawn. Edelgard refuted. I thought such terms were of little consequence to you. Edelgard was silent for a short while. We are not them, Hubert. Yes, we must be better, smarter, and stronger to beat them, Hubert urged her. We cannot afford a moment of respite. I am painfully aware. Are we concluding here? I have a meeting with Manuela to attend. It's time to address one of my central weaknesses. Are you intending to learn white magic? Hubert was both astonished and on the verge of breaking into laughter. I see your smirk. Edelgard quickly became defensive. I only intend to learn a single healing spell. You could simply wear armor more often, Hubert suggested. The dagger would never have gotten through the armor. But an axe or spear can still get through, and we cannot always rely on potions or Linhard. Fine, I take back my words. I pray that you find success where Dorothea and I did not. The 13th day of the harp-string moon, evening, the second floor. Professor Manuela. Edelgard was knocking at her door. And the door opened. Come in, child. Edelgard received an affectionate smile from Rhea. How was your journey? Lady Rhea. Edelgard was shocked to see the Archbishop alone in Manuela's office. A handful of knights returned from their mission in the kingdom, and they were wounded in a small skirmish. Manuela is currently busy tending to their wounds. I was overjoyed when she told me that you have shown interest in white magic. Even the great Willem managed to heal Saint Cyros. I believe white magic to be a skill any ruler should learn. Our flesh is just human. Edelgard stated. I owe it to my people to at least try to learn an ability which helps me save them. However, should the Archbishop really waste her time teaching me this? Surely you have bigger problems to worry about. I have many responsibilities. Rhea admitted. However, an archbishop who is not able to schedule time for a descendant of the emperor who assisted Saint Cyros in the construction of the Holy Church is failing at her duties. Suddenly, Edelgard felt Rhea gently touch her. Besides, all I hear from Professor Eisner is his highest praise for you. I wish to see you live up to those expectations. It felt like a fire was burning in Edelgard's chest. I will show you the student he values so greatly. And with that, Edelgard accepted Rhea's challenge. We will begin with a small task. Rhea's thumb subtly touched one of her teeth, and a tiny drop of blood appeared. With a firm voice, Rhea spoke. Heal. And a gust of green energy manifested and closed the wound. When you speak heal, you must demonstrate your faith for the goddess. Rhea repeated everything and was now waiting for Edelgard. Heal. Edelgard screamed. But nothing was happening. A giggle escaped Ria's lips. You don't force the spell to appear, you believe in it. Heal. Nothing happened. The 13th day of the harp-string moon, nighttime, the second floor, Manuela's office. My, it is that late. Ria stopped Edelgard. I imagine that you are thirsty and hungry at the same time. I can go on. Edelgard protested. Heal. No, you cannot, child. You drained all of your magical energy. Drink this, it will restore some of your energy. Ria offered her a fresh glass of water. This is strange. Your posture and speaking pattern are perfect by now. But it's like something in your mind prevents you from summoning it. Edelgard was quiet. Ria gave her a weak smile. I forgot that you are not your parents. Your father and mother were quite proficient at it. Her teachers were concerned about your mother because of her extensive knowledge of spells. I think her nickname was the Adrestian Raging Storm. Adrestian Raging Storm, Edelgard carried a faint smile. I am ready to continue. You can stop it. Ria was left speechless when the tiny blood stain disappeared. I can see why you are Professor Eisener's favorite, she smiled. Ria was deep in thought. Why does it work now? Edelgard tried to summon the healing again, but she only let out a painful cry. Arg. You overdid it for today, child. We will practice together in 2 days. I'd like for you to take a day and rest. Edelgard remained silent as she left the room. Ria followed quickly behind her and closed the door. We will meet at the same time as we have meet today. Fine by me. Edelgard quickly went to the staircase and descended them down. Now that she was outside she could show what she felt. A mixture of disgust and intrigue. Unlike her sparring session with her uncle, it felt like she truly learned more than humiliation, but the sting of humiliation was still there. The 14th day of the harp-string moon, noon, Black Eagle's classroom. And so the Empire lost a crucial battle and one of their best generals had to pay the price. Gong, gong. That will be all for today. Byleth dismissed his class. Tomorrow we will go further into the military tactics employed by both sides and work out how Adrestia might have won again the fledgling kingdom. Ah, that sucks. I want to punch people. Casper's head hung low. The Archbishop asked me to go easy on you. What happened in the alliance wasn't planned, but it did leave scars that need to heal. Byleth avoided eye contact with them. What happened? Bernadetta seemed clueless. I for one, don't mind shooting a few arrows from time to time. These long talking bits tend to get boring. Linhard crashed to the floor, curled into laughter. Ah, this is priceless. We all nearly die and Bernadetta is clueless. How rude. Bernadetta stood up for herself. My time was, she paused. Actually pretty nice. She gave everyone present a genuine smile. I look forward to our next journey. This is surprising. Suthies materialized next to Byleth. This little mouse finally told you what I could not. Byleth stood there for a fraction of a second and had his lips curled into a smile. Oh, I think she has seen it. Suthies was fixated on Edelgard and Byleth. She also carried a smile. Their house leader went over to him. So Professor, why do we quit so early? I have a meeting with someone, Byleth answered. Oh, Edelgard took interest. Are you available later? Byleth nodded. 2 hours later, beneath the monastery. I shouldn't do this. Edelgard was wandering the dark corridors beneath the monastery. She was searching for the saint's library to study in the exact same place where her mother harnessed her skills when she heard 2 noises coming from one of the walls. Weak. A woman screamed. Faster. She commanded. Edelgard could hear it coming from one of the walls. As if on instinct her crest activated. But this time it revealed nothing. It took Edelgard a little bit of time until she saw the crest of Shishal at the wall. She pressed it and a stone door opened. Oh, we have a visitor. Ria performed a formal bow towards Edelgard. Are you here to watch our training, child? Ria looked imposing as she wore a wooden sword and shield. Meanwhile Byleth sat on the floor. His eyes were analyzing her for any potential weak spots and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Professor. Edelgard's eyes were on him. I must get stronger, he mumbled. "Are you interested in a sparring session?" Rhea went over to the collection of training weapons and threw an axe to Edelgard's feet. "Pick it up and let's have a little fun, shall we?" The Archbishop sported a devilish smile. One she had seen in a far more unhinged form in Jarrett saw. "I accept the challenge." Edelgard picked up the axe. After yesterday's classes she was burning for a fight. And so she lunged at Rhea with all her speed. Chapter 23, Saving Monica. "Is that all?" Rhea effortlessly sidestepped Edelgard's strike and geared up to deliver a devastating retaliatory kick. However, this left her back exposed, and when Byleth saw that, he wasted no time returning to the fray. Despite Edelgard's best efforts to block the incoming kick, she got hit in the stomach, sending her back several meters. In the meantime, Byleth attacked Rhea's rear, but her shield was there to block the blow. With a gleam in her eye, she remarked, "A bit too slow." Byleth did not back down. While Rhea silently boasted about her skill, he grabbed her shield and wrestled with her for control of it. Interesting. Rhea refocused on the struggling professor as she slashed at him with her blade, but Byleth managed to block in the nick of time. The clash between the two types of wood continued, but with time, Rhea gained the upper hand thanks to her superior skill and experience. After being absent for a short duration, Edelgard re-entered the fight and aimed her axe directly at Rhea, forcing the Archbishop to drop her shield for a few precious seconds. Byleth tried to seize the shield, only for Rhea to snatch it at the last moment after successfully avoiding Edelgard's subsequent attack. Once she had her shield again, she did the unexpected and hurled it at Edelgard in one fell swoop. Edelgard got ready to block it, but upon seeing his student in danger, Byleth deflected the hurling shield's path. As a result of the deflection, it crashed into the ceiling. "Thank you, Professor." Though she smiled warmly at Byleth, Edelgard kept her eyes on the perilous situation before her. The professor and the student felt a pressing need to find a solution to the insurmountable trial right before them. Their gazes thoroughly examined the Archbishop, searching for any sign of frailty or vulnerability. But there was none. She did indeed seem invincible. 2 against 1. The expression on the Nabatean's face conveyed both shock and delight. "I relish the challenge." She quickly concentrated all of her aggression on Edelgard. The young princess tried her best to keep up with Rhea's pace. Still, Rhea was quicker, more agile, and she incorporated numerous distinct fighting styles into her fencing, making it challenging for the young lady Hresvelg to block and counter them. The more she studied Rhea's movements, the more they reminded her of dancing a deadly dance of extinction. This was the choreography for the afterlife. Her attacks often came from all angles, and her superhuman speed made them even more devastating. When Edelgard saw that Rhea had feigned an overhead strike to attack from behind, she thought, "This is not good." Suddenly, a rescuer grabbed her from behind and pulled her to safety. With the help, Edelgard just barely avoided the attack. When she looked to the side, she found herself standing next to her professor, who, with a look in his eyes, indicated that she should join in with his attacks. Even though she did her best, she needed help to keep up with Byleth and Rhea's lightning-fast speed. Swinging an axe required more time and effort per swing than what was needed to use a blade. Not only that, but this fight showed her the difference between being bred for war and forcing oneself to master a perfection you would have never picked up if it weren't for the twisted hands of fate. Despite being in a 2-on-1 match, Rhea was still in complete control of the fight. She decided where they would strike her, and she chose the speed of the battle. Each strike tired Edelgard and Byleth out, while Rhea seemed to get more and more enthralled. They knew they couldn't keep this up forever. So they had to disarm Rhea and knock her sword out of her hand. In light of this, Byleth slowed down despite the high cost involved. Capitalizing on this opening, Rhea pounced on him with a barrage of blows that Byleth could not block. Not long after, the cold stone floor was stained with a few drops of dark red blood. But now that he was going slower, he was finally in proper sync with Edelgard's axe as they both got ready for their counter-strikes. Byleth took the lead and simulated a strike, which gave Edelgard a chance to assail back quickly from a different angle. Rhea deflected the house leader's attack with a grin, but she wasn't prepared for Byleth's sudden follow-up blow. Her hold on the sword began to tremble ever so slightly. Edelgard seized on the momentum she had to deliver another strike that was even more powerful than the first, and this time she was successful in removing the sword from Rhea's grasp. However, as soon as Rhea realized she had lost the wooden blade, she switched to using her fists as a weapon. When Edelgard was about to press her axe at Rhea to get her to surrender, Rhea started throwing punches at a deadly pace. When Edelgard first felt Rhea's barrage, her vision became blurry, and her consciousness began to fade. Almost immediately, the future emperor was disarmed, and she fell to the ground. Rhea towered over her, perfectly positioned to deliver the knockout blow. Rhea's hands moved. However, Byleth reacted quickly to protect his student by using his own body as a shield to push Rhea off of Edelgard. As a result, the archbishop staggered backward 2 meters. Following that, Byleth launched a sneak attack on her with his sword from a safe distance. Rhea grabbed his wooden sword and threw it away. What? Edelgard struggled to rise to her feet. However, the blurriness in her vision remained. Nonetheless, she tried and was successful after 2 attempts. You should. Rhea ran past Byleth, her hands emitting a warm emerald light. Byleth's eyes were still fixated on the archbishop, but he stopped when he saw what kind of shape his student was in. Byleth picked up Edelgard's wooden axe, and he placed it against the throat of the one leading the church. This was too much. As soon as Byleth saw the look of regret on Rhea's face, he put down his training blade and rushed over to tend to his injured pupil. Rhea's hands went through Edelgard's wounds. My apologies. I got too fired up. This just proves what formidable warriors you are. Rhea offered them a weak smile. How are you? Byleth's voice barely squeaked out this question. His eyes were on her and the many wounds that she had received during their struggle. Edelgard could only see his silhouette, but she knew Byleth was there. How do I look? She was bleeding from her forehead, carrying several bruises and other injuries. You looked better, Byleth answered flatly. He made an effort to maintain his composure, but it was ineffective. Oh, goddess, hear my prayer. Fortify. Just like Linhard had done to the Almiran slaves in the timeline the Divine Pulse had undone, Rhea now summoned the most powerful white magic a healer could learn. The entirety of the underground was bathed in a warm green light, and both Byleth and Edelgard had the distinct sensation that their wounds were quickly healing. The blood on their faces quickly vanished, the broken bones began to heal, and Edelgard's vision gradually returned to her. With her sight restored, Edelgard gazed at Rhea. Even though Rhea was the fake deity she had been trying to bring down, she masterfully managed to pull off the goddess act here. If her faith had not been shattered beneath the Inver Palace, she would have genuinely seen the goddess work through the Nabatean. That will be all for today. You have shown excellent teamwork. I was certain that you would surrender before you could disarm me. Rhea couldn't hide her astonishment as she smiled at them. It's been a long time since I faced an opponent that would come this far. Byleth said nothing as his hand moved over to thoroughly examine his pupil. Can you walk? I can. Edelgard nodded. You don't need to worry about me anymore. What about you? She tried to stand and examine Byleth in return, but she felt too tired for that. Instantaneously, she was driven to take a seat on the cold stone. I'm sorry, young Hresvelg, I tested your abilities too far. Please take a moment to relax before leaving. Rhea made herself comfortable next to Edelgard as she conducted a brief inspection. Because of this, the princess began to feel uneasy, which ultimately led to her making another futile attempt to stand up. However, Rhea had her in her arms before falling to the ground. Please, there is no need for us to rush. I am sure your professor will go easy on you in tomorrow's lecture. Isn't that right, Professor? Byleth gave her a blank nod. We won't do any physical training tomorrow. I hear you have been entirely invested in teaching about the history of Fodlan. Is there something I can help you with? Like the two of you, I have devoted a great deal of time to learning about the past of this enormous continent. To be an archbishop, one must be well versed in their history. Rhea genuinely seemed excited to converse about history with them. In reality, Edelgard wasn't looking forward to it, but she pretended otherwise. We recently reached the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, Byleth responded. That's incredible progress. So have you already covered the countless centuries before it? Edelgard and Byleth nodded in unison. Tomorrow, we are going to analyze the military tactics used by both parties, and we are going to find a way in which the Empire could have won the battle. The way Edelgard spoke indicated how proud she was of the exciting subjects her teacher chose for them. I see. Ria beamed at them. Hanneman and Manuela are good professors, but they are undoubtedly slower. I can see why Flane frequently begs Seath to become a student. With such interesting topics you teach, I too would like to listen in for a few hours. Ria tried to grab Byleth's arm, but he withdrew it. Alas, my duty keeps me busy. Edelgard felt the strength in her legs return, and she was now able to get up without problems. Speaking of responsibilities, I haven't forgotten about tomorrow, and I still need to prepare for it. Lady Ria? Professor. Edelgard performed a small, humble bow. After that, she turned to face the exit. It took her a second to find and press the Shishal crest, but as soon as the stone door appeared, she was gone. Byleth trailed close behind her. You did well, he remarked. Thank you, Professor. Edelgard momentarily avoided his gaze. Professor, this sparring match has shown me how much more I need to learn. It's important that we get back to the training grounds as soon as possible. We cannot allow Dimitri and Claude to stomp all over us should we not try to keep up with them soon. Byleth heaved a heavy sigh. You are right. I thought our entire class might need a breather after what happened in the Alliance, but we can't afford to fall behind now. Edelgard had her eyes fixated on him. I'm relieved to hear that. Professor, there will be many battles ahead of us. Fights like the one we were in today are beyond our control, but we must continue to stand our ground in triumph. It is our duty to oppose those who cling to unreasonable ideas of justice. Like Ria? Byleth questioned. At first, Edelgard was silent. After a moment, she grinned and responded, like the Iron King's thieves. Byleth indicated his approval. Yes, the people of Remire and its surrounding villages deserve justice for what happened. Without them, Fodlan would be a better place. Edelgard paused as they were about to exit the large underground corridors. The Iron King's thieves are symptoms of a larger disease. Without this infection, Fodlan wouldn't need mercenaries. Before Byleth could raise an objection, Edelgard silenced him. Costas and Miklon weren't born as bandits. They chose their paths. Byleth countered. Did they? Edelgard questioned. What kind of person would you have become if your father had not raised you? And instead, you would have found yourself in an entirely different position? For a reasonable portion of their lives, Costas and Miklon weren't criminals. As he shook his head, Byleth expressed his disapproval. We live in the here and now, Edelgard. A sigh escaped the princess's lips. I am not saying they are innocent, but at the end of the day, their evil actions are part of a greater problem. The disease. Yes, as Emperor, I will cure the sickness that plagues all of Fodlan. Orphael and marry Ferdinand. Byleth had a brief smirk on his face as he remembered having a similar conversation with her as they left for Garreg Mach for the first time. So you do recall? Edelgard sounded slightly upset. She pushed Byleth against the wall. Trust me, I will change the world. She twisted her finger in a spot where Ria had struck Byleth in the duel. This spot was not fully healed, and it caused Byleth to thrown. Upon seeing how the damage her technique was doing, she stopped and sighed. Should something happen to me, then it will fall to you to make sure either Ferdinand or Hubert turn out to be decent rulers. Granted, they won't be me, but the last thing Adrestia will need is another incompetent emperor or regent exploiting its citizens. I cannot promise that. Byleth shook his head. Edelgard's eyes widened. During our trip, I would have nearly died. In the event of my demise, a war of succession is likely to break out. And for that circumstance, I must ensure that the realm will have a proper. I cannot pledge something that will never come to pass, Byleth clarified. I have the responsibility of a professor to ensure the security of my students. A slight blush appeared on Edelgard's face. Thank you, Professor. Make no mistake, I do not intend to die, but still, I have to prepare for every eventuality. This cautiousness is so out of character for you. Oh, so you are an expert on my persona. Edelgard giggled in Byleth's face. You do remember the countless hours we spent planning. I do, but where does this melancholy come from? Byleth touched her forehead. What happened to you in the Alliance was my fault. We already discussed this, Professor. The only ones who were at fault were Akiran and his minions. But I would be lying if I said that this did not cause a change in me. It's why I am taking lessons in white magic from now on, and I want us to be even more cautious. Death lingers around every corner in Fodlan, and only a fool faces it unprepared. They reached the crossroads, either leading to the classrooms or the dorms. On that, we agree. Do you wish to help me plan out tomorrow's lecture? Byleth extended his hand to her. After that sparring session, you wish to impose more duties on me? Edelgard giggled. She made a brief pause, during which Byleth's expression changed. The look he carried was the same one he had upon seeing her at the Gloucester graveyard. He was feeling guilty. Thus she added, where can I sign up? You are right, I shouldn't ask you to do more. Byleth's head hung low. Yes, you shouldn't ask, hence why I already offered my help to you if you remember. Edelgard took Byleth's hand and pushed him in the direction of their classroom. Let's see if we cannot wake Linhard from his inevitable slumber. The two of them had a wonderful time together until the sun started to vanish slowly, and it was nighttime. Edelgard took another bite from the tasty food Byleth had procured for them as she concluded. So our next lectures will be split between history, military tactics, and crestology. Additionally, our days always conclude with a final lecture in the art of war, i.e., training on the training grounds. Should we change the order of subjects? Byleth wondered as he took a bite of the fresh bread lying on the table. No, I think this is adequate. It's just that preparing you for each of these subjects will take up much of our time. I already read much about history. That leaves us only with crestology. On that account, Professor Hanneman sounded excited to discuss it in full detail with me. Hanneman won't offer his wisdom for free. He will request more answers than I did. If I am being honest, Professor, I don't care anymore who your mother was, I am just glad she left you behind for us. Oh. Suthies materialized next to Edelgard upon hearing this small confession. Where does this come from? Where does this come from? Byleth echoed Suthies' inquiry. I feel the same way about our entire class, no, the entirety of Fodlan. Our bloodlines don't define us, our deeds do, and on that account, I am grateful for all the hard work you put in. When you first started out, I, too, had my skepticism. I thought I had to teach entire classes by myself. So thank you for surprising me thus. You are welcome. Byleth's yawn startled her, which prompted Edelgard to imitate him. All right, it's time for us to go to bed, Byleth insisted. Edelgard nodded. We should finish up with our meal and then call it a day. Suthies watched the exchange with bated breath. It was clear that she had so many questions she wanted to ask Byleth and his student, but since she was a ghost, she held herself back. Though her fingers were itching. The 14th day of the harp-string moon, nighttime, Edelgard's room. Lady Edelgard. Hubert knocked at her door, and by doing so, he managed to wake Adrestia from her slumber. When Edelgard returned to her room, the cat was overjoyed to see her owner, so she clung to her whenever she could. That made it harder for Edelgard to finish up the countless letters she was preparing for the fateful day. Hubert. Edelgard swiftly unlocked her door. Here, I have finished this batch of letters. You know when and to whom you have to send them. Her retainer kept a wary eye on her, wearing the same stern expression he always did. You have been missing for 2 hours after today's lectures. Where have you been? Sparring, Edelgard replied honestly. We need you at full strength for the adversities ahead, Your Highness. I would advise caution, especially after the severe wound you sustained during our previous expedition. I haven't forgotten. But this sparring session was just too great an opportunity to pass up. Like your white magic training with the Archbishop. Hubert laughed. And, despite asking the question, he appeared uninterested in the answer. Thus, he interrupted Edelgard as she was about to speak. It's not in my mind to belittle you, but our time is currently thin, and in the event that our ambitions are to succeed, we still have considerable preparations to make. I managed to learn a healing spell and battled against the Archbishop with our professor. I got to study her techniques and weaknesses up close. I beg your pardon. Hubert's pupils dilated. He was in all-out disbelief. The Archbishop had never trained any of her knights, so why should she do so now? Hubert. Since when am I the kind of person to joke about something like this? He placed his hand against her forehead and mumbled something before forcing himself to smile. In that case, you did well to seize the opportunity. However, we still need to create letters for quite a few viscounts. I already handled half of them. I trust the other half in your capable hands, Lady Edelgard, and there has been a slight shipment of gold for our pockets from Duke Girth. Count Gloucester paid him our part of the share in Acheron profits. I take it Gloucester has already fixed up the tailor shop. Edelgard couldn't suppress the disgust in her voice. Hubert performed a slight nod. Yes, proper workers now operate the underground facilities, and the criminal activity there mostly serves to maintain the facade. The Count also took his forces to the mine we freed. While I am sure he will make sure to get the most coins from these operations, they still fill our coffers, and what's best is that House Regan will gain the least of it now that Gloucester is in full charge. The feud between Regan and Gloucester will be vital for us in the future. It was wise of you to make the most of your time while we were in the alliance, Edelgard complimented her aide. The forces at the mine were beneath you. Hubert wore his usual malicious grin. It was effortless. That said, there is the final matter of Jurat saw, so when are we going to enact our plan? That is not certain. Most of the knights who were supposed to report are still hospitalized. I guess that it might take a week for them to recover. Good. The more time to prepare, the better. And with that, Edelgard turned back to her table as she began to write even more letters. Adrestia, her cat, was discontent with that and attempted to get her owner's attention, but she ultimately gave up after an hour and went to lie down in bed instead. When Edelgard finally turned in for the night, Hubert had already been gone for quite some time. The 14th day of the harp-string moon, nighttime, deep beneath the northern fortress. Let me take a look at you. Suddenly, an elderly man with a cane walked up to the cold, dirty iron cell where Monica was held. It's nice to see you again, Miss Oakes. I hope my men weren't too rude to you. You. Monica shouted. You kidnapped me? Why Tamash? What have I done to deserve this? Tamash laughed in her face. I figure I might as well tell you the truth since you don't have much time left to live. The Tamash you know is dead, and what happened to him will also happen to you. Tamash? No, this can't be, you are still alive. Monica couldn't believe what she was hearing. This can't be. You were so kind to me when I enrolled at the academy. You helped me with my studies. Why did you do all of this? If the bandits are pressuring you, my father and I will help you. Foolish girl. Tamash went through Monica's hair and grabbed a sample. Soon, just like with poor Tamash, you will be reborn. Your essence will go over to a new host who will tarnish your legacy. My legacy? What could you want from the daughter of a baron? Monica protested. Our lands are poor, and my standing within the imperial nobility is nothing noteworthy. Tamash waved away her criticism. You are the last person within the empire to bear the crest of Macule, but that's not the major reason why you have been chosen. It will be a delight to make that Hresvelg girl suffer. What do you want to do with her highness? Monica's pupils widened in shock. Leave her out of this. Tamash stepped closer to her. Allow me to show you the truth, clueless child. Suddenly, dark flames engulfed him, and a new person emerged. I am Solon, the savior of all, and the princess you hold so dear doesn't value you in the slightest. She knows you are rotting in this cell by now, but she will do nothing. You see, for her, you are expendable, while we are far too important for her to give up. Next time I return, you are going to meet your new self. Cronia will delight in meeting her next face. This is impossible. Monica made a defiant motion with her head and arms. I know Her Highness will come for me, and we will make you all suffer for what you have done. I highly doubt that. Tamash changed his appearance back. For now, make sure to wallow in your misery. Monica stared as Tamash left the room via the large staircases. The light from the stairs briefly illuminated the room, and it was enough for her to tell that she was in some castle. The cell was far colder than most Adrestian rooms, so it could only mean that the kingdom's border was close. If only she had a piece of paper and someone who could carry a message for her. The other cells were empty, and she was the only prisoner left alive. The smell of the rotten corpses was nearly enough for her to throw up. Eventually, in all of her despair, Monica's hands faltered into a prayer. "Someone, please. I don't wish to die." The 15th day of the harp-string moon, afternoon, Manuela's office. "I can see you and the Archbishop used your time wisely." Manuela beamed as she witnessed Edelgard finally succeed in casting the healing spell after several failed attempts. Edelgard vehemently shook her head in frustration. "No, this is still far too unreliable. There's an 80% chance the spell won't take effect, and there is a 20% chance the spell backfires." Edelgard let out an annoyed sigh due to her lack of progress. "Well, Dorothea still fails 5 out of 5 times, and after 3 failed lectures, she just gave up." Manuela affectionately touched Edelgard's shoulder while she flashed a friendly smile. "You are doing great. Even after all the advice I gave Dorothea, she ended up quitting, and Dorothea is not a quitter. Quite the opposite, she danced until her toes were bleeding, but in that particular problem, she just stopped. To this day, I continue to harbor the hope that it was not due to something that I had previously said. Dorothea practically worships you." Edelgard returned the warm smile she received. Manuela let out a deep sigh. "That's good. Dorothea is my best protégé. You wouldn't believe how eager she was to learn, and I taught her everything." Manuela's grin widened as she reminisced, but then it faded, and she gave off a defeated look. "Everything except white magic." Edelgard. Suddenly they heard a voice knock at the door to Manuela's office. It snapped the former diva out of her sadness. The Archbishop herself. Manuela was amazed to catch Ria knocking at her door. "What brings you here?" Ria carried a small biscuit with all kinds of small presents. "Edelgard and I have an appointment together. I am supposed to teach her more about white magic." Edelgard was praying that Manuela would not let Ria inside, but Manuela seemed overjoyed. "In that case, please allow me to join you. There are some techniques I'd like to learn from you as well." "Rest assured, Manuela. You already are one of the finest healers I've ever met." Ria calmed her excitement down. "I know that, but I am not at your level. What you did when Akiran heinously attacked our dear Edelgard was unbelievable. I thought the next time we would see our poor princess again was in a coffin, but you prevented that. Does the goddess truly work through you, or can even a humble believer like myself pick up a few new tricks?" Ria offered Manuela a weak smile. "I suppose you wish to find out." Manuela quickly gestured for Ria to take a seat next to Edelgard. "Please sit down. I will get us a proper patient." Ria wanted to stop Manuela. "I healed dark magic. Casting it is forbidden." "Oh, one of the knights who came back from the kingdom has a wound I haven't been able to heal. Maybe some evil magic has crept into his system. Now that the Archbishop herself takes a look at it, I am sure we can solve this. Should I ask the young man to walk up the stairs, or are we going to meet him at the infirmary?" "We can meet," Edelgard wanted to respond, but Ria interrupted her. "We will need the proper equipment. It's best if you take the young man upstairs." When Manuela left, Ria turned to Edelgard. "I brought you this. A book, a tiny goddess statue, a bit of tea, and a few cookies were inside the basket. I should have held back more during our sparring match. I know I won't be able to apologize enough for it. So this is the least I can do." "You don't need to bribe me," Edelgard shook her head. "I agreed to the practice match. This is not bribery. It's a gift to ease my conscience." Ria's hands faltered in the shape of a prayer. "After everything that happened to you, you have good reason to leave the monastery. All the plots and assassination attempts, they must have been hard. Leave and miss out on an exciting school year." Ria was only able to catch Edelgard's genuine smile for a fraction of a second. "Never." Her tone and her eyes sparkled with the conviction that she would rather be in no other place. A brief pause followed this exchange, after which Edelgard changed the subject. "You are taking your time to train my professor." "Why?" "Because he requested me to," Ria replied. "His father is a close friend of mine, and it's only natural that I help the youngest professor in Garag Mach history. I see. Edelgard had her answers. Are you interested in more sparring sessions? Rhea hesitatingly asked. Edelgard reluctantly nodded. That's lovely. Rhea beamed with happiness as she clapped her hands together. We could become as close as Wilhelm and Ciros. Edelgard did not speak a word, all she managed to muster was a feeble smile that was directed in every direction, but no one was reached by it. Be careful. We almost have it. From the corridor, they heard Manuela. And that's the final step. Well done. The former songstress sounded like a proud mother. Now, only a few more steps, and we are there. We will get your legs fixed up in no time. Rhea and Edelgard stepped into the corridor. Once there, Rhea took the patient into her arms and placed him on the large bed inside Manuela's office. Edelgard was not in the least surprised by seeing Rhea's inhuman strength at work, while Manuela's jaw dropped. Incredible. You have no idea how heavy some of my patients are. I was born with a major crest. Rhea clarified. Yes, Hanneman already chewed off my ears over that. Manuela shared Edelgard's annoyance on the topic. You don't seem to share his enthusiasm. Rhea was taken aback. But you are quite the devout believer. The chorus isn't the same without you. I do believe in the goddess, but I don't believe all of her teachings benefit the people. Despite speaking with the archbishop herself, Manuela stood her ground. I know that crests make you stronger, but a person without a crest is still a person, and they don't deserve to be treated worse. Rhea remained silent while her gaze was on the soldier. This is dark magic. As Rhea ran her fingers over the man's wounds, the areas of the man's skin that she touched turned a dark color. Silence, Rhea cast another spell, and the dark color disappeared. What have you done? Manuela was amazed by this. I have only silenced the spell. In a few hours, we will be back where we started. Rhea took a bandage and wove it around the left leg. Then she instructed Edelgard to do the same on the right leg. Please weave it around his other leg. Edelgard finished up quickly. But Manuela began to protest. Is there no other way? Whoever cast this magic wanted to make his target suffer, Rhea responded, purifying the blood is the most efficient way. Manuela sighed deeply. She went over to her table and took a small phylactery. Here, drink this. She ordered the knight to drink this. It won't completely nullify the after effects, but it will help with the pain. Thank you. The knight hastily drank the phylactery and readied himself for the operation. Manuela romantically leaned toward her patient. When we're finished here, I want you to take me out on a date. The knight's face lit up with excitement at the prospect, which earned him a genuine smile from his caretaker. Then let me do another kindness to you. Manuela gently hit the man on the sleeve, and he quickly fell asleep. She then equipped a pair of white gloves. We can begin. Rhea wasted no time and grabbed one of the large apparatuses in the office. Are you sure this is the correct course? The patient will feel quite dizzy having his blood sucked out of him only to get it transferred back. Manuela seemed genuinely concerned about the patient. While Rhea only gave a stoic hand wave. This is the most efficient way. The dark magic has entered his blood and already poisoned him in those areas. Rhea used a thick needle and a hose to suck out the blood from both of his legs. Manuela let out a sigh of relief. If I hadn't put him to sleep, he would now cry out in pain. You needn't worry. If you hadn't put him to sleep, I would have done so. No one deserves to suffer this, but it's the most efficient way to heal him at this stage. Other methods could see him crippled for years to come. It's why dark magic is banned. After witnessing the effects of the dark magic on the knight, Edelgard was reminded of her many grueling training sessions with her uncle. All sorts of forbidden spells were a pure pleasure for him to try out on her. After the countless humiliations, Edelgard still couldn't tell whether the healing he provided her afterward was mercy or something more sinister. Given his aims, it was something far more wicked. With Monica in the fray, perhaps a new path was open to her, one where she could free Adrestia from his vile clutches before dealing with the church. However, the results could turn catastrophic if the plan backfired. And despite their efforts, she and Hubert would still face formidable challenges. The most formidable of those challenges stood in front of her with her emerald hair. Once she ascended the throne, there would no longer be fun and games between them. Edelgard didn't fool herself. Rhea was determined to maintain her role as the false goddess's prophet until the end. The only way to break the cycle of violence the church had created was by completely removing them from Fodlan and freeing it of its corruption. Purify. A white glow emerged from her hands as she gently touched the knight's blood that was stored inside a large bottle. The color of the blood gradually changed from its pure black form back to the shining red it was supposed to be. However, after casting that spell, Rhea leaned back and gasped in exhaustion. Edelgard reluctantly offered her a glass of water. "Thank you, child. I am sure your father is proud of you." Rhea sat down in one of the chairs and hastily drank the water. Sweat was on her forehead, even more so than during yesterday's sparring match. Manuela, however, was fixated on the large bottle. The fluid inside was about to quench. So this cleansing magic. I am sure the scholars in Inver would just toss it up as nonsense. Manuela saw that Rhea hadn't finished the final step. With her own hands, she grabbed another bottle and allowed the black fluid inside to flow out. Rhea was now able to stand again as she rose from her seat. "Now we separate the two and transfer the blood back to him." Rhea left the rest up to Manuela while her eyes were darting around the room. "Is there a tea set here?" "There is," Manuela responded. "Next to the wardrobe." Manuela's eyes were still fixated on the whole process as well as on her patient. Edelgard stood next to her. With much of his blood missing, the man reminded her of her father and siblings. He looked like a miserable shell of himself. But now, with the return of his true blood, he appeared nearly 10 years younger. Before the operation, Edelgard would have guessed him to be in his 40s, but now he looked on par with the brilliant songstress who saved his life. Arg, the man awoke from his pain. The blood was in the process of being returned to his system. "My dear, you have to be strong now." Manuela took her patient's hand and held it. "Soon, you'll feel much better. I know that my presence tends to have quite the effect on people, but rest assured our date can wait a little longer." The knight made a few grimaces, but from what Edelgard could tell, he seemed happy. "Thank you," the man stuttered. Before he buried himself deeper into his pillow while offering them a faint smile. "Drink this. It will help." Rhea offered him a cup of tea. "It will speed up your recovery slightly." Manuela sniffed at the tea. "Ah, Angelica tea, a cleansing tea after a proper blood cleaning." Every sip that Manuela helped him swallow brought him closer to full health. Without realizing it, Edelgard wore a genuine smile. For a moment, her thoughts wandered around as she imagined her father and younger brother standing before her. The last time she saw them, the two of them were human skeletons. Puppets on strings, for which every common step took considerable stress. Throughout the procedure, the knight had invoked the comparison, and now he appeared normal again. For the tiniest instant, Edelgard imagined her father and brother turning back from the living corpses they are now to the family that made her feel safe. For this fraction of a second, the princess's heart was aching. Pain and hope shot through her. "Here, child," Rhea handed Edelgard a cup of tea. Instantly snapping Edelgard out of her small, fleeting happiness and the pain that came with it. Upon receiving the tea, Manuela and Edelgard both sniffed at it. They instantly recognized the flavor. My, these do cost a fortune. Would you mind if I borrowed a cup for a special getaway?" Rhea was the recipient of a charming wink from Manuela. But the archbishop remained steadfast. "My dear, if I allow you to use such expensive tea more often for your extracurricular activities, then I fear for the church's treasury. The cardinals don't like spending my money on such fine tea. If I lend it to my staff, it will cause another controversy." Rhea chuckled wanly, "and we had our fair share of those recently." The expression on Manuela's face showcased that she had already expected such an answer. "I am shocked that the Hresvelg blend is so good but still so pricey. I much prefer the sweet and juicy aroma over the bitterness of the Four Saints or Ciro's tea." "Excuse me." Rhea seemed slightly upset. Her blood veins were pulsing for a fraction of a second, but it was only visible for this subtle moment. I did not know you felt that way." Rhea's expression had returned to its normal, welcoming state as she averted her gaze. "Tea is merely a nice beverage, yet it's a definite improvement over fountain water. After too much of that, every drink in the world suddenly becomes divine liquor, Manuela reminisced. Edelgard was listening tenuously to the conversation. The Casangranda family is an established name within the Inver. Nowadays, yes, Manuela nodded, after which she took another small sip. But before my career as a diva, we were poor. When I was a child, traveling to Garagmach was a massive hurdle for us. The impoverished little old me was desperate to see the cathedral and the goddess tower. Even though the goddess tower was locked, the cathedral was open, and I could hear a voice singing in between their prayers. That voice. It moved me to tears, and from that day onward, I wanted to become a singer. Now I am the most famous former songstress in the world. The voice you heard, Ria was deep in thought. I believe it to be the goddess. So do I, Manuela faltered her hands into a prayer. I know that she was there. I never heard someone sing like that again. Edelgard remained silent. What do you think, child? Ria addressed the future ruler next to her directly. The young crown princess wanted to avoid that question. However, now that her back was against the wall, she gave a snarky reply. The goddess works in mysterious ways. That she does, Ria gave a smile that reminded Edelgard of Claude. It was one of those that didn't reach your eyes. At any rate, the goddess is important to me, Manuela spoke with all her conviction. She's the one who let me on my path. Hopefully, her path will soon lead you to the happiness you crave. Ria sounded half annoyed as she had her hands faltered into a prayer for the professor. I am sure that the goddess hasn't given me my beauty only for it to go to waste. I'm certain if the archbishop was allowed to marry, she would have countless suitors. There was a faint flush to Ria's face. I am sure she would. Now, Professor Manuela, the patient is in your capable hands. Child, are you up for another hour of lecture or? Edelgard felt conflicted. Outside of a few more details about Manuela, the time had been fruitless. In her mind, she could already hear Hubert pestering her. Lady Edelgard, this was just another predictable waste of your time. Please take care of these documents. The mountain of letters and administrative duties appeared before her and began to swallow her whole. I'd like to train a little bit with you. With her lightning-fast speed, Ria seized Edelgard's hand. Then let's head for the Infarmy. I am eager to see how well your skills have improved. Somehow Ria was just as excited to leave as Edelgard was. However, Edelgard would have preferred also to leave Ria behind and spend time with everyone but her. Maybe not Claude or Dimitri, but everyone else sounded like a wonderful alternative. The 21st day of the harp-string moon, Alliance lands, Akiran's territory, dawn. So you must be the escort they send us. Juritsa stood before the group of knights he had so effortlessly defeated as the Death Knight. None of them, including Akiran, had died, but all of them were still wearing bandages. Juritsa responded to them with a simple nod. Our reports for the Archbishop and Captain are of vital importance. What are they thinking, giving us such a meager escort? One of the older knights kicked his foot against the wall, which caused him to cry out in pain. The other knights were also baffled only to see Juritsa and 5 fresh recruits. These are greener than I am, one of the younger knights commented. This conversation bores me. Juritsa shrugged his shoulders. Be ready to move out soon. He's ignoring us, the younger knight alerted. That's Instructor Juritsa for you. He's tough, but with him around, I always felt safe. One of Juritsa's recruits defended him, and a very faint smile appeared on his face. I'd be surprised if any bandits would want to mess with him. Trust me, the church is still low on manpower after everything that has happened. But Instructor Juritsa alone is all the escort force we need. The knights all collectively mumbled something. Nevertheless, the oldest of them soon stepped forward. We trust the Archbishop's judgment. Juritsa remembered the man as the only one who wasn't a coward. Where his colleagues ran away, he stood his ground. Like a predator stalking his prey, Juritsa watched over the knights who had so quickly abandoned their comrades. The Death Knight inside of him relished the hunt that was about to begin, while Emil von Bartels compelled him to limit the carnage and suffering to those who deserved it. The 22nd day of the harp-string moon, beneath Garagmach, the underground passageways. Are you all right? Byleth lightly brushed Edelgard's head with his finger. Why shouldn't I, Professor? Edelgard felt how he was examining her from head to toe. During today's classes, you were struggling to keep your eyes open. Was it another nightmare? Redcape paused. So you noticed. Yes, I had a nightmare. Tonight I will simply make sure to sleep more. Thank you for your concern. Edelgard attempted to brush Byleth off as she rushed to push the bottom. But Byleth's presence before her hindered her. The hidden chamber next to them was still concealed from her view. It's not wise to fight a stronger opponent in your current condition. Edelgard shook her head. We already went over this. A warrior cannot always choose the battlefield or the time of battle. Byleth continued to stand in her path. You should get some rest. This caused Edelgard to giggle. I could say the same about you. You did exactly what I advised against and finished the book about Crestology, didn't you, Professor? The only response the princess received was silence. Regardless, his stoicism was an answer in itself, and thus the future sovereign knew what to make of it. I don't need you to worry about me, Edelgard mimicked the empty and lifeless tone in Byleth's voice. That's what you want to say, isn't it? Is this what you want to say? Byleth countered. A nod of approval was given to him. To some extent, yes. The young woman shook her head. I am grateful for your concern, but just like you, I am here to improve, and no one can convince me otherwise. Every bit of training is going to make me the ruler my people deserve. Byleth gazed into her ethereal lavender eyes. You already possess everything necessary to be an outstanding emperor. His words came from a place of genuineness. Edelgard maintained eye contact with the ocean that was Byleth's blue eyes. I feel flattered, but if you are insisting that my skills have anything to do with my bloodline, then I am afraid you already are aware that most of my ancestors didn't advance society in the slightest. Instead, they believed their lot in life allowed them to only care about themselves. The number of good monarchs in my family is rather low, and the same can be said about most noble families. Our status doesn't qualify us for leadership. But the majority of us were raised to think that it does. Byleth realized the impact his words had on her and allayed her fears. I know that. Your worth lies in the quality of your character. Without breaking eye contact, he pressed the crest symbol, and the stone door opened. The training hall came into sight, and Rhea had already waited for them. As soon as she realized that Byleth agreed with her, a broad smile spread across her face. The archbishop stood at the center of the underground training hall, and she looked concerned. She turned around to face Edelgard and Byleth. While you were in the alliance, there was an attack on Akiran's life, and the assassins have now captured a small portion of the guards we stationed at his estate. I ordered Instructor Juritsa to escort these knights back here to give us their full report, but they were attacked by the mysterious assailants again. Fortunately, Juritsa and a handful managed to escape. According to him, they have made a demand of 2,000 gold and that your class is tasked with delivering them. Edelgard played the part of the worried maiden, but deep down, she was happy to hear that everything went according to plan. Do you have any idea on who the assassins are working for? She asked. Rhea shook her head. I believe that some of Akiran's rivals are behind this. Then they would have killed him. Byleth sounded certain in his deduction. How can you be so confident, Professor? Rhea was curious. Removing a foe is the most effective way of getting rid of them. Without Akiran, his rivals can openly take over his operations, and keeping him alive is of no benefit to them. Edelgard turned to Byleth. You forget something. Killing Akiran does cause chaos and confusion, as well as alerting his remaining forces of the danger. Any covert takeovers like the ones we are currently using would be impossible. Rhea listened intently to both of them, but she seemed uninterested in deciding who among them was making a better point. Your opinions on the matter are noted. This leads us to a more urgent matter. The one who kidnapped the knights goes by the name of Black Knight, and he demands 1,000 gold as payment, which the Black Eagle House has to deliver to him, or else he murders the hostages. Rhea avoided eye contact with them. Seath and I are certain this is a trap to capture more important targets and use them for his own notorious gains. The Church of Sirios can withstand the loss of a few knights, but it would be unthinkable for us to allow the heir to the empire or the children of the ministers to be taken by an enemy that they cannot identify. An instant of silence followed. What if the Black Knight keeps his words? And you just allowed these men to die? Edelgard protested. Rhea shook her head adamantly. These people devoted their lives to the goddess. Their lives are in her hands. Upon hearing this, Edelgard was struggling to keep her friendly facade. The indifference she had just listened to made her blood begin to boil. What was the knight's rank? Byleth asked. Unless they were of higher rank, then I think the Black Knight shouldn't be a problem. One of them enjoys a higher rank. Interestingly, he is the one who managed to escape alongside Jaritza and the recruits. According to the brief report, the kidnapper is on par with Catherine in terms of skill, which, together with the element of surprise, explains his success. But if this knight can truly match Catherine is not certain, nor is it whether or not someone is pulling the strings behind it all. Edelgard finished for Rhea. I completely understand where you're coming from. In that case, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to offer a possible resolution. Geralt, Catherine, and Shamir are supposed to stand by on alert if this is truly a trap. They will receive a signal from us. Large forests cover the kingdom and empire borders. Byleth agreed with his student. Lighting a few trees on fire would serve as a simple signal. Rhea was getting deeper in thought. I have given some thought to something comparable to this. However, there is a single condition. I wish to see how much you improved in combat. The knight insisted on seeing you in 3 days, which means that should your performance be sufficient to put my mind at ease, you will depart in 2 days. You are enjoying these training sessions, aren't you? Byleth's expression remained unreadable as he moved to pick up a wooden sword. And you do not, Professor. Rhea once again reached for her trusty sword and shield. He doesn't enjoy fighting his employer, Edelgard answered for Byleth while she clenched her wooden axe tightly. After spending the week studying every possible attack pattern, she finally felt ready to face the enemy. Geralt has raised you well. Rhea was smiling as she waited for the two of them to get ready to attack her. I'm not a weak flower, so please, children, hold nothing back. Both Byleth and Edelgard nodded before they coordinated their attacks to start the sparring session. The teacher and student were doing better than before. After 10 minutes had passed, Rhea's face was beginning to show the first signs of sweat. While Byleth and Edelgard were significantly less strained than a week prior. Their strikes were putting far more pressure on Rhea, and they had a secret weapon ready to use if necessary. However, the Archbishop had also learned a thing or two from them, and she now maintained an iron grip on her blade. They could try every possible combination on her, but she wouldn't let them disarm her again. Similarly, she was well versed in most of their strategies too, and together with her inhuman reflexes, it allowed her to consistently stay a single step ahead of them. But these outmaneuvers did cause her to feel far more tired than a week before. Remarkable, Suthies was watching the battle unfold with excitement while she floated in the air above them. It's like a page from a fairy tale coming to life. The battle at hand required all of Byleth's attention, so as usual, he paid no mind to his spectral sidekick. Ugh. You are impossible. Like every so often, he had gotten on Suthies' nerves. I could just stop time, you know. While Suthies was busy complaining and swearing, Byleth parried an attack from Rhea and then gestured with his fingers. Next to Rhea and him, a warm red glow illuminated the entire room, and smoke soon got inside their lungs. Someone had started a fire, and it was none other than the white-haired student. Flames surrounded her axe, but despite being made of wood, the sword hasn't caught any fire. Rhea and Byleth were both smiling at the display of power. Excellent work, child. Rhea managed to break free from Byleth's barrage just in time to block Edelgard's incoming strike. However, the flames touched her, and the Archbishop's clothing suffered minor damage where embers had burned through. Byleth took a step back and followed his student's example. Soon his sword lit up with the same scarlet blaze. Their weapons soon illuminated the darkness, and the once dim-light training chamber was now filled with the warmth of their weapons. Don't tell me you managed to get this spell technique working in just a week. Rhea was eager to learn more. To this, Byleth shook his head. It took me years to get it right, but We found a useful combat instruction manual during our time at the library. The mages of Morpheus boast that they were the first to use magic to bolster combat effectiveness. Aside from their exuberance, they had some helpful advice on how to pull this off, Edelgard stated, smiling due to seeing the fruits of their week-long training pay off. Rhea exclaimed, "I see," while she, too, was giddy with joy. "And this book was probably left behind somewhere in the underground library that I have shown you, child." Edelgard gave a reluctance-filled nod. "Who do you think placed it there?" Rhea's blade and shield started to glow in a yellow and green light. Her light was brighter than the fire surrounding her opponent's weapons. Rhea moved to strike Byleth, and despite the fact that he was blocking her, Rhea's clothing was untouched, and the tiny wounds she had received due to the small embers began to heal. White magic. Even though this turn of events caught Edelgard off guard, she had been bracing herself for something similar. The mages of Morpheus did mention that this technique is possible with all kinds of magic. That's true. Allow me to show you what this infused blade can do. Rhea broke through Byleth's defense and aimed for his chest, but Edelgard jumped in at the last second to prevent this and relieve some of the strain on her professor. Rather than continue going after Byleth, Rhea decided to focus her aggression on his student instead. "Do you have a plan?" Suthis chimed in. Her head was a mess as she struggled to recall something. "Why is this so familiar?" the ghostly companion whispered. Byleth observed Rhea's unceasing energy while Edelgard and he were exerting themselves to control their flames and repel the onslaught. Their opponent had once more managed to completely dominate the 2-on-1 fight. Upon receiving a strike against the chin, Byleth spewed a little bit of blood against the ground. Rhea's sweating stopped immediately, and she looked revitalized. "I have a plan, but it's dangerous." Suthis was confident in her plan. The entire world around Byleth came to a halt. "What is it?" Byleth was both annoyed and curious. "Have you found something?" Suthis nodded. "I might have found something. Have you wondered why this lady fights with such speed?" Byleth was briefly contemplating how to respond to the question. "Ugh. No, it's not just to overwhelm her opponents. The more attacks she lands, the faster she heals herself. Thus, if you know magic that is devastating enough to deal more damage, then she can heal herself quickly enough." "I see. The key is to create distance between us." Suthis' fingers brushed against her chin softly. "You could also try to grab her. Since you are not alone here, if you manage to restrain her for long enough, your student could disarm her." Byleth shot down the concept vigorously. His mind was flooded with images of their previous failed attempt. "No. I forgot she was also a brawler. But even so, do you think your student is unprepared for this?" Suthis had a cheerful expression on her face. "Have some confidence." All right. Now that he had the time, Byleth carefully calculated his options. "Are you ready?" Suthis yawned at him. "I can only freeze time for so long." "I am." Byleth felt Suthis' touch, and the two of them searched for the perfect rewinding point. "Who do you think placed it there?" Just like before, Rhea's sword was infused with white magic. This time, however, Byleth threw a fireball at her before she had a chance to react. Rhea was so focused on dodging the flames that she didn't have time to prepare to block Edelgard's jump attack. Despite the wood and fire scraping against her skin, Rhea remained silent, as if it did not hurt her at all. Byleth, whose sword was now ablaze as well, pressed it against Rhea's flesh. Surrender. Both teacher and student were speaking with one voice. Sighing, Rhea dropped her shield and reached out to Edelgard, pushing her against Byleth with brutal force. The two of them stumbled over themselves, and together they fell to the ground. During this procedure, Byleth made sure to cushion their fall. Lucky for them, neither of their blazing weapons actually touched them. If it had, they would have been in for some nasty burns. As soon as they realized they were fine, their focus shifted back to Rhea, who was panting heavily and dripping sweat onto the stone floor. "Well done." She was smiling while she came closer and closer with her magically infused blade. Byleth threw another fireball at her, but Rhea effortlessly sliced through it. Nonetheless, Edelgard was afforded the opportunity to rise and block the strike Rhea intended to land on her professor as a result of this desperate maneuver. While Edelgard blocked the strike, Byleth moved, dropped his blade and went to grab Rias. They smashed to the ground and were still wrestling for control over it. Edelgard used this pause to press her axe against Ria's waistline. Her axe was no longer infused with fire so as not to hurt anyone. I believe we have shown that we are ready. The Archbishop's resolve was not shaken as Edelgard moved her axe deeper toward Ria's skin. As Ria nearly regained complete control of her sword, Byleth felt the pain shoot through his arm. He had to loosen his grip. And once he had done so, Ria placed her sword against Byleth's throat. Her emerald eyes were making eye contact with his student. Byleth, during this conversation, looked directly into his pupil and saw that the young princess's eyes contained the same range of emotion as his own. They felt empty and cold. Eventually, after what felt like a small amount of staring, Ria dropped Byleth's weapon. I am convinced you will master the assignment. In 2 days, you pay the ransom and escort the captured knights. Edelgard's axe fell to the ground upon hearing this. She went over to Byleth and offered her teacher a hand. If this is all, we will take our leave. Ria heaved a sigh before she made a small gesture. This will be our final sparring session for this month, as you will probably have your hands full with Xanadu. Byleth nodded. This month, we are unfortunately quite busy. You have scored a fair win against me. This means I will increase the challenge towards you. Ria gave them a wink before she too approached the exit. The 23rd day of the harp-string moon, Edelgard's room. Come in. Edelgard opened the door to her room to let Byleth inside. Please make yourself comfortable. She instructed him to sit in her chair while she made herself feel at home on her bed. Adrestia inspected Byleth from head to toe, but soon she ceased all hostilities, and she allowed the former mercenary to cuddle with her. Say, Professor, do you prefer cats or dogs? Edelgard's lavender eyes pierced into Byleth's. Cats, he answered without much thought. Although I don't dislike dogs. Byleth cast a perceptive glance about the room. Where is Hubert? He'll be a little late. There is a matter that keeps him busy. Edelgard went through her personal belongings, looking through them to find the correct maps. She had countless visualizations, but there was one in particular that depicted the Arundel and another one that showed Roe territories, respectively, in stunning detail. The fortress where Monica was held should also be documented there. Should we not wait for him? Edelgard shook her head. We can fill him in later. She came to an abrupt halt when she came across a closed wooden box. She carefully avoided touching the box. In any case, Byleth had grabbed it absent-mindedly. Professor. Edelgard's voice had an anxious tone as she addressed her teacher. My apologies. Byleth was equally surprised to find out that he had taken the box. I acted on instinct. For a moment, there was silence between them. Byleth was about to put the box back when Edelgard stopped him. You may open it, she whispered. Byleth complied, and the shattered silver blade she had bought months earlier materialized before their eyes. As Byleth carefully ran his hands over it, he betrayed rare signs of being impressed. It once was a beauty. Edelgard's words were accompanied by a slight quiver in her voice as she explained, that it was, and it belonged to a pair of mercenaries like you and your father. Byleth kept his attention fixed on the blade. How did you acquire this? I brought it from the blacksmith here at the marketplace. His argument was compelling, and... Then Edelgard hesitatingly paused. And, Byleth's curiosity was piqued. He began to look at her like a lost kitten looking for its mother. As she had done with Petra, Bernadetta, and even her cat, Adrestia Edelgard wanted to give Byleth a pat on the head. She gave in to the urge, and she did so while briefly closing her eyes and opening them again. Can I trust you with a secret? Edelgard stared intently into Byleth's eyes. He gave a nod. When my fingers brushed the blade, I could see glimmers of its history. It was as if I had switched bodies with its owner and been transported to a brief period in their past. I was only able to catch a fleeting glimpse of the previous owners, but based on what the proprietor of the shop told me about them, I can say with certainty that they were mercenaries. Edelgard moved closer to him. This sword belonged to you and Captain Geralt. Byleth conducted an even more in-depth investigation on it. I never heard of such an ability. Should you ask them, Professor Manuela, Dorothea, and Petra are willing to confirm my story. You can put your faith in me, Professor, because I find this to be just as eerie as you do. It's why I sealed it away in this box." As he tested the blade in a variety of small ways, Byleth gave her nothing but blank stares. After injuring his own finger, he quickly swung it around in an area where it wouldn't come into contact with Edelgard or Adrestia, and then he set it down. Byleth was about to give her his verdict when his hand shot up to his head, and he grimaced as if in discomfort. "I don't remember." Edelgard remembered one of the moments she experienced. "You were fighting against a purple-haired mercenary." Edelgard saw the girl before her eyes. Her fight for survival was heroic, she was not yet ready to give up. She did not want to die. And despite her best efforts, she was unable to prevail over her challenge. Byleth let out a muffled scream of agony. When Edelgard saw no other option, she reached for the broken sword. She readied herself to relieve another memory, but nothing happened. When that was the case, she quickly placed it back into the wooden box and tightly sealed it. Edelgard reached out and gently touched her professor. He was still in pain, but he was beginning to feel better now that he wasn't holding the sword. "I am so sorry," she whispered. "Don't apologize. You warned me of the risks." Byleth reassured her. He slowly took his hands off of his head, and as he did so, the expression that had been on his face returned to normal. "I don't remember owning this sword, but it feels like it's been with me before. I assume you slayed the mercenary, but why can't you remember this event?" Byleth looked truly lost. "I don't know." Edelgard was still concerned about him. She recognized a bit of herself in his reactions. "I too have lost many precious memories." "You have?" By the way, her professor looked at Edelgard. She could tell that he seemed better after hearing that he wasn't alone in this. "Yes, this is a story for another time, but one day I will open up about this." Edelgard finally found the two maps she had been looking for. Once Byleth breathed a bit easier, she unveiled them. "Take a look at this." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "I should open it." Edelgard dashed to the door. "Good evening, Your Highness." Hubert bowed before her. "I see our professor is not too late." His eyes carefully scanned the room. "How far have you gotten in your planning?" "We were just getting started," Byleth answered truthfully. "I insisted that we not begin without you." Hubert gave them his usual annoyed look. "At least you got the correct maps." Edgard showed the maps to Byleth. She placed them together as if they were one. "This is Arundel territory. As the name suggests, it is currently under the control of my lord uncle. It borders House Rowe, a family that betrayed the Empire in the War of the Eagle and Lion," Byleth recalled. The look on Edelgard's face shifted to one of satisfaction and pride. "I am glad to see you haven't forgotten." "Yes, House Rowe's reputation is one of treachery and cowardice. However, the fortress city of Arianrod made them one of the powerful families within Fodlan. The area that is interesting for us is this forest. That's where this Black Knight is. And somewhere at the end of the forest is this old abandoned fortress." She went over to the older Rowe territory map to show it. "Lady Edelgard and I firmly believe that this is where the knight and his subordinates operate from. This stronghold was originally owned by the family that was responsible for the administration of that portion of what is now known as Arundel lands. But the family disappeared under mysterious circumstances. It has been devoid of people for a decade, making it an ideal place for thieves to conceal themselves." Byleth nodded in agreement. "So that's where the knights are currently held. That indicates that we do not have to risk falling into any traps that the mysterious Black Knight might have set for us, and that instead, we can simply infiltrate it and recover the hostages that way." Edelgard's hands clapped together out of pure joy. "That is correct. It's almost a guarantee that this so-called Black Knight is up to no good. Since he has not demonstrated any fear of the Church, there is no reason to believe that he will feel any different for a class comprised of young adults. I don't mean to diminish our class's capabilities, but the man's actions have shown that he believes himself to be above us. We should show him how wrong he is. By taking his supply base and freeing his prisoners." Byleth quickly mulled over the situation. "We need help if we are to pull this off. We shouldn't rely on too much outside help." Our chances of being spotted by the knight and saving the prisoners decrease as we get closer, and if he does spot us, he is highly likely to kill them. Perhaps we should leave Caspar here. Why? Edelgard protested. His constant shouting will botch our covered mission. Request denied. He can still guard the archers. Byleth sounded just as cold and analytical as Hubert. That was why his logic managed to convince her stoic retainer. Fine. He can stay, but we will need more assistance. What about Miss Ordelia? Lysithia's parents strictly forbade her to go on extra assignments such as this one or training missions. It's why she wasn't with us in the Alliance, Edelgard and Byleth clarified. Something tells me that this rescue mission could make great use of her talents, and I am certain it will be worthwhile for her. Hubert stood his ground and continued to argue. I can talk with her. But I won't make any promises. And with that, Edelgard managed to shift the conversation. Then I will talk with Shamir. Byleth was determined to get the trained mercenary on their side. And I will look if we cannot convince Juritsah to join us. Given his injuries, he may want to stay, but it's worth the try. The 24th day of the Harpstring Moon, the mysterious fortress. The group finally reached the mysterious stronghold. Petra and Shamir kept a sharp lookout for any potential dangers as they combed the area with their eyes wide open. Thanks to the dense Row forest, the entire group was able to keep their identities secret. Shamir quickly drew her bow and released an arrow. The crowd gasped in shock as they watched an eerie, robed figure collapse from the arrow's impact. One of them down, Shamir readied another arrow. Amazing, how can you tell? Caspar, who was standing next to her, couldn't believe how quickly Shamir had confirmed it. He is not getting up, Shamir responded while she fired an additional arrow at yet another clothed figure. Then she made a hand gesture. Burgley's boy and Varley girl, you're with me. We will remain here and cover you all. Byleth showed his gratitude to the former mercenary with a slight bow. Don't die in there, Shamir grinned in response to Byleth's thoughtful gesture. Byleth nodded at her. We are with you, Professor. Edelgard stood next to Byleth as she clenched her axe. All three of them, Ferdinand, Petra, and Dorothea, turned to look at Juritsah, who was standing close by. The tone that Ferdinand projected was one of firm determination. Professor, we know what to do. We won't disappoint you. What the bigshot noble said? Once this is finished, we will meet here again, so you and Hubie had better take good care of Edie on my behalf. Dorothea's comments caused a mild blush to appear on Edelgard's face. We will be trying to reach the hostages first, Petra beamed with her usual cheerfulness and confidence. You can be counting on us. Juritsah, who appeared to have zero interest in the conversation, tightly clenched his lance. Get on with this. He commanded as he led his group to the designated area from which they were supposed to infiltrate. The different groups all equipped a pair of dark masks that completely covered their entire faces. Are the masks really necessary, Professor? Lysithea seemed thoroughly annoyed at the matter. Byleth wanted to explain, but Edelgard was faster. Unfortunately, they are. Should we get spotted, the bandits won't immediately go after their hostages. Fine. Lysithea reluctantly put on the mask. The mask suits you. Hubert commented with a grin before he put on his own mask. Lysithea uttered her response, "Ah, thanks," while appearing to be completely perplexed about how to proceed with this situation. "I am here for you." Suthies materialized before Byleth. In a flash, her emerald soul left to scope things out. After a minute, she appeared before Byleth again. There is a large patrol of these creepy masked guys in that direction. Are you sure these are bandits? It's almost like they belong to some kind of cult. Given that Edelgard was nearby, Suthies spoke in a hushed whisper, but Byleth could still hear her clearly. He halted the party, and they took cover behind a huge barrel stack. Hubert and Lysithea both seemed tense. When they heard the mages walk by, they seemed eager to fire their spells at them. And they probably would have taken 7 of the 10 of those masked figures out with the element of surprise, but the other 3 would have alerted the rest. It's easy, can't it be? Lysithea was mumbling to herself. Byleth, Hubert, and Edelgard all attempted to comfort her. These robes. Professor, we should abort this mission. Lysithea, we cannot. The knights we are looking for are most likely dead. These people are worse than any bandits. We are far too few to stand a chance against them. Byleth reassured her. Should my father not hear from us in a few hours, he will come. This calmed Lysithea down a bit. Captain Geralt is aware of our mission. He is. Edelgard confirmed. We prepared for any eventuality, Hubert replied. Now then, Professor, Lady Edelgard, would you kindly sneak a little closer to the enemy? Edelgard and Byleth saw through his plan. A large wooden gate caused the group of figures to halt. Hubert summoned a massive black sludge. Mire. It was the exact same spell with which Akiran had nearly killed her. Lysithea had also prepared something for the mages. Swarm. A literal swarm of magic parasites surrounded the mages. Whoever was left was quickly slain by Byleth and Edelgard. They failed to raise the alarm. It's time to see what lies beyond the door. Edelgard placed her fingers at the door. There was a moment when she was trying to figure out how to open, and then there was a loud boom that completely caught them off guard. The event was comparable to a massive explosion. Alarm! Alarm! An army of dark-hooded figures rushed in the direction where Geralt saw. Petra, Ferdinand, and Dorothea were supposed to infiltrate. We should go and help them. Lysithea protested. She made several steps into their direction. No, we cannot. Hubert immediately shot her down. They will have to prevail without us. Edelgard and Byleth were both shocked that such an explosion even happened. No one within our class would be stupid enough to start such an explosion, Edelgard reasoned. Ferdinand is, Hubert sneered. They spotted smoke and smelled an intense fire from a safe distance. Immediately after this, they heard footsteps approaching from the vicinity. Hubert seized Edelgard and Lysithea's hands, and together with Byleth, they hugged the wall for cover. The people in robes did not spot them as they hurried past them. Suthies soon materialized before Byleth. His eyes silently asked her the question whenever she saw his students in danger, but she only shook her head. Your little protégés are fine. Suthies reassured him. However, I've been sensing something else. Suthies placed a hand on her chest. She appeared to be in agony. Despite the fact that it appeared strange to everyone present, Byleth reached out his hand to her. Are you all right? Professor? Edelgard pushed him back against the wall so that he remained under cover. A frantic search was carried out by the enemy's mages. During the course of it, a few of them started talking to one another. Do we know who attacked us? From what I've gathered, it's a single mercenary. A single mercenary? That's impossible. A sorcerer who appeared to be a leader was befuddled by the news. Shamir isn't that powerful, or is she? Edelgard and Lysithea were both pondering the same issue. Byleth, meanwhile, leaned back against the wall. He was trying to reassure Suthies. You can leave now. Rest, Suthies. Suthies tried everything she could to squeeze a smile. Please take care of yourself. And with that, she disappeared into the void. For Byleth, this reminded him of the sudden terror he felt when Suthies disappeared at the tailor shop. The last time this happened it would have nearly ended with Edelgard succumbing to a deadly poison and Byleth losing everything. Without saying anything, Byleth felt a hand gently touch him. Professor, we must move. I'm certain that Instructor Juritsai is responsible for the commotion. After all, he was recommended for the role of professor for reasons these strange mages are about to experience. Suluan! They heard a female voice cry out for help. Byleth alongside the rest of his companions took a peek at what was going on. However, their eyes could see nothing as a dark fog engulfed the area. Eventually they heard another masculine voice. Revenge. I must kill. You must avenge Captain Berlin. The woman they heard emerged from the shadows. She bore an ashen skin, and her fiery hair instantly reminded Byleth of Ferdinand. And, like Petra and Shamir, she appeared foreign, but not any less talented. The woman was also dressed in unusual armor. It had a metallic tail, and she exposed quite a lot of skin. That exposed skin was now oozing blood from the numerous cuts and scrapes she had received. Despite that, she still managed to firmly wield a strange curved sword with accurate precision and speed. Her tempo was fast enough to keep up with Rhea. Saloon. She made another desperate plea for assistance. Lysithea and Byleth were about to leave their cover to help, but Edelgard and Hubert held them back. No, we should leave now, Hubert ordered in a manner that was cold even by his standards. That way he managed to completely intimidate Lysithea, but Byleth was unimpressed. Despite his better judgment, Byleth still wanted to help her. Professor, we can't linger here anymore. Edelgard's approach to the situation was the total opposite of Hubert's, but she succeeded. Lysithea, Edelgard, and Hubert had safely gone through the door and entered a new area of the stronghold. A shadowy wall suddenly materialized just as Byleth was about to follow them. Where do you think you are going? The masculine voice taunted him. When Byleth attempted to destroy the dark wall in order to get back to his friends, he came dangerously close to setting himself ablaze with its dark flames. From behind the dark blazing flames Byleth could see Edelgard. She was throwing all her magic at the flames only for it to be absorbed. Hubert now had his arm around her shoulder. Byleth could not hear them, but he knew that they would have to finish the mission without him. I am not done with you. The woman from before was struggling to stand on her feet. You have fought well, Cronia. Byleth could see another presence emerge from the shadows. This took you long enough, Solon. The woman treated the person who came out of the shadows like he was her savior. The man in charge wore dark, ominous robes, and he appeared to be the leader. Byleth prepared himself for a barrage of spells, but instead it seemed as if the black sorcerer with his oversized head had not spotted Byleth. You! The old man screamed. With both hands, Byleth gripped the silver sword he'd received from the Alliance blacksmith woman tightly. This battle would serve as the blade's very first serious examination. Your power comes from Shamhala. What is your aim? Revenge. Revenge. Revenge, the mysterious masculine voice taunted. I see. Come, Cronia, we have no time to waste. With his own eyes, Byleth saw how the old, dark sorcerer embraced the strange woman, and a dark portal opened. For a brief moment, Byleth could identify a gloomy, ominous laboratory on the other side. And a girl with crimson hair was strapped to a table. Byleth made an effort to dash through the portal, but he was forced to halt his forward momentum when he noticed a dark purple cloud moving toward him at breakneck speed. When Byleth tried to attack the void, nothing happened, but a moment later he picked up on an incoming attack from behind. His opponent wore two swords. One of his swords was a weak iron sword. Byleth focused on the techniques his father had shown him to break it, but the other sword was ancient and somehow magical. Any attacks against that sword did nothing, it was practically indestructible. Byleth parried and countered the man's assault. From what the professor could tell, his opponent's attire was that of a mercenary. And his purple hair and eyes reminded him of someone. The headaches returned the longer Byleth dwelled on them. Eventually, a question left his lips. I murdered your sister. I must kill the Ashen Demon. Avenge Captain Berlin. Destroy Geralt's mercenaries. That was all the man murmured. His movements were coordinated. They were just like the girl Byleth had fought. They were fast, swift, and with grace. Suddenly, an image appeared before Byleth's eyes. I am not ready to die. Must live. He was inside the wooden area where they had battled to the death. Her blood was on Byleth's hands. As he looked in front of him, he saw that he and his father's mercenaries had prevailed over a different company. After a moment, the purple-haired mercenary collapsed to the ground. Her purple eyes used to be full of life and hope. But in an instant, they were empty after Byleth's blade had pierced her heart. The young woman could have passed for the identical twin of that man. Once the scene faded away, Byleth muttered, I am sorry. That was all he managed to say. Sorry won't save you. A totally unexpected speaker chimed in. The voice was distorted, but something about it reminded him of Suthi's. Leave him alone. Byleth heard Suthi's voice, and suddenly the scene before his eyes vanished and the throne of knowledge appeared. Stop hiding. Suthi's sat on her throne, and she illuminated a bright light. The darkness surrounding her throne started to be lifted, and a burning figure appeared. Byleth made an effort to look at the figure, but it was difficult because he was so bright. No intruders. This is between you and me, Fellstar. In the next moment, Byleth heard a snap, and then he was back at the stronghold, fighting the mercenary with the purple hair. His iron sword was on the verge of breaking. And luckily, he charged in without thinking twice about it. Byleth acted swiftly and made use of the experience he possessed to construct a solid defense against the onslaught. The only trick his opponent had up his sleeve was the dark cloud into which the man disappeared whenever Byleth counter-struck. The dark cloud swallowed the merc, protected him, and allowed him to close and gain significant distances within seconds. Nevertheless, in spite of all of that, the individual was a lot slower than Rhea when it came to the frequency of his attacks. The training with the Archbishop now paid off, as Byleth was able to defend himself from all directions. Yet occasionally a strike would get through, but at the moment they were only small scratches. Without any solid option to hit him back, the outcome of this fight depended entirely on how well Byleth could exploit the one opening that was absolutely certain to present itself to him. But Byleth refused to shatter the iron sword yet. The memories of the deceased twin were still present in his mind. He was plagued by their presence. Sometimes, before his eyes, he saw the girl he had killed. Her bloody corpse plagued his vision, and it made Byleth's will crumble. Soon, he had no intention of taking her brother's life. The torment Byleth was currently going through was enough, so he envisioned scenarios in which he could defeat him without resorting to killing him. But due to the dark cloud, every plan Byleth had was futile. He wasn't fast enough to knock out someone who could disappear into the darkness with a whimper. Die, 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 the purple-haired brother screamed as he continued his assault by launching another series of blows. Byleth was forced to block them. The last strike was a feint, and the mercenary kicked Byleth in the chest. It caused him to stumble backwards. The pitch-black, blazing walls were just a few steps away from him. Another kick like that would push him inside. And the smoldering flames would set him ablaze and finish the job. Faced with these odds, Byleth's brain kicked into survival mode. When the shadowy mercenary struck again, Byleth shattered his iron sword in reflex. The blade was smashed into 1,000 pieces, and Byleth's silver sword managed to inflict a severe wound on him in the chest area. The blood was dripping down to the ground in large pools. The man looked defeated. He hoped that his black cloud would allow him to vanish, but Byleth responded with a devastating combo. After receiving several severe wounds, his assailant eventually crumpled to the floor. The Ashen Demon towered over him. "I am sorry for your loss." Byleth said nothing more before turning to leave. The dark, flaming wall had finally disappeared, and the former mercenary, now professor, was more than ready to reunite with his students. As soon as Byleth entered the inner sanctum of the castle, he felt darkness. And blood came pouring out of his chest. When Byleth turned around, he saw a monster looking back at him. The mercenary was surrounded by flames. His hair had changed colors, and his features were entirely different. Byleth's chest was also pierced by his ancient otherworldly blade. "You have done well to survive for this long, my vessel." The voice was familiar. Byleth had heard it before. It was the same voice he had heard while standing before the throne of knowledge. "Who are you? Where is Suthes?" "She is. I am here." Suthes materialized at Byleth's side. She appeared to have endured a significant struggle, but she was still fighting. Similarly to Byleth, she was scratched and bleeding all over her regal robes. As a matter of fact, Byleth was pierced so severely that he was forced to kneel on the ground. "Up with you," Suthes screamed. After which, his ghostly companion rewound time to before the ancient sword hit Byleth. Knowing what was coming, Byleth dodged out of the way just in time to witness his opponent's strange transformation. It was as if his body was being controlled by a puppeteer using strings like a marionette. "He has taken over his vessel." Suthes's voice stank with distaste. So much so that she spewed against the ground. A sensation began to develop in Byleth's mind just before the inevitable fight broke out. A sense of foreboding or dread. No matter how hard Byleth tried, he couldn't move his legs, and he was only able to clench his sword tightly with both arms. The strange magic sword disappeared from the ground where it was and was summoned again into the man's hand. "Let us begin." The two voices were merged into one, and the figure now emitted a red and orange glow. Similar to the woman he had fought previously, their skin was white. However, unlike the woman, he was covered in red scales. Byleth recalled her name as Kronia. "Are you in league with Kronia?" Byleth asked. Less talking and more fighting. The figure disappeared into the black void again and emerged from behind. Byleth was able to avoid the fatal blow thanks to his lightning-fast reaction time, which allowed him to dodge the blow. It was close, though. Suthis carried a smile when she watched Byleth's display. "Well done." Byleth nodded in agreement as he ignited his sword with magic. Even though the shadowy mercenary attempted to interrupt Byleth's spell casting, he was too quick. Now, every time the merc engaged against the flames, it caused him to take a little bit of damage as well. Byleth possessed a level of talent that was sufficient to tip the scales. But his opponent's increased strength presented a serious obstacle. Now, he could attack as quickly as, if not faster than, what Rhea had shown them so far. When a fatal blow was about to be dealt to Byleth, Suthis carefully stopped the clock and rewound it. The professor had no choice but to watch as his friend expended more and more of her strength in an effort to shield him from the dangers that he faced. "Oh, stop with the babysitting," their opponent taunted them. "One snap of your finger, and he is yours. So why don't you do it? Come on. Give me a fight." His barrage continued. Even though the vessel the brother of that merc Byleth had killed was nearly burned to death, the mastermind inside him still continued using his body. Byleth and Suthis were at the edge of defeat with no way out. The 24th day of the Harpstring Moon, the mysterious fortress, half an hour before. "Professor." Edelgard saw the dark magic wall appear. Only those who slither in the dark were capable of such a deadly construct. Nonetheless, she owed it to Byleth to make an effort. Without success, she continued to cast fireball after fireball. Hubert. Her retainer did nothing at first. But when he realized that Edelgard's magic had simply been absorbed by the black flames, he put a hand on her shoulder. "We have to go." "But..." Lysithea and Edelgard both protested. "No but." Hubert took a few steps forward. And suddenly they heard how a trap had been activated. An iron bolt was shot from one of the walls. To avoid it, Edelgard pushed Hubert to the ground at the last second. "Thank you, he stopped calling Her Highness due to the fact that they were on a covered mission. "You are welcome." Edelgard extended her hand to him. "We all need to keep an eye open for more traps." And sure enough, they discovered that the entire room was packed with traps just like the one that nearly got Hubert killed. With even a single misstep, they will fall to their ruin. Hubert knocked on the floor where his trap had been activated. Another arrow came flying from the hole in the wall. None of them were in range, but what Hubert had uncovered showed that some of the ground plates had set off an alarm and that those plates seemed to have a small black dot as a marker. With that marker as a guide, they managed to exit, although Lysithea was so nervous that she was about to use the whole area as training grounds for her magic. "Ugh. I hate here," she protested. "We are almost done with this." Edelgard placed her hand on Lysithea's shoulder. "After that, you can have my sweets if you want." Bribing me with sweets. At first, Lysithea wasn't particularly enthusiastic, but then she added. "Which ones?" "The sweetest in Adrestia," Edelgard answered. "Deal." Lysithea extended her hand to her and gave her a firm shake. A few minutes later, they came across a new room. It was pitch black, they could hardly see anything, and the stench was awful. "Ugh, this smells awful." Lysithea held her left hand against the noise, while her right hand was about to create some light. But Hubert stopped her by seizing her hand. "Don't." Edelgard quickly realized why. For a moment she was back in her dark cell, where the rats nagged at the flesh of her rotting siblings. When she suddenly felt a rat at her feet, Edelgard panicked. "Arg!" she screamed, and without thinking, she used her axe to slay it. In the process of her panic, she had also ignited the axe with the spell she and Byleth had learned together. Hubert made an effort to extinguish the fire that had encircled Edelgard's axe, but it was already too late. And the sight that greeted them caused their stomachs to churn. Lysithea was about to vomit. "Experiments." Edelgard placed her hand at her back in effort to support Lysithea as she vomited. My apologies that you have to relieve this nightmare. Hubert for once sounded truly empathetic. Relieve? Lysithea was in a state that was equal parts surprise and astonishment. What are you saying? Edelgard pointed to her white hair. We are the same, you and I. Lysithea eventually revealed a few cracks in her facade despite her best efforts to maintain it. Hubert walked around the room. Once he saw a bloodied paper, he picked it up and went through it. We may be able to find something that can help you. Perhaps one day we can reverse this terrible process. But for now, we have a mission. Hubert dropped the letter. Edelgard, meanwhile, had stayed with Lysithea. Her eyes had been both focused on her peer. Have you found a way out? Hubert scanned the room. I am still working on that. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. Edelgard sensed someone grabbing her hand from behind. Ag, ag. A living corpse was trying to bite her. Must kill. Edelgard was exerting tremendous effort to drive the monster of her. In the meantime, Lysithea was still in complete and utter shock. She could only sit there and watch while Edelgard struggled. Boom. The individual's head was knocked to the ground after being struck by an ominous dark projectile. After casting their vile magic, Hubert rushed to help Edelgard up. We should find what we're seeking shortly. The only thing Edelgard could master was a nod. While Lysithea was still in disbelief. What have we done? We defended ourselves, Hubert replied. Now he stayed close to Lysithea while Edelgard scanned the room for any kind of hidden entrance. There was a large bookcase filled with interesting books. All of them were about some sort of science. However, the majority were books that she had recently read with Byleth about Crestology, her least favorite subject. Nonetheless, one of the books just stood out like a pair of thumbs. What is the Book of Ceros doing here? Edelgard brushed against the religious text and removed the book from its spot, only to find a bottom. She quickly pressed it, and the bookcase made way for a hidden staircase leading underground. Your eyes are those of an eagle. Hubert complimented her. Yet Lysithea was shaking uncontrollably. I don't want to stay here. I want to help Professor Eisner. Edelgard went up to her and comforted her. I want nothing more than to help our professor and our peers. But they are counting on us. And I am counting on you to lend us your strength. Many people underestimate your strength. I am not one of them. A faint smile appeared on Lysithea's face. I will try. Good girl. Edelgard patted her on the head. Only a few more minutes, and then we are finished, Kronia. You must be strong. They reached a dark prison room. There were multiple cells, but all of them were empty. With one notable exception, every one of the residents of the cells was a rotting corpse. From a distance, they were able to make out the sounds of two women sobbing in agony. We must hurry. Edelgard stoked the flames on her axe, and before she did so, she checked one more time to make sure that her black mask was covering her entire face. Lysithea was moving at a significantly slower pace than Hubert, who was following closely behind her. The events that followed were able to profoundly shake both Hubert and Edelgard to their very core. Both Monica and Kronia's bodies were attached to the same machine, and it appeared as though their spirits were communicating with one another in a clear and distinct manner. During this procedure, it appeared as though Kronia's essence was stealing everything that Monica possessed. Monica's very identity was fading with each passing moment. Solon overlooked the entire process. When they turned around the corner, he hurled a miasma at them. Hubert countered it with a miasma of his own, while Edelgard used the opening to lunge at him. Where is Epimenides? Solon persisted in getting a response from them, but Edelgard and Hubert both maintained their silence. They kept up their synchronized assault on him. Ugh, you bore me. Solon quickly unleashed a powerful barrage. Even though it struck Edelgard and Hubert, they escaped with only minor injuries. In the meantime, Edelgard had managed to close the distance, but once Solon had his back against the wall, he summoned a dark portal and teleported to another side of the room where he had more space and was unrestricted to hurl spells at them. Yet what he did not calculate for was that Edelgard had lost all interest in him for now. Her axe targeted the apparatus that connected Monica and Kronia with each other. What are you doing? Solon fired everything he had at Edelgard. Hubert tried to shield her, but this time, even more shots than before managed to graze her. Lysithea, who had now arrived, bit her tongue. She quickly launched her swarm of dark magic parasites at Solon. The woman marked by flames, Solon wore a grin on his face. On which side are you? Which side do you think? Edelgard removed her mask. The day you attack, Epimenides reappears after more than 1,000 years. The only way you would do something so foolish is when he backs you. By nodding, Edelgard conceded to his reasoning. Solon was looking for the right words. But why would Epimenides need this worthless lowlife? He shot a big ball in Monica's direction, though Hubert and Lysithea Edelgard were able to demolish it at the last second. Solon clapped with his hands. Good, I can see my work for you has paid off. You! Lysithea screamed as she activated the powers of her crests. For a split second, Edelgard looked into her luminous eyes and saw a reflection of her two crests. The crest of Gloucester and Karen were unleashed. Lysithea hurled spell after spell in Solon's direction. There were so many incantations that even a master sorcerer like Solon found his match. In agony and brutal rage, Lysithea barraged him with everything she had got. During this time, Edelgard accomplished what she had set out to do and kept her assault on the machine going. Just a little bit more. When Solon saw that she was making progress, he temporarily relaxed his defenses so that he could launch a devastating attack against Edelgard. Hubert weakened his assault with his spells, but it barely helped. Edelgard landed the final blow against the machine and the dark ritual was stopped, however she had been impaled by a large dark spike. She smashed against the ground. Hubert quickly took her in his arms. He took out a large bottle. You must drink this elixir. He forced the healing substance down her throat. Even though she screamed in agony, Edelgard could feel her wounds close. While this was going on, Solon had used his opening to teleport close to them. However, instead of going for the killing blow on them, he carried Cronia in his arms and teleported away. We will see each other again. Solon smiled at them. I will make you pay. Lysithea shot another barrage of spells at him, but Solon managed to walk through the portal just in time. After that, Lysithea fell to the ground. She was coughing blood. Hubert. Edelgard gave her retainer a pleading look. I am sorry that potion is only for you. Due to budget constraints, we can only afford one at a time. Edelgard scuttled to Lysithea on all fours. She tried and tried to get a healing spell to work, but nothing happened. Please work. In her frustration, she slammed her hand against the cool ground. Soon, she had Lysithea's blood all over her hands. Lady Edelgard. She sensed Hubert's hands attempting to calm her down. After that, Hubert pulled Lysithea into an embrace. Whatever blood she coughed up now covered him rather than the ground. It's all right. You are not alone. Lysithea did her best to rein in the after effects, but she was ultimately unsuccessful. After another 30 seconds, she lost consciousness as a direct result of the blood loss. The only positive development was that the nausea and vomiting had subsided. Now, all she appeared to be was pale. In her current condition, Hubert took her piggy bag. The elixir he had given Edelgard had taken effect, and she was able to stand once more. The Adrestian princess quickly freed Monica from the strange machine. Edelgard cradled Monica in her arms and murmured, "You are free now." At long last the group had only one goal. Leave. Soon they had to avoid the spike traps again. Edelgard's vision blurred momentarily, but she quickly regained composure. Having Monica in her arms made it more challenging to find the black marks on the stone plates. This challenge proved difficult to overcome. Hubert volunteered to go first, which helped. Soon they reached the end of the deadly trap, and from there they were able to see Byleth. He was engaged in combat with the individual that Solon was most likely referring to when he used the name Epimenides. Hubert and Edelgard quickly laid Monica and Lysithea on the floor. They were ready to help, but from a distance, they could see Byleth giving them a sign not to interfere. A moment later Byleth's chest was pierced by an ancient sword. It stuck deep inside him and he collapsed. Professor! Edelgard let out a piercing scream. The enigmatic figure appeared to be enjoying himself and grinning as he gloated over his success. In the midst of his victory, he turned his back on his Byleth and focused his attention on Edelgard's horrified expression. "Oh, so these are your followers? How about I?" Byleth's silver sword went through Epimedes' chest. Byleth and Epimenides both fell to the ground. As a last-ditch effort, Epimenides attempted to flee through the darkness. However, Byleth drove his sword deeper into Epimenides' chest. The artery leading to the heart must have been severed as the magic surrounding the vessel disappeared and what was left was a lifeless corpse. "It's over." Those were Byleth's last words as he closed his eyes. He had wounds on every part of his body, and he was bleeding profusely. It was impossible to count the number of punctures and cuts he had received. "Stay with us." While Hubert sped to Shamir's location to rescue Linhard, Edelgard firmly grasped Byleth. Each passing minute was taking a toll on the young professor's health. He was going to bleed out and once more Edelgard felt powerless. Forced to watch it all while someone she cared about was about to be taken from her. Not this time. She focused all she had on performing the healing spell she had learned. "Please work." The same thing happened as before in the gloomy laboratory. Her magic did not work. There was no emerald glow to be seen. Instead, Byleth's blood began to seep through her garments. The uncomfortable feeling of failure sunk in. What are we going to call her? Her? Not him. Mother's intuition. I know our child will be a girl. A new scene had unfolded before her eyes, and she now found herself in the Imperial Garden observing a pair of young lovers. This time, she was able to clearly hear them talk. The person who was speaking was her father when he was younger, and the other figure was a person Edelgard had only seen once before, both in a painting and in her dreams. The pregnant woman was her mother. "What is your suggestion?" Her father returned the question to her mother. "Oh, aren't you a charmer? Leaving the naming to me." Anselma teased him. Ionius became flustered. "You are the smarter one between us." "Thanks for the compliment." She smiled. "Let's see. I have one. What name did you come up with?" Ionius laid his hand on her stomach. "Edelgard." Ionius now shared in her smile. "Noble protector. A fitting name. I am sure she is going to protect many people in her life. I am certain of that." Edelgard's eyes welled up with a single tear that trickled down her cheek. The scene that had been in front of her eyes began to fade, and the next thing that she saw was her two crests. They were both ablaze. "I won't let you die." It seemed as though all of her previously depleted energy had been returned to her. Suddenly, a strong red and green glow was emanating from her hands, and Byleth's wounds started to close. It was as though a dozen different healing spells were all being cast at once. "I am not a monster. I am a protector." Her healing spells began to fill the room, and she continued casting them until Byleth's wounds had healed completely. She heard Shamir, Bernadetta, Linhard, Caspar, and Hubert rushing toward her from afar. "Lady Edelgard." Everyone present, even Hubert, showed his concern written all over his eyes. He went closer to her and shook her. "You must stop." A moment later, her magic abruptly ended, and just like Lysithea had done before, she was vomiting blood. Linhard panicked. "I can't do this. This is too much. Think of the stew we made together." Bernadetta was recalling the time they cooked together. The young mouse was at first frightened by the sight of blood, but now she seemed calm. "This is no different from cooking, Bernie. This is no different from cooking." Linhard seemed disinterested in trying Bernie's approach until he felt Hubert's hand at his neck. "This is no different from cooking, Linhard. No different from cooking." The young mage's hands emanated the green light. Edelgard's vomiting soon came to a halt. "Thank you, Linhard." Edelgard was fighting with all her might to keep her eyes open. While everyone was focused on her, a hooded figure was approaching what was left of Epimenides' body. The figure kicked against the lifeless remains, and then he teleported out of there with it. He spoke not a single word, and he had been so quick that only Hubert, Shamir, and her had picked up on it. This strange guy. Shamir was at a loss for words. "I can't sense him anymore." "Who are you talking about?" Caspar was curious. "That's not relevant for now. We must take care of those who unable to fight. The last thing Edelgard heard were footsteps, and among them was Dorothea's voice as she screamed. 80. Chapter 24, Unexpected Reunion. Sothis sat alone on the throne of knowledge. The countless scrapes and bruises Epimenides had given her were still dripping with blood. And despite her best efforts, the monster's words persisted in haunting her. With the passing of time, the ugly red substance, called blood, began to splatter all over the throne. Soon Epimenides' remarks slowly infiltrated her mind as they were all Sothis could focus on. Following them was a severe headache as she reflected on his repeated insults. Oh, stop with the babysitting. One snap of your finger, and he is yours. So why don't you do it? Come on. Give me a fight. One snap of your finger, and he is yours. Sothis carefully placed her hands on her chin. Hearing those words over and over, she finally gave in to their temptation. In a fit of rage and defiance she snapped with her fingers, but it had no effect. There was a long pause during which Sothis checked everything, but nothing had changed. Her surroundings were still the same. Thus she continued to ponder, what did he mean by that? And why did he call me Felstar? Arg. It vexes me to no end that I don't have an answer to that. In a fit of frustration, she smashed her fist on the armrests of her throne. This simple action that would cause mortals to feel pain did nothing for her. However, the injuries Epimenides gave her began to ache even more. As a result, Sothis' eyesight became increasingly hazy with each passing second. I must sleep. The young ghost tried her best to keep her eyes open, but it was futile. Eventually, her eyelids closed, and she embraced whatever came after. For Sothis, the sight of the young princess collapsing was the final image of the outside world. The white-haired student had done all she could to save her friend. When Sothis looked at her, she felt a familiar warmth. She felt a kinship. An unknown day, at an unknown place. You wished to see me? A masked man spoke to a person who seemed to be in a position of authority over him. The superior was clad in armor as sinister as the shoddiest depths of the underworld, and his eyes contained every evil in the known world. Sothis manifested herself in this scene, and just as was the case every other time, she was a mere bystander observing the events as they took place. A disembodied spirit whose presence is invisible to the living. Am I dreaming? Glimpsing around, Sothis realized she was in a deep, subterranean chamber. The absence of natural light was the only notable feature of this space. A small artificial light illuminated the place. It was as if somebody had used magic to make the lights stay on forever. Yes, I wish to hear a report on what happened in that fort. As you are aware, Solon fled, and his ritual failed. Cronia's mind is broken at the moment, so I haven't gotten anything out of her, and the girl ordained to perish still draws breath. Since Solon was too cowardly to elaborate, I'm asking you. What have your investigations revealed, Mycen? The only reason Solon still breathes is that I am interested in what could make him so terrified. Sothis felt a chill run down her spine at the armored person's words. His wrath and fury were there, but his calm, analytical head kept them at bay. I talked to Solon. He believes that Lord Epimenides has risen from the dead and is on the prowl for you and other key members of our leadership. Epimenides? Don't be absurd. That gullible fool perished centuries ago in the flames of his own ambition. With disdain, the man in the menacing armor dismissively waved his hand. But his cloaked subordinate did not back down. From what I have gathered, the woman touched by flames believes that Epimenides is alive. Solon assured me that they were allied. According to him, she led the attack against us on Epimenides' behalf. She dares to bare her fangs at us. The elder pressed his palms together tightly. The entire space was engulfed in a crimson flame that lit every inch of the interior. Yes, together with Lord Epimenides, she can overthrow us. However, after conducting additional research, I was unable to locate any evidence of his existence. Although Solon seems confident, his assurance could be a ruse to cover up yet another of his failures. As he started to make his plans, the armored person's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this is truly Epimenides, then he will have gone into hiding. He will wait for his moment to strike when I am weakest. And by the looks of it, he has already tempted the Flame Emperor into disobedience. We need to discipline her. You wish to take action against her? The person in the hood appeared and sounded uncertain. I'd love to tear out her throat for her insolence, but I have time. We can't be too rash. I agree. Epimenides was close to that thief, the king of liberation. He got what he deserved when he prioritized mindless beasts over our kind. The man in black armor rubbed his hands together thoughtfully. Bold words. To this day, some of us still fall for Epimenides' tall tales and empty promises. These fools think I had something to do with his death. How absurd. Should Epimenides and his followers bend the knee to us, we will give him a chance to prove their loyalty, but given that he already works to undermine us, we can't show him any mercy. I trust you understand, my son. Yes, I see the danger that Epimenides poses, and I wholeheartedly agree that we must develop countermeasures. The armored man reached out and touched the masked man on the shoulder. We Argathans have a bright future ahead of us. We, alone, will bring about the dawn of a new era. The masked man gave a slight nod. To that end, I have an excellent plan. The leader's eyes sparkled as he ordered, do tell. It involves. Suthes strained to eavesdrop further, but the conversation was now completely silent. They were speaking, but no sounds came from their lips. Suddenly she heard a different voice. It sounded like someone she should know. Go. You must wake up, the voice was in a panic. Who are you? Suthes tried to figure out who spoke, and when she searched the room, there was a tiny green glow. A small particle of light. Instinctively she reached out for it. When Suthes touched it, she found herself with her eyes wide open. She was back, sitting comfortably on the throne of knowledge. The innumerable cuts and scrapes that she had received started to make a full recovery. And when she ultimately turned around to check on Byleth, she discovered that he had been moved to some kind of medical room. She knew because Rhea was sitting in between him and the princess's bed. This must have meant that his students carried him back to the monastery. The terrifying one was sitting by the side of the princess while the other professor, Manuela, was attending to the needs of the other patients. When she felt somewhat recovered, Suthes sat up from her throne and manifested at Byleth's side. Before she went to check on exactly where Byleth was and who else was there with him, she gently stroked his chin. After that, she went to check on the situation. He appears to be fine, Rhea stated as she gently touched Byleth's forehead. She looked left and right, checking whether or not someone was looking. Once the air was clear, Rhea planted a quick kiss on his cheek. It seems like the rest of his fever will be manageable. That's reassuring. Lysithea and Edelgard have also overcome the worst. Manuela stood before another patient. I am more worried about her. I couldn't believe it when Shamir told us that you have found young Miss Oakes. Monica had to return home at the urgent request of her family, and I remember how she requested leave from Seath and me to go. Rhea made a deep sigh. And then the letters from House Oakes arrived. The Baron blamed us for his daughter's disappearance. It's such a heartbreaking tale. All of our investigations in that matter concluded that it was bandits who. Rhea stopped. She soon joined Manuela at Monica's side. Manuela had heard every word Rhea spoke to her. She was in my class, Manuela affectionately touched Monica's cheeks. And she was an outstanding student. She would have passed the year with flying colors if it weren't for this incident. You know, as a professor, it breaks us to see a student we invested so much time in die. There is the loss of human life in general, which hurts, and then there is the feeling of having failed your own kin. Our students are like family to Hanuman and myself. I can see that Professor Eisner is of the same mindset as us. Gerald has raised him well. And now that young Miss Oakes is alive, she can finish up her school year under the professor of her choosing. Rhea placed her hand on Manuela's shoulder. You would allow her to choose? Manuela's eyes light up. Rhea nodded. If Monica desires to study in your class, I won't stand against her wishes. The poor soul has gone through enough. Months must have passed in that prison cell for her. Making an exception to the rules is the least I can do. That she must have. Tears left Manuela's eyes. Seeing how much these past revelations hurt Manuela, Rhea decided to take over for her. Manuela stepped aside, and she started to take Rhea's previous seat at Byleth and Edelgard's sides. Hubert, who was also present, had observed the scene in silence. He had not spoken a single word. Instead, he seemed deep in thought. Like a mastermind trying to plot several things at once. After a long moment pause, Manuela began to softly hum a tune. Sothis enjoyed listening to the calming melodies, gentle tunes, and peaceful lyrics. She stayed in the real world far longer than she intended, as she found herself unable to leave during the performance. Once Manuela finished, Ria respectfully applauded her. Hubert also broke his silence to compliment her with the same gesture. In the same spirit, Sothis found herself clapping her hands together. "What am I doing?" She spoke her thoughts out loud. However, as usual, nobody could hear her. "Young Vestra, you say the two of them vomited blood." Ria turned to face Hubert. He raised his eyebrows in response. This was an unseemly byproduct of their exhaustion. There was doubt in Ria's eyes as she countered. Exhaustion cannot be the cause of this. If it's a part of whatever they were experimenting on in that fort. I seriously doubt that these unknown sorcerers have infected them with a disease. If that were the case, I would have shown symptoms, too, since we were never separated from each other. My much more likely theory is that Lysithea and Edelgard were both explicitly targeted by an obscure dark spell. Both Ria and Sothis believed that Hubert was keeping something from them. But at the moment, they were left with nothing more. Sothis could tell that Ria was burning to get more answers, but at the moment, she refocused all her attention on Monica. I see. Dark magic, indeed, seems to be a more plausible hypothesis for what happened. Despite my best efforts, it appears there are parts of poor Monica's body that have been permanently damaged by whatever that machine did to her. Hubert breathed a large sigh. I feared as much. This is the opposite of the medical treatment we like to give to those who have lost their memories. Instead of recovering memories, someone used their heinous magic to steal them. It's vile. Hubert didn't make a peep. Manuela provided a response in his absence. Even though the former diva was already feeling down, Ria's news only made her feel worse. The normally animated and outspoken professor sputtered out the question, how bad would her memory be? Ria was shaking her head. I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered something like this, and in the large archives, I haven't found anything like it. Despite hearing all of that, Hubert maintained his silence. He didn't make any of his usual icy comments and seemed completely preoccupied with his own worries and concerns. And these seemed to be getting worse as time went on. Sothis has never before witnessed this terrifying man so wrapped up in his own thoughts. The green-haired spirit that was floating next to him was dying to know what was transpiring in his head. However, she soon stopped as, at the moment, Monica was far more mesmerizing. Sothis hovered over the sleeping red-haired student, and she gently touched her forehead. Usually, Bylitha's invisible companion felt nothing when interacting with the world around her. She phased through everything, and she couldn't feel anything, but this was different. When her hand phased through Monica's skull, she felt darkness. She felt an ice-cold shiver running down her spine. It was cruel. There was a dark cloud looming inside Monica's mind. No matter what Sothis did to remove the cloud, nothing would work. No spell she used, no complex gesture she tried. Nothing could heal what was so severely broken. Are these tears? Sothis felt drops of water coming from her eyes. Imagining the pain that this student must bear was enough for Sothis to cry. The 26th day of the harp-string moon, dawn. Edelgard's eyes gradually opened in reaction to the soothing heat. A pleasant breeze was blowing in through the open windows, and the sun was warming her face. She wasn't in any sort of permanent or makeshift shelter. Instead, she was once again at the monastery. Yet, this time, though, she was at the larger infirmary adjacent to the Knight's Hall. She awoke to the touch of Hubert's hands on her shoulders, and Professor Manuela was waiting with open arms. My dear. Manuela had tears of joy streaming down her face as she took the young student into her embrace. She cared about Manuela and Hubert, but at the moment, they weren't her top priorities. In fact, her gaze traveled the room, searching for Monica and Bylith. When she looked around, she spotted Monica resting on a bed that was directly across from her own. However, the search for Bylith continued. Even though Manuela's proportions obscured most of her vision, Edelgard still felt a rising sense of panic. What if she wasn't able to save him? I am so happy that you are alive. Do you wish to? Manuela had just finished hugging her when she was interrupted by an unfamiliar face. Edelgard, do you want some cake? Lysithea extended her hand to her and handed her a plate with a mouth-watering chocolate piece. This one is surprisingly delicious. Lysithea was eating non-stop, and she urged Edelgard to eat alongside her. Seeing this, Manuela took a step back. The former songstress had dark circles under her eyes, and she yawned. As soon as she moved out of the way, Edelgard saw him. Professor Eisner was sleeping soundly. Edelgard made an effort to stand and check on him, but her legs continued to feel extremely heavy. Instead of standing on her feet, she fell and sank even further into her bed. Hubert and Manuela both made motions to help her, but Edelgard declined them. I must do this on my own. She tried getting up again, and this time it worked. Her legs were still a bit weak, but they carried her far enough so that she could check on Byleth's pulse. My dear, he is alive. Manuela broke out in laughter after seeing this. I was shocked when I heard he lacks a heartbeat, but confirming is believing. Edelgard was as surprised as Manuela and the others that checking on Byleth had been her top priority. He was your patient, was he not? Rhea wore a delighted expression. He likely wouldn't be here if it weren't for your efforts. The goddess protected you and bestowed her strength upon you. There was a minuscule portion of Edelgard that did not completely discount the notion that the goddess kept watching over her. She had never been able to draw on so much power before, so unnatural forces were at work here. However, neither did Lysithea. The vast portion of Edelgard's mind was settled. This wasn't the work of some benevolent force, instead, something nefarious was responsible for it. Evidently, this was a result of the combined strength of their two crests, and the price they paid was not cheap. For how long have I been asleep? Edelgard wondered. She was dying to know the answer, as her head was flooded with her duties. And soon, one face crept into her mind that she tried to shake off but couldn't. It has been 2 days, Hubert answered instantly. We have much to catch up on. It's not as considerable as young Vestra makes it out to be. Geralt and his knights carried you back. Young Vestra, Agir, Macnieri, and instructor Geritsaw spent a night at the infirmary getting their wounds checked while you stayed until today. Rhea quickly brought Edelgard up to speed about the prosperity of her companions. Manuela chimed in and contributed to the conversation. Only Professor Eisner and Monica have yet to regain consciousness. All of your physical wounds have been healed, so now it's only your mind that needs to recover from the horrors you found there. Shamir and Hubert already gave their report, and so far, the knights have been further investigating the place. Unfortunately, they have mostly found burned debris. Someone has set what remains of the castle ablaze. Most of what was there was irritably damaged. Rhea finished. The expressions on her face suggested bitterness and irritation. I wish we could have found more clues on what was happening there. If you have anything you wish to share, children, please feel free to do so. If we can learn what these unbelievers are up to, we can put a stop to it. Lysithea looked like she was going to speak up, but Hubert shot her a stern look, which caused the young scion of House Ordelia to bite her tongue. While that was going on, Edelgard was extremely curious as to what Hubert and Shamir had reported to Rhea and the church. It was crucial that she finds out Tamasha's current position and where her uncle stood in all of this. All these factors could drastically alter the future as they wasted time being cooped up in the infirmary. Hubert was already looking for a convenient excuse to talk to her in private, and Edelgard joined him in the endeavor. When can I leave the infirmary? Edelgard spoke up. Rhea and Manuela shoot glances at each other. Do you feel fit enough to leave? Manuela asked. Edelgard nodded. Manuela seemed ready to allow Edelgard to leave, but Rhea was still skeptical. You have been through horrible trials in the last few days. I'd like to keep you here for a little longer, child. A bit of fresh air outside would do Her Highness good. She has been in this room for 2 days and requires a bath, Hubert spoke up. He had built a strong argument and left Edelgard with little she needed to add. These are not unreasonable requests. Hubert pressured her in such a way that Rhea was quickly humbled. Of course not. Until you get to the bathroom, you'll be under the watchful eye of the knights. It's for your safety. A sense of modesty came over Rhea. I will gladly spend the next night here if it pleases you. A bit of supervision is adequate given the circumstances. Edelgard made a humble bow, and together with Hubert, she approached the exit. Yet before she could open the door, someone had opened it for her. It was Mercedes and Annette, and they were carrying a cake. You are the best, Mercedes. Lysithea was brimming with eager anticipation. Please leave it there. Edelgard, take a few pieces with you before you leave. Will you not join me, Lysithea? You could use a bit of fresh air outside. Edelgard had the plate she had given her in hand. She also grabbed a second piece. Lysithea declined. Someone has to eat the cake. This amused Edelgard. She broke into a brief chuckle with the rest of the people there. Fine. The laughter from all around enraged Lysithea. I am not a child. She protested. Fine, I will come with you, at least for a few minutes. In her anger, Lysithea waltzed out of the infirmary. Edelgard and Hubert were close behind. They took a few steps toward the large, open terrace. A handful of graves were there, and a monk in a strange robe was placing one on the grave. Good day to you, your highness. I prayed for your recovery. Aelfric. Edelgard recognized him from her time at the abyss. I see you are tending to the graves. Aelfric quickly corrected. There are more meaningful things for a cardinal to do than maintain the local cemetery. But I did go to see a good friend. I still think about her often, even though she's been gone for over 20 years. She had a heart of genuine kindness. The monastery hasn't been the same without her. Edelgard and Hubert remained silent. Lysithea mustered up the words, I am sorry for your loss. Aelfric gave her a weak smile. The time has come for me to part ways with you. I hope you all feel better soon. He climbed the stairs carefully and headed in the direction of the Great Hall, which was located to his left. In all likelihood, Edelgard reasoned, he was looking for the quickest way back into the abyss. Please convey my greetings to Yuri. That was the last thing Edelgard said before Aelfric stepped into the hall. He didn't answer back. After Aelfric had left, Hubert and Edelgard both scanned the area to make sure nothing was there. They could feel a watchful gaze. Whoever watched over them was a trained individual. Soon Edelgard watched the bridge leading to the cathedral, and on that bridge were Catherine and Shamir. They both seemed to watch over them, but they were also engaged in banter. It would be wise for us to keep our voice down. Someone with Shamir's talent can hear us from a distance. Hubert cautioned them. Indeed, Shamir has sharp ears and even sharper eyes, a familiar voice added. Arg! Lysithea screamed in response to the sound. They turned around to see Petra greet them. Lady Edelgard, we are being grateful for seeing you recover. Petra. Edelgard quickly embraced her friend. How are you, and how has your party managed? I heard you spent a night at the infirmary. Petra looked around Edelgard curiously. We are being fine. Our wounds were little. Minor. Hubert corrected her. Our wounds were minor. There was pride in her voice. We had little trouble fighting and winning. That's reassuring. It was like a burden was lifted from Edelgard's shoulders. Petra was investigated by her gaze once more. She seemed perfectly fine. One of her cheeks had a tiny scar on it. An arrow or knife may have narrowly missed her, but otherwise, she was in fine shape. How is? As I have already reported to you, the rest of the class is doing well. They are currently enjoying their free time. Hubert chimed in and calmed Edelgard's worries. Please excuse us, Petra. There is a matter that requires privacy. I see. We will be seeing each other. Just as quickly as she appeared, Petra disappeared. She looked a bit reluctant to leave so soon, but Edelgard knew that she would do right by her. However, the matter they were about to discuss was the most important thing in the world. Lysithea the Adrestian princess had lowered her voice to nearly a whisper. Yes. Lysithea sounded half annoyed. If it's about what we found, I haven't talked about that yet. I am not sure my parents would allow me to divulge such delicate information, so I won't talk about what happened there, and it seems to me you are also not keen on talking about this matter with the church either. Lysithea shot Edelgard a curious glance. The young scion was still not fully trusting Edelgard. I only disclosed the bare essentials, Hubert expressed. I briefed them that this was a place used for experiments and that Monica had been targeted by their vile magic. Monica is living proof of this, and the Archbishop has already discovered it, so there is no point in hiding this. The more dire news is that while we were trying to get you to a secure location, someone set the laboratory ablaze. Most of the research conducted there is now unrecognizable, and Solan's whereabouts are unknown. Lysithea, it appears that you have recognized Solan. Doubtless from his dealings in House Orderla. Hubert intently observed every tiny change in Lysithea's reaction. As the young Vestra reached his conclusion, her expression shifted from hopeful to fearful. How do you know this? As she had done in the laboratory, Edelgard took hold of her white hair and showed it to everyone present. She ran her fingers softly through her hair. We know because we are the same. My hair used to be the same color as my uncle's, a shade identical to that of my mother. Edelgard's voice radiated warmth and sincerity as she spoke. Solan is a member of a ruthless organization that makes Akiran and his lot look like amateurs. Those people in the masks cast large shadows. Given that you share the wish for your parents to be in good health, you would be wise not to speak about them to anyone besides us. Hubert's words were direct and sincere, and his threat was just as serious. But it didn't faze Lysithea at all. In the meantime, the young Ordelia was the subject of Edelgard's careful examination. With a deep sigh, she continued where Hubert had left off. As you have gathered, these people carry power within the Empire, and Hubert and I made it our duty to fight them. All we need from you is your silence on the matter. Lysithea's mind was racing as it processed everything that she had just heard. The news of her enemy's strength sent shivers down her spine. I can do that. But how can we win against them? Her Highness and I have many plans. To that end, are there any records of Tamash left in House Ordelia? If you could share them with us, we would appreciate it. Tamash, the librarian? Why does he interest you? Lysithea was taken aback to hear Tamash's name mentioned in the same breath as those individuals. We believe he is linked to them, Edelgard replied honestly. This small exchange told Edelgard that Solan had felt so safe conducting his torture in House Ordelia that he never switched to his disguise. Blurry memories of when Lord Arundel first revealed the monster inside him shot into Edelgard's mind. On the one hand, the Adrestian princess felt grateful that Lysithea never had to see the horror of a loved one being worn like a skin suit, but on the other hand, Lysithea was oblivious to the real danger these individuals posed. Hubert continued, yes, we have strong suspicions that Tamash is working for them, and with a bit of proof left behind in your care, we can put a stop to them for now. I will write a letter to my parents immediately. Lysithea, with her empty plate, hurried to get to her classroom, where she had the supplies she needed. Wait just a moment. Hubert halted her. I'd like to help you in your endeavor. However, you may go ahead. I will join you soon. Soon, Lysithea was gone. From a distance, Hubert could see how Catherine had removed herself from the bridge and was slowly trailing behind her. Shamir, meanwhile, remained on the bridge. Her sharp blue eyes soon found their way into Hubert's. I wonder what she told the Archbishop, Edelgard whispered her thoughts out aloud. Shamir isn't from Fodlan, and she doesn't follow the Church's doctrines. I highly doubt that she suspects a sinister organization to be behind all of this. Likewise, her lack of knowledge in regard to crests has made it easier for me to find a convenient excuse when she saw you use them. However, we are lucky no one else witnessed what she and I managed to do. I believe so too, Edelgard confirmed what Hubert was getting at. This was the power of my twin crests. The reason for the experiments, for so much death. Hubert avoided Edelgard's gaze for a brief moment before looking at her. This is indeed a weapon and one that can be wielded against them. Lysithea managed to hold her own against Solan using this power, and you managed to close wounds that not even our professor should have survived. Hubert, Edelgard turned away her gaze as she sounded truly worried. I have not forgotten what your power did to you. However, it serves as a viable last resort for the time being. Let us return to the matter at hand. Tamash is here at the monastery, and his eyes are focused on the infirmary, on Monica, and on you. Hubert checked his shoulders as his eyes scanned the entrance to the infirmary. You don't believe he will do something here? Edelgard followed Hubert in his examination. No, however, sooner or later, Lord Arundel will act, and it's going to get ugly. With Solon here and him guarding his room, it's difficult to expose him. Should House Order Lias records be insufficient, we lack solid evidence, or at least evidence. Evidence that doesn't come from us. And if we use our own evidence, that makes us suspicious in the eyes of the Church, which in turn will cause Rhea to mingle in Adrescha's politics for years. Edelgard hated hearing the alternative. We are picking between a greater and lesser evil. Should too much time pass, I would rather see you on the throne than back in the Imperial dungeons, regardless of the compromises we face. Together, we will overcome whatever lies in our path. For once in a long time, Hubert was successful in calming Edelgard's nerves. Without realizing it, they had briefly shared a warm embrace. Both of them quickly broke apart after that tiny exchange. Your Highness Shamir will keep watch over you until you reach the bath. In the meantime, I will tend to my matters. Please take good care of Listhea. That's an order. Edelgard spoke with the authority befitting on a future emperor. Hubert, in turn, took her order while flashing her with the friendliest grin he was capable of. It had room for improvement, but for now it would suffice. He followed that up with a humble bow, and, together, went as far as they could. Once they were in the courtyard, Hubert went inside the Golden Deer classroom in search of the sweets-obsessed white-haired student while Edelgard sensed Shamir's gaze on her from behind. The Princess of the Black Eagles was looking forward to taking a long, well-deserved bath in which she would contemplate the next move she should make in her situation. The 26th day of the harp-string moon, nighttime, the infirmary. As the young Princess Edelgard prepared to retire for the night, Manuela kissed her on the cheek and softly whispered, "Sleep well." Afterward, the former diva approached Lysithea, and Monica returned the gesture by kissing both of their cheeks. Lastly, she came to hold at Byleth. Manuela leaned in to kiss him on the lips, but Edelgard stopped her at the last moment. "Professor." Caught in the act, the professor turned around as if nothing had happened. "What can I do for you, my dear?" A sleeping person should not be kissed there. Edelgard was sitting rigidly with her arms crossed, and she glared at Manuela. The professor quickly changed the direction of her kiss and instead landed on Byleth's cheek. "I know." She approached the door, ready to leave. "My room is next door. The guards posted before the door will notify me should anything suspicious happen." Suspicious? Lysithea was unsure. "You don't mean ghosts?" Lysithea was about to panic. When she posed that question, the volume and speed of her voice increased. But Edelgard walked over to her and calmed her down. "Should ghosts appear, then we will face and destroy them together." When the guards heard Lysithea, they stormed in, and Manuela couldn't contain her laughter. "Are you all right?" Alois was among the guards. Lysithea and Edelgard were both surprised to see him. "Alois?" "Yes, Captain Geralt asked me to watch over his child for him, and that's what I am here to do. So should something happen, just make a sound, and I will be there for you. No intruder will enter under my watch. I will keep you children safe as if you are my own." Edelgard and Lysithea shared a friendly smile. "Lysithea? Do you want to move closer to me?" After giving Edelgard her nod, Lysithea quickly occupied the bed to her left, with Byleth to Edelgard's right. Before Alois left, Edelgard moved Lysithea's bed very close to hers. So close that they could touch without problems. Lysithea moved over to Edelgard. Their heads rested side by side, looking at each other. "So you," Lysithea wanted to start a conversation, but she hesitated. With a soft yes, Edelgard prodded her to continue. "The imperial family," Lysithea looked uncomfortable breaching the subject. Edelgard nodded. "It was them." Her voice was a weak whisper. "Then we truly are the same." Lysithea began to breathe differently. She looked oddly happy, but so did Edelgard. Edelgard said, "It's good not to be alone," channeling her father's warmth in an attempt to reach Lysithea. Lysithea did not prevent Edelgard from approaching her. Instead, the young Ordelia prepared herself to fall asleep while enfolded in Edelgard's arms. Lysithea and Edelgard's pulses slowed as they wrapped their arms around each other. The young girls felt at peace, and their eyes were about to close. A glimmer of moonlight shone into their room, and the young heirs could make out the wind howling outside. When they finally did embrace, it looked like they were hugging their first armored teddy bear. Queek. Peeps. There were strange sounds coming from one of the infirmary corners. Edelgard and Lysithea were on edge, especially once they saw a large shadow reflect in the moonlight. Edelgard and Lysithea were on the verge of letting out a large scream. The sounds increased. Queek. Peeps. Edelgard. Even more, shadows merged. AAHH. The girls screamed in horror and panic. The two girls lost control over their senses, and in a panic, they each fired spells at the unwelcome intruders. Edelgard's fireball and Lysithea's dark magic enlightened the room, and it was then that they could see the fierce intruders. It was a couple of rats. Lysithea calmed down upon seeing that, but Edelgard was still in shock. The young princess's senses were overwhelmed with fear, and she lay in her bed as if frozen. "Are you all right?" Eloise stormed inside with the knights. "There was a family of rats," a familiar voice answered. After Edelgard looked up, she saw that someone was enclosing and covering her with his own body. "You are no longer in danger." Byleth slowly removed himself from her. Edelgard was still flustered. "My apologies for the commotion." Byleth shook his head and said, "Don't be," before looking around and noticing that it was an absolutely dark night. "I believe that I indulged in far too much slumber." "To be precise, you have been asleep for almost 3 days, Eloise added. 3 days. Byleth's stoic face broke apart for a brief moment, during which Edelgard and Lysithea managed to see how truly worried he was. "Where are the rest?" "They are all safe, Professor." Lysithea and Edelgard were in unison when they spoke. "I have lectures to prepare, I need to check on the others, and he was so weak that he almost passed out." Edelgard and Lysithea held him until Eloise had a hold on him. "I am sorry you had to see that." Byleth appeared truly worn out. "You had lost a lot of blood. Potions and even the most potent healing spells cannot replace that." Eloise spoke like a caring father. "You should rest. Your class is doing the same." The Knight of Ceros gazed very intently into Byleth's eyes. "You and your students made us all proud that day. Not only did you rescue all of the knights, but you also managed to defeat the bandits, destroy their hideout, and find this long-lost student. Where is Geralt?" Byleth was adamant about getting that information. "Where do you think he is?" Eloise let out a hearty chuckle. "Drinking." Byleth replied flatly. Eloise vehemently shook his head. "He's been investigating the forces you faced at that strange stronghold. So far, he found nothing, and that vexes your old men to no end. He went through countless lists of the meanest and strongest mercenaries and found not a single person he deemed strong enough to give you such wounds." Eloise groaned. "I told him to be here for you. But he instead entrusted this to me. Geralt has been that worried about him." Edelgard was surprised to hear that. "Yes, he has always been concerned about his children." "Children?" Lysithea chimed in. "But Professor Eisner is an only child." "Oh, I have slipped my tongue. Now that I have, you should have seen Geralt roughly 20 years ago." After tucking Byleth into bed, Eloise told his story. "Back then, I was just accepted as a knight. But the captain, well, he was happily married to one of the maidens. My guess is that she used to serve as Lady Rhea's personal assistant at one point. Well, the point is that once Geralt was deeply wounded after one of his many adventures, she tended to him. Even more, she was kind enough to offer him something. I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was something that she used to clean his wounds. This was the first time I saw the captain smile. During that time, I was still a boy, but from then on, Geralt regularly visited her. He always brought flowers and stories to her, and she cherished them. And a few years later, they got married. I was overjoyed for them. Back in the day, whenever the captain was around her, he was almost like a different person. He was genuinely happy." Edelgard and Byleth pondered his words. "You say she was Rhea's assistant?" Edelgard questioned. She was often at Lady Ria's side. The young archbishop cared for her like a sibling. Now that you mention it, they looked similar too. In the same way that you two look like sisters. The grin on Eloise's face was contagious. So they shared a hair color. Lysithea added. Not precisely. Her hair wasn't as emerald as the Lady Rias, but from what I remember, her hair had a similar taint. Eloise was deep in thought, trying to remember her. However, he eventually gave up. At any rate, she and the captain had a child. They were both so happy. There was a very long silence, during which Eloise cried. But then, the child and the mother died during childbirth. Edelgard finished for him. Eloise could only muster a feeble nod in response. There was no stopping the tears, the unbroken flow of love and pain. So I had a brother or a sister? Byleth was left speechless. Eloise shook his shoulders. He couldn't answer that question. I never got to see your sibling. They wouldn't let me, and the captain didn't reappear for another 20 years, when I finally ran into him in this mysterious village that wasn't on any map. Lysithea remained silent, but Edelgard, after a moment's hesitation, asked further. You said her hair was close to Lady Ria's. Edelgard, is that truly important now? Lysithea indicated that she found her question to come at an insensitive time. I am aware that my question may open an old wound, but yes, it's important to me. Edelgard's eyes were pleading with Eloise for him to tell them everything. Thus the knight tried to recall, and ultimately he did. Compared to Lady Rias, her hair was much darker. More akin to Seath, but still green. Some people say that this green color is quite colorful. Eloise tried to finish with a joke, but no one laughed. Are you certain she wasn't a descendant of the Hevering family? Edelgard pierced deeper. Eloise shook his head. She was only a local priestess. Due to the fact that Lady Ria forbade most people from interacting with her, she had very few friends. I, too, thought she must be related to Saint Cyros. And most potential archbishops lived very secluded lives, even when they came of age. Edelgard couldn't help but reflect on the information contained in the records that her ancestors had left her. Do not trust the archbishop, and later, another emperor wrote in barely recognizable letters. The archbishop is immortal. However, it was Edelgard's great-great-grandfather who finally completed the puzzle. The archbishop is the same person every time. A year later, he passed away under mysterious circumstances, and the young Ionius VIII was crowned emperor. This is how the archbishop hides her secrets. If someone comes close to discovering her lies, they die under mysterious circumstances. Do you have any more questions? Eloise asked in a polite manner. While Lysithea cast malicious glances in Edelgard's direction, Byleth appeared to be preoccupied with his own thoughts. In a decisive way, Edelgard raised her index finger in the air. I have one more request. I trust this story stays between us. Eloise breathed a sigh of relief. No one, especially the captain and Lady Ria, should learn what I told you. After cracking the smallest of smiles, Edelgard announced, then it's decided. That it is. Eloise broke into a burst of short laughter. Now I only need something to wash those tears away. I can't let my men see me like. Byleth handed him his handkerchief in an automatic motion. Here. That's very kind of you. Eloise washed his tears away. However, despite his preoccupation with that, his gaze eventually fell on the symbol etched into the handkerchief. Why is that symbol so familiar? According to my professor, it's a symbol that was passed down from his mother. Edelgard recalled the conversation she had with Byleth at the lake right after they crushed Akiran's forces. Right, Geralt, and you are wearing this symbol. But I could swear I had seen it before seeing you again at Remire. Who knows, maybe it's a long-lost family crest. Lysithea's tone suggested that she was sick of the conversation. Even though this wasn't Edelgard's favorite subject, she would have loved to continue talking about it and discover more of the vast mysteries that awaited her. With a sigh, she indicated that her hunger for answers was satiated for now. Eloise was about to leave when the most unlikely thing happened. You said my stepmother used something to clean my father's wounds. Could this be it? Byleth showed him the handkerchief once more. Geralt's close confidant of many years turned around, clearly immersed in his own thoughts. Wasn't this passed down from your mother? What if that maiden was my mother? Byleth continued to press him for an answer. But all Eloise did was keep staring at Byleth the entire time. In the same vein, Lysithea and Edelgard also fixed their gazes on him. They all couldn't take their eyes off him. When Byleth committed himself fully to finding the answers to the questions that had haunted him for so long, he finally looked like he was alive. The Ashen Demon's eyes lit up for the first time while they were waiting for Eloise to break the silence. However, it was Edelgard who spoke first. Your hair is definitely unusual, as are your origins. Given that you asked this question so bluntly, it must mean that you remember our conversations about it. You told me my mother must have been special, and she was gone before my memory even formed. I know that much. Eloise stepped forward and looked deeply into Byleth's eyes. I wish I could give you the answer. In contrast, there is absolutely no resemblance between your hair and hers. However, I would be dishonest if I said that you didn't remind me of her. How old are you? And when is your birthday? My age. Byleth looked confused about the question. Edelgard and Lysithea giggled upon seeing Byleth so confused. After a brief lapse, his student recalled what Byleth had disclosed to her regarding his age. You started to carry a sword when you were a boy, and your mother passed away 19 winters ago. Geralt insisted it was during childbirth. Byleth seemed lost. As he slowly closed his eyes, the briefing came to a considerably slower pace. The princess saw what he was doing, and she went closer and whispered in his ears. Focus. A moment later, a slight, murky glow illuminated the room. The beginnings of a pattern emerged as they attempted to reveal the actual shape of Byleth's crest. Arg. The professor was engulfed in a sea of agony. His facial muscles appeared to be twitching, and it appeared as though he was bringing his arms closer to his head in an effort to muffle the sounds that were occurring around him. The more her teacher tried to complete his crest, the worse the discomfort became. Stop. Edelgard grabbed her tutor's hands and restrained him. Within a single second, the crest and the accompanying pain faded away. He continued to gasp for air for a few seconds before he sank deeper into his pillow from all the exhaustion. When Edelgard looked around, she spotted Manuela storming through the door. What has happened, my dear? Byleth slowly moved up from his pillow to sit on his bed. Nothing. He looked intently at Eloise. Manuela caught that, and in response, she pressed Eloise for an answer. Please fill me in on the details of what went down. I may have encouraged the professor to summon his crest. Edelgard avoided eye contact with Byleth as the guilt sank in. Ah, yes, the crest that has Hanuman even more upset than usual. So the crest is merely incomplete. Lysithea was able to put together the pieces of what she had seen. I have never before heard that even a small portion of a crest is capable of invoking such power. You must be the descendant of an ancient, long-lost bloodline. Manuela looked at him with keen eyes. There is something, what should I say? The former diva was searching for the right words. Noble about you, yes. You and your father reminded me a bit of Han Niemann or Ferdinand. The two of you wouldn't think twice about rescuing someone from danger. Edelgard smiled upon hearing Manuela compliment her professor. She agreed wholeheartedly, as evidenced by her nod. It's clear that you're the kind of person who will rush to help a stranger in need without giving it a second thought. After all, that's how we meet. Red Cape, the former mercenary, now tutor, was doing his best to attempt a smile, but it looked very far off. Ha ha ha. After witnessing such a clumsy attempt at a smile, Lysithea burst out laughing. My dear, it would seem you need a lot of practice. I think we should have you and instructor Jaritsa over for a special lecture series. He, too, might benefit from this education. She winked at Byleth and moved forward. And who knows, if you are doing well in this, we might be able to take this a bit further. She sounded like a devilish seductress. Professor Manuela. Without contemplating, she had pushed one of Edelgard's and Lysithea's buttons. The two young students were visibly upset at her countless blunt attempts to flirt. The scion to House Ordelia remarked, you might have already found a partner if you weren't so forceful with your dates. Be careful, I am the one who gives your grades. Ice cold was Manuela's tone. Her friendliness was gone entirely. Huh. Lysithea froze in terror. A few seconds later, Manuela switched back to her usual calm demeanor. I am merely humoring you. A student's honest expression of their thoughts would never result in a failing grade from me. However, they and my dates can be sure I will give them my very best opinions in return. Suddenly, Eloise let out a peal of laughter. This reminds me of being back home with my wife and child. I'm really looking forward to seeing them again tomorrow. Does your wife tell people exactly what she thinks? Manuela displayed an intense level of curiosity about the topic. He grinned. Both the good and the bad. It's nearly impossible to keep secrets from her. As you may have guessed, my favorite type of story to tell is one in which I can reveal every last detail. So in that sense, we have been the perfect match. Manuela expelled a loud sigh as she lowered her head and sighed deeply. I regret not having noticed you sooner. Eloise accepted the compliment with a sense of modest pride and then continued. She once told me that what she loves most about me is my incredible humor. So allow me to humor you all before I leave. Did you hear about the Adrestian chef who died? Everyone in the room went silent for what seemed like an eternity. There was total speechlessness. He passed away. The only person who laughed at Eloise's punchline was Eloise himself. The rest was so quiet that not even a peep could be heard. Everyone exchanged glances at each other. And then, after a while, Manuela spoke up. On second thought, maybe we would have been such a great fit. Eloise, however, was too busy bidding everyone a good night to notice her. I'll be right at your door. I'm crossing my fingers that you all get some rest this time. Manuela sighed a bit, but soon she joined Eloise in his endeavor. Lysithea fought against her teacher's attempts to plant a kiss on each and every one of their chins, but it was futile. This was such a strange sensation for Edelgard. Even though her father's concubines showed her love, this kiss on the cheek was much more maternal than she had ever experienced from any of her numerous self-proclaimed stepmothers. When Edelgard darted at Byleth, all she could see was that he appeared to be pretty indifferent, which made Manuela's frustration even worse. What in the world will it take to? When the diva realized that she had inadvertently shared some of her intimate thoughts with the present company, she immediately cut herself off mid-sentence with the question. There was a momentary flush on her face. To what? Byleth inquired. To smile, Manuela awkwardly answered. She wanted to quip something else, but she changed her words at the last second. Byleth gave her a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to process what she was saying. Lysithea went over to Byleth and pulled his face together into a smile. Everyone present broke into laughter at the sight. Only Byleth was still just as puzzled. You have attempted it multiple times by now, Professor, and I am sure one day you will be able to genuinely smile whenever you wish to, Edelgard reassured Byleth. A bit of training from the glorious Manuela Casagrande can always help, Manuela added. Edelgard said nothing to refute this, and Lysithea also remained silent. From the door, they heard Eloise saying, a good joke to break the ice is also a great way to smile. The knight opened his mouth to tell another joke, but everyone present, even his own comrades accompanying him, shut him down. Please, no more jokes tonight. One of the knights requested in a desperate tone. Eloise's disappointment was evident, but he eventually gave in. Fine, but tomorrow the jokes are on me. Arg. The guards, too, appeared annoyed by his puns. See you, youths, tomorrow. Manuela now approached the door. She performed an invisible kiss towards Byleth. And see you too, Professor. After that the former songstress shut the door tightly behind her. A minute later, Lysithea approached Edelgard and Byleth with a straightforward but impolite inquiry, Professor, when will I be able to switch classes? Yet neither of them seemed happy with her question. That was extremely impolite of you, Lysithea. She called us youngsters and treated us, but more importantly, me, like little babies. Lysithea protested. No, Lysithea, you cannot join us for such a petty reason. Edelgard vehemently defended Manuela. Hearing Lysithea say that really hit her the wrong way. She treats all her students like they are her children, and that is no reason to leave. Her words had an impact on Lysithea after she had thought about them. Right, I guess. She just got on my nerves. The young Erdelia slowly regained her composure. I just hate people treating me like I'm a baby. Although I am the youngest of my peers, no one has the right to treat me differently because of my age, which is why it's greatly appreciated that you treat me with the same respect you give everyone else. You are a student just like everyone else, Byleth answered. Both Edelgard and Lysithea looked pleased with this. No one should treat us differently just because of our heritage, the Adrestian princess reaffirmed. Without expecting it, Byleth faced Edelgard and words came from the bottom of his heart, "You are special." When Edelgard heard Byleth say that, her eyes immediately widened in response. She was both upset and happy while she pressed the former merc to clarify. "You are our house leader, and without you, I would have been lost trying to learn all these subjects on my own." The princess was blushing. "We should go to bed now. You two have been very loud at the library, and I am honestly shocked that you had so much patience explaining basic concepts to an instructor. Thanks for setting me straight earlier. I don't think I have your energy, Edelgard." Byleth attempted to explain, "I had almost no exposure to the church." Everyone in the room could feel the discomfort he was experiencing as he did so. "I heard the stories," Lysithea clarified. "Even so, I'm annoyed that you were able to make such great strides. How could we lose to you, of all people, during the mock battle? Claude is really not all he's made up to be. Claude is a brilliant tactician. It's just that he hasn't traveled nearly as much as I have." This was the first time Edelgard saw that Byleth fiercely stood by Claude. "Such high praise for someone you defeated." Lysithea was awestruck but also too proud to admit that. Like a rebellious sibling, she had her arms crossed in defiance. "Just because we prevailed over you in the past does not mean that you cannot defeat us in the future." Edelgard reinforced Byleth's point. "I am sure it vexes Claude as we speak that he lost, and I am certain he has a few nasty surprises for us once we fight at the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. I also look forward to this rematch." Lysithea seemed excited. "So then, let us sleep now." "Do you?" Lysithea had folded her hand around Edelgard's neck before she could ask her to sleep in her arms. To that end, Byleth cast his gaze in their direction. The lost kitten's expression was back on his face. "Are you cold? Should I warm you?" "No." Both Edelgard and Lysithea were united in their rejection of his offer. In reaction to their rejection, Byleth went over and laid on his bed. The 27th day of the harp-string moon, dawn, the infirmary. Arg. There was a blood-curdling scream coming from Edelgard and Lysithea. Byleth quickly jumped from his bed to see the red-haired student standing close to their beds. "You are?" Byleth studied the young lady, confused as to what to make of her. "Who am I?" the girl stutters. "Who am I?" "Your name is Monica von Oaks," Edelgard explained. "You startled us, Monica." "Monica?" "Yes, I believe that is my name." The student with the fiery hair was still entirely beside herself. "You went through a lot. What is the last thing you remember?" Edelgard inquired in a soft and gentle tone. "Cold." That was all she was able to mutter. "Cold." Lysithea connected the dots. "The cell those monsters kept you in must have been cold." In response to the last scream, Eloise and Manalia entered the room. Her former teacher had tears in her eyes as she rushed to embrace the student she thought she had lost forever. "Monica." Manuela held the young noble in such a close embrace that there was hardly any room for her to breathe. Monica tried to push Manuela away, and by screaming, she succeeded. Upon hearing her student scream, Manuela quickly stopped the embrace. "But I." Edelgard had closely observed the scene. No physical harm had been done to Monica. Yet the young baron's daughter had been traumatized worse than she imagined. "Please, I'll do whatever you want. Just don't hurt me." Eloise made a few careful steps toward Monica. "You are safe now. No one will lay a hand on you." His fatherly nature came through in his words. "Father." With wide eyes, Monica stared at Eloise as if she were seeing her own father for the first time. Eloise shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "No, I am not your father. But I am a friend." Tears had begun to well up in Monica's eyes. She cried and cried, and cried. Her sobs continued unabatedly. Eloise and Manuela stood there paralyzed, they did not know what to do. "Touch her." Byleth heard Suthi's voice commanding him to touch her. While everyone was paralyzed, the former mercenary remained unfazed and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Everything about her felt icy. Like being dumped into a lake in the middle of the brutal winter in a kingdom that is just as cruel. "What can you see?" Suthis yelled at him. Her voice reflected her curiosity and urgency as she attempted to stop time to help her friend. But for some reason, it did not work. "I am cold." Byleth was stunned to ever say something like that. "So it's the same for you." A softer tone could now be heard coming from her. "Have you touched her before?" Byleth showed signs of being surprised. "Yes, and even I was shivering from the relentless cold." While he was speaking to Suthis, Byleth perceived that Monica had pulled him into an embrace, and this hug was becoming tighter by the second. He was pushed deeper and deeper into it. "Arg!" Byleth wailed in agony. It was as if every part of his body was beginning to freeze up. The same ocean of suffering that appeared when he called upon his crest manifested itself now. "Focus. This is not like last time." "Focus on." Suthis was staring at Edelgard, whose eyes focused on them. Like everyone else, she had been rendered motionless and could do nothing but watch the unfolding events. However, all of Byleth's thoughts drifted to her. As he reflected on the many joyful times the two of them had shared together, the chill was quickly replaced by another sensation. Warmth, comfort, a steady beat of something else. After what felt like an eternity, Monica let go of him, and the others rushed to check on them. Monica was still scratching her head. "This Gareg Mach Monastery. And Professor Manuela, what am I doing in the infirmary?" "So you do remember me?" Manuela was smiling from ear to ear. Monica nodded. "When are we going to continue our class?" "I apologize that I missed the latest exam due to my unexpected absence." "Monica." Edelgard entered the conversation. "This is the following year. You have been missing for months, don't you remember?" The young Miss Oakes looked at Edelgard as if she saw a complete stranger. Her gaze lingered on Edelgard for an exceptionally long time. "And you are?" Edelgard was perplexed. "My name is Edelgard von Hresvelg, house leader of this year's Black Eagles class," she replied. There was pride in her voice. "But the final exams were supposed to be in just a few weeks." "Which month do we have?" "It's the 27th day of the harp-string moon." Lysithea chimed in. "You really don't remember your kidnapping and your time in that dungeon?" "Dungeon? Kidnapping?" What they were saying seemed to baffle Monica. Her eyes were darting all around the room as if she was desperately trying to find someone who could reassure her that everything was just a cruel joke. "Unfortunately, we are not joking. Monica, your memory has always been excellent, so you must remember that we have met numerous times at the various birthday parties of my brother and your cousin. Your aunt was one of my father's concubines, and her son was my youngest sibling. So during his birthday parties, we used to play with each other." Edelgard's voice wavered as she tried to recall these events. But Monica showed no emotions except pure confusion. "We have met before? I have a cousin." Edelgard's mouth hung open, which caused Manuela to intervene before the Adrestian princess managed to continue the conversation. "This must be an unfortunate side effect of whatever it is you went through. You mentioned I was kidnapped for half a year ago," Monica recalled perfectly. "The last thing I remember is... Right, I was requesting to take leave to depart home on important business. My father requested my aid in the conclusion of an important trade deal." "You were leaving because of a trade deal?" Lysithea was shocked to hear that. "What was the deal about?" "I don't remember the exact details, but it had something to do with expanding our workforce. You see, Oak's lands are notorious for their extreme weather, which in turn causes much of our land to require a great deal of equipment and farmers in order to remain fertile. My father was making strides to ensure we would get more workers." Edelgard quickly connected the dots. "Don't tell me you considered hiring slaves." Monica was both offended and confused. "Recently, we uncovered a large network of slave trading that was overseen by an alliance noble who was also a professor until recently," Lysithea explained. She sounded slightly annoyed, angry, and ashamed that a fellow alliance member was capable of such atrocities. "I see." Monica let out a sigh of relief. Given I didn't arrive, I cannot see my father doing anything. I am no longer certain. Monica stopped abruptly. What kind of person is my father? Monica. Both Edelgard and Manuela were crestfallen to hear this question from her. Your favorite pastime besides studying was talking about your home and family. Manuela gently touched Monica's forehead. You don't have a fever. All things considered, you are fine. For the first time since his battle against Epimenides, Sothis materialized before him. She did not waste any time and dashed off to check on the peculiar student with the fiery red hair. Her hands moved lightning fast through her hair and scalp. She's still so cold like a... The green spirit looked for the right words. She's as cold as an iceberg. Byleth went to her for advice and counsel. While his eyes were fixated on Sothis, Edelgard caught wind of that, and she gently touched his hands. Professor, is there something you want to say? Byleth was hoping Sothis would say something. But she didn't. Monica, you never arrived in Oak's territory because you were captured. At first, we all believed it to be bandits who were doing so to extort money from your father. But their demands never came, and since you were supposed to be under our care, your father has blamed the Archbishop for all these past months. He has been worried sick about you. Just how it did yesterday. Small tears were streaming down Manuela's face. I see. Monica's voice was almost lifeless when she responded. She racked her brain for any recollections of her father, but came up empty. I do not remember anything about my father. There is a peculiar sensation informing me that he loves me, but apart from that, I don't remember anything else about him. Manuela, Edelgard, and Lysithea exchanged knowing glances, but Byleth was lost in what they were referring to. Manuela wanted to continue, but she struggled to form the right words, so Edelgard was quicker. Monica, your captors experimented on you, and now your brilliant memory has gaps. Given that you do not seem to recall the last half year, this means you are unable to identify said captors. We were on a mission to free a group of knights who also had a run-in with them. From what we discovered, some strange cult has been conducting experiments in the former castle where you were imprisoned for all this time. Edelgard spoke slowly. Each and every word that left her lips seemed carefully chosen as the young eagle meticulously studied Monica's expressions. The future Baroness listened intently to every word Edelgard was saying. Yet outside of shock, there were no other reactions. Somehow, as if dissatisfied, the princess let out a sigh. We encountered mages there that were able to use dark magic, and they used you for some kind of strange ritual. Hubert, Lysithea, and I managed to free you from the device they had you attached to, but it did damage you. Lysithea took over, and her first two words were already spoken with great weight. Their procedure may have lifelong consequences for you. The usually sharp, brash, and authoritative Ordelia sounded genuinely dejected and miserable breaking these news to her. Monica, your memory, as demonstrated, is outstanding. You managed to easily recall our conversation, and I am certain that as we spoke, you memorized each and every word. But as we have discovered, there are significant gaps in your memory. There is a lot you need to be filled in on. Everyone present nodded in agreement to Edelgad's assessment. As your former professor, I am more than willing to oversee your healing process. Perhaps we can store more of your memory as time passes. Monica looked at them, her hands and body were shaking as she asked. Do you know what may be the cause of this? Suddenly, a voice approached from the door. It was dark magic, child. The heretics who used it on you were attempting to strip you of your identity. Lady Rhea. Eloise quickly bowed before her. Rhea gestured for him to rise. The healing process for you all will take time. In light of this, I've tasked a group of knights with completing your monthly task. You have earned some rest and recuperation time together. In the meantime, we are pursuing the investigations as we speak. Young Oaks, if you remember anything or wish to speak with me, my doors will always be open for you. The Archbishop herself. Monica felt honored. But I am just the daughter of a baron. You are a victim of cruelty, my dear. The goddess cares for all those who are suffering. Rhea sounded genuine. While she spoke, Byleth realized that his student's grip got tighter. Just like Edelgard did during training, she tightly clenched her hands. But since she was still holding Byleth, the teacher felt her inhuman strength and her frustration. I'll think about the offer. For now, I'd like to chat with Hubert von Vestra. He must also attend school, if I am not mistaken, and I'd like to visit the various classrooms, talk to the students, and it would be of great benefit to me if I could visit the library. Edelgard's force on Byleth's arm increased upon hearing Monica's last request. Lady Rhea, I have a request of my own. When Monica isn't with Hubert and me, she should be with a professor or an experienced knight. Given what happened, her security takes priority. Rhea's eyes were shining with happiness upon hearing her request. Of course, consider your request granted, child. In fact, I'd like to extend this to yourself. After all the times you have been forced to be here, this is the least we can do to prevent further cases like that. I already have a personal guard. Of this I am aware. Rhea nodded. Yet young Vestra still has things to learn, and with the help of a seasoned knight, he has less on his plate. Rhea was unwavering. Do you think your knights can handle the Iron King's thieves? Beelth addressed Rhea directly. I am certain these non-believers don't stand a chance. Every knight needs an opportunity to prove themselves, and while we are currently stretched a bit thin due to the month's missions approaching, I am certain the recruits we send can handle them. Eloise, who had taken a small sip of water, was spewing it out. Lady Rhea, the recruits have barely seen battle. But of course, if they are led by a seasoned knight, then they stand a chance. Geralt's close friend whipped the sweat that was on his face away. These knights have done nothing but train for the past year. I am certain they can take on a lousy band of thieves on their own. Rhea quickly dismissed Eloise's concerns. But then Byleth raised his voice. These are no lousy thieves. Costas and his remaining forces are stronger than your common bandit group. Yet they are not strong enough to best future Ciro's knights. Rhea was uncompromising. Costas can stand his ground against crest users. He managed to survive an encounter with Professor Eisner, Dimitri, Claude, and myself in one piece, and he gave us plenty of trouble. You should have sent a senior knight with them, Edelgard openly criticized the Archbishop, and for a brief moment, her friendly face changed slightly. The usually friendly woman was now thoroughly annoyed by the topic. I see, my choice has proven to be controversial. Yet I stand behind it, and the only other alternative would have been to the Black Eagles with them. But you have done enough this month. Professor Eisner, you and your class surpassed our expectations, and now you deserve to rest. I am sure the coming months will be eventful. Byleth followed her reasoning. We are grateful. He bowed slightly. Despite this, Edelgard and Lysithea remained silent for the rest of the exchange. Her iliac eyes remained fixed on Rhea's emerald ones as they continued to stare into each other. The young Adrestian princess and the archbishop firmly held their positions. This was the moment where Suthies would make comments, but her own gaze had been fixated on Monica. Byleth's ghostly companion seemed to consider touching the red-haired girl again. In order for them to have a conversation, Byleth froze time. Suthies. His words snapped her out of her thoughts. Ah. Don't startle me like that. What did you discover? Suthies turned to face Monica. I can feel cold. Byleth did not know how to respond to this revelation. I am a ghost. I shouldn't be able to feel anything. I shouldn't be bleeding, you know. Suthies muttered. She was stunned, upset, and frustrated all at once. If we see this Epimenides again, I will kill him. I see. Byleth allowed his ghostly companion to vent her frustrations. She angrily punched at the wall, only for her hands to go through it. After feeling the weight of time itself on his shoulders, the professor continued its flow. Both Edelgard and Rhea were so fiercely locked in their battle of stares that someone had to intervene. Lady Rhea, should the knights be unable to deal with Costas, then we will take care of it. You can trust us to succeed. That won't be necessary. Recruits or not, Knights of Ciros won't lose to mere bandits. Edelgard let out a sigh. She broke up eye contact with Rhea first to look into her teacher's eyes. What Byleth saw was that she seemed grateful. In any event, I believe the matters are settled. Since Professor Eisner and I have business to attend to together, I am under his watch for now. Monica, we will show you around the monastery and introduce you to this year's classes. It would be my pleasure, Your Highness. Monica bowed before both Edelgard and Rhea. And thank you all for taking such good care of me. Manuela looked around, her office was pretty empty. I'd love to accompany you all. The songstress hummed a happy melody. Professor Manuela. Byleth turned to face her. Just Manuela, handsome. She was eyeing her fellow colleague in regards to what he could want from her. Can you search for my father and tell him I am all right? Alois wanted to interrupt his best friend's son, but before the Knight of Ceros could speak, Byleth added, I know you want to do that, Alois, however, you should instead use this day with your family. Everyone present giggled upon seeing Alois' baffled reaction. The two of you are my family too, so I would have gladly smoothed things over with the captain. Byleth nodded. Monica, Edelgard, Lysithea this way. You should add please, Lysithea corrected him. Please follow me for the day. Byleth accepted her correction without causing a scene. Lysithea looked very pleased in return, while Edelgard rubbed her hair tenderly. Monica followed them. While she did so, she seemed to recall something. We are currently near the, Edelgard wanted to explain. Knight's Hall, as if at ease Monica placed her hands at her heart. I still perfectly recall Gareg Mach. Edelgard was grinning. The magical quality of the place cannot be denied. Together with Byleth, they stepped closer to the grave where Aelfric had laid his flowers to. They looked over the landscape at the large cathedral. It was still morning, an excellent time for breakfast. However, it took the group quite some time to go as their gazes were admiring the scenery. The red morning sun, the smell of the flowers, and the laughter of the countless students were a wonderful atmosphere. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? Not like your countless mercenary jobs. Suthies chimed in. She had manifested herself next to Byleth. He gave a tiny nod. I don't regret becoming a teacher. I know. Edelgard responded. Although Byleth had whispered she heard it. I just wish more commoners were given the chance to be here and learn. While we are on the topic of Your Highness, is it true that for this year's Black Eagles class the mystical songstress is among us? Monica looked very hopeful. Edelgard nodded. Yes, Dorothea is the only commoner in this year's Black Eagles, and she had to work very hard too. Monica was about to nearly jump for happiness. This is amazing. I remember attending one of her shows in Inverwith. She was trying to recall with whom she visited, yet soon it caused her pain and that agony made her stop. I visited one of her appearances, and I remember how heartbroken I was when I heard she was about to quit her career. I desperately wanted to attend her final performance, but then the business in my territory, and then I got captured, my father got into a fight with the church, and now this. It's alright, what matters is that you are alive, Lysithea added. You can still help your family and use the time you have left. Edelgard nodded in agreement. What do you think, Professor? Byleth was occupied with his own thoughts. Yet he still managed to answer his student's question. Whoever did this to you, you live to fight another day and I am sure one day you will defeat them. Thank you, Professor. Monica now closely examined him. How did you become the new professor of the Black Eagles? This is a long story, Monica. Edelgard smiled. One we will gladly share with you over breakfast. An invitation from Her Highness, the young scion of House Ordelia and the new professor? How could I refuse? Who are you calling young? Lysithea was up in arms about her wording. I did not mean to offend you. Monica quickly de-escalated the situation. I was merely stating a fact. Her Highness is also quite young. The 27th day of the harp-string moon, morning, the dining hall. Is it normal for the students and knights to stare at us? Monica looked uncomfortable sitting in the dining hall. Not everyone returns from the dead. Lysithea answered. Her tongue was just as sharp as her teeth, which were now devouring another piece of her cake. It's unhealthy to eat cake at breakfast. Byleth scolded her. And what? Cake gives me the strength to get through all the learning I need to do. Professor, after this I would like to excuse myself. She leaned over to Edelgard and whispered something into her ear. Edelgard only nodded to what she was saying. After Lysithea had returned to eating, the house leader spoke up. This year's Black Eagles are composed of almost all the important key nobles' offspring. I see. Monica's eyes were shining. This means Ferdinand von Aegir, Hubert von Vestra, Linhard von Hevering, Caspar von Berglis, and Bernadetta von Varley are in our class. Who is the final member? Petra McNeary. Byleth responded before Edelgard could. The Crown Princess of Brigid. Monica was in awe. How did you accomplish that? When I last spoke with her, it seemed like an absolute no. This is all thanks to Duke Girth. He pressured Lord Arundel into consenting on that matter. Monica's happiness knew no bounds. When are we going to finish up? The red-haired noble had already finished her plate. There is so much I have to catch up on. Edelgard and Byleth weren't even half done yet. Their stomachs were still growling from all the battles they had fought. The monastery won't run away from you, and with that Byleth ordered her to take things slower. Of course, my apologies. Suddenly, the door was ripped open by someone. A bear of a man entered. This was great training, Caspar. Now my muscles need something to eat. Right at you. Let's see who can stuff more on their plate. Caspar and Raffle rushed inside. You won't make this a competition. Edelgard reprimanded them. I have to agree. Eating too hastily is just going to cause you to throw up, Caspar. Linhard, who also entered, took his house leader's side. He yawned, and while he rubbed his eyes he began to look at Monica. He addressed her with, "You are new." Linhard, that's, Caspar wanted to introduce them but he couldn't. You are Caspar von Berglitz. I only met your father and older brother. Monica shook his hand. I am Monica. Right, Monica. Are you a noble? Caspar looked confused. Indeed, I am from the Oaks family. I heard you have gone missing. Linhard was now completely fixated on her. In the meantime, Edelgard was wondering. You, too, must have remembered from the last mission. We rescued her from that fortress. Caspar and Linhard both gave dismissive shrugs. I was too busy healing the two of you. The sleepy green-haired noble yawned at them again before he took something to eat. Ah, so this is the girl you rescued. My name is Raffle. Raphael extended his large hands toward her. Monica returned this gesture in kind. Yet after they shook their hand, Raphael gave her a long, strong bear hug. Help. Monica was preparing a fire spell to separate herself from Raphael. Byleth and Edelgard were on the verge of intervening, yet Raphael stopped before they deemed it necessary. I am sorry. It's just my ma and pa used to tell me, if someone goes missing and they don't come back for long, you hug them when they do. Since this is what happened to you, I found it right to hug you. Sighs of relief came from Byleth, Adelgid, and Monica. Apologies for these muscles, I embraced you how I would my ma and pa if they had returned. You lost your parents. Monica's insatiable appetite for knowledge was shining through. That is a long story, but yes, which is why it's my dream to become a knight. Raphael seemed not interested in talking about it. Ignatz has the same dream. From what I have gathered, you two come from merchant families within the Alliance. Edelgard recalled the times when she saw Ignatz painting. I feel glad for you. The last few years in Adrestia were quite hazardous. Monica's interest seemed to diminish a bit. Raphael nodded. His parents and mine used to be very close, and so we basically grew up together. Although we couldn't be more different. He likes to paint and I like to smash things. He is really good at math, and I am good at catering in my grandparents' restaurant. If you are so different, then why does Ignatz refuse my offers to become an artist? Her frustration caused Edelgard to almost curl her hands into a fist. And now he avoids me. The final word she uttered reflected her gloomy mood. Her iliac eyes reflected defeat and bewilderment. I don't know anything about this. But when Ignatz feels pressured, he becomes very shy. If you don't mind, I can talk to him. Edelgard looked at Raphael. I appreciate the offer, but this is something I have to do myself. No, so fast, Caspar. Linhard reprimanded his best friend. Linhard, I am hungry. My system needs all that meat. You are too fast. Byleth also reprimanded Caspar. Eat slower and give some of that to Linhard. Professor, do I really need his meat? Byleth nodded. You don't have any on your plate, so you are taking a bit of his. Oh right, I have to eat too. Raphael stormed off to grab something. After he was gone, Monica was going through everything she had learned. So at the minimum, 3 commoners attend this year. Dorothea, who is our class, and Raphael and his friend Ignatz, who hail from wealthy merchant families. Are there any more? According to Fodlan law, Petra is a commoner. She is Brigid royalty, not Fodlan royalty or nobility. The same goes for the man of Dusker currently in Dimitri's service. What was his name again? Edelgard. Didu. Edelgard answered. Meanwhile, Ashubert from the Blue Lions was adopted by Lord Lonato of the kingdom, and Mercedes von Martritz was a noble but is now enrolled as a commoner. That does cover all of them. Lysithea was getting up from her seat. I have to go. Thank you for your time, Lysithea. Monica smiled at her. You are welcome. Lysithea hurried away. We are soon ready to depart as well. Byleth took their empty plates and rushed over to the kitchen to clean them. So you are like Professor Manuela. Monica observed Byleth as he cleaned the plates. In what way? You clean and cook. Instead of Monica, Edelgard provided Byleth with the answer. That is correct, Your Highness. My father taught me how. The 27th day of the harp-string moon, morning, the Black Eagle's classroom. It feels like it was yesterday. Monica went through the room. These books are new. To which Edelgard proudly responded, that they are, we borrowed them from the library. Many of these books are all very rudimentary. Could you not have selected more advanced books? Monica turned away from the bookcase, clearly displeased. I had to start somewhere. Byleth gently brushed the books with his fingers. Yes, that makes sense for some students, but at least half of our class should already be at the top. I wasn't referring to my students. Byleth looked into Monica's eyes. Surprise and then slight disgust was in them. How? She protested. Surely a professor knows these subjects like the back of their head. Professor Eisner was raised with little exposure to the church. Oh man, you are doing the I don't know anything about the church shtick again. I wonder who you could have gotten that from. They heard a voice, and a dark-haired and brown-skinned student with a yellow cape approached them. Claude, we haven't invited you. Edelgard was not happy to see him. We haven't invited Scarecrow either, and despite that he and Lysithea stayed for almost an hour writing on something. So I figured I would return the favor. I am just happy to hear you all running about. The library was getting quiet. Arg. Don't tell me you studied all of that in the library. The Black Eagle House's reputation is sacred. You cannot allow such a simpleton to undermine it. Does the Archbishop hate us so much that we couldn't get a proper professor? Byleth said nothing. He could relate to Monica's anger, but he noticed that Edelgard and, to everyone's surprise, Claude, were trading murderous glances with her. Have I said something wrong? Monica looked around in shock. You haven't. Byleth reassured her. I am the least qualified professor in history. Don't undersell yourself, Teach. A simpleton wouldn't have won the mock battle. Edelgard nodded in agreement. Your experience was vital to our strategy, and it was your skill that allowed us to win. You broke Dimitri's spear. Byleth recalled. I couldn't if Felix had gotten to me first. Edelgard complimented him. Claude inspected the two of them. They were staring at each other while Monica was trying to make sense of it all. So how come you were accepted? These procedures usually happen months in advance. There was a chuckle coming from Claude. Monica, right? That's a long story. Perhaps if Teach invites us to tea, I might tell you. Byleth grabbed the tea set from his table. What kind of tea do you favor? I am not making it this easy for you, Teach. Claude winked. A few minutes later, they were happily sipping tea together. If Dimitri were here, then it would be the first time we all had tea together. Yes, well, given that we are rivals, I can see why this is not the case, Edelgard responded. That doesn't matter. Byleth disagreed. You three are exceptional, and I don't see why you cannot befriend other students. That includes opposing house leaders. Professor, this would be a waste of time. Edelgard stood her ground, yet she sounded clearly uncomfortable doing so. Do you ever relax, princess? Claude sipped his tea. As a matter of fact, I do. So what do you do? It cannot be board games since you always avoid me there. Claude ridiculed her. In the meantime, Monica was fascinated to hear more. Please tell me more. What does Her Highness enjoy? Reading, studying, learning, training, and occasionally enjoying a nice cup of tea. Edelgard's answers were sharp. Outside of the slurping tea bit, none of these are hobbies, princess. You are right, unlike someone else, I take my profession seriously. And you wonder why you lost to us. Edelgard smiled upon countering Claude. But Claude did not seem to notice. Are all Fodlan nobles like that? This was the first time Claude sounded frustrated. Like what? Monica inquired. So obsessed with either status or duty or both. Monica quickly replied. If a noble doesn't think about their duty, then they are failing their people. As for those obsessed with status, they have already failed them. Her voice is clearly trying to imitate someone. Where have you stolen that from? Claude was eager to hear the response. I don't remember. Monica stared at the wall. She was scratching her head for answers, but nothing. Professor Manuela told us some of you might have gotten away with permanent damage, but I didn't want to believe it. She did. Edelgard was shocked to hear that Professor Manuela had divulged such critical information so soon. No, she hasn't, but I overheard her and the Archbishop speaking about it. Dimitri and I wanted to visit you, but they forbade us from coming So you listened to what was going on. Edelgard finished. She placed her hand near his chest and applied a bit of pressure to it. This was not appropriate. Actually, it was Dimitri's idea. Claude was making a grimace due to the pain he was experiencing. One more lie and I think he is telling the truth. Also stop that, Edelgard. Sooner or later, the rest of the students would have figured it out, and they deserve to know what happened. Byleth defended Claude. Soon, Edelgard followed his orders. Thank you. Claude looked relieved as he breathed far easier. So dark magic is really able to take away someone's memories. To block someone's memories. Byleth sipped his tea. I believe that Monica's memories are blocked, not erased. While Byleth was drinking his tea, he looked at Suthies, who was giving him an appreciative nod. Lady Rhea believes they are gone. Claude's ever-steady facade had been slightly opened. If such magic exists, is there a way to counter it? None that we know. Edelgard responded. According to church doctrine, sinners and non-believers are vile beasts. I am sure now you believe them. Claude had a look that had "not funny" written all over it. Edelgard sighed upon realizing her error. Fine, the people who operated on Monica are not alone, and they are dangerous. You should always keep your eyes open. There are threats in this world that lurk behind the shadows. The Crown Princess was hiding the seriousness behind a small layer of sarcasm. Monica darted around. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen anyone from the Blue Lion House. Are they all right? Claude and Byleth were happy about the subject change. Dimitri and his class departed yesterday for their mission. I think that's why he was so desperate to see you. He muttered something about family. Edelgard vaguely remembered the conversation she had with him on her first day. She made an effort to block out his words, but they would inevitably resurface at awkward times. I don't know what Dimitri was referring to. The proud eagle shook her head in defiance. Claude's expression made it clear he did not believe her, however, he lacked the will to directly oppose her. I see. That was all he said. This tea was lovely, but it wasn't my favorite. Until next time. Just as quickly as he appeared, he was about to disappear. Wait. Monica stopped him. You haven't told us what kind of mission they are going on. Claude gave them one final glance. They are fighting against a fallen noble, Miquelon, and his forces. Gilbert and Catherine are with them. I see. Monica let go of his hand. It was nice meeting you, Claude. Wait, you are interested in learning why I am house leader? Claude was astonished. I heard the rumors. Duke Regan is your grandfather, and my father speculated you were the son of. Claude placed his finger on her mouth. Monica, please do me this favor and keep the secret for a bit longer. He winked at her, and to Byleth and Edelgard's surprise, it worked. What are you offering me in return? My gratitude. Claude winked at her. Monica wanted to open her mouth, but then she looked at Edelgard and stated, I am sure Her Highness already knows. Edelgard confidently stated, that is correct. That's unfortunate. I planned on a slow, heartbreaking reveal, but you're already in on the secret. And with that, Claude walked away. After a few minutes, Edelgard whispered. Who is his mother? I thought House Regan had no direct heirs anymore. That is a secret. Monica replied. I believed that you already knew, Your Highness. Lady Edelgard. They heard someone shouting for her. And it sounded like there were 2 sets of footsteps coming into the classroom. What is it, Hubert? The letter has arrived. His forehead was dripping with sweat. My parents have finished their reply. They also had a letter addressed to me. And along with the letters came this. Lysithea showed her a half-burned book. It was written in an unknown language, and here are a few notes signed with T. The letter T must be an alias. The results had Edelgard visibly pleased. Professor, would you kindly take Monica around to see more of the monastery? There is a bit of work that we need to do. The Archbishop ordered a seasoned knight or professor to watch over you. Byleth made no signs of stepping away. Shamir is watching from afar. Hubert looked in her direction. She was standing in the courtyard talking with Leonie and Ignatz about some sort of drawing. Upon seeing that, Byleth felt at ease. He extended his hand to the new student. Monica, would you kindly follow me? Gladly. However, are you sure, Your Highness, that I cannot be of use here? Hubert gave her a thorough examination. At the moment, you would be a hindrance. Rest assured that once your condition has improved, we will make use of you. Hubert. Edgar disagreed with his wording. But she had to admit that the core of his message was all right. For now, Monica, you need to rest, relax, and recover. Don't be like me and get insulted for having no hobbies. Hubert chuckled. Lack of hobbies? Only a fool cares about that. Edelgard and Lysithea exchanged concerned glances over her retainer's remarks. They were scratching their heads. Hubert ignored them as he closed the door behind Monica and Byleth. After she had read Count Ordalia's response, she turned to everything she had in front of her. A burned book. Some letters signed by T and this. Edelgard compared a new letter she found in the response to what lay before her. What Lysithea's parents had given her was evidence to build a solid case against Tamash, but was it enough? That was the question. She turned to with Hubert this question in silence, and he answered with clear confidence. We should have built a strong case against them in less than a week. He was smiling from ear to ear. After that, she and Lysithea were in for a long night. 2 days later, the 29th day of the harp-string moon, morning, the Black Eagle's classroom. Arg. This language makes my head hurt. Why are we trying to decipher that worthless book? Lysithea had grabbed the book and she was about to throw it against the wall. We are not trying to decipher the book as a whole, only the passages that are necessary. Hubert was stern towards Lysithea as he removed the book from her hands and reopened the passage where she was stuck on. Fine. But I hate it. This is so tedious. We should take a break. The focus of Edelgard's gaze shifted to Hubert. Everything that could be used as proof was in her possession and was it laid at the table in front of her. I am certain this is enough. One can never be too careful. He whispered. We gathered all of that simply by using House Ordalia's evidence. I prepared a bit of Vestra information just in case. Then we should go and tell Tamash now. Edelgard raised her voice slightly. The constant uncertainty had worn her down. She had finally cracked under the weight of indecision. We cannot act rashly, not now. We have lost the momentum with Monica in that state, now we are treading on unfamiliar ground, but so do they. Since it is still our turn, we need to make sure that our final move is more successful than theirs. I despise what you're saying. But I understand. Edelgard was about to return to her desk when she heard screams. Byleth, who had rested outside in the courtyard, had opened the door. The cries were coming from the bridge leading to the cathedral. Professor? Should we investigate? Edelgard and Lysithea stepped out of the classroom. Byleth gave them a nod, and as a group, they approached the origin of the sounds. How could those monsters, those non-believers, get away with that? Every second, they could hear more and more people screaming and protesting. On the bridge, Seath was addressing the crowd that had gathered there. We understand your desire for vengeance, and the goddess will wreak out just punishment. There were families, priests, and a handful of clearly exhausted and wounded knights gathered there. They made short work of the recruits. Edelgard clenched her fists in anger. Pure arrogance. These people died for nothing. Such is the way with chivalry. Hubert added. They were simply weak. Byleth responded. Only the strong survive. Seath, who was busy containing the crowd, shot a displeased glance at both Byleth and Edelgard. It took several minutes until the crowd had dispersed, but he patiently waited all that time before talking to them. What are you doing here? I thought you had an appointment with the Archbishop. To keep one's host waiting is impolite. Edelgard was perplexed. I haven't made such an appointment. Seath gave them a look of confusion. I just talked to her, so lying is unnecessary. May I inquire what her exact words were? Separating Seath and Edelgard, Hubert positioned himself in the middle. You may. Seath nodded. She told me she was awaiting an important visitor who also happens to be an Adrestian noble. Given her fondness for you, I was certain she was only referring to you. Edelgard's heart stopped. She looked at Hubert, who was still processing the information. Before he could grab her, she had already made her move. Edelgard was sprinting towards the Archbishop's quarters. Byleth and Hubert followed shortly behind her. On their way, they rushed past Dorothea and Annette, who were singing in the entrance hall. Edie? Are you all right? Stop her! Hubert ordered. Dorothea looked perplexed. What? Hubie, you shouldn't be forceful with the girl you like. Annette's cheeks started to heat up at her comment. Ugh. Byleth quickly ran past them to the staircase Edelgard had taken while Hubert was taking the other one. Byleth heard how Edelgard slipped past another pair of footsteps. Calm down, princess. Someone had dropped a few books. When Byleth finally caught up, he saw his father trying to collect them. Hey kid, in the past 2 days, they had only interacted briefly. This was one of those cases again. What's the deal with? That was the last thing Byleth heard when he rushed past his dad to get the Archbishop's quarters. So it's settled. I couldn't have done it without your cooperation. I am merely a humble servant. This so-called priest and his cult have attempted to control the people of our beloved Adrestia. Handing him over to the goddess was the only right thing. The doors to the Archbishop's chambers were open. Byleth had heard a voice he had not heard since. Akiran's trial. My dear niece. Lord Arundel extended his hands as if to embrace her. Today I will put your tender heart at ease. Ever since that Akiran business, I have focused my efforts on finding the cult that worked with him. They also poisoned your father, which is why he is currently recuperating from their vile attempts on his life. As his humble servant, I took it upon myself to bring you this news in addition to the mountain of evidence linking those villains to the sequence of misfortunes that have befallen your illustrious house. Rest assured that the proof of this cult corruption has already been delayed to the Adrestian public, and soon all of Fodlan will rejoice at seeing this false prophet be put to justice. Adrestia is now safer and securer than it ever was. Hubert, Edelgard, and Byleth all fixed their gazes on an elderly man who appeared to be on the verge of breaking down. Regardless of how hard he tried to open his mouth and speak, he was unable to do so. Edelgard just stood there motionless, but her eyes were not completely focused on the older man, and instead she looked out to the balcony. How convenient that the leader misses his tongue. Hubert argued, his hands balled into fists and his blood boiling with outrage at what he was seeing. Lord Arundel shrugged his shoulders. In order to keep his secrets safe, he went to great lengths, but that in no way reflects on me. Rhea turned her head to look at the so-called prophet. She held several documents in her hand. This is a written confession, and the handwriting matches perfectly with what he wrote here. And even though he won't be able to talk, I am certain his followers are more talkative. In that, you are correct. A great number of them are currently being held in the Imperial dungeons, the regent bragged proudly. What have you done? Byleth could hear Edelgard's faint whisper. He was unable to assess the situation because Hubert and her were blocking his view. The Adrestian princess, who was known to be distant and untouchable, had fixed her gaze on something in front of her. And it wasn't the purported sect leader. How is this possible? She muttered. By defeating the cult leader, I have found a cure for the mental illness that plagued your brother. Byleth could feel that there was something holding her back. A burst of happiness filled her chest at first, but soon it was replaced by a hollowness. If the professor didn't know better, he was sure she wanted nothing more but to leave this instant. What can you see? Byleth asked Suthies. There is a boy with white hair on the balcony. He must be the same age as that Ordelia girl. Byleth approached Edelgard with extreme caution and positioned himself in front of her. Eric, you may now come out to meet your sister. Like so often in the past, Edelgard had her fingers resting on her dagger. Byleth could sense how anxious she was. Every part of her was trembling. Suddenly, they heard a voice belonging to a boy. Even Hubert had his eyes wide open once he recognized to whom the voice belonged. The teenager rushed to embrace Edelgard. When Byleth looked at her, he saw the turmoil of her emotions. Her fingers were still firmly wrapped around the handle of her dagger. She was about to remove it from its sheath when, all of a sudden, she let go of the dagger and stepped into the embrace. Eric. Edelgard's tone was soft and gentle, but her eyes lacked emotion. They lacked warmth and compassion. Your brother will attend Gareg Mach Monastery this year, and he will be transferred to your class. Also, you are given a new assignment. Starting next week, your class alongside Shamir are going to head to Xanadu and destroy what's left of the Iron King's thieves. Rhea spoke in a determined manner. Your uncle has assured me that you possess the strength necessary, and given your shared blood, I expect great things from you. Lord Arundel wore a grin across his face. A wise choice. My family relishes their chances to prove themselves. As for this traitor, he is in your hands now. Edelgard slowly removed herself from the embrace. Like a predator, she had her eyes fixed on her uncle. Suddenly, Eric began to cry. Is something wrong with me? The Seerose flower bloomed, but unlike the countless times Edelgard had brought it into existence, this one was much larger and more stunning. He possesses a major crest. There was awe in Rhea's eyes. This makes him the rightful heir to the throne of Adrestia. Edelgard's face contorted into a furious frown as Lord Arundel looked at her. Both of her hands were clenched into fists. The Emperor still has a saying about to whom the crown belongs. Nonetheless, the Imperial line is much more secure now that Eric is once again able to serve as Crown Prince. Lord Arundel smiled at them, but his smile failed to reach anyone. I see. So this was the other surprise you wished to present to me. Rhea beamed with happiness and relief. To Byleth's surprise, Edelgard and Lysithea were rendered speechless as they stared at the large, imposing Imperial Lord. Even the unflinching and unwavering protector, Hubert, was silent. It took him several seconds to find the right words. Eventually he gently touched the boy. Do you remember what I told you when Her Highness was in the kingdom? You told me that escaping from you is futile. Eric washed away his tears. That is correct. Despite looking like he was still on the defensive, Hubert reached out his hand to Eric. Your sister has gone through a great deal. Master Eric, allow me to catch you up in private. Hubert, I told you before, you can drop the master bit. Just call me Eric. The loyal aide looked dissatisfied with his answer, but he still took Eric to the balcony, where he closed the door leading up to it. As a result of their absence, the present company had dwindled down to just Byleth, Lysithea, Rhea, Edelgard, and Lord Arundel. With the passing of time, Lord Arundel yawned. After what seemed like a minute's worth of waiting, his face was now displaying signs of clear annoyance. During this time, he was examining Edelgard very closely, but she had managed to remain unfazed by his subtle attempts to frighten her into submission. I am sure my niece and I have much to catch up on. We would appreciate it if you could excuse us. Lord Arundel moved to seize Edelgard's hand. Edelgard looked reluctant to follow him, but she relented. She made no signs of resisting. In the meantime, Rhea let out a large sigh. She fell into her seat and was more than delighted that all of that business was over. As Edelgard readied herself to step forward and go with her uncle, she felt a different hand stop her. "You won't mind if I come with you?" Byleth established an unwavering barrier between Edelgard and her uncle. "I beg your pardon." Lord Arundel imposed on the young professor. When his threats fell on deaf ears, however, he lost his composure and began laughing uncontrollably. His chuckles, however, was colder than Hubert's. They were almost like roars. Ria's eyes lingered on Byleth as she made a covert request for him to step aside, but he declined. The level of tension in the room had reached a peak, and it was about to explode. Chapter 25, The Little Brother. Edelgard's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and feelings. Was this the real Eric? What was her uncle playing at? And why is he just laughing? Too many questions, too few answers, and she was out of time as the conversation's tension reached its zenith. Behind the nonchalant smile and laughter, that thing hid far more sinister intentions. And pondering the true intent of his countless elaborate chess moves made the future of Adrestia deeply uncomfortable. While occupied with her thoughts, Edelgard noticed that Lysithea was breathing heavily. Like her, she tried to hide how anxious she was. The two of them were cursed with carrying a colossal burden on their small shoulders, as they were the only ones to know that everyone's lives were hanging by a thread that seemed to get thinner with each passing second. They had first-hand experience of the power those who slither in the dark wield and how recklessly and ruthlessly they use it. The uncontrollable laughter only meant one thing. A catastrophe was imminent. Unlike so often, Hubert wasn't there to act for her and aid her, while Lysithea was still in a state of unprecedented shock as she stared at the one who had commanded and oversaw the torture of not only herself but also countless other innocent families. Now, Edelgard was the only one who possessed the power to douse the flames and bring the situation under control before it was too late, and they did something foolish that would endanger all of their lives. Occasionally, the young eagle forced herself to put on the facade of the perfect and peerless emperor. No matter how bad things got, she could always rely on that to pull her through. A cold smile spread effortlessly across her face as she reassured her professor and made considerable efforts to free her hands. "It's fine, Professor. My uncle and I want to discuss recent events, and I would appreciate it if we were alone in doing so." With her words, she was able to weaken Byleth's grip. And one moment later, Edelgard had broken free, and she took a few steps in Lord Arundel's direction. Under her uncle's watchful eye, the young Hresvelgs felt her heart rate accelerate. Her first step was subsequently rather timid, but after that, she conquered the fear that had taken Lysithea. Her next steps were large and bold. She only came to a hold when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Byleth paused her progress and quietly whispered into her ear. "Your heart is racing," he warned. There was a note of concern in his otherwise emotionless voice. "You noticed?" Edelgard's irises widened just a little. His house leader hurriedly explained, "It's just that everything is happening at once, and it's a bit much for me." No matter how many times she tried to dull her emotions, she was never able to feel safe in the presence of that monstrosity. The only thing she could control was her fear. "Which is why I want to be there for you," her professor insisted, using her words to reinforce his point. "You shouldn't confront him alone." Byleth's soft whisper was resolute and unwavering. He genuinely wanted to be by her side and help her. Despite the fact that he didn't show any emotion, she felt his worry, and her chest was filled with warmth. As soon as Lord Arundel saw Edelgard standing in front of him, his mirth gradually faded away. In the span of seconds, a manufactured sincerity took its place. And he turned to address her professor with a warmer expression than usual. Unlike the countless times he made eye contact to intimidate and silence his opposition, this time, he held eye contact to persuade him. "I apologize, but your concern for my niece amused me more than I believed possible, young professor. You can rest assured that I, as her uncle, will not harm her. On the contrary, I always have her best interests and the interests of House Hresvelg in mind." Within the space of one breath, he went from laughing uncontrollably to adopting a tone that was gravely concerned yet also showed some compassion. His mannerisms even matched how the real Arundel would have behaved. He played up the perfect deception, and only a few people would have seen through the act. It was because of this flawless charade that Rhea had to make a discomfiting intervention on his behalf. Given his status and achievements, the least we can do is give Lord Arundel a moment alone with his niece. Professor, this is a family matter, and I ask that you stay out of it. The Archbishop's word was final, and the entire present company knew it. The atmosphere was still tight, but her speech sliced through the pressure like a steel knife through butter. Edelgard noticed a flicker of disgust on her professor's face as he finally stood aside and, against his better judgment, allowed his student to accompany someone he viewed as dangerous. Throughout the ordeal, the former mercenary fixed his gaze directly on Lord Arundel. Over the course of his mercenary years, he must have developed the eyes of an eagle. By the predator-like way he watched, it was crystal clear that her professor had seen through her uncle. And thus, he would never believe a word from his lips. In the meantime, the regent of the empire did nothing but stare back at him with a subtle expression that suggested he was looking forward to a challenge. When the princess made eye contact with her uncle, she felt that they were saying, "Touch me, and I will take everything away from you." He obviously taunted her teacher, but Byleth wasn't falling for it. Instead, the son of the Blade Breaker broke off eye contact to turn to her one final time. "Just say the word, and we will be there for you." This was the last thing Byleth managed to utter before fully stepping aside. Edelgard's smile was, for a faint moment, genuine. Right after that, Lord Arundel grabbed her hand. "We won't take long." The Imperial Lord let out a tiny, somewhat sinister laugh as he effortlessly pushed the strong metallic door open with one hand. Together with his niece, he stepped outside the room, and the conversation Edelgard was looking forward to the least was about to begin. Just as quickly as it opened, the heavy metal door slammed shut with an aching sound. The next moment, she felt the darkness engulf her as they teleported away into the unknown. Soon, a mysterious wooded area greeted them. It was an unfathomably vast and dense forest, unlike any other in existence. Yet despite the countless thick trees, no birds chirped, the wonderfully green grass had turned brown, it was rotting, and most plants were all but dead. One moment later, the forced duo entered the ruins of long-forgotten civilizations. The ground they stood on reminded Edelgard of an ancient religious site. Her mind immediately went to the saint statues when she saw the engravings on the numerous broken busts and sculptures. This is much more like it. The thing that spoke had swiftly taken on its proper form as he approached a series of sacrificial altars. The Adrestian princess watched in utter horror as regular people were held captive at those shrines. Their expressions conveyed hysteria, but they were unable to utter a single sound. "What I am showing you doesn't require your tongue, nor do they need to speak for what's about to happen." The murderer of her uncle beamed with pleasure as he snapped his fingers. Edelgard opened her mouth to speak, protest, and intervene, however. Not a single word left her tongue. Their faces showed fear and terror. These helpless people begged her. After a brief examination, Edelgard's shock increased as she discovered that the captives were from all over Fodlan. Adrestian farmers, Almiran slaves, Alliance merchants, and Faerghus peasants were all chained together. All those who are considered weak-in, those who slither in the dark eyes, were gathered for a diabolical ritual. The monster smiled as he saw Edelgard taking notice of that. "As you can clearly see, our hands reach every corner. It's a shame that I must reinforce this lesson." His arms were outstretched, and a creststone materialized in the palm of his hand. Then Lord Arundel snapped his fingers again. The voices returned to everyone except for Edelgard. At least 10 detainees could be heard howling and pleading for their freedom. "Please. I have a family." Their cries and screams did not stop. You are a student at the monastery." One of the people recognized her. "I saw you at the monastery town." His eyes were shining with hope. Edelgard examined the person who addressed her closely. While searching for Duke Girth, she had scoured every nook and cranny of the monastery town. Her crimson cape allowed her to stand out, and quite a few townsfolk must have seen and remembered her. The person in question had to be one of the many people Edelgard spoke to or rushed past. "Please, Your Highness. Spare us." The man's pleas became more urgent. They all struggled to break free of their bonds but to no avail. Their weak bones could not break free from the solid steel. Edelgard's eyes wandered to her arms and legs. The scars she acquired through her various attempts to break the chains that bound her and her siblings began to ache even more keenly. In the past, she tried so hard to shatter the solid steel shackles. But as more and more seasons passed, despair claimed her. Now the scars remind her of her foolishness in breaking free. Deep down, she longed to console the victim and give him a little bit of peace before the gruesome end, but the dark magic rendered her speechless. The butcherer of countless families was filled with smug satisfaction. This is for you, Flame Emperor. You are well aware of the necessity of a constant supply of demonic beasts for our forces. It is in your best interest that you allow me to proceed. The man turned his head toward Edelgard. He placed his faith in her. Sensing that man's trust, Edelgard grabbed her dagger, rushed towards him, and stabbed him in the heart. His final expression was one of betrayal and confusion. In a flash, he took his last breath and died. Suddenly, the people began to fear Edelgard more than they feared the real villain standing next to her. You killed him. Why? You monster. Don't come closer. Lord Arundel's impersonator lost it when he observed how terrified the captives were of his favorite object. His perfect Flame Emperor wasn't stopping. No, she hastily tried to put each and every one of them out of their misery. In a matter of seconds, her dagger pierced their hearts, and their blood was soon splattered on the unholy altar. In mere moments, only 3 captives remained. After that, countless iron chains the tormentor summoned began to bind Edelgard to the ground. The last 3 captives were relieved. But not for long. The leader of the Slitherers approached his disobedient tool and slapped her in the face while she could only stare defiantly back at him. The look in his eyes indicated that he realized that harming her wouldn't do anything, so he proceeded with the dark ritual. Where was I? Indeed, the time has come for me to restore you, beasts, to your natural states. Crest stones manifested in his hands. And one by one, they were shattered. Dark and purple clouds formed around the people as they screamed in agony. Their skeletons crumbled as they mutated into terrifying beasts. Unfortunately, the final person to undergo the transformation was still alive enough to do so. Had he died, he would have avoided this horrid fate. The light blue dagger Edelgard rammed inside of him had been unable to do its job of stopping the transformation in time. Soon, 3 large creatures with demonic red eyes began to stare at Edelgard. She was still chained to the ground, and the only thing she could do was look up in disgust. The wild beasts turned their attention to her. They smelled her and were eager to devour their first prey. It would seem they are aware of your true nature. This is who they truly are, and beasts like them can identify true evil, foolish girl. As a final taunt, the person Edelgard hated more than anything in the world took the shape of her beloved uncle again. He spoke calmly as he continued to gloat. The new beasts are hungry. They need fresh blood, and nothing is more exhilarating than someone who bears the defiled beast's blood. As the massive dragon-like creatures approached, he vanished, leaving only a few purple sparks of magic behind. The beast that formed from the person who had a dagger in their heart was the most keen to devour her. His nose went closer to her, and he began to roar. A howl so loud that it made the other 2 beasts submissive. They allowed him to move closer to Edelgard while the other 2 turned on the 7 corpses lying close to them and started devouring them. They now hastily devoured what used to be their fellow humans. In the meantime, the spell had not left its hold on Edelgard. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to scream or utter a single word. Her rage was rising to the surface. Fury, wrath, ambition, and then came something else. For some reason, her thoughts drifted to the countless discussions she had with her teacher. The numerous times they worked on specific subjects. She deeply cherished their strategy and history lessons. She felt comfortable fighting together. Suddenly, the moment when they triumphed over Rhea in their latest sparring session came to mind. Fighting against Rhea with someone she respected had fulfilled her. I must survive. Her skin was blazing like it was on fire. The chains began to shatter and melt, and soon she was free again. Edelgard quickly dodged out of the way, grabbed the dagger from the cold stone floor, and rammed it into the monster's head. As soon as the abomination was squished to the ground, flames shot out of its body. Flames in crimson and purple soon engulfed everything. Edelgard tried to run, but she was fast enough. Her legs felt too weak. As the flames encircled her, she prepared herself for the excruciating pain that would ultimately lead to her death. However, she felt something else beginning to stir within her. It amounted to power. Marvelous! She heard clapping from behind. Well done, Flame Emperor! As the flames touched her, his evil eyes took it all in. Instead of being burned to a crisp, his toy withstood the flames. Judging by his smug smile, he found it gratifying. Suddenly, the scene began to change. Again, they only left a bit of a strange, faint glow behind them as they left the large and deadly forest with the flames behind them. When Edelgard stared at the beasts for a final time, she could no longer see the desire in their hearts. They were now slaves controlled by the Slithers. This was the ultimate punishment that they could inflict on anyone, strong or weak, and it was far worse than death. What do you want from me? With one quick motion, Edelgard pressed the thing that took her uncle's appearance against the solid stone wall. She had enough of his games and antics. Her dagger was on his throat. But this did not disturb him at all. The Adrestian princess knew what was about to happen. She awaited the massive dark ball of magic to come and send her back several meters. Enough for him to gain the distance he needed to subdue her. But Edelgard was prepared. She sliced the ball with her hands. Her precious dagger moved to end this. She aimed for his throat. Crack! The precious gift lay there broken, while a second ball of foul magic sent Edelgard flying to the ground. The Slitherer had blocked the attack in time, and the dagger she had relied on so often as her last defense had finally given out. Seconds after that, she landed next to someone. Someone familiar. The thing took several steps toward her. With her uncle's smile, he spoke. What I always wanted. Your full cooperation. I've given you something irreplaceable, something you believed was lost forever. Eric is not the only one of your siblings to have survived the experiments. As I have so clearly demonstrated, we are far superior to your kind. This is my final warning to you. Cross us again, and I will use this technology to make sure you will cooperate. Since you are my creation, I prefer you make the right choice. Follow my orders, serve us with your absolute loyalty, and I will give you what your heart desires. Choose wisely, or I will decide for you. Prove your devotion, Flame Emperor, and destroy the records that House Ordelia sent to you. The foolish princess you once were has no need of them anymore. All Edelgard did was stare in rage. Oh, and before I forget, we are not fools. Whenever you make a replica, we can tell. And in that case, your punishment will be merciless and swift. You have 2 days to comply with our request. I see, and I cannot picture Lord Epimenides being pleased with this development. Touch me and my brother, and he will make you pay dearly for it. Edelgard gambled everything on her previous bluff. Ever the disobedient child. That fool cares little about you. Unlike me, he will throw you away the moment he is done with you. As much as I am through with your rebellious antics, you will always play a role in my future. While in his hands, you will be a sacrificial pawn cast aside once you have fulfilled your usefulness. Think carefully about which side you are on. You are afraid of Epimenides, otherwise, you wouldn't go to such lengths to. Thales pressed his hands on her neck, and just as he had done countless times in the past, he started to choke her. When Edelgard peeked into his eyes, she wasn't afraid. By losing his composure, he had given her a victory. Behind his sinister facade, she saw he was scared, while the demon, who took her uncle, now stared into the eyes of someone who didn't fear him. He choked on her with all of his force, and as her vision got blurrier, she continued to resist him. She would rather pass out than give him the satisfaction of breaking her. Right on the verge of blacking out, the choking stopped. Unlike the countless times in Inber's palace, Edelgard managed to remain standing as she grasped for fresh air. Soon, you will come crawling back to me, Flame Emperor, and when you do, don't pretend I haven't warned you about the consequences. Lord Arundel laughed at her as he disappeared into thin air, leaving only a slight purple glow of magic behind. Edelgard's fingers ran through that purple glow. You think yourself untouchable, but you are just as infallible as the rest of us. After that, she turned to the person behind her. It was a woman, a few years older than her, and she was crying. The young princess faced a sea of tears. Alone, all alone. They all died, the woman muttered. Even though she was covered and praying against the wall, Edelgard could tell by her shape and voice that she was a woman. Somehow the pronunciation seemed familiar to Edelgard. She attempted to remember, but then the pain kicked in. The house leader of the Black Eagles stumbled and fell next to the person who was crying. Why is her voice familiar? Suddenly, a realization overcame Edelgard. Sister. That was the final question that the Black Eagle asked before her vision began to blur, causing her to lose all perception of the world that was going on around her. Alone, all alone. They all died. Father, it's my fault. The woman continued to cry as darkness claimed Edelgard. Her head rested on the cold stone. Now that Edelgard's hand touched the floor, she knew where she was. This was the Imperial Dungeon. It was the exact same cell where she saw her siblings rot away. They never bothered to place her anywhere else. The 29th day of the Harpstring moon, the Archbishop's chambers, evening. Where is Her Highness? Following their large time spent alone on the balcony, Hubert and Eric finally made their way back inside. The loyal retainer had instantly posed this question upon failing to spot the person most precious to him. Uncle said they have much to catch up on. So I am sure they are doing that right now. Eric responded before any else could as they searched for the right words not to incur Hubert's wrath. Now that Byleth examined Edelgard's brother, he recognized about 14 winters old, but unlike Lysithea and Petra, who were in the same age range, his mannerisms made him appear far younger than them. Although students like Bernadetta or Raphael, for that matter, weren't the most mature either, his immaturity seemed to come from the innocence he rated with each word that left his lips. Master Eric, Lord Arundel is not your uncle. He might have blood ties to Her Highness, but that man has no ties to you. Etiquette demands that you address him as his lordship. Hubert was stern, and the subtle bitterness in his voice was palpable. Eric's answer did not satisfy him in the least. He was still waiting for the others to respond. He assured us he would return soon. Rhea took a sip of her tea as she visibly attempted to collect herself. Even after 2 hours had passed, she still appeared stressed, and the backs of her eyes visibly showed how exhausted she was, despite her attempts to hide that behind a wall of kindness. That may have been 2 hours ago. But I assume the recent events are enough to warrant that. They are surely discussing how to make feel at home, young scion of House Hresvelg. As if on cue, one person, dressed impeccably, walked in all at once. My niece is tired. She has gone to her quarters to rest. You must understand, this is all a bit much for her. This is not what we agreed on. Byleth's hands subtly moved toward the dagger he always carried with him. The urge to draw it and place it against the Lord's throat was stirring inside of him. You can check on her if you'd like. After smiling, Lord Arundel raised the volume of his voice and continued speaking. After we are done discussing everything. You ought to know that even though young Eric and I aren't related by blood, I still care deeply for him. Should something happen to him, Professor, the Archbishop, and I will hold you accountable. A sly grin spread across Lord Arundel's face as he continued. After what happened in the Alliance, I am shocked you haven't done us all the favor of resigning. The life of my precious niece was almost lost. She used very strong words to critique your failure. Lady Rhea, I hereby request that Instructor Jaritsa takes Professor Eisner's place. Your nepotism towards the Blade Breaker has gone too far. Byleth felt something beginning to stir inside of him. There was an unquenchable blaze inside him that insisted he take his dagger and pierce the man's heart. Back when Byleth wasn't the professor, the ashen demon within was dormant, a side of him that usually only surfaced on the battlefield. Never before had he killed in anger, but now he wanted to murder Lord Arundel and make his death as excruciating as possible. Drowning the dagger never felt that easy. One swift motion, and that person would die. Suthies already mistrusted him, so why not end things on the spot? Professor. Lysithea grabbed his hand and held onto it tightly. She looked deeply into Byleth's eyes. There was no fear anymore, and with that, she turned around to look to face the same person that caused Byleth to rethink his morals. Lord Arundel may be regent of the Empire, but he has forgotten his proper place. You are critiquing the Archbishop in her own private quarters. No believer stands above the Archbishop, or do you need to be reminded of that? By using church and noble doctrines, the ferocious and yet so young deer managed to cause Edelgard's uncle to stumble. His attention had begun to wander toward Rhea, hoping for some kind of intervention from her, but it never came. Lysithia's words and actions snapped Byleth out of whatever emotions he began to experience. Instead, all of this made her sigh in frustration. The Archbishop's manner of movement made it abundantly clear that she was entirely in agreement with Lysithia. I can see how these special circumstances can cause you to doubt Professor Eisner's abilities, but you are also ignoring his achievements. He led a class of youths to destroy several underground operations and free countless captives. That he did so twice in less than a month. I may have agreed to your request to send the Black Eagles against the Iron King's thieves, as was their original mission, but they have done enough to earn themselves a long and restful respite. And now, we are done. You may leave now. Rhea's tone was reminiscent of an angry parent scolding a young child. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn that left Lord Arundel very dissatisfied. He was so angry that he almost spat on the floor. However, as he was reprimanded, he kept his tongue and remained calm. He waited for an extended period before responding with a bow. As you wish, Lady Rhea. I pray that Professor Eisner continues to be a valuable asset. After all, I am sure he is aware of the massive responsibilities weighing on his shoulders now. Lord Arundel was about to leave, but Rhea, of all people, stopped him. Professor Eisner shares my utmost confidence. In the meantime, I'd like to have a word in person with the followers of the sect. Those who had our beloved Adrestia in their clutches must be punished. Rest assured, Regent, that the Church of Ceros will never forsake its birthplace. Say the word, and the Central Church will do all we can to restore order in these troubled times. I am sure Her Highness would greatly welcome my aid in this matter, given how personal it is. I still cannot believe it myself. To think several Hresvelgs were murdered or driven insane by these sinners. Your offer is greatly appreciated, but as I have told you before, I was quite thorough in the matter. The non-believers I captured are at your disposal. They already confessed your crimes, and the documents I have provided you today are ample proof. Thanks to my efforts, Adrestia, our home, is still thriving, and the imperial line will continue without interruption. Though I hope my niece will succeed to the throne, I must accept her father's decision. The way he finished was strange. Filled with subtle aggression. Byleth, who was waiting for this to be over, quickly picked up on it. The same was true of Lysithia and Hubert. They also looked tense. I am looking forward to crowning the new emperor. Regardless of which sibling takes the throne, Rhea smiled. Uncle. Eric stared at Lord Arundel in bafflement. Why are you implying that Elle might not ascend? As our father always reminded us, the oldest takes the throne. Edelgard's brother was unwavering as he confronted a powerful opponent. Rhea sighed heavily as her hands went to massage the wrinkles on her forehead. She seemed too drained and irritated to respond to Eric or deal with Lord Arundel any longer. Almost out the door, the Adrestian regent glanced back at the chamber's occupants to offer an explanation. He moved closer to the young Hresvelg, but Hubert spoke up just as he was about to make contact with Eric. Master Eric, unlike your sister, you possess a major crest. There are some who think you are more qualified to lead precisely because you bear this major crest and are a male heir. Once Her Highness assumes the throne, many unworthy suitors will swarm her, and once she rejects their advances, they will turn to you. And in turn, the most powerful among these dissidents will want her hand in return for placing you on the throne. Your recovery provides a window of opportunity for countless vile individuals to use you as a pawn in their nefarious games. Hubert had knelt down and looked closely at the longtime friend he was explaining everything to. Byleth was taken aback by how calmly he explained things. Had Hubert told him the same thing, he would have sounded much more irate and furious. That is the gist of it. Lord Arundel nodded at Hubert's lengthy explanation. He halted at Eric's position and went down on his knees to look the young teenager in the eyes. But I promise you that as long as I am regent of the Empire, these nobles will never come near you, he promised as he turned to leave. We are not the kingdom or the alliance. In our nation, the emperor directly passes down the crown, and if Ionius passes it to you, I will not complain. In my capacity as regent, I pledge to make every effort to be of assistance. Emperor or not, you may always count on my guidance. As he had done before, Lord Arundel pushed the massive door open and left. However, he unexpectedly walked out with a smile on his face. Both Byleth and Hubert exchanged glances. Without words, the two of them, who were often at odds, had reached an understanding. Before the ominous retainer could open his mouth, Byleth instantaneously addressed the dear. Lysithea, I trust you to show Eric around. There is a matter that Hubert and I have to take care of. You want to look after Elle? Eric's eyes grew more prominent. He had successfully caught on to their plans. But she is sleeping. He rushed past them and blocked their way. Your sister has my notes for the next lecture, Byleth lied. I need them back for tomorrow's seminar, and Hubert is there to watch me. To see that I am not breaking any boundaries. Hubert nodded and played along. Rest assured, young master. I will enter Her Highness's room and hand these notes back to him. You may recall that I have the ability to remain silent. Her Highness will sleep unimpeded by my presence and our professor can prepare for his lecture. I guess that's okay. Eric paused thoughtfully. I don't know where my room is, and how come you have a second key? Rhea has now entered the conversation. Royal retainers are allowed to possess a second key to their lord's room under the condition that all parties agree. The Archbishop handed both Eric and Hubert a key. Feel welcome in your new home. Hubert was surprised to receive the same key as Eric. But he said nothing. Why the surprise? Seath and I often personally guard the keys to the students' rooms. As Archbishop, I am also the headmaster of the Officers' Academy. The cold retainer shook his head. Of that, I am aware. I am surprised that you allow me access to Eric's room. Oh, that. Rhea seemed deep in thought. Lord Arundel requested that you receive access to his room. He insisted that, due to your heritage, you would protect young Eric with the same passion you protect the other heir to House Hresvelg. A grin spread across Eric's face. It was my insistence, too. When Edelgard had left the palace for a longer period, you were there for me, Hubert. You were a great friend for me and I would feel that much safer knowing you are there to watch and guide me. A silence came from Hubert. He bowed humbly and quietly accepted the keys. Then, after a brief pause, he began to speak. Much has changed, young master. These 2 hours are not enough to cover all of this. I know. Eric nodded. I will need you, Elle, the professors, and our classmates to catch up on the years I have missed. The way he nodded suddenly reminded Byleth of Edelgard. Now he exuded the same magnetic charm as his sister. Seath will show you the room once you wish to go to bed. Rhea gave him a friendly smile. The young scion of House Ordelia can show you the way to his office should you not wish to explore the monastery a bit. Eric bowed his head toward her. That's very kind of you, Archbishop. Following that, he began to recite some prayers. The goddess is compassionate toward those who revere her. The goddess is kind to all who are good. The goddess saves her believers. And with that, Eric had Rhea's undivided attention, as she was visibly pleased by his devotion. She wore a giant beaming grin, and from what Byleth could tell, it was genuine. That's true, young Hresvelg. I am glad to see a young, devout believer join the academy. You and your sister are always welcome to join the morning choir. Astonished, the Hresvelg sank to his knees. You would truly allow us the honor of joining the choir. Rhea quickly nodded. You don't need to sing if you don't wish. We are the ones who should feel honored by your presence. Hubert seemed both annoyed and pleased by this turn of events. This is a matter best discussed in Her Highness's presence. Given my lady's great efforts for our professor's education, I think it's unreasonable to request for her to rise even earlier than she has to. I will never force your hands to attend. I am just happy for each chance to get to know you better, Rhea smiled. If time allows it, I'd gladly attend. Eric accepted her offer without hesitation. Then you will have to wake up early, Hubert countered. I can do that. Eric made a decisive step forward. His resolve was unwavering. Can you? Hubert broke into laughter. I am sure you will have your hands full waking up to our lectures. You are no longer at the capital, Master Eric. I know. This place. From what little I have seen, it doesn't come close to what Father told us about it. It's the most stunning scenery I've ever witnessed. The Hresvelg's heart was full of praise. Do tell. Ria's emerald eyes pierced into him. He told us the monastery is beautiful, and I can see why. Erik smiled. There are so many different students from all over, and the most famous knights in all of Fodlan live here. The archbishop gently took the boy's hand. Upon seeing that Hubert's hands were itching as if he were preparing a spell in fear of the worst, I have reconsidered. I would like to accompany you and make you familiar with the monastery, Ria declared. You would? Erik was surprised. A tour from the archbishop? The invitation humbles me. You needn't be. You should know that the Church of Syros is always there for you. Ria now also offered her hand to Lysithea. But with a shake of her head, she declined. No thanks. I don't need to be handheld. The young deer was deeply in thought. But still, Hubert asked me to go along, and I am rather curious myself, so I will tag along. The monastery should also be pretty empty now, given that my class and the Blue Lions are on a mission. Your name is Lysithea von Ordelia. Due to the manner in which he spoke, it appeared as though Erik was making an educated guess. Yes, that I am. Lysithea gave Erik the cold shoulder. What gave it away? Upon seeing her harsh reaction, Erik immediately apologized. I am sorry for your loss. Uncle told me many of your siblings succumbed to a strong disease. Lysithea's unyielding coldness toward him remained. The last 4 years, Master Erik, were spent in a foggy state. The cult treated him with little kindness, Lysithea. Hubert intervened on Erik's behalf. I see. The deer finally loosened a bit. The sickness that devastated my family was horrible. I am envious that you still have a sibling. I haven't had the chance to speak about Elle, but Hubert told me that you all believed I had died of a sickness. Erik's eyes wandered to the floor. I hope she isn't angry with me. These past years must have been very hard for her, and she had no one. I was always there for her. Hubert was able to quickly calm Erik's concerns. As long as I breathe, Lady Edelgard will never be alone. I hope now that the cult has been stopped that we can fully illuminate the darkness that has done so much harm to your family. Ria gently moved her hand to the boy's shoulder. Now then, there are quite a few places I'd like to show you. In a strange way, Ria looked like a mother taking her 2 children with her. Erik extended his hand. I am looking forward to getting to know you better, Professor. Byleth nodded as he accepted the handshake. Suddenly, he heard someone grunting loudly deep inside of him. There is nothing better than a god doses of sleep, or so they say. In a green flash, Suthies appeared before him with a loud yawn. What did I miss? The ghost with the emerald hair started to stretch her legs. Byleth remained silent as he allowed her to take in the room. Who is this boy? Suthies had her eyes fixed on Erik while she floated next to him. The professor stopped time briefly. Edelgard's brother, he answered. I thought the siblings of your little princess died? When even a merc like you heard the rumors, then they must have been true. Floating nearby, Suthies cast a curious glance in his direction. Brown hair with white accents. He's rather handsome, Suthies said as he continued to study him intently. Do you sense something from him? This was the first thing that was on Byleth's mind. Suthies shook her head. Nothing bad. His aura feels warm. Like most of your students. That would be all, Suthies. Byleth allowed time to flow again, and together with Hubert, he sprinted towards the dorms. In one motion, the steel door was opened with such a force that it stayed open. That's quite a sprint, Professor, Hubert laughed. You must be experienced in retreating from the enemy. Byleth paid his comment no mind as they hurried down the stairs. 1 minute later, the entrance hall. Good, almost there, Dorothea spoke. And now faster. Lala lala lala. Annette listened to her advice as she desperately tried to hit the right notes. Arg. I almost had it. In frustration, she bumped her fist against the wall. Almost is not good enough. Dorothea was about to demonstrate again when she abruptly came to a halt and turned her entire attention away from Annette and towards the loud noises she heard coming from the stairs. Wait here. With a motion of her hand, she commanded Annette to sit down, and the fiery-haired lioness obeyed without question. You are a great teacher, Dorothea. Thank you. Dorothea flashed a brief smile as she placed herself in front of the stairs. The songstress still had countless questions, especially why Edie was in such a hurry a few hours ago. Given that she had not seen her house leader ever since, she expected those fast footsteps to belong to her. Bump. Arg. Dorothea collapsed to the floor, and someone quickly joined her there. When Dorothea opened her eyes, she was surprised. Hubie? Why the hurry? Have you seen Lady Edelgard? That was the only thing the retainer, with his scary look, asked. He did not apologize or anything. She is all you ever think about, isn't she? Dorothea rebutted. You could at least apologize. Hubert shrugged his shoulders. Not my fault. So bumping into a female colleague isn't something to apologize for. She pointed her fingers at him in anger. My apologies, Dorothea. Byleth stood next to Hubert. He simply looked at her with that unreadable poker face. We need to go. Do you have any idea how rude you are? The professor and I will apologize for any offense caused later. Now if you are unaware of Her Highness's whereabouts, please step aside. Hubert commanded. He had no patience for her as he grabbed her by the shoulders and moved out of the way. Dorothea, however, intervened and placed her own arms under his. They went into an awkward embrace. Hubert could not move away despite his many attempts, and Dorothea did her best to remain close. I'm surprised Edie never did this to you. You can easily place a dagger at someone's throat during this. The way Dorothea spoke was similar to Hubert, cold and calculated. Hubert managed to let out an annoyed grunt. SHHS. Dorothea placed one of her fingers on Hubert's lips. I haven't seen her here. But I'd like to know why you are so concerned. Why did Edie storm off like that? Before Dorothea had her answers, she felt a hand on her shoulder that forcefully separated her and Hubert from their embrace. Her way of getting the information she desired was undone by the poker face professor. Even after everything, the songstress had a hard time trusting someone she could not never read. Her uncle came to visit, and they were alone for 2 hours. According to him, she was tired and went to bed. Dorothea's eyes widened. Her uncle came to visit? Did he destroy another of your clever little schemes? Lower your voice. Hubert commanded. Dorothea did so in embarrassment, and right before they were cut off by another voice, the former diva had her answers in the form of a nod by Hubie. Has my uncle already arrived? Annette looked around the hall in shock. Please don't tell me he is already here. For some reason I wasn't allowed to go on the mission with class. Annette. No, this wasn't about your uncle. Dorothea turned her attention back to the lioness, and when she turned around she saw Hubie and the poker face professor run off. All right, we will talk later. Dorothea whispered to herself. Annette now stood next to her. What did the professor say? You are having classes tomorrow, right? Do you think it's okay for me to join? My class hasn't returned from their mission yet, and I don't want to sit in some corner to study alone. I will talk to the professor later. But now I want to hear you sing. La la la, la la la. The two formed a duet, and their voices brightened the monastery. Nothing could throw Dorothea off her game until she heard a voice belonging to another fiery-haired student that somewhat soured her mood. No, Ferdy, you cannot join. From a far distance, he shouted. But I didn't even ask yet. He sounded disappointed and somewhat heartbroken. Arg, just this once. Dorothea changed her mind. A part of her did feel guilty, and the part of Hubie that rubbed off on her was curious if he was aware that the regent of the empire had visited his niece and, most importantly, why. The 29th day of the harp-string moon, 2 minutes later, the noble quarters, dorms. We are finally there. No more distractions. Hubert's hands knocked on the door. Your Highness. Silence. They waited for a few seconds. Your Highness. Hubert screamed. Who is shouting? The door to Casper's room opened. Oh, it's you. He saw Hubert. Wait, Hubert and Professor? Why are you shouting? None of your concern. Hubert took the key to Edelgard's room from his pockets in one smooth motion and was prepared to open the door with it. Wait, this is Edelgard's room. Hubert, your room is that one. Casper's fingers pointed at Hubert's room. Of that, we are aware. Your key is not going to work, Casper insisted. Click. The door went open. Wait, you stole Edelgard's key? Casper placed himself in front of the open entrance. You will have to go through me. Crack. Casper sank to the ground. Byleth had knocked him out with one very precise and quick punch. Professor. That was the last thing Casper managed to utter as his vision went black. Byleth caught him before he fell to the ground and took him in his arms. He will just be out for a few minutes. Now go. In the meantime, Byleth approached Casper's open room and placed him inside the bed. Hubert smiled. I suppose you learned that trick during your mercenary days. My eyes will be even more watchful from now on. Great, that's the last thing we needed. Suthies was about to use the divine pulse, but Byleth was alright with the outcome. It's fine. We will always be under his watch, he said, as time had once again been stopped. Suthies sighed. As you wish, don't say I didn't warn you. And with that, she followed Hubert into Edelgard's room. The usually bright, warm, and inviting room was now completely dark. The sunlight that made its way inside wasn't enough to illuminate it. It was pitch dark for some reason. Hubert contemplated using his magic to see better, but his eyes required every bit of training they could get, and the other part of him relished a chance to improve his skills. His vision improved with each second until he accidentally trod on a strange hairy object. PFCCCCH. Claws pierced through his clothing. He had stepped on the tail of Her Highness's cat and paid the price for it. Hubert's face contorted into a grimace as he stumbled forward. His head was about to collide with bed. Her prepared for pain, but instead, he felt someone's hands grab him. He wanted to let out a sigh of relief, but no air was coming out his throat. Where am I? The voice asked. A pair of piercing iliac eyes suddenly surrounded Hubert, suffocating him with a pair of white gloves. It's me, Hubert reassured her. Edelgard's hands were still on his throat. We walk the same path, Your Highness. The choking stopped in an instant. Edelgard had a mortified expression upon realizing that there was no mistaking it. This was not a slitherer who snatched his body or an illusion. It was her retainer, the one person who would never raise a sword against her. Edelgard. The professor stepped inside, and with a snap of his fingers, the candles in the room were enlightened. Yes, Professor. Edelgard took in her surroundings. She looked at Byleth, Hubert, and Adrestia. I have so many questions. As do we, Your Highness. Hubert's eyes made it clear that he did not blame her and held no grudge. The professor was quite worried for you. We were both worried, Byleth clarified. Edelgard flashed a smile. I see. Her hands softly touched Hubert. Her gloves went over his retainer clothes. Her expression was one of guilt, but after a moment, she managed to put these feelings aside and work on the real problem. How is the situation? Lord Arundel left us with Master Eric. You don't need to call him that. There are plenty of other ways for you to address him. I am not fond of calling him His Highness. Hubert's arms were crossed in defiance. Edelgard let out a weak laugh. We can think of a proper address later. Indeed. To keep things brief. Lord Arundel is gone, and the cult members he mentioned will arrive in a few days, where they will be prosecuted for many heinous crimes. However, during that time, we will be conveniently missing as we are sent to the Red Canyon to deal the finishing blow to the Iron King's thieves. Much of Eric's hair is white, but some parts are brown. From what I managed to gather, he is the person he was before the insurrection. He has the same innocence as a young boy. And while he is quite young, he is now a teenager, not a boy. Edelgard's eyes were asking the one question that had been on her mind. While she did not speak the question out loud in her professor's presence, she still feared the answer. By the way Hubert looked and spoke, it seemed as though everything was normal about her brother. Naturally, their deception was likely at the top of their game. But if there really was a way to save her remaining siblings for good, perhaps it was worth obeying them for a bit. Her eyes wandered to a copy of the documents House Ordelia sent her. Destroying them now would leave her with no proof, but her chance to effectively use these documents had passed, and her uncle now had a potent replacement that could infiltrate the monastery for him. A part of her wanted to believe with all of her heart that this was her brother. But she felt a strong barrier. Perhaps he is my brother. These words echoed in Edelgard's mind. However, this made the situation even more unbearable because it implied that her brother was even more under their control than she was. Nothing they did could ever undo the damage done by the icy prison beneath their own home. Professor, as you can see, I am all right. Tomorrow, we will discuss how to properly fight in the Red Canyon, but for today, I'd like to talk to Hubert alone and spend a little time with my brother. Byleth nodded. I am glad to see you are all right. Please take care. He left and closed the door. There was a noise, a very quiet commotion that sounded like protest, but perhaps she was just imagining it. Edelgard checked on the door once more to see if Byleth had gone. In the meantime, Hubert sat comfortably in her chair, and he took Adrestia in his lap despite her many protests. The black Hresvelgen was ferocious, and soon blood dripped from her retainer's hands. Without hesitation, Edelgard removed one of her white gloves and used it to stop the bleeding. My apologies, Lady Edelgard. I underestimated my opponent. A victorious Maya came from Adrestia as she licked her paws. You managed to step on her tail, of course she's still angry with you. She scolded him. After that, she lowered her voice. Is it really him? It seems like that. While we were alone on the balcony, I did a series of tests, and to my dismay, he passed them. Edelgard's hands went to her chin. I see. What about his memory? It's good, except that he has forgotten the past 5 years. The last thing he remembers before being woken by that man is that he waited for you to return from Fhirdiad. During this time period, I was keeping a close eye on him as you had requested in your letter. My letter? Edelgard tried to remember, but her mind was absolutely foggy. On the day you were taken to Fhirdiad, you left me a letter in which you requested of me that I protect the imperial family and be there for Master Eric. It's one of the few orders where I have failed you miserably. Hubert stared at the floor before looking at her once more. A part of me sees a second chance whenever I look at him. The last time we visited him, he could only mutter incomprehensible rubbish, but now he's returned to us. There are a few tests still open to us where we can find out if it's the original. You may count on me in this matter, and should this be the real one, you can be assured I will do everything in my power to free him from Lord Arundel's clutches. Thank you, Hubert. Professor Hanneman is likely to have 1 or 2 experimental devices that can shine a light on the whole thing. Those who slither in the dark never managed to replicate a crest, that's why we still draw breath. Edelgard paused. Today there was a moment that made me doubt that, where I came close to experiencing what failure against them is like, but no one is infallible, they also showed me their weakness. And what might that be? Hubert pupils widened. Their arrogance perhaps. Their arrogance. Edelgard confirmed. I believed I was no longer necessary for them, but we are necessary for them. So this is the Black Eagle's classroom. It is gorgeous. Eric walked into his classroom as if he were setting foot on holy ground. An expression of awe spread across his face. It's just a classroom. Mind you, I think the deer is a more beautiful animal than your eagle. Lysithea retorted. She had her arms crossed. As the Archbishop, I can assure you that I take great pride in ensuring that the students feel at home. These house banners may be different from your nation's, but still, this is like having a part of your home always with you whenever you study. Eric washed away a tiny tear. My home may no longer be what it was, but thank you for all of this. Rhea took him in her arms. You are welcome. Gareg Mach is a home for all those who believe in the goddess. Her teachings guide the lost souls of the darkness. Lady Rhea. Edelgard stepped inside the classroom. She bowed modestly and looked up at her younger brother. It's lovely that you could join us, your uncle told us that you were still feeling quite exhausted. Rhea examined Edelgard carefully. Another clash of emerald and iliac eyes. I may still need a bit of sleep, but it has been too long since I managed to have a proper conversation with my sibling. Eric looked at Elle. Are you still angry with me? Edelgard vehemently shook her head. I am never angry with you. Just shocked, as Hubert has told you. We have so much to talk about, a private conversation would do us much good. I hope my little brother hasn't been a burden to you. He was rather pleasant. Rhea smiled. Ionius raised him well. That was all Lysithea said as she continued to cross her arms. I will look for a nice place tomorrow. Can I sit next to you? Lysithea asked Edelgard. Edelgard nodded. Of course. Can I sit next to you, too, El? Eric looked at her with hopeful eyes. Hubert has requested that I ask you in his stead to sit next to him. He will never say it, but he likes the company of another Hresvelg besides me. He does. Eric's eyes widened. In that case, I look forward to tomorrow. As do I. Edelgard smiled as she grabbed Eric's hands, and they went outside. Sounds of merriment and singing could be heard from within the entrance hall. Edelgard was tempted to check, but she stopped from further approaching the hall. Instead, she looked for a warm and comfortable bench to sit with her brother. Once she found a nice and distant bench, she indicated for Eric to sit. Together, they gazed into the sunset. What do you think of the monastery? Edelgard asked. It's lovely. Eric stared at the cathedral in the distance. Did you know that the cathedral here is larger than the one in Inver, and did you know that several thousand people live in the monastery town? This place, it's even more beautiful than Inver. I can see why Father was so fond of this place. Yes, it's ravishing. But Father also told us to focus on our education. In that regard, you must be quite lacking. That is understandable. It must have been just as shocking to you as it was to me to hear that years have passed and you have been unaware of that. Edelgard closely examined every expression her brother carried. But there was only one expression on his face. He was depressed. You are correct. Doubtless, I will not pass. I have missed months of material, and I am still a boy inside. I am not like you, and hearing Uncle talk about how I should rule, it made me panic. I cannot do this. It's impossible for me to meet all those expectations. Edelgard leaned in closer. This was the brother she remembered. The sibling she treasured. Her lips wanted to kiss him, but she refrained from doing so and instead just grabbed his hands. Professor Eisner was a mercenary before coming here. He didn't even know the church existed. Wait. Eric couldn't believe what he heard. Our professor was unaware of the church? But why would Lady Rhea allow him to teach? Because this ignorant person mustered the courage to save the continent's future when they most needed him. Edelgard's eyes were shining with conviction. Everyone has potential. Eric, our father, believed in that so strongly that he went to war with the world over it, and had he succeeded, Adrestia would be in a far better place now. But Uncle is doing his best. Father would have never given him the position of regent if he didn't trust him. Edelgard remained silent for a moment. This exchange had told her everything. No one is perfect, she stated diplomatically. Our uncle is just as human as we are, and he has made several mistakes, or would you not define a cult infiltrating our home and murdering our siblings as a mistake? In the last part, she lost her composure and she almost yelled at Eric. She wasn't angry at him, but when she spoke the images of what happened today at that strange forest came to her once more. When her hands brushed against the place where her dagger used to be she felt empty. Eric quickly went on his knees to apologize, which made Edelgard even more hollow for a brief moment. However, she caught herself, made a deep sigh, and apologized. My apologies, brother. It's just that much has happened that you are unaware of. She squeezed his hands tightly. Simply know, Hubert, the professor, and I are always there for you. There was a brief, genuine smile on Edelgard's lips as she watched Monica in the distance approach the door to the entrance hall and enter it. And others in our class are more than willing to help. Petra and Monica are going to like someone like you. Petra and Monica. Eric was surprised. The Princess of Brigid? And the Baron Oaks Dogther. You know them. Edelgard turned all her attention back to her brother. Have you forgotten the birthday parties we had? Eric was quite shocked. Duke of Girth and the Baron of Oaks were honored with invitations. Yes, Edelgard tried to recall, but she only had glimpses. I sometimes struggle to recollect these things. For you, this must have been yesterday. That was a few months ago for me. Eric clarified, somewhat offended. But, yes. I barely recognized them. So you've already met them. Edelgard was surprised and pleased to hear that. We stumbled across them in the library. Eric looked happy. They had their noses in some kind of strange book. The librarian wasn't there, which made Lady Rhea a bit sad since she wanted to help me look for a few easy books to catch up on the subjects I have missed so far. Edelgard processed all the information, while she answered. Professor Eisner has plenty of books to help you. There were some subjects where we started from scratch. As she spoke, a large smile spread across her face. Eric picked up on that. You must really like him. I wonder what kind of person he is. We haven't spoken much. He's kind, gentle, and brave. Edelgard whispered to her brother as she ran her fingers through his hair, you share a lot of similarities. I'm not brave. Eric purposefully avoided making eye contact with her. But you are kind and gentle. I hope one day these qualities are worth more than bravery. Edelgard looked her brother directly in the eyes as she spoke these words. You do. Eric was overjoyed. His lips were holding back a smile. He was still anxious about something. Does that mean I don't have to kill anyone? We don't go out of our way to kill anyone. We use our power to defend, Edelgard scolded him. But these bandits. We are sent to execute them. The Archbishop was clear on that. I don't know how, and I don't want to take a life. There must be another way. Edelgard made a deep sigh. You haven't seen the destruction these bandits caused. The burned villages and she paused for a moment. What she was about to reveal wasn't for the ears of a child, but in the eyes of the world, Eric was no longer a little boy. The day I met our professor, their leader, Costas, extended an offer to him. If he betrayed us, he would have been rich beyond imagination, and I could have ended in a state worse than you did during these years with a bastard child. But they are our fellow Adrestians. They are our subjects and they deserve a chance to repent. How can you still say that? Edelgard was trying her hardest to get through to him, and he seemed unbothered by the horrible truth behind their words. The goddess teaches us that no one is beyond redemption. Why have you forgotten that? Slap. She tried to control her hand, but it moved automatically. Eric, Edelgard screamed as she realized what she had done. It's all right. You don't believe me, Eric stated as he got up and walked away. Edelgard hurried after him. It's not that. She stopped him in his tracks and made him turn around to look her in the eyes. There are some people with unreasonable ideas of justice who will continue to take the lives of those who don't deserve it. I want you to be safe, and the best way for you to be safe is to be strong. You sound like my mother. Eric had his arms crossed defiantly. I aspire to be happy and not have the blood of countless other people on my hands. Your mother left father after he was no longer useful to her. I am not like that. I will never abandon you. Edelgard looked into Eric's eyes. He was deeply hurt. That's the cold truth. Edelgard couldn't look him in the eyes anymore. She allowed him to go back to the classroom, where Rhea and Lysithea waited for him. Clearly shaken, Eric continued on. Edelgard took a different direction, she was also in pain. I am telling you, Professor, that was awesome. I felt like a bear had punched me after just one strike. You must teach me. Byleth shook his head. What I did was wrong, and I shouldn't carelessly teach that to my students. Thank goodness the professor has sense. Linhard, who had checked on Casper, let out a large sigh of relief. How can you think it's cool to be knocked out by one punch? Linhard, you should back me up on this. This is a useful trick to get out of all kinds of tricky fights. What if a bad guy appears you cannot win against, and then bang, and they lie there? This is the true skill of a master. If you word it like that, Linhard folded his arms around his chin. How did you do it, Professor? A price strike to the head cannot be it, there is not much in there to warrant such a reaction. Byleth, however, paid them no mind. What are you doing wasting time with these idiots? Suthies yelled. The really interesting stuff is happening outside, and you are losing time here. The green-haired companion had stopped time to give him an earful. The professor gave her a blank stare, as was his custom. They need time for themselves. I know, but still. Why didn't you wake me up when all that interesting stuff was happening? I wanted to be there. Sothis protested. Byleth paused. I don't know how. Whenever I summoned the throne, it happened by accident. I see. Another area where I will have to teach you everything, my pupil. I demand your utmost contraction and focus. Byleth, however, disregarded her as he continued the flow of time. You won't ignore me? Sothis stopped time again. And Byleth continued it again. Sothis stopped time again, Byleth continued again. That went on for about a minute. After that, Byleth fell to his knees. Exhaustion had him and Sothis sweating profusely. I can do this all day. Sothis was unrelenting. Right as she was about to stop time again, Byleth screamed, Stop! Sothis halted her movement while Linhard and Caspar were shocked. Professor, are you not feeling well? When the former mercenary listened to his pulse, it felt as though it was racing. I am fine. Byleth slowly stood up. Just a bit tired. Well, you recently survived a few lethal stab wounds, perhaps we should take things easy, especially now that we have 2 new classmates. Linhard stated. He appeared oddly joyful. Linhard, you are only happy because you don't get to do any fighting. Caspar was visibly upset. Right, you fight for the 2 of us. I heard Monica and that new kid have a bunch of rare crests. If only I had the keys to Professor Hanneman's office, I could just sneak in, get some stuff, and begin the experiments. You know Edelgard would never allow you to do something like that to her little brother. Have some class, Linhard. You did forget his name, as well, didn't you? Despite the fact that you enjoyed getting us into trouble on every birthday the Hresvelgs ever celebrated, there were a lot of birthdays. I cannot do anything about that. When do I get to visit the Imperial Palace? Right. Linhard answered. In the meantime, Byleth couldn't listen anymore to their constant arguing. He slowly walked outside the dorms. There was a fresh breeze coming his way from the nearby lake. He approached the lake and sat at the small shore. It was then he saw his dad with a rod in a canister finishing. And another one. Today is my lucky day. Watching his father made him feel at ease. He felt his pulse stabilizing with each moment he spent there. The golden rays of the comfortable sunset made him feel warm. Meow. Meow. A group of cats approached him. They sat next to him and demanded his attention. Byleth petted the young kittens. Here, give them that. Gerald threw a fresh fish, and Byleth caught it. You've got your knife, surely you can cut them a portion. Gerald laughed at the horde of kittens that were desperate for Byleth to feed them. It's been a while, son, since we managed to talk. Are you feeling all right? You look pale. Just see a doctor if you are still looking pale after this. I will. Byleth nodded. Following this, he unsheathed his dagger, sliced the fish into pieces, and fed the cats and kittens that began swarming him. Among them was a pitch-black one. Her eyes reminded Byleth of Edelgard and of someone else. When Byleth looked into those eyes with his knife in hand, he had to think about the strange feeling, some call it anger, that he had experienced before. No, this wasn't anger. It was bloodlust. Lord Arundel had infuriated him so much, he began to relish the thought of killing him in anger. So why were you sprinting? Gerald was passionately waiting for the fish and for the answer to come out of his son's mouth. Did you know that there was an important visitor coming today? Byleth returned his father's question with a question of his own. Why do you ask? Gerald was shocked to hear that. No, I did not know that, or rather I know that Baron Dominic comes to visit his niece today, but there are more important visitors than that to get you sprinting like that. The Regent of the Empire visited today. Byleth answered. Now that's a surprise. Gerald's face briefly condensed into a grimace as he used his strength to catch another fish. Lady Rhea has not mentioned him to me. He sounded bitter in the last part. The secrets she likes to keep. Byleth, however, paid his father's comments no mind. He was still occupied with his own thoughts. I got you. Gerald got into a strong stance as he used most of his strength for the final stretch. The fish was almost out of the water. From what Byleth could tell, it was a really big one. Snap. Oh damn, Geralt said, falling on his back while the line of his rod snapped. Byleth watched as the giant fish disappeared into the depths of the lake. There goes my trophy. Geralt looked somewhat disappointed. Oh well, this old thing did serve me well. "No!" They heard a girl scream in the distance. The green-haired girl who often accompanied her brother approached Geralt. "You were so close. Equipment can break. And I know all about that. There is a reason they call me the Blade Breaker. But that fish? I have never seen anything like it. I really wanted to taste it." "Flayn. Is that really your name?" Geralt asked. Byleth's father looked at her in great detail. "That I am. Why would you pose such a question?" Geralt shrugged with his shoulders. "You simply reminded me of someone. Regardless, could you do me the courtesy of attempting to catch this fish in the future? Please, it's imperative that I know what it tastes like." "Well, if you promise me that your big brother goes easier on me from time to time, then I can see what I can do." Flayn carried a hungry expression. Her mouth began to water at the thought of all the rich delicacies that she could taste. "I will have a talk with him. Then it's settled. However, I got enough from fishing for today." Geralt took the large bucket filled with fish and approached the dining hall. "Let's see if I can cook myself something nice with this." "Wow, you caught all these fish? Please, if you don't mind, would you please cook something for me as well? My brother forbade me from cooking after the last incident." "Incident?" Geralt laughed. "What happened?" "We set the kitchen on fire," a voice from behind answered. "Arg." Flayn was shocked to see a pair of red tights that belonged to no other than her accomplice in crime. "Hello, Edelgard. You startled me. Has anyone seen a black cat?" Edelgard's eyes were scanning the area. "Is that her?" Byleth picked up the black cat and placed her in his arms. "Thank you, Professor. I can see you've already fed her." She performed a modest bow. "Your services are much appreciated." Edelgard grabbed her cat and was about to leave. But the proud black Hresvelgen had a mind of its own. She refused to stay put in her owner's arms and plummeted to the ground. From there she avoided her owner's attempts to catch her by hastily rushing back to Byleth, where she made herself comfortable on his stomach. Byleth, who was resting on the ground, attempted to gently remove her, but he was unsuccessful. "Adrestia, that's not funny." Edelgard approached her cat and tried to grab her again, only to receive a bite and a scratch from her claws as a response. "You named your cat after your nation." Geralt's laughter was now uncontrollable. "And you two set the kitchen on fire." "I did not name her," Edelgard clarified. "My brother underestimates our potential. We almost managed to follow the instructions, and if we had, the fish stew would have been something truly magical. Perhaps Seath will be easier on the boy and me if I teach you how to properly cook. Today, you will just observe. I'd like to take a more active role in your activity, but I can do that." Flayn and Geralt left for the kitchen. His father was still grinning from ear to ear. In the meantime, Edelgard made a grimace. The reaction from her own cat had upset her more than Byleth thought possible. "Fine, I will leave you be, Adrestia." "Wait." Byleth reached his hand out to his student and stopped her. "What is it, Professor?" "I am exhausted, and I'd like to go to bed early today." "Your hand is bleeding." Byleth quickly lended her his handkerchief. "This is too valuable to clean up a small scratch like that." "Hold still." Byleth finally managed to get a hold on Adrestia and gently placed her aside. "Is that all right?" The former mercenary removed his black glove and dipped it into the lake's water. "Yes, that would do." Edelgard nodded. She stood there while Byleth was taking a look at her wound and cleansed it. "I could stop the bleeding myself. I know a bit of white magic now." Edelgard averted her eyes from him. "You could, but that doesn't change the fact that wounds need to be cleaned." Byleth peered into her iliac eyes. "Please do not remind me of your breach of conduct. I only wanted to help. You have lost a lot of blood." Edelgard sighed. "I don't hold a grudge. It had just shocked me. There are tales about people getting drowned in lakes. Only those who cannot swim tell these tales. Edelgard's face flushed crimson for a moment. There are things we are all afraid of. One day I will know your secret. You cannot swim. Byleth was surprised to hear that. Edelgard remained silent. Inver is a port city. Countless wares make it into the city daily from trade with Brigid. Someone must have taught you. It was not that simple. Edelgard shook her head. Byleth was about to drop the topic, but before that he asked one final question. What if I taught you? I am afraid Hubert wouldn't allow it. Edelgard stated casually. Professor, as long as we don't battle near a lake, river, or sea, I will be fine. That's an unnecessary weakness. I can talk with him about the subject. Byleth suggested. Please drop it. Can you just hand me my cat back, please? Edelgard snapped at him. Byleth stared at her. His usual blank expression was gone and he looked concerned. Arg. Edelgard was about to walk off. Here. Byleth had Adrestia in his arms, and he was about to give her back. It's all right, Professor. When Edelgard responded, her cat went to her legs and meowed. She wants your attention. Now she wants my attention. Edelgard was visibly upset with her cat. If that's all, I'd like to go my room now. Stop her. Suthi's voice yelled at him. She sounded fully recovered and ready to go for another round. Byleth wasn't bugged at first. He looked as Edelgard approached the dorm, and he felt content. Adrestia was closely following her owner. Edelgard was about to enter the door when she turned around to look back at her professor. She let out a sigh and turned around to relax and recover in her room. I want to show you something. She felt a tap on her shoulder. When she turned back around, she saw Byleth had closed the distance between them, and he looked surprisingly eager to show her something. What do you want to show me? The spark of eagerness in him reignited that excitement in her. It's a surprise. Edelgard carried the expression of a kitten. All right. Together, they went to Byleth's room, and there he grabbed a fishing rod. It was very large, and quite sturdy. You wish to teach me how to fish? Edelgard's eyes widened at the surprise. Byleth nodded. Edelgard took a very uncomfortable pause. I don't know what to say. Great. You clearly know what she wants. Suthi's had materialized and was laughing at Byleth's failure. He remained silent. Fishing doesn't require you to go into the water. So why not? Edelgard took the rod from Byleth's hands. Time to measure your worth as an instructor. She giggled. Suthi's had a stunned reaction, and all of this together caused Byleth's lips to curl slightly. It wasn't a smile, but it was something. We need a bucket. If I remember correctly. Byleth nodded. 2 hours later, nighttime. I've got a big one. Edelgard was using her full force to try to pull a massive fish out of the water. Wait, you are. Byleth was rushing to her side. Edelgard made the same mistake as Geralt earlier, as she kept losing the fishing line. Snap. Byleth, who stood behind her, cushioned her fall as they collided with the ground. I almost had you. Edelgard's eyes were shining. Her eagerness to try again was reflected in them. Almost, you lost sight of the line, and now we need to get a new one. Old equipment has a habit of breaking. Geralt's earlier words were parroted by Byleth's pupil. As soon as she got on her feet, she jumped up and smiled broadly. Followed by a long stretch of her arms and legs. The expression she carried was one of absolute determination. That wasn't old. Byleth clarified as his hands gently passed through the broken line. Oh. Edelgard was surprised. She briefly averted her eyes before promising. You can count on me to cover any expenses associated with this. It's fine. I made this line myself. You lost track of it during your last catch, and that's the problem. As he finished, Byleth was about to head to his room and get to a new finishing line as the final rays of sunlight went by him. Professor, it has gotten quite late. Do you care for a nice walk after we bring these to the dining hall? Edelgard held up the large bucket filled with fish. In the coming days, I anticipate that they will serve delicious fish dishes. Byleth's attention was drawn to her. Are you hungry? Edelgard shook her head. There is no cause for concern, as I am not hungry. However, if you wish to grab a bite instead, I don't mind accompanying you. There was a sound coming from both their stomachs. It is ill-advised to eat at this late hour, Edelgard scolded him, her face flustered a bit. You are right, we should head to bed instead. There is something I'd like to do first. And if you want to, you are free to accompany me. Byleth nodded, he refused to ask what she had in mind. 2 minutes passed before they brought the fish into the empty kitchen. During this time, Edelgard caught wind of how her professor just looked at her for a longer period than was strictly necessary. It used to become a habit of his whenever there was silence between them, and it caused her to giggle. I am not keeping any secrets from you about this. We are simply taking a stroll around the monastery. They went past the small lake to the marketplace. The few vendors who were still there at this hour were getting ready to finish up. Edelgard and Byleth looked as the merchants approached the gates and made themselves ready for a long walk down to the monastery town. I don't envy these merchants. Staying here for the night is forbidden for them, as they don't count as staff, Edelgard commented. Byleth nodded absent-mindedly, he was thinking about something else. How are you and your brother coming along? He asked innocently. Edelgard regarded him with silence. We shouldn't be discussing that here. My apologies. It's all right. We need to discuss this sooner or later. Let's find a spot away from prying eyes. They walked left to the entrance gate, past the stables, knight's hall, and large infirmary, until they came across a pair of stairs leading to a small cemetery. Byleth could tell his house leader knew the area and had been going there on purpose from the way she looked at the place. Suddenly, she seized his hand, and they went into a nearby bush. I brought you flowers. This time I am faster than Aelfric. Byleth instantly recognized the voice that was speaking. You can come out. Geralt was aware of their presence. Edelgard appeared dissatisfied that they were discovered. Son. Princess? What are you kids doing being up so late? We were taking a stroll. Byleth answered truthfully. His father told him always to speak the truth to him, and so Byleth did. Edelgard hastily cleaned some of the dirt from her clothes. He is speaking the truth. We were merely looking for a good place to be alone. There is a somewhat urgent matter we still need to discuss. You probably got your hands full with 2 new faces joining your class. Edelgard and Byleth nodded in unison. I figured. Geralt's hands brushed against the gravestone one more time. How much did you hear? Only that Aelfric was not here before you this time. Byleth recalled. Geralt let out a sigh of relief. That's good. It is impolite to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Father, who were you talking to? There is no one here. Byleth's eyes had previously looked for a conversation partner. Edelgard's eyes wandered from Geralt to the gravestone he was standing next to. He was talking to a nun who lived here around 20 years ago. The same nun, who was likely your stepmother. Edelgard was looking at Geralt intently. His silence was deafening. Why did you never mention that I had a sibling? Byleth urged his father to make a decision and tell him everything. Geralt mumbled something. The word Eloise was among his ramblings. Because you never had a sibling. That nun was your mother and the death of her child was merely a false rumor to avoid something or someone. Your words, not mine. Geralt shot Edelgard down. If that's all, I'd like to get a rest myself. For today, I pretend I haven't seen you, but don't follow me here again. Father, what are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. Eloise isn't exactly a credible source for my love life, after all, he was just a boy all these years ago. I wouldn't write someone off as a credible source, just because they are young, Edelgard countered. Wouldn't you agree, Professor? Byleth nodded. The only source of credit for my love life is myself. Geralt laughed. And that life has been rather uneventful. That is, until you met and fell in love with the descendant of a mysterious family, whose strange crest is now being passed on to your offspring. I've observed the professor's crest. It's strange, and you must have been aware that his mother was someone special. You sound like Hanuman, princess. Geralt yawned at her. I don't care about these meaningless trinkets. We are much the same in that regard. I only care because you are keeping secrets from him, and he deserves the answers. Confident in herself, Edelgard boldly walked up to Geralt. She placed herself between him and the staircase exit. "Are you through?" Geralt ignored her. "Not until you come clean. Is it too unreasonable of a request from me that you are forthright with your own flesh and blood?" Upon seeing that she wouldn't step aside, Geralt put his hands on her shoulders and nudged her in the opposite direction in a considerate manner. He used as little force as necessary, which is why Byleth watched as this unfolded. Edelgard had a furious expression. She was about to sprint after him, but Byleth stopped her by patting her head. "It's enough for the night." "But he isn't keeping it from me without a solid reason." Byleth excused his father. "And we've got more important matters to discuss than my long-deceased mother. Are you not curious why he would keep the secret?" "I already know the answer," Byleth stated in his unreadable expression. "And what could that be?" "To protect me." Edelgard looked like she wanted to say something, but instead she remained silent. "You wished to say something?" "Ignorance rarely protects." Byleth turned to her. He focused, and his crest slowly appeared. "Do you think it's something to be concerned about?" "I don't know. Whatever the goddess's teachings might tell you, power comes with a price. You have my promise that I will be careful." Byleth placed his hands on his chest, as he promised. "I hope that will be good enough." Edelgard didn't appear to be in the best of spirits. "What happened between you and your brother? Is it that obvious?" She sighed. "Yes, we had an argument, but you shouldn't worry about it. I will try to talk to him tomorrow about it." "What was it about?" "Self-defense." Edelgard replied. "My brother, well, he is just like Linhard. While we both are aware of how vital it is to end a life in order to save others, my brother has a hard time accepting this. He has a morbid phobia of blood, and the idea of having to kill someone repulses him. He is a kind and gentle soul. But he is also naive, and I fear this is what will get him killed. How should we train him?" Byleth looked to his student for an answer. "White magic is the only subject he is interested in. But he will refuse to learn anything that could harm another soul. Professor Manuela is currently away." Byleth carefully posed the question. "What if I ask Rhea for help?" Edelgard was deep in thought. "I honestly don't know. With Monica, our magic power has increased once more. But we weren't lacking in this regard. What we need is a stronger front line. Another healer can keep us alive, and with our large numbers, perhaps that is what we need." Byleth went through his options. "The problem is that Eric will be too reliant on us to fight for him. And without any offense, the enemies will see their opening and exploit it." Byleth had an idea. "What if we place him in heavy armor? Most bandits are more likely to be intimidated by this, and as such, they should leave him alone. Professor, we need to work on getting him to change his ways, not protecting his current state of mind." Byleth quickly assured her. "We are going to train him. I am able to instruct him in a few methods that do not involve the use of lethal force, but for the time being, this is the most viable option I have. Since Eric and I come from the same family, I don't think it will be too hard to teach him how to use heavy armor. We Hresvelgs have always excelled in this. I'll have no trouble teaching him the fundamentals, and we'll take it from there." The excitement was back in her eyes as they slowly walked toward their respective rooms. "This deception will only have to work for now. No amount of force on our part will sway his beliefs, but once he sees reality with his own eyes, he will take our word and learn." "Is that how you learned this?" Edelgard was curious. Byleth shook his head. "My father warned me about the battlefield, and I was prepared for it." He added, "I won't let your brother or any of you die, but he will learn from his own experiences regardless." The tone of Byleth's voice shifted as he made a very poor attempt to mimic his father's voice. "There is no commodity on earth more priceless than experience." There was a giggle coming from Edelgard. "Your Geralt impression is second to none." Byleth said nothing. But deep inside him he felt Suthies laughing at him. "See you in the morning, Professor." Byleth nodded. "Sleep well." He watched her as she went past him on the way upstairs to her room. The 30th of the harp string moon, the next morning, Black Eagle's classroom. Arg. Stranger! Someone, please save me! Bernadetta was screaming while she quickly fled under her desk. Edelgard went over to her table and pulled her back up. You don't need to worry. These are no strangers. They are our classmates from now on. Standing next to Professor Eisner in front of the class, Eric and Monica didn't know what to do. Linhard was yawning. Everyone was staring at Linhard. Yes, we've got new faces. Lin, you've got to pull yourself together. You make this whole situation even more awkward than it already is. Dorothea was the first one to scold him. I wonder how someone as lazy as you can be tired. Hubert posed the question, and Casper answered. We tried to get into Professor Hanneman's room, but I'll tell you the door was impenetrable, and we tried everything. I should have known that you would aid him in his foolishness, replied Hubert with a cold chuckle. Foolishness? Hardly. Linhard became defensive. I was doing this for my research, or are any of you disinterested in studying the major crest of Ceros and the crest of Macule? I can sort of see your point. Monica intervened on Linhard's behalf. If learning more about my crest is of benefit to this class, then I am easily willing to be of use. That won't be necessary for now, Monica. It's good to be aware of one's power, but we don't need to study every part of it, Edelgard stated. You two were trying to break into Professor Hanneman's office. Even though you did it for a noble cause, you were about to break the rules. Ferdinand pleaded with Byleth. Professor, they cannot get away with this without some sort of punishment. Byleth stared at them. As I was about to say, Eric von Hresvelg and Monica von Oaks are going to join us for the rest of this year. Last month, we rescued Monica and several kidnapped knights. According to the current regent of Adrestia, the people behind the kidnapping had gathered enough strength to kidnap countless other children and torture them all over Adrestia. He insists that he has apprehended their leaders and brought an end to their schemes. Next week there will be a massive process, but we won't be present as we are sent to do what the Knights recruits failed to do. We are going to put an end to the Iron King's thieves for good. A cult has kidnapped children. How and why? Ferdinand stood up from his seat. Edelgard also got up and showed him. For this. The beautiful Ceros flower appeared in her hands. Because people are obsessed with it. We are talking about a cult. To kidnap is beneath the dignity of a nobleman. Yeah, Ferdy. Anyhow, this cult will no longer bother us. Dorothea flashed a weak smile. These are encouraging developments, however, why are Edie and Hubie still so tense about them? We don't know for sure if Lord Arundel was thorough, Byleth answered for them. And the matter is out of our hands. Edelgard and Hubert nodded in unison. You summarized it well. We will be absent during the crucial phase of the trial. Monica, you mentioned that you don't remember your kidnapping anymore. Eric and Monica, who stood next to Byleth, both gazed at the class. Yesterday I managed to make acquaintances with everyone. As most of you are aware by now, I have no memory of my kidnapping, and I was part of last year's Black Eagles. My abduction occurred just before a critical meeting in my father's territory that I had planned to attend. On the bright side, from what I can tell, this year's material is virtually identical to last year's, so if anyone needs assistance, I'm here to provide it. Professor, Eric, hiding behind Monica, wore a wary expression. Is it true that we will have to kill them? There was a brief silence. Everybody was waiting for Byleth to respond. We only kill bad guys, but those guys we give them every little bit they deserve. Casper shouted. Edelgard placed her left hand over his mouth, instantly silencing him. The answer frightened Eric, Bernadetta, and Linhard. But the goddess teaches us that no one is beyond redemption. Eric expressed every one of his convictions, and he was unwavering in them. It's technically possible to finish the school year without having to take a life, Monica stated. Passing all the required exams doesn't require you to take a life. Linhard and Eric's faces lit up upon hearing her words. The church expects of me to teach you how to survive and lead units to the battlefield. Gareg Mach's surname is the Officers' Academy, and with an education here, any military force in the world will easily accept you. I will have to teach you how to dispose of your foes. But there are also several non-lethal methods that I can show you. Byleth diplomatically chose his words. Really, so our hands won't be stained with blood. Bernadetta's eyes were shining. Awesome. When do we start? Does that mean you are going to teach us how to knock out a foe with one strike? Casper asked. Please, Professor, use Linhard as a demonstration this time. The Burgleys took his hands on his childhood friend, and he was about to drag him in front of the class to be used as a demonstration. Edelgard stopped him before he went too far. This time, Petra was closely examining Casper. I do not recall the professor beating an opponent with just one strike. Oh right, I haven't yet told you. So, yesterday. He toppled to the floor, where he promptly dozed off. Now he blames the professor. Hubert chuckled. Hubert. That's not funny, you have seen it. I saw you on the ground. Hubert's laughter became more sinister with each second. It frightened Bernadetta. Arg. Someone save me. Hubert, that's not funny. Two voices spoke in unison. They belonged to the only pair of siblings in the class. My apologies, Hubert cast an eye towards Eric. Your Highness and young master. Byleth raised both hands and clapped loudly enough to make everyone in the room fall silent. Today we are going to develop a strategy to successfully root out the bandits that are hiding inside the Red Canyon. The professor took two large maps and showed them to his class. This is a map of Fodlan, and here is the Red Canyon. He pointed at the map to his right. And this is a map made by an archaeologist studying the Red Canyon itself. He pointed to his left. A few hours later, the training grounds. You wish to train me in heavy armor and white magic? But my thick armor will slow me down. Eric protested. Armor is going to keep you safe. The bandits are also far less likely to engage in combat with you, which means you will be uninterrupted when you need to heal us. I see. All right, teach me, El. Edelgard approaches her brother with a heavy steel armor in her hands. First, we take on the gambeson. From there comes the chest plate. Then the shoulder plates. While she was explaining, Edelgard put the armor on her brother, who tenaciously watched in awe. A few minutes went by like this until a knight in shining armor emerged. Once Eric had donned all of the armor, he asked. How do I look? Both Edelgard and Monica replied with the same word at the same time, terrific. If I may, a black armor would suit our purpose of diversion better. Hubert chimed in. After all, black is a color that strikes fear into our enemies' hearts. But black is so sinister, Eric shot a displeased glance in Hubert's direction. That's exactly the point. The loyal retainer grinned. Byleth picked up a practice sword and swung it against the armor. As Eric landed on his back, the wooden sword that his professor was holding snapped into several pieces. This will do. The teacher was extending his hand to his new student. Edelgard did the same for her brother. But instead of accepting their aid, Eric got up himself. Arg. He pushed himself up from the ground with all his might. This is easier than I expected, Eric laughed. Can you use your magic? Hubert summoned a small purple light. Eric concentrated, but only a tiny green spark appeared. Is this the armor or something else? Monica was curious. Edelgard couldn't offer an answer. She had forgotten her brother's skill in white magic. No, I am just out of practice. Eric offered them a weak smile. In that case, I will refresh your memory. Edelgard went closer to him. All she could think about was how happy her young parents had been with the news that they were going to have a baby. When they knew she was about to enter this world. Warmth emanated from her hands in the form of a bright green light. This is incredible. El, how did you do that? Edelgard leaned closer and whispered. I believe in the love our father has for us. Her eyes focused on Eric's next move. Edelgard put Eric to the test in several ways at once. The hands of her younger sibling radiated the same powerful green light. We did it. Thank you, El. He embraced her. For Edelgard, this was awkward. A moment ago, she had briefly doubted him, but he had successfully proven her wrong. I can see you have a knack for white magic. There was a voice coming from the entrance to the training grounds. It belonged to no other but someone with emerald eyes. Young Hresvelg, young Miss Oaks, I came to check if you are accusing well to the student life. Eric bowed deeply to Lady Rhea, while Monica bowed more subtly. Edelgard, Byleth, and Hubert just stood there, speechless. And the rest of the students were too busy with their training to notice as they held a sparring match. Please rise. Rhea gently touched her brother's chin and helped him up. You look terrific in that armor. Elle picked it for me. Oh, so he calls you El, that's a lovely nickname, do you mind if I also address as this? Rhea turned her attention to Edelgard. My apologies, Lady Rhea, only my family is allowed to call me by that name. Edelgard remained calm as her attention shifted to Byleth. Lady Rhea, is there no other way? Eric addressed her. What do you mean, child? The Archbishop was not sure as to what he was referring to. The Iron King's thieves, do we have to kill them? The goddess teaches us that no one is beyond redemption, whatever they have done they must repent for it. Rhea closely examined him. How would you feel if they burned your home and killed your sister? Could you extend a hand to them, knowing they took everything away from you? Eric remained silent. The goddess can forgive them. Yes, in the afterlife. But they must be stopped in this life. There can be no hope for redemption unless those who have sinned express regret. Should you manage to reason with the Iron King's thieves, then I will allow you to bring them here for a proper trial, but I doubt savages like that are going to listen. I see. We will bring them here, and I will convince them to lay down their weapons. Eric was resolute. You are precious, Hresvelg, even at your tender age. Please, Professor Eisner and Edelgard, see to it that he receives the utmost care. You won't have to do everything for me. I'll tend to your wounds whenever you get injured. Eric conjured up a healing spell with no issues. White magic. This is an excellent match for you. Do you mind coming around for a few private lectures? Of course. Eric was excited. He would have jumped in the air weren't it for his sister's arm on his shoulder and the fact that the armor he wore was a bit too heavy for him to jump around. Just make sure you don't forget about our appointment at the library. Petra and I will be waiting for you. Monica flashed him a warm smile. I haven't forgotten. When are you available, Lady Rhea? Her lips curled into a grin. Whenever you are. Well, we still have 2 days to prepare before we depart. Edelgard let out a sigh. Eric, everyone knows of your condition now. So don't overexert yourself. The 2nd of Garland Moon 1180, Monday morning. Do you feel prepared, kid? Gerald placed his hand on his son's shoulder. I am. Byleth looked at his students as they placed their things on their horses. Come to think of it. This is your first command, with me being involved in some way. I am sure you will do great. I've got this, father. Professor Eisner, a word of caution. Directly addressing Byleth, Rhea's right-hand man Seath gestured for him to follow him. Byleth trailed Seath into an out-of-the-way section of the entrance. You should not take this task lightly. Though Lady Rhea may not have mentioned it, the outcome of this mission will affect your life going forward. Should any more Hishaps appear like they did previously, then. Byleth nodded. I promised to protect them, and I will keep my oath. A surprisingly mature answer. Seath dismissed Byleth with a tiny grin on his face. For your sake, I hope you can live up to Rhea's expectations. Byleth walked past him back to his father. What was he about? Gerald yawned. On second thought, don't pay him too much mind. Simply put, he is a pain in the neck and will pick a fight over anything that doesn't meet his exacting standards. I don't plan on disappointing my students. Talking of disappointments, have you attempted to come clean? Edelgard approached Gerald with a smile. Oh, it's you, princess. Gerald grinned. If you promise me to keep a close eye, I will promise you to tell my son everything he wants to know. I would have done this for free. Edelgard replied. However, given that you have made the offer, I will gladly accept your conditions. She looked at Byleth. We are going to have each other's backs no matter what. We did manage to win a sparring session against Rhea. You did. When this was said, Gerald cracked a grin. She must have gotten easy on you kids. Is Lady Rhea really that tough? Casper and Eric chimed in. She is tougher. Geralt's eyes went to Eric and the fact that he wore a large set of armor. This will only hold you back, kid. You are embarking on a journey. All of that additional armor will only serve to slow you all down. He likes it and insists on wearing it. Monica stepped in for him. Given his status as royalty, protection is warranted to a certain degree. Protection on the battlefield is important, but this is stretching it. While we are on the topic, I see your students received their fair share of armor and protective gear. Yes, we supplied them. Lady Rhea approached from behind. She stood atop the entrance stairs. On the hallway leading to the dining hall, they received full sets of iron and leather armor as well as iron weapons. The students' equipment is more than up for the task. And in this box are a few potions, should healing magic not suffice. I expect a glorious victory in the goddess' name. Rhea handed the box she was carrying to Byleth. The educator appeared to be examining everything. There were 10 days' worth of food and water, 7 swords, 4 suits of iron armor, 6 robes, 3 suits of leather armor, 2 axes, and 2 gauntlets, he said, opening the box. And 7 small potions, 1 elixir, but that one is only for Edelgard or Eric. Yes, Professor, that sums it up well. We have everything and are ready to depart. Byleth looked at his class as they had nearly all mounted. Edelgard was removing some parts of her brother's armor, and she stored them carefully in her belongings. After that, she helped him get on his horse before she shared a horse with him. Riding a horse is not so difficult once you get used to it. Thank you, El. Lady Rhea, father. Byleth looked at them one final time before he swung up his horse in one swift motion. Black Eagles, it's time to depart. The Red Canyon awaits. Check the description for the links to the author.